Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi, and off the wake of a gigantic evening of League of Legends World Elite, proving to the world that China's a pretty good region.
Yeah, definitely. They came out swinging against the GE Tigers, won the series 2-1 in the end, and played pretty well.
Yeah, played fantastically, and of course, Spirit looking brilliant as well. The new mid laner, gigantic roster changes coming through, so of course, doesn't really paint too many pictures, but of course, what's important are tonight's games, and it's going to be Starhorn Royal Club taking on King for our first matchup, and this one's going to be huge, of course. Name being back, we've got Ackerman or Godlike now in the top lane here for Royal Club as well, and King, they've come off a pretty decent showing.
Yeah, they had a 2-0 as well off the back of Assassin's AP mid Cho'Gath, which we've seen absolutely storm onto the LPL. I think it's still undefeated, 4 out of 4 or 5 out of 5. It's around that mark and definitely is looking like a powerful pick in that mid lane. And against someone like a Korn who we've seen have ups and downs, could be something that Assassin once again brings out to try and bully a lane around.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and he's brought it out against so many of these burst assassins. Of course, Cho'Gath gets a fair bit of health towards that mid game, so it's pretty difficult to burst him down. So the likes of LeBlanc that came out from Raphael just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, certainly the CC is also a big impact point in the AP Cho'Gath with the 40% CDR. Rupture goes to about a 5-second cooldown, not to mention the AoE silence, and it really is a pain to deal with. You throw in the fact that you've got a true damage nuke, and it just makes him a very fearsome mid-game champion. Still think it will struggle in the late game. Does add some utility, but not the most damage out of an AP mid laner. But if you finish a game around the 30-minute mark, he's very strong.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. But, of course, yeah, you do have to hit those abilities as well in the late game, of course, when those cooldowns are pretty reliable. But we'll see. We'll see what Assassin does decide to bring on here, because this is an interesting matchup. And with Name back on the squad here as well, we have to go back to it because, you know, Wushin and Lamb, they've been having some decent showings, but now with the star bottom lane player in Name coming onto the team, who's actually had some pretty strong words to say here, saying that you don't need an escape on an AD carry and that he's happy to carry his team to the finals.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Name burst back onto the scene a couple of Jinx games and went completely off. But what surprised me was how readily Zero fell back into pure supports, no longer feeling like he had to play these engaged heavy supports, went straight back to the likes of the Thresh, straight back to the Janna that we've seen so many bans thrown against him, and was back to the Zero that we were seeing at the World Finals last year. Not protecting Uzi this time around, but protecting Name. And Name had 2 fantastic games, ended up with around 26 kills in both of them. So he went completely berserk and really did help carry. Insec had some great plays as well, but a lot of the attention was that bottom lane.
Yeah, well, it's true. And he brought out Nami. So Zero, like, definitely going back to sort of those peeling supports like you mentioned, and not even, you know, just taking on a different playstyle, taking on a completely different champion.
Yeah, exactly, and I really like that from Zero. It goes back to the trust in the team. I think the change up in the top lane to Godlike is also something along those lines. A very solid laner. Fantastic on the likes of Renekton, used to play the lane bullies, played a lot of Lulu as well when he was in the North American LCS.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It just shows that these guys willing to... I think they've found more of an identity with Name. I think that there was always scrimming with him. So they were doing 50% of their games with Name, 50% of the games with another AD carry. They were rotating through, of course, throughout the season. And now they've got Name, it looks like they're much more comfortable.
Yeah, well, it's true. And Wei and HYY, they did the best that they possibly could. But now you can just see the late game so much more solid here from Royal Club. You saw against, with their game against Gamty, went to 62 minutes, but that's exactly where Name wants the game. He just kills everyone.
Yeah, exactly right. He was rotating through item builds at a very rapid pace during that game as well. So I think that that will be the focus for Starhorn Royal Club. If you go across the other side of the rift, Wushin and Lamb, they're a very good bottom lane in their own right.
Yeah.
It's one of those bottom lanes that you look in the LPL and you think these guys aren't maybe superstars, but they're still a very decent bottom lane.
Yeah, and they also have a lot of synergy here as well. We've spoken about it a lot. Liam, fantastic at warding around his lane, taking care of Wushin, allow him to get to that late game where he's strong. But is it going to be enough to sort of topple the powerhouse that's going to be Zero and Name?
I certainly think that they just try and go even, and it's up to Sky. We've put a lot of onus on Sky throughout the season, and he's been a little bit hit and miss. I think that he needs to, I guess, impact the rest of his map, not just be content in doing well in the top lane. I still think we'll see a lane swap. There's just, with the nerfs that came through to Java and the fact that turret diving is a lot harder on this patch, it's just... I think that lane swaps are too easy to get away with. It gives you a free lane, so you generally don't have to run 2v2. It just frees up the rest of the map as well. Takes a lot of pressure away from the mid lanes unless you can get a very sneaky 3-man gank off in that mid lane area. So I do like the way Liam lights up the map. He's been getting a couple of even a little bit deeper wards. He was very good at just controlling his portion, that quarter bottom of the map where he was so good at lighting it up. But with the lane swaps coming in, has started to adapt as well. Yeah,
he's doing the best that he possibly can. But of course, Godlike here in this top lane, you mentioned the fact that Sky, often wants to really pressure his lane, but now having such a heavy tank player, especially considering the fact that Sky, sort of a god Aurelia, that was what he had coming into the LPL, fantastic Aurelia play. Godlike's a Renekton player.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's where we kind of saw the Renekton burst onto the scene, is the fact that could deal with these bully lanes and neutralize them. Of course, Aurelia always going to outscale in that matchup, but Godlike's very famous for not letting the game get to that point. We saw Godlike pull out a couple of Maokai games, so maybe going a little bit away from that, trying to pick up these tanky top laners that his team needs, but is going to be an interesting matchup seeing how Sky does attack him. Does he go at him and try and, I guess, win the lane, or is he going to play more of the utility, try and get around the map?
Yeah, well, that is the question here as well, and I'm excited about this change up here as well because, Kola was in no way playing badly there in that top lane, but I think that they just wanted a more dedicated tank to allow peel for Name towards the later stages of the game. It's like the whole team has switched focus now to more of a, let's just get behind Name and let him carry us.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kola's champion pool did fall a little bit out of flavor. We saw Aurelia, he played it a lot. We've seen a mixed success with Aurelia, but the likes of the Jax just really isn't seeing much play, and I think it really was a champion pool issue that came through there. I think Godlike is a much more consistent player. I'm not going to say that Kola at his best, I think, is as good as Godlike at his best, but Kola was very inconsistent even throughout this season, and a lot of the pressure when Starhorn Royal Club was performing badly was the likes of Insec and Kola not performing well.
Yeah, well, it's true. And the fact that Nas had some nerfs and Kassadin has too, the things that you mentioned about Champion Pool, it's something that's become all the more relevant now that we've hit 5.4.
Yeah, it certainly has. I think that a lot of people are going to have to try and re-expand this Champion Pool. That's why we're seeing the likes of the Victor become so popular.
Yeah.
AP mid Cho'Gath, and it's got a little bit of a nerf, and he is much harder to, I guess, control that rage bar, and then the exhaust afterwards just means that you can't transform him as frequently as you used to be able to, but he's still very strong in the top lane. It's just that now there are clear windows on how to beat these champions.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And, of course, having this new patch as well makes you look to the mid lane. It also makes you look to players that are able to adapt. We've spoken about King's ability to adapt. They're a really young team. They like changing things up and mixing up the meta. And we've spoken already about Assassin's fantastic Cho'Gath play there in the mid lane. I mean, what else are they going to be bringing out?
Yeah, exactly right. And I think that is what new patches do bring to the LPL, because a lot of players have these pocket picks and they're willing to run them. We've seen the Diana come back and be very successful. And we even the likes of things like Lucian, now that the Assassins are getting nerfed and you can get away with playing someone with a little bit shorter range, still a very good combo burst AD carry. And we've seen the evolution, I guess, of the meta means that you change one lane and it rapidly changes how the rest of the map is played.
Yeah, and then we've got even more changes coming through after this, and we'll see exactly how the meta does develop. And I'm excited to see how the LPL takes this on, because we've seen so many different changes across all of these regions, and no one's quite got onto the sort of AP Cho'Gath mid or joined that Hecarim hype train quite as hard. But we'll just see how it shakes out, because I'm really excited to get into this one, because, especially Wushin as well. I mean, I'm looking to see him really give it to Name, and I hope that there's not going to be any of this sort of, getting under your skin and into the heads of our King players just because this star player has made his way back onto the Rift.
Yeah, well, Name's been around for a very long time in the LPL, so it's not like he's burst onto the scene. He's been around. Players have played against him, so Wushin would be no stranger to playing against Name. I think that it's the Name Zero combo that is going to really play with this, because Zero is absolutely brilliant at neutralizing lanes and just ensuring that farm is secured at all points. And Name is a very good team fighting AD carry. Wasn't generally known for his strong laning phase, although in the couple of games he gave up first blood, I think, in one of them even. So very good team fighting. So it really is up to Zero, at least in the laning phase, to try and neutralize it and get as much gold onto his AD as possible. I think that you're right. I think that Liam and Wushin need to pick an aggressive lane. I'm looking for something like an Annie Graves or a Leona Graves to come out there and really try and bully, because if you get onto a hyper carry and you're allowed to free farm, we've already seen how bad it can get.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And What we have seen, though, coming out of Starhorn Royal Club is in their victories, these games are going very, very long to the point where Name can hard carry. And is it up to King to really put it to them early on and make sure that they finish this game out within, say, 30 minutes, 25 minutes?
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is the thing about all Protect the AD carry comps, that they need to get to a point where the AD at least has 3 items. Otherwise, it doesn't work. So the King lineup, exactly right, need to force the tempo, pick a mid-game. That's why Cho'Gath, I think we keep coming back to it, will be so important. And we see the King lineup right there. Very young, as you said, but they've had some surprisingly good games just inside the playoffs at the moment.
Yeah, and Sky, of course, known for his Aurelia coming into the LPL, but hasn't really been picking it up as much. Jumped back onto the Maokais, the super tanks in that top lane, and also tried his hand at the Hecarim, of course. Switching Trinity Force users is not that difficult there in the top lane.
It certainly isn't. And Hecarim has a very similar item build path to the Aurelia, and he's played it quite well. The Maokai is the interesting pick up there. Sky, a very good aggressive top laner, but can play the tanks when his team feels they have to. Yeah,
and the Nars, I guess, another sort of pseudo example of that, but we have seen Nars played extraordinarily aggressively. I'm looking at you, Amazing Jay from Energy Pacemaker. MLXG, though, has stepped away from the Nidalee just a little bit and really starting to favor that Rengar yet again.
Yeah, and Rengar's a very contested pick in this game because, of course, Insect plays that incredibly well. Rek'Sai in there, no surprise. Rek'Sai is such a strong control jungler at the moment. That knock-up, as well as all of the AoE that comes out, farms extremely well, ganks extremely well, good late game. I like the Rek'Sai pickup, but the Rengar really is the interesting one because that says that they can play mid-game, they can play pick comps.
Yeah, and the Rek'Sai as well, just to add to your point, fantastic at sort of detecting these pick comps to come through as well. So see whether that one does work out for them. Assassin, you can see a couple of Cho'Gaths there. That Cassidy not going to be coming through again, but also tried his hand at the Victor. This guy's more than happy to jump on these sort of new up-and-coming mid laners.
Yeah, he certainly will. He'll mix it up, and with a 3 KDA, he's not the most impressive, but in the niche picks, I think that he's one of the better niche mid laners, and meaning that he can pick up things, run with it very quickly. We saw it with the Victor. We're seeing it with the Cho'Gath. As you said, the nerfs to Cassidy means that he won't be played, and there's Wuxian, and Wush really is the guy that needs to step up this game. You see the Graves game, you see the Lucian game. That's what I'm expecting out of him. I'm expecting not to go near the Kalista, no hyper carries coming through. Really does need a bully lane here as well as Liam to get this game going in the right direction. Yeah, it might be time to go back to that Draven yet again. See whether that's something that he decides to go with. Of course, didn't work out so well the first time he picked it up, but we'll see whether he makes it happen. Liam probably wants to get on that Thresh. Yeah, he certainly doesn't. You know, Thresh, it's a deny away from 0, so I don't mind if he does go back to it, but I really would like to see a more aggressive lane comes out just because of who they're playing against. But as you mentioned, Liam probably, if you're looking for a definition of a Chinese support, plays a lot of Thresh, goes the Morgana, is very good at, I guess, going forward on the Thresh. Yeah. Not the best peeling Thresh that we've seen, but is pretty good. Yeah, that's true. And also, yeah, wants to go forward into the enemy jungle, getting as many wards down there as he possibly can as well. So it's not even necessarily the fact that he wants to be engaging all the time. It's just that he wants to aggressively position himself. As everyone's still getting into it, getting ready for this one. And they actually look very relaxed on the King lineup that's there. What I was thinking. I'm a bit confused. Yeah, not really looking that pumped at all. Just very relaxed. Chilling out. It's fine. Done this for a lot of weeks. Week number 8, I believe, that we're in right now. So yeah, another day in the office, ladies and gentlemen. But I know, Liam's looking a little bit more pumped for it. You know, clutching his bottle there a little bit. You know, there is some sort of feeling going on there, Jake Spawn Tiberi. I believe it. I can feel it. He just wants to get hooking. He wants to hook someone right now. He's eager to get on there and get it happening. And but let's move over to the other side of the Rift. It is going to be Starhorn Royal Club. We're going to start off looking at Godlike here. Previously, Ackerman, of course, had his first series with the team. I believe it was yesterday or a day or two ago. Yeah, so he was, of course, Godlike, now, then back to Ackerman, now back to Godlike, and we see the 2 Maokai games played consistently. I'm not going to say he had a standout performance, but as you can see, had a lot of assists, was involved in a lot of the team fights, really did play that in. When it goes late game, probably still the best tank behind Mundo is Maokai, mitigates a lot of team damage, and just there for the CC. Yeah, well, that's the thing, and you can just be a nuisance and a menace there in the front line, and you can also peel very well. You've got a lot of different CC, you've got slows and knockbacks and knockups and all sorts of stuff, so you can really help keep Name safe, and it seems to be what's been working out. Insec
did bust out the fizz here as well.
Yeah, he certainly does. And the Rengar game was a little bit strange. He kind of gave away 3 or 4 kills in the mid game, and it looked horrible. Then he got the one pick that won them the game and moved in from there. So it was an interesting matchup. I like that he's going back to the aggressive, get-in-your-face mid-game junglers. I think that helps him out a lot.
Yeah, Korn, on the other hand, you can see the Lux and Orianna didn't necessarily work out too well for him, but hopping back on the Aries and the LeBlancs, just able to assassinate people and looking fantastic.
Yeah, certainly. And the Lux is an interesting pickup in there. We were expecting a little bit more resurgence with the popularity of LeBlanc. Notoriously does okay in lane against LeBlanc and can blow her up, but the Ahri, the LeBlanc, there's nothing new coming through there. And there's Name. He's picked up Jinx both games, 24-8, 14. Had very good late game performances.
Yeah, just looking fantastic. And I wouldn't be surprised if we just keep seeing hyper carries there in that last pick list, because Name just so strong in his late game positioning. Zero as well. You can see there's the Thresh from before, and then moves straight into some disengaged type supports.
Yeah, so the PL support's coming back. The Nami, the Janna, as well as...
If he picks it again, I'm going to be so mad.
He's also a very good Thresh player when he does play at PL. He's probably one of the better PL Threshers in the world still. And Zero, just a very good control support. That's why he plays so well with these hyper-aggressive AD carries. And he's pretty confident coming in with the joy of Name.
Yeah, Name got some smiles on his face here as well, so not looking too bothered. And both of our teams pretty relaxed moving into this one by the looks of things.
Yeah, certainly are. And you would think a lot of the early game pressure, it's on Insec, it's on Godlike in the top lane. They need to neutralize Sky, really get that lane going. But from there, Wushin versus Name is where the late game will devolve to Assassin. He's been playing more mid game as well, so this is going to be tough. A battle of a mid game team versus a late game team generally has been going to the mid-game teams lately.
Yeah.
They've just been too powerful and really stopped the snowballs before it started. And Starhorn, they've been showing that they want to play late game.
Yeah, and Starhorn have been also showing that even if they do fall behind, they are able to turtle it out. They're able to get to that late game stage, because against Gamty yesterday, I mean, there were definitely some worrying times for the Starhorn lineup, and they just managed to sort of weather the storm and then fight back when they knew that they were strong. Yeah,
they certainly did, and that was, I guess, Gamty maybe not pushing as hard as they could, and when they did, it went a little bit awry. There was that one fish that somehow threaded its way through about 3 members and landed in the perfect area. So you can't say that it was... Starhorn played it well, but I think they were given windows to take the advantage of the game back and look for King to try and shut that one down. This game, as we mentioned, is 8 versus 9th, and it really is important for both teams to be able to get some points on the board. It's one of those games where a 1-1 just isn't acceptable for either team. They need to, when it's this close, need to be picking up those 3 points. And Starhorn, they need to fight their way back into playoff contention. We gave them a lot of leeway, saying that they were playing with a sub, that they needed to get Name back in the lineup. Now it's happened. They've managed to pick up 1-2-0. Let's see if they can do it again. Yeah,
and they really need to start getting back-to-back 2-0 victories here as well to Starhorn Royal Club, because their window's closing and all of our teams here in the LPL are looking fantastic. Everyone seems to be turning around the slumps, even the likes of Energy Pacemaker. You can see World Elite here as well now on the world stage, also starting to turn things around. So you can never underestimate anyone. And King, sort of kings of fantastic patch play when a patch is new, and we'll just see whether they can throw Starhorn the curveball that they're sort of expected to.
Yeah, and that's what they need to look to do. And you mentioned these bottom tier teams, and that's a benefit of the long season. There's just so many windows. We play on so many patches that you can have a bad little bit of a run, but as long as you come good and still fight your way towards that playoff, there are so many points up for grabs, and those points that go missing on the splits really do catch up. And we've seen a lot of splits, so yeah, the top 3 teams, they're very safe, but from there it dissolves very quickly.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and EDG looking so good just because of all of these 2-0 victories. And when you've got the likes of Energy Pacemaker taking a game off every single team that they seem to come up against, it's really sort of starting to take away the hopes of a lot of these bottom teams.
Yeah, Energy Pacemaker and Gamty seem to be the 2 gatekeepers. They just split with absolutely everyone coming in, and that really has, as we said, made this kind of clump between 6th and about 10th, where everyone's still in it. Even the 11th place teams still they're not that far off if they string together a miracle run, so we'll be interested to see how they go. And so we're just waiting on Champion Select, still waiting for Zero to jump in here, and they need to, I think now that Starhorn's found their identity, they need to just continue to push it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And, I mean, King, they are definitely looking okay. They came off that 2-0 victory, but Style and Royal Club, they've got something to prove here as well. And you could imagine that King probably not feeling too much of the pressure coming into this game just because it's all on Royal Club to perform. They're the sort of world championship team. They're the runners-up here for Worlds in 2014. So, of course, a lot of onus is on them, sort of now that Name's hit the lineup, now that they're comfortable with what they've got. And sort of King can just say, okay, well, let's just go for an early game comp and try and destroy them.
Yeah, especially for game one. You feel that game one, it might be a little bit closer and that King will be play a little bit tighter, a little bit more conservative. I expect if Starhorn take this first game, King rush early game in the next game and go very, very, I guess, try and get that game under control very quickly because, don't get me wrong, the pressure's on Starhorn from an external point of view, but King is still above them in the ladder, still is that 8th place team, and they're the ones that are looking to retain their spot. If Starhorn Royal Club grab the 3 points, we'll be able to make a push back into that playoff. So I think that, yeah, external-wise, everyone looking in will be expecting Starhorn to perform, but you can't go past the fact that King is still above them on the ladder, and it is their spot to give up.
Yeah, and it's also, we're giving them all sort of theoretical odds here as well, only considering one best of 2 that Starhorn Royal Club had against Gamty, who are a bottom-level team. So still yet to figure out exactly where Starhorn fit now that Name's rejoined the team.
Yeah, exactly right. And I like the fact that you brought up just that. Gamty, bottom level team. They've been playing a lot better when they got Xiao in. They had a nightmare start to the season. Gamty probably a little bit unlucky, but Starhorn, they did prove that they had to drag games late. They did prove that they're going to play a very linear style of League of Legends. They're not going to try and snowball anything. They're going to focus picks around the middle of the map, try and get some control, and then push their AD carry into the late game. And I think that the more teams play against them, more it's telegraphed. Name's been doing this for a long time, by the way. He has won LPLs playing that exact style. So
every single one.
Yeah.
So everyone that he's been in.
Yeah.
He's just winning. Winning all the time.
So I think that, that's important to point out that it is a very linear game style, but I don't know whether the patch suits it. And I think that will be the big question coming in.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and we'll see whether it is going to be enough. Of course, now that we see the like solution coming back in, all of these sort of mid-game carries who do actually transition
Name's
quite
a very
well.
good Lucian, though.
Well, he is definitely a very good Lucian.
So I think that Lucian coming back onto the patch doesn't hurt Name at all, because he is a very good Lucian player. But
don't let what you saw at Worlds say anything. Of course, we're not going to mention that Name. It's fine, but we'll let you have a freebie on that performance.
Yeah, no, but and it's definitely valid to point out the lack of a Worlds performance that did come through when he was on EDG. But
bit of a choke.
In saying that, this isn't Worlds. This is LPL. This is where he's extremely comfortable playing in front of a home crowd on a team that he is comfortable with. So I think that, definitely in the back of your mind is the LPL season, and then, of course, the rest of the year progresses. It's something that will need to be revisited. But right now, he is playing against Woosh, and he's playing against Lam. These guys that have been around in the Chinese scene for a very long time and would be extremely comfortable.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And he's also playing with Zero here as well. And they've been playing together already, like you mentioned, for quite some time. So it's not really going to be too much of a problem getting used to the stage or anything like that, because he's been playing in front of this domestic crowd for so incredibly long. Yeah,
he certainly has. And I think that, the bottom lane, we've spoken about it. Mid lane in this isn't really a one-on-one. Insect does help Korn out a fair bit at the moment. I think that MLXG will need to get in there and help Assassin out. Assassin has been playing a very controlled form of League of Legends, apart from those games where he went off on the Cho'Gath, which we'll pocket for a second, because I do expect that to actually be a ban. So Korn, he needs to... The one thing about Starhorn Royal Club is they've proved that they can neutralize a bottom lane. What they need to do now is prove that they can win other lanes to make sure that the pace of the game is a little bit more accelerated. No one wants a game to get to 60 minutes, because then that's just one team fight that you're hoping to win it all on. So they need to get the games down about 20 minutes, back to the 40-minute mark, still in the late game where they can perform their good team fighting and where all their instincts come in at such a high level. But I do think that they need to catapult Korn, because we mentioned Godlike, very solid laner, unless he goes on something hyper-aggressive, just looks to neutralize the lane. And unless we're picking something like Lulu or Renekton, I don't expect them to try and snowball that. So I do think a lot of the focus for this will now go Insec and Korn in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And MLXG's been playing a lot of Rengar here as well, whereas Insect's sort of known for a lot of early pressure junglers, even plays his Rengar a whole lot more aggressive in the early game. And MLXG might sort of struggle to make that pick work. Is it about sort of picking different champions here for the jungle and the mid lane just to make sure that they can capitalize effectively, or do they need to be focusing on that bottom lane and keeping Name down? Because there's a whole lot of jobs the Kings seem to have to manage this game.
Yeah, there certainly is. And look, I think that MLXG, he will look towards something like a Rengar, look to something, maybe even a Vi, something that does have good single target lockdown that they can get on top of the AD carry because of the way Starhorn play. But in saying that, Insec, fantastic Rengar player, although when he played it, he actually went tank Rengar, which I never thought I would see the day where Insec didn't grab the second Brutalizer on his Rengar pickup, or at least the Hex Drinker coming in. Went extremely tanky straight away, and a little bit disappointed in that. Look towards Kakao to continue the performance of the Assassin Rengars coming through. But so we've seen that Insec, he's willing to change up his game as well. We've seen that as far as jungle goes, probably one of the most versatile in the world, was willing to pull out Fiddlesticks and Pantheon.
Yeah, first Fizz player as well.
Yeah, Fizz coming through. So, he pulled out Kha'Zix as well throughout the season.
Yeah, so let's not mention that one.
But he's got a deep champion pool. It didn't go so well, but he's willing to mix it up.
Yeah,
and
well,
I think that that does give them a wild card in the jungle. Not many teams can brag the fact that their jungler can play nearly anything with a pretty high level of success.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And he's also, there's no fear in this as well. A lot of these teams sort of get to the point where they're picking the top 3 junglers and that's all they're doing. But Insec, he's more than happy to throw these curveballs, mix it up like you're mentioning. And I want to see the Fiddlesticks back. Do you think that's going to work in like a late game team fight comp? I'd be excited.
Well, yeah, Fiddlesticks very good in the late game because CC is very good on a single target. He gives you a turret diving option, a legitimate turret diving threat in an AoE sense. And actually has fairly good anti-dive as well. You can't dive a team if they have a Fiddlesticks, if the Fiddlesticks is off screen. So he played that in the World Championships and actually played it extremely well. We haven't seen much Fiddlesticks. I think it was maybe
Sync Dream played it.
Sync Dream that played it support. I was trying to reach back there that I remember that maybe Sync Dream's latest performances don't show that that's maybe a necessarily good pickup. But we have seen that Fiddlesticks is still something that teams will look at. But yeah, I think still like the Rengar, the Rek'Sai, they're the 2 contested picks coming into this. And Rengar is still one of those curveball junglers. You don't see it all the time.
Yeah, do you think that it might get banned out here? Because of course, now that we're on 5.4, there are a few extra slots on that ban list. No Azir to be banned away, no Kassadin here as well.
Viger.
Does that mean that, no Viger as well? Which, man, that little guy spent a lot of time on the bench. But yeah, so there are a few more open slots. Does that mean that we are going to see the likes of this? As we have a look at the wait time graph, of course, getting a little bit higher over the Starhorn Royal Club side because, of course, Zero hasn't yet made it to the lobby.
Yeah, no, you can see the peak up there. Zero still taking a wander around the stadium, I think, saying hello to some fans.
Yeah, 100% Zero not here. Rating there on the bottom side for Starhorn Royal Club. Not very well done, but you can see still peaking up the top there. Not too bad because, of course, Godlike, he's made it there and he's very consistent in that top lane.
Yeah, he certainly is. I think that getting back to the fact that Rengar could be a potential ban here, I would be surprised. I think that Starhorn Royal Club particularly will look to get rid of the niche champions. I'm not expecting Victor or Cho'Gath to get through pick ban first.
Wow, okay.
Just to, I guess, create some normal mid lane matchups.
Wouldn't Con sort of be okay with playing that Ahri into the Victor?
Yeah, it certainly can look for the Ahri into the Victor, but the problem with Victor, and this is always a problem with these burst mages, is that you can keep them down and then they get one good combo off in a team fight and wreck everything. And we've already discussed the fact that Starhorn, they want to play late, they don't want to really play pick, they want to play team fight compositions. So the fact that you would have to swing towards trying to pick that Victor fairly often and try and get him further and further behind will mean that maybe not the preferred matchup they want to go against. So I think that Victor at this time is probably one of the best team fighting mid laners that you can throw in there. And it just provides a lot with that gravity field. So much poke damage that comes out of the laser. It's got a very long range, deceptively so. And then all the burst that comes through from that Chaos Storm is just a nightmare to deal with. Yeah,
and it's consistent damage as well. Breaks channels. It's a little bit silly, but if you have any other CC on your team as well, I mean, Victor is just absolutely fantastic. I'm definitely on the hype train, ladies and gentlemen. I am a fan of this Victor. But we are about to hop into Champion Select, and we'll see what does happen in this ban list because, man, if we see the likes of Cho'Gath and Victor getting banned away, it's going to be hilarious.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think on the other side of the map, we will see maybe Zero's champion pool get hit. Get rid of the Janna, get rid of the Thresh as we see Janna straight away gone.
You are some sort of prophet, Jake Spawn Tiberia. The Cho'Gath also gone here on the side of Royal Club. LeBlanc going to be answered here as well. Korn not going to be taking that one to the Rift, and it looks like we're having a fairly mid-aimed banning phase going through for both sides after that Janna has hit the bench.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Thresh actually
well.
being banned away from Lamb, so they don't want that to be the first pick that comes through. Thresh, of course, very ambiguous, doesn't give much away about a team comp, can play pick, can play team fight, so do like that one being taken away, although anytime you see Thresh being banned by Starhorn Royal Club, you do feel a little bit sad for Zero.
Yeah, well, it's true, and they're banning it away from themselves, and that just makes it even more sad for Zero. You can imagine he's probably sitting there pretty mad at Godlike at this stage, but Zero showed that he's more than happy to pick up Disengage. Do you think that this means Starhorn pretty keen on picking up that Nami? And what do you think if Lamb goes back to the likes of his Leona?
Yeah, certainly can go towards the Nami. Leona is a very good matchup against Nami, of course, in the lane, but we've seen that they've been dodging that further and further. And actually, Rek'Sai gets thrown out there, so the Victor is available. The Ahri matchup is the potential, but in the top lane, maybe the maybe the Rengar still standing out there, and it looks like they are going to lock in Rengar.
Lots of priority on that Rengar pick. Wanting to pick it away from Insec, wanting to pick it up here for MLXG as well, who's played his last 3 games on that champion. Sort of just doesn't want to have to think about playing anything else, just more than happy to stay in that kitty mindset and just pounce on some people. Godlike and Insec now. We'll see what they decide to take because, of course, Maokai is still available. There are so many top lane picks, you know, apart from the Lysandra and Cho'Gath top, which not where it's aimed, of course. That's aimed at Assassin and Insec and Godlike both going to pick up the supports we were talking about.
Yeah, so they're going towards the Hecker and pick up potentially, and actually they go for a heavy engage composition here.
Wow.
Zero going with Leona, and this is a much more mid-game focused team than we would have maybe expected to come out of Starhorn Royal Club.
No, but you can see Insec, he's actually got Ignite now as well, so he might be playing in that bottom lane.
He's just swapped over to Smart, so we don't even have to entertain that thought. As we see Assassin hovering the Ahri here. Want to take that one away from Korn, of course, still extremely strong. And
ooh, this could be dangerous, picking up a late game scaling AD carry against Name.
Yeah, and scrap that, taking Kalista into Leona is suicide, just absolutely devastating in a 2v2 laning phase, and there's just too much lockdown CC that comes through, but they've done it.
They're doing it. They're not scared at all. And not to mention the fact that there's a Hecarim there. And I mean, yeah, you can use a Martial Poise to jump around, but you can't jump like the entire screen, which is what his ultimate can do. It's just ridiculous. So we'll see whether Lucian can have sort of that god game on Kalista. And we were mentioning Lucian there before. Name's thinking about it.
They certainly are. And Korn back to Orianna. This would be a throwback. This is how Starhorn Royal Club used to play when they had Uzi on the lineup. Ooh, the Corki's still a very strong lane bully coming through, so might be looking for it, but...
oh, he's gone back to it. I wasn't actually expecting that one to come through, and it is going to be Godlike locking in that tree for the top lane, and that's Insec on the Hecarim.
So very mixed support came through from the Hecarim jungle. He had the first game and it was a nightmare, and we thought he maybe would have pocketed it, but Insec very stubborn. Got back in there, and it really did perform much better the second time around. And he went off. He got a triple kill on the bottom lane, I believe, with a nicely timed teleport, and going to go back to that one again.
Oh my goodness. And it looks like we're going to have King maybe doing some sort of Juggalista comp, potentially coming through. A bit of shielding coming down there. Of course, it is a little bit of a stretch to call it one of those, but we've been seeing variations on this sort of get behind the hyper carry, but this is Wushin taking on the king of hypercarries. And I mean, yeah, he might be on Corki, but it doesn't matter. I mean, we've seen Corkis go off in the late game by the likes of Candy. Of course, lots of Corki players here in China. Yeah,
we certainly have. This is a lot of magic damage, however, on the side of Starhorn's lineup. And you see that they've got the Black Shield. They've got the Ludoloo to make everyone a little bit more tanky, so it will be hard to shred through them late game, but it is actually the Orianna that's picked up, so you have some very good ball delivery systems coming through here. You've got the likes of the Maokai, you've got the Hecarim, even Zero is a fantastic target to be able to throw something on, and Korn, he's gone back to his old school champion. We played a lot of Orianna, and against the likes of Ahri, does do fairly well in the lane.
Okay.
Orianna's just fantastic at dealing with any assassins, really, and
I was going to say that it was a skill matchup.
I'm not on the skill matchup hype train for Ahri. I think there are some lanes that Ahri straight out losers.
Really? Like Annie? Is Annie one of them?
Annie, old school Fizz, used to straight up beat Ahri.
Yeah, that's probably true. Old school Fizz was pretty dumb, though, let's be honest. Sky taking on Godlike here, though, in the top lane. And It's a little bit of a mana pickup here. Picking that Lulu into Godlike was, of course, one of his most favored champions when he was playing for LMQ.
Yeah, it certainly was. Maokai actually does fairly well against Lulu in the early game as well. Shrub's a lot better, and we see the mid-game matchup. That's what we were talking about, the Ahri versus Orianna. Korn has seen probably every variant of the Orianna matchup, so not expecting it to be too much. And Wushin versus Name with the Kalista versus Corki.
And we would have expected that to be going in the opposite direction here as far as the scaling goes, but it's going to be Name on a little bit more of a mid-game flavor, and Zero picking up the Leona here as well, and that is just a terrifying lane if they were ever going to attempt a 2v2.
Yeah, it's one of the better bully lanes.
It certainly is, but ladies and gentlemen, let's get onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with King taking on Starhorn Royal Club for our first best of 2 of the night. And we'll see whether Name is going to rocket onto the Rift with this Corki now. It's sort of not the same flavor as normal, but King already starting to group up.
Yeah, and they've thrown out their Sentinel there to try and spot out Insect, and they've got the deep vision. Insect gets one down as well, but it will be taken away. So good reaction times there. Very good at hitting their attack move, and they will get the deep wards they're looking for.
Yeah, and no vision to be available here for Royal Club, but they know that there are at least 4 members there as this Rengar was able to spot them out. You can see Godlike already answering with some early vision. You can see, actually in the bottom lane as well. Name and Zero hanging out.
Yeah, so the reason behind that is Corki Leona is a much stronger lane.
Oh, yeah.
Than the Kalista as well as the Morgana. So they're looking to see if maybe they can dodge the 1v1. Lulu does fine, especially if you give her a support. She actually lanes pretty well, has a lot of CC. The shields help out. So I don't think they want to go head-to-head into this lane, although, as we said, Name maybe historically has struggled in some lanes. Does have the definite better lane right now.
Yeah, and one thing that we sort of haven't really spoken about is the fact that the Lulu was opted in for, I think, after the Corki was picked up. And sort of Corki, not very many tank busting abilities, and they decided to put a Lulu there in the top lane. What do you think the thinking is there?
Yeah, so certainly going in with the idea of being able to augment, it's more of a supportive pick, and you make someone else a tank, and there are some people that can dive into the lineup. I'm looking at the likes of MLXG. Even the Ahri, when she goes forward, can provide someone to be a little bit more tanky, so don't really necessarily mind it. And they actually have gone standard in a 2v2 lane, trying to get some harass down onto Zero early.
Yeah, and actually the Soulmark doing quite a bit of work there under Zero. Already chunked out a fair bit from Wushin and Lamb just auto-attacking. Of course, that percent health damage very, very strong. Phosphorus Storm not going to find its mark as the Sentinel's just sort of parading around over the top side and just farming it out here. But this lane could get explosive very quickly, and we haven't hit level 2 yet. And we've seen the power of Kalista as soon as she hits level 2, but Corki's, of course, no slouch either. Yeah,
it certainly is. And they do much better when they have all 3 skills, although as soon as you see level 2 come through, the zone comes up because they did get it first. But both Leona as well as Corki, when they have all of their abilities, when they have that level 3 rank, are just such a terror to have to deal with in lane. Leona's so inherently tanky, so much CC that comes out, and they swap targets and burst Black Shield, more importantly. It makes Leona a little bit less, Morgana a little bit less effective.
Yeah, and it's going to be all up to Lamb to really time that one as best as possible, like as soon as the Zenith Blade lands in order to dodge that Shield of Daybreak, because if there's a stray Phosphorus Bomb that lands, that Black Shield's going to do nothing.
Yeah, exactly right. So what they will do, they'll look to swap targets, they'll look to maybe burst through it with all the magic damage that can come through, and you see in this bottom lane, it's just a farm fest with Corki pushing in very heavily.
And he's going to be able to do this against Kalista, of course, before she manages to build up any sort of AoE, which is going to be in the likes of a Hurricane if he decides to go for it. But we've seen Kalista's sort of opt for a whole lot of different things in this build, and sort of Phantom Dancer, Bloodthirster, and Blade of the Ruin Kings happened. I mean, doesn't necessarily have to be that AoE build.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. And you see Name actually taking a lot of damage right now in the lane. So he hasn't used his potion yet, but does have to back away. Can't continue that pressure. Lane is reversing, which may give Zero his opening to engage if he so chooses.
Well, this is what I really like about Kalista lanes that have a range support in them, though, because you can really make use of that Sentinel passive, really getting that extra % health damage. And that starts to stack up.
Yeah, it certainly does start to stack up, but the danger here is that they've just got that much burst potential. As junglers finish their first jungle route at about 4 minutes 25, now looking for some ganks. It does start to stack up, but the danger is the fact that Cork Leona just do so much burst damage that they turn trades very quickly if they get an opening.
Yeah, so it sort of doesn't even really matter about poke. They're just going to go in, and then you're going to die. Insect looking for something in the top lane, whereas in the bottom lane, MLXG sort of hunting around here. You can see the horse has actually gone in.
Potentially in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, actually jumping through. Oh, the Dark Binding lands there. Stuff flashes to come down. Immediately exhausted is Name, but Zero's taking so much damage. The Rend hasn't come through just yet. Wushin needs to be able to press E, but doesn't quite find it. Insect teleported in just to save his bottom lane. But King almost managing that first hero kill in the bottom lane.
Zero played that play so good. He actually flashed in front of the empowered bowler to save Name's life there with a very heads-up play. Still had his W on. So that was all on Zero. Absolutely turned that gank. Otherwise, it would have been a definite first blood. Very, very smart play coming through from the Korean support.
Yeah, we were talking about Zero being an incredible peeling support. That's sort of like he flashed on top of him in order to peel off the CC that was on Name. So that's how you exactly know what that term means, ladies and gentlemen. I've learned something here today. Sky now going to just be continuing to farm in the top side. Didn't actually need to do anything as far as that gank was concerned, so nothing really lost or gained, but King managed to hang around in this bottom lane and pick up some extra farm.
Yeah, so they've grabbed themselves a 10 CS advantage against maybe a very strong lane opponent. So that is definitely in favor of King at the moment. Starhorn would have thought that they could win this. And MLXG, he's been a lot more active at this moment. Insect did have to react to the last gank with his teleport, and he's up in the top lane now looking to maybe dive Godlike.
Yeah, and Godlike already taken a whole lot of harass, and actually level 6 has been hit here by Sky. Assassin's coming up as well. This could be a very dead tree. He's been corralled under the tower here as well. The ultimate isn't going to be enough. MLXG, Sky actually going to be the one taking up the turret. Doesn't find the last auto attack from it, and the tree's going to die for first blood.
Yeah, and that was a very well-timed gank. Rengar showing himself out of that brush forced Godlike back under the turret, even though Assassin wasn't there exactly in the right amount of time, and the kill goes over to the mid lane. So even though Korn doing a very nice job of trading CS here, will be a kill down now and needs to be careful of all the burst potential that will come out of Ahri.
And you can see actually Wushin decided to go with that recurve bow as his first buy in response to the pieces of a phage here from Name, so wants to get that Hurricane very early to answer the push.
Yeah, don't really necessarily agree with that one. Think he needs a little bit of sustain because he will be chunked out in this lane. And of course, Vamp Scepter is just such a good item to sit on. If you are a Kalista, you want to be auto-attacking that wave to push it up. So maybe a little bit of a greedy purchase coming through here. Not really itemizing for the lane, but itemizing for the pushing power. And see if they can make them pay in the bottom lane for Starhorn Royal Club.
Is it almost like they're conceding it a little bit? Sort of like just saying, okay, we're going to sit back as much as possible, although they're playing very far forward at this stage.
Yeah, they certainly are, and as soon as that level 6 comes through, I think there is a very big danger of this lane deteriorating rapidly. We see that they're still able to fight their way back into the CS margin, even though they were sent back by the bottom lane. So very nicely done there to be able to equalize CS, and Zero doing a great job of zoning off creeps with just his presence on Leona.
Yeah, and he's very tanky here as well. Does have that ruby crystal on top of everything else, and you can see just looking strong. Just looking tough there, hanging out so that Wushin can't get too much of the CS freely. But Name, of course, the laning phase is not really where he cares about. He wants to be just in the right positions in these team fights in the late game. We haven't really seen exactly how he's going to be playing it out on this Corki just yet, just because this isn't his time to shine on the map.
No, it certainly isn't, and we see actually Korn starting to pick up some jungle camps for himself, so he's gone into power farming mode on this Orianna, and he's built himself up a very good CS advantage in that mid lane off the back of the roam. Wasn't able to follow because he was shopping. And he has also elected for a Chalice build, so see if he goes to the second Doran's Ring to get the mana sustain going on throughout the laning phase, and scaling up nicely into kind of Orianna needs those 3 items to be the damage threat, but just is so annoying with the persistent presence of her shields, with the speed ups that and the zoning presence of that shockwave that allows her to, even without such a high burst damage mage like the Ahri will be in the mid game, will still be very, very competitive.
Yeah, that being said, we've seen sort of these Orianas not reach the point that they need to at the right times here as well. Sort of needs to have that Rabadon's Death Cap after the Athenes to be effective, to have his abilities do any damage, as MLXG pays a little visit into this bottom side, but doesn't quite find anything there.
Yeah, that was the Rengar ultimate actually used, and we see mid lane continuing to shove in, but Korn doesn't really mind, and I think that what you're saying is correct. They need to have the Rabadon's Athenes to be able to do damage to the Squishy. They really need the Void Staff after that to do meaningful damage in team fights. But it's all about the shield. It's all about keeping Name safe. The control that the Shockwave will bring to the team fight and being able to catch Wushin out there, add some burst damage to be able to chunk him out along with the Hecarim and Maokai pickups. So I think that facilitated in the team fight as a very nice Phosphorus Bomb comes through, cleans up the back wave as well as doing a lot of damage to Wushin. And I think that they have put together some winning ingredients at about the 30-minute mark, which is where they need to make it count.
Okay, so the important part is making sure, as Sky actually getting aggressed on here by Godlike, doing a whole lot of damage to this little Lulu.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we didn't see that sooner from Godlike. He's actually getting shoved around in this lane, and normally Maokai, as we said, does relatively well against the likes of the Lulu pickup. Is, of course, ranged for Lulu, but you can just sit there, W onto her, and do a lot of surprising damage early game as we see Insect snuck into this bottom line, might be going in.
Oh, the Solar Flare lands beautifully onto Wushin. Back shield a little bit too late, and Insect going to pick up that kill. Lamb also in trouble. The flash from Name. Soul Shackles not going to find the stun, and Name just casually strolls out of the way of that turret.
Yeah, and perfect kill distribution as well. One onto Insect, rewarding him with his gank, and the AD carry also able to pick that one up. They'll rotate into an early Dragon as well now, and that's very good news. Starting to pick on this Kalista lane. We said it would go a little bit differently once the level 6 came through, and that was just beautiful execution.
Yeah, just fantastic Solar Flare as Assassin. He's dived into the pit here as well. Zero's burning down from that Ignite. Assassin is going to escape, and still going to be losing the Dragon here as well, but nice attempt.
Yeah, it does have to burn the Summoner spell, though. Did get Zero's flash in response, but that was just Korn providing a good command protect to keep him alive, and that will mean first objective, meaningful objective of the game goes over to Starhorn Royal Club, and they have an early advantage.
Ooh, and actually, it's not going to be the rush of the Hurricane here as well. Woosh decides to pick up the BF sword.
Yeah, so Woosh going with the BF sword there, making sure that he has competitive damage in these trades, because the thing about Corki and why it doesn't suit to go the Hurricane build is Corki only wants to get the Phosphorus Bomb auto attack off, and then will leave. As wow, heads up play. No ward whatsoever there, and completely had the read on what MLXG was trying to do with that Rengar ultimate.
Yeah, just cleared out the way. Of course, had no mana left, did Korn, but
didn't stick around for the cannon creep. Didn't get over
whoa,
greedy.
was it the cannon creep?
Yep.
Oh gosh, I normally notice every cannon creep, so I think they're the most important things on the map, but not this time. Thankfully, Korn gave that one up.
They are going to hard push in response, however. So, yeah, back to the Hurricane build. You need to be able to trade with just an auto attack as well as the Ren coming through. And, of course, Ren does stack up very nicely with AD. So that's the reason behind going the BF sword, is apart from the whole Hurricane. We'll still manage to pick up the Bloodthirster Hurricane combo as the first two meaningful items. But just a different ordering, because it's not going to be this consistent, long, drawn-out fight.
Oh, Zero actually going to get caught out here just a little bit. Beautiful Solar Flare onto Wushin, though, just for a bit of disengage, and Name going to throw a rocket in there as well.
But that's exactly what we were talking about. You saw the Black Shield come through. Sunlight plus one rocket bursts the Black Shield. So there is no way to stop the CC that will come through from Zero. They will always be able to get off the full combo just because of the mixed damage that comes through from Corki.
Yeah, until Lamb builds up about 400 AP, right? Make sure that shield's as large as possible. Okay, that's probably not going to happen. So we'll see how this one's going to work out and what the use of this Black Shield's going to be, because Lamb's going to have to be very intelligent. Of course, it didn't last very long at all after that Solar Flare went down in the bottom lane in order to start those first couple of kills here for the bottom lane of Royal Club. And so far, they're just playing it out beautifully. Yeah,
they certainly are, and they've got a little bit of damage onto that bottom turret as well. Nice big wave here, so they'll be able to continue their assault there. Lamb trying to look menacing, and Name actually playing very patiently, backing away from that one. Top lane is the danger area for Royal Club right now. Haven't done a fantastic job of getting Godlike going. He's 20 CS behind and did lose his turret 1v1 relatively early after that dive came through. So he's struggling at the moment. Has gone the roller build as well, so wants to... I can see exactly why they've done it, because they're a late game team, and they are just going to continue to scale, and will have another meaningful threat in the top lane off the back of that roller. But is a little bit of a greedy buy because you don't get the early resistances that we're used to seeing through, and will hurt him around the second and third dragon fights.
Yeah, and it also means that right now that Sky has already shoved him all the way to his inner turret, it's not going to help him at all at this moment. I mean, that rower is not stacked up at all. It's like at, what, 1 or 2 at this stage? And Thrill of the Hunt, though, has been popped here on this bottom side. MLXG wants to try and run in front. There's the flash into the empowered bowler as well. Beautiful dark binding. And it all looks too easy here for King.
Yeah, it certainly does, and they actually caught a charm in the mid lane as well as Korn. He actually pinged Assassin out. They knew the roam was coming through, so surprised they didn't understand the fact that MLXG was in that bottom lane. We'll pick up a kill against Name, and that gets the CS back in Woosh's favor.
Yeah, and in fact, 2 teleports were available here as well for Royal Club.
He was dead before it even
Yeah, well, that's the
off.
thing. So quick.
But now they could use him potentially. Zero being dove has his full kit up.
Yeah, that's actually the Zenith Blade to come through here as well. MLXG, had the Black Shield on him as well, but Dark Binding lands. Zero's going to die, but Wushin now just getting torn apart. Flashes out of the way. The wild growth is beautiful from Sky. There it is. Liam picks up the kill with the puddle. Korn, what happened, buddy? He jumped over the edge and just died instantly. Tower's going to fall down here as well, and King, this is the mid-game power they were looking for.
Yeah, they force very hard and get everything they were looking for. Another outer turret, 3,000 gold, now the advantage. But more importantly, 3 errant kills came through off the back of that. Name died, but they could have just forfeited the turret. Instead, try and make a heads-up play, get caught out, and lose another 3 members. Now 5-2, and everyone's rolling on the side of King. Off the back of that, the Hurricane's built up, nearly the Bloodthirster. 40% CDR on that top Lulu now. She's going to be so frustrating to deal with. And 0-0-4, MLXG having a very promising early game.
Yeah, well, this is the thing that we talk about as well. Just a fantastic snowball jungler in this Rengar. Already has the Mercury's Treads, a Giant's Belt as well, with his Warrior Enchanted jungle item. He's having a fantastic early stage of this game, and he's having so much more presence against a jungler that's got teleport.
Yeah, very surprised he went with the Giant's Belt pickup, if we can just rest on that one very quickly. He's against a Maokai, against an Orianna, and the mixed damage coming out of a Corki. Locket of the Iron Solari just looks like a much better early rush out of Rengar, and I know I touch on it a lot, but it just synergizes so well with the Bone Tooth Necklace. Get into the team fight, pop that. If you win the team fight, your necklace is already stacked because of all the assists that you get just from that item.
It's a little bit like just being Sivir in general. Just brilliant for getting assists everywhere. Just pop that ultimate, yell a little bit, and then everyone says, oh, okay, cool, you can have part of my money.
Sword of the Occult Sivir.
Yeah, that's what's happening, my friend. Well, let's duo later, shall we?
And we see Name now picking up the CS in the bottom lane. 10 seconds until the Dragon is available, so they're looking to pick up the Scuttle Crab in that area, try and get some vision control. MLXG, as you can see, on the other side of the map, so if they go very quickly, we'll have a chance to burst this one down, but looks like they might want to fight instead. A push coming through into the mid lane, and Starhorn don't want to give up position on their turret.
Yeah, King not actually caring about this Dragon at all by the looks of things, sort of aiming around this mid lane, but now have grouped. Thrill of the Hunt is available yet again, as is the Wild Growth. That is very, very important. They can also throw Morgana right into the mix with that Fate's Call if they'd like to. Royal Club have started up the Dragon.
They burst through this extremely quickly. King have made the call to maybe not contest. No, they're coming back in.
Yeah, Lamb really wants to start something up. There's the puddle here as well, but it is going to be Insect that secures the Dragon. Royal Club will see whether they can get out. Empowered Bowler on Insect here as well. Wushin going to get stunned once again, but not collapsed on as the Fate's Call comes down. Godlike trying to be that tank in the front line. They don't actually pick up any kills. Oh, the Shockwave onto 3 members. There's the Wombo combo from Royal Club, and King are melting in the face of it. Assassin forced to flash, and that's a 1 for 4.
And Godlike dove onto 2 members with the ball on him, and Korn was patient enough to hold off, got the perfect 3-man Shockwave on the back of that, and really decided the outcome of that team fight. Second Dragon going over to Royal Club. They'll pick off a turret on the back of that as well. All of a sudden, gold completely even, and for a late game composition at 20 minutes to be back at square one, that's fantastic news.
Yeah, that is just completely beautiful. I want to mention as well, Insect played that so patiently. He waited until that Shockwave came through before using that Onslaught of Shadows. And we've seen Insect sort of go overly aggressive time and time again, but it hasn't been how he's been playing this weekend.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't. He waited for the re-engage because he was the one that got chunked out, and that's the best thing about running a very tanky top and a very tanky jungle. If you are the one that loses all of your health, you can rely on Godlike, and he did. Godlike went in there with his ultimate, mitigated so much damage, was just in the Kallista's face, and at this point, Kallista not going to be able to deal with the big tanky Maokai.
Yeah, it's true. Name actually doesn't want to get empowered bowled anymore. He's actually going to pick up the Mercury Treads as Assassin. Nice use of the Black Shield here as well. Liam going to take the ultimate, but we should easily be able to secure that kill. Assassin gets just an errant turret on his way through, and nothing Royal Club can do. So the picks are coming through quite nicely here for King, but Royal Club managing to sort of make it count in these team fights. Yeah,
that was just a straight-up misplay coming through from Zero. He thought his team was a little bit further in support, actually engaged that one to try and save the turret. In the end, too much burst damage coming through. You can't underestimate the power of this two-item Arian. Was made to pay.
Yeah, it does now have a Blasting Wand as well as Assassin, so might be going towards that Rabbiden's Death Cap or even that Void Staff as his third item. Sort of an understandable pickup here just because of all of the Mercury's Threads, Spectres, Cows, everything coming through now as far as that magic resist is concerned.
And Operation Camp Name definitely underway. 3 members once again returning into this bottom lane, looking to help Wushin push up, and there's the ultimate again.
Yeah, oh, there's the flash again as well as the empowered bowler comes through. Zero does manage to get a shield of Daybreak. He's trying to peel, but Wushin gets the Ren. Zero now slowed down as well as MLXG going to jump out here, but you can see the double teleports come down. Beautiful wild growth in the backline as Sky's here as well. Wushin, there's going to be the shockwave, and as Korn comes in, really starting to solidify this one. King on the run. It is a 1-for-1 trade of the AD carries. The Royal Club, they stop themselves from losing even more.
And once again, the triple teleport coming through. Insect Godlike pull the trigger first, and really need to point out the Hecarim Orianna combo here. Insect is just throwing himself at Woosh on this Kalista, and every single time Korn has the shockwave available to ensure that Hecarim, even though a jungler, has the damage available to just be able to delete the Kalista off the map.
The ridiculous part of that is, though, is that if it's a Zenith Blade landing from Zero, that's exactly the same story. He can just change his ball target, and Twisted Advance on Godlike, it's the same type tool. They've got so many options to get the ball exactly where they want to.
Yeah, they certainly do, and you can see it in the scoreline. 3 of the 8 deaths on King's lineup is Woosh. And now Godlike, he's been pincered out here. His over-aggression might even cost him a couple more kills.
Yeah, potentially. Lamb trying to come up here. Does, of course, have those mobility boots. Looking for Insect. There's the Dark Binding. The immediate ultimate out from Assassin here as well, as Insect just gets launched on here from MLXG, and King continue the picks. And it's sort of so beautiful seeing both of these comps actually working in what they want to do.
Yeah, and MLXG popping the ultimate here, looking for another one.
Yeah, actually launching onto Godlike. He's already out of mana. Nice Twisted Advance to get out of the way of all of the skill shots. Orbit Deception flashed out of the way of as well for that last tick, and Godlike is going to survive, but they might have enough pressure now to take down his inner turret.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get there, although you can't underestimate the wave clear coming out of mid-game, Corky. Able to clean that one up. And I just want to go back to the Insect kill, because that was completely avoidable. All Insect had to do was walk on the other side of his minions. He had the minions coming through, wouldn't have been able to get hit by that Dark Binding that was streaming through. So good play from Liam to nail that one. But if you know you were being chased and there are minions coming down your lane, walk on the wall side. Get away from the brushes. Let the minions tank the skill shots, and then you can use all of your escape abilities once you pass the minion wave to make the last little push to your turret. Just not a great play coming out of Insect.
I don't know. Protect the little minions. I mean, they're not that strong. Just, you know, you're a big horse.
Depends what your priorities are.
Yeah, that's true. But Insect, he does like to save the little guys, as he kills one of the little guys on the map. So maybe that's not true.
Trust me, Gromp is not little. That guy slaps. Gromp, public enemy #1 for any jungler out there.
I just don't think that you like NPCs, Swan. I think that's what it is. NPC hater. Although, bottom lane now, Wushin does find himself some free farm here. Is 9CS in the lead? Does have an extra couple of kills here as well over Name. In fact, an extra death at the same time, so definitely has been involved in a lot of just general stuff. But Name, of course, wants to make it to that late stage of the game. Almost has that Blade of the Ruined King
Going
completed.
for the luxury build, going for the Triforce into the Blade of the Ruined King. Nearly has that one fitted up. Just the combined cost, and now 15 seconds. Good push in the top lane coming through, and MLXG looking for another engage.
Yeah, pops that ultimate, of course. Already has quite a lot of CDR. That Warmog's completed here as well. Oh, the ultimate is going to run out there as the Empower Bowler comes through, but
That's important. That's a very key cooldown. No one going to be able to get onto Name here, and they might be able to dictate the pace of this fight, recognizing that, starting up the Dragon straight away.
yeah, they even have the Rift Scuttler here as well, as Royal Club taking a bit of damage from this Dragon, but it is going down incredibly quickly. King, they need to try and come in on this one. Of course, they really want to pick up their first. It is going to be Insect that takes it down, and MLXG going to get to his defense. That is a single-man shockwave onto the very tanky MLXG, and King might have an opportunity to re-engage, but Royal Club say, nope, we don't want to fight this.
Yeah, single man shockwave onto a Warmog's Rengar. You're never going to be able to take him out just because they burnt that ultimate, not going to be able to defend the mid turret. So that one will fall down relatively quickly. Trading of objectives there. Insect might look to go in for the fight. No, decides to not pull the trigger, and I think they need to save that cooldown to make sure they can deal with Whoosh on this Callista.
Yeah, and Royal Club, I mean, it's a nice pickup of that second Dragon. Third Dragon, sorry. So actually getting some movement speed here as well. It's a little bit more important as far as that Dragon is concerned, and King wanted to pick up there first, but they're continuing to get more map pressure.
Yeah, they certainly are getting more map pressure, but opening up the map against someone that wants to farm like Name isn't even necessarily that good of a thing unless you can get a huge gold advantage. 3,000, 25 minutes in, nothing to scoff at, so King definitely playing this mid game extremely well, but bleeding objectives like that against a late game team, Atlas, 12 minutes from now, there is a real threat of 5 Dragons coming through for a team fighting Starhorn Royal Club. They need to be able to get the next one.
Yeah, so they're going to hit their power spikes and get a 5th Dragon at the same time. That is pretty terrifying if you're a King member, but this top lane outer turret, that one's going to be the focus. King sort of dropping the ball on that one, just letting that one fall down. The last outer turret in the ring does fall for Royal Club, so a little bit more global gold now for these guys.
And the reason I like the Hecarim pickup here with the teleport is for exactly what Insect is doing right now. He's a second split pushing option, can go deal with waves, and has that teleport available. Very tanky at the moment, has picked up that MR in the Spirit Visage coming through. Helps out with his W, of course, as well, so gives him a little bit more. As Baron gets very mad at Lamb and nearly kills him.
Yeah, that was very scary. Oh, Sky coming through the protection play there as well with the Whimsy shield, but doesn't actually grab it in time, and it's just going to create some pretty colors around here. Zero actually getting caught out here maybe a little bit from MLXG. Does get Polymorphed at the same time. So much lockdown CC on a single target from King, and they do get the pick they're looking for.
Yeah, and just no wards to teleport to. That was very good denial of vision. I thought that going on to Zero was a little bit ambitious, but he's gone for a very squishy build for his Leona. Actually picking up that Mikhail's Crucible, trying to keep Name a little bit safer, and that meant that he wasn't tanky enough to survive all the damage. Fantastic layering of CC coming through, though, from King.
Yeah, really beautiful. Sky looking so comfortable.
Teleport in the mid lane.
Lulu. Actually, teleport coming through from Insect here as well. Doesn't have the home guards as Assassin just flashes out of the way of the onslaught of shadows, throws his Orb of Deception in the wrong direction, and runs away.
Yeah, but that is a very key pickup, being able to grab the flash, although ultimate, of course, on Ahri still is very useful. Means that she just has to play a little bit more careful, harder to dodge out of those shockwaves. So up to Whoosh as well as Assassin to be able to split in these team fights, not get caught on top of each other.
Yeah, that's true. That is going to be the teleport on cooldown here, though, for Insect. So none of these double teleports going to be coming down for the next 5 minutes or so.
They're just looking to group at the moment. They're farming, channeling a lot of the farm onto Name. He's been able to grab that Blade of the Ruined King. So he's 2 items in. Because of the mixed damage, that last Whisper that has been completed by Whoosh won't really mean that much to Name. Of course, it's a fantastic item to have, but doesn't really need it on Corki. And see what he goes through with his 3rd item. Does he go the Bloodthirst to get the double Vamp coming through just to keep him extremely safe in these team fights? Because you feel if the Ahri doesn't catch him, not much burst potential to really lock him down and get rid of him. So if he does go with that double lifesteal, has a good chance of surviving with that shield.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that he doesn't really mind missing out on that Infinity Edge just because he doesn't naturally build that much crit.
Yeah, so unless he does go for a little bit more crit, of course, there's some on the Trinity Force, so it's not a horrible item. Yeah.
Ooh, Thriller Hunt has been popped here, though. MLXG looking to find someone in the jungle. It may actually run out here as Royal Club just seem to know where MLXG is this game.
Yeah, and you saw maybe a little bit of the protect the Callista composition came out. The black shield as well as the Whimsy in the shield came through from the Lulu, and that was a very tanky Callista at this point in the game.
Yeah. He's looking like King setting up something for a potential Baron. They do have that pink ward there. Royal Club with no vision around that area at all. Sort of a difficulty of being the always sneak some wards over the back of that Baron pit. And Wushin, I think he may have just misclicked the ward in the back of the pit. Yep.
Is able to clear it out the second time around though, and we see if we take another look at the items, it will be the last Whisper that comes through for Name next. Has finished up that pickaxe. We see that the 3 items already done for Woosh, so maybe he's a little bit further ahead. On the other side of the rift, Assassin 303, haven't really touched on, but he's having a stellar game at the moment, 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, he just finished that Rabbidan's death cap as well, so a big spike in power.
Yeah, definitely, but is still squishy. Doesn't have the Zonya's Hourglass that we normally do see around this point in the game, and still not the Void Star finished up by Korn, so won't be the big damage threat he hopes to be, providing a lot of utility, but still not really going to be as effective at this point, and we're going in.
Yeah, they're launching themselves onto Korn here as well. He just gets immediately obliterated. MLXG now in the focus fire as Insect uses his ult a little bit defensively. At the same time, Assassin in through the backside. Name forced out of this fight here as well. The charm lands onto Zero as the Xenoblade comes through, and it's a double kill for Wushin. Insect dies at the same time. Beautiful play from King. And MLXG's Rengar is so good.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you have to question why it wasn't banned away. They see they're starting up the Baron, so Name doesn't even have time to go by. We'll have to just give this one up. They're going to look to trade the Dragon for it and try and grab number 4, but a Baron for Dragon 4, not really worth it.
No, although King probably wanted to get those extra 6% stats, especially now that they're padding them with this Baron here just a little bit. King have already moved over to this Dragon. It's not going down nearly as fast. Of course, Starhorn Royal Club only with a couple of members. There's the Ventral Maelstrom as well. Assassin does have the option of coming in here. Is he going to steal it? He is! Steals the first Dragon for King. Name, as far as the choose your own adventure, yes! It's going to be back very soon.
Yeah, and they grab a 7,000 gold advantage fight. Don't get it, and now tanky MLXG is by Wild Growth going to come through, be extremely effective, and Callista now with the 3 items, another 1,500 gold, picks up another Zeal, as well as a QSS Atlas.
My goodness.
Whoosh is terrifying.
Whoosh is going to be tearing people apart, and now that that QSS has come through, no more stray solar flares to lock him down. We've got a Mikhail's already finished for Layham as well. And this Callista comp with the Black Shields, with the Wild Growth, seems to be working out beautifully for King.
Yeah, it certainly is. Had a hard time in the laning phase. We saw the Insect gank really did turn that lane back around. But late game, Callista still just such a threat. And last team fight, Korn didn't get his ultimate off. That cannot happen if Starhorn Royal Club hope to win a fight. They really need all their members layering that CC, being able to take the Callista out, and now they just have to seed objectives.
Yep, sieging up this inner turret. And the thing that I absolutely love about this King sort of lineup and sort of how they've built this comp is that it's a pick comp built because, of course, you've got Dark Binding, Empowered Bowlers, you've got Charms coming through, so much pick potential, but then when they're in a team fight, they can just build up Whoosh and he can get gigantic and kill everyone. Yeah,
we're certainly seeing that. So it really is up to MLXG to get the fight going because no one can really take him out. Force everyone to collapse around MLXG, and then it is just build the Callista up, make sure that she's got the movement speed as well as all the blue is just so much more effective because you're going to have that help picks on top of you doing even more damage. And you see, once again, Rengar coming through with the ultimate looking for another team fight.
Yeah, looking to pick something off. Uses it a little bit like you would a Rek'Sai. So she's got a tremor sense. You can sense people coming, but of course you pop your ultimate every now and again, and MLXG is able to detect people coming as well.
Yeah, you can see everyone in the vicinity, and that means now a 10,000 gold lead for Royal Club. So we've seen them play from behind with Name.
Not
Did
this
it
far behind
very
so
successfully, but not this far behind, and not against a team that still looks like it's hitting its stride. Still no Zonya's Hourglass coming through. It's not a 6-item AD carry yet. They will peter out, as a lot of Lulu compositions do, but still in a very good spot.
Yeah, and I've just been so impressed by MLXG's play this game. I haven't been all that wowed by MLXG just recently, but the fact that he's stuck to his guns, he's continued playing this Rengar no matter what, and he's just looking so good this game.
Yeah, he certainly is. Important pickup for Instead coming through. He has finished up the Frozen Heart, so he's going to be able to deal a little bit more successfully with the Kalista in the back line, and they need to be able to stop the siege coming through. We mentioned the fact that they were on track for about a 40-minute 5th Dragon. That's been pushed out a little bit to about 45 minutes now. So they need to be careful, need to keep funneling farm onto Name, get him a little bit further ahead. He's about an item and a half behind at this moment and really can't do much in the team fights.
Yeah, and sort of going for a late game situation when you're a Corki against a Kalista just doesn't seem like a fun prospect at all anyway. But this is, of course, Name. We're not going to discount him just because his late game positioning just in general is fantastic. But positioning doesn't really matter if your whole team dies.
Yeah, and that's what's been happening. So we'll see if they can survive. Godlike also picking up the Frozen Heart. He's a little bit tanky in now. Needs to be able to... And I say this a lot about compositions playing against Rengar. If Rengar's the one picking the engages, you're going to lose 9 times out of 10. Because he provides all the information he needs, can get onto priority targets. They need Godlike coming up with the engage. They need to be looking for flanks with the Hecarim, getting the ball in there, and making sure Korn, who now has his 3 items, so is a legitimate damage threat, is dealing with Wushin. The team fights that they won, the picks that they got, were when the Shockwave was hitting the AD carry, and it's very hard to do now because of all the items that have come through, but that is the situation they need to be aiming for.
Oh my goodness, 1 minute to Dragon. You've got the Zhonya's Hourglass now completed. Sky has the Void Staff. You've got a Phantom Dancer now on top of everything that Woosh already had. Just has to finish off that Mercurial Scimitar, and he's got a 6-item Kalista. There's some huge item spikes being hit for King, and this next Dragon fight could be explosive and looking dangerous for Royal Club.
Yeah, it certainly is, and more importantly, all the level 16s coming through as well. Level 17 on the 2 solo laners, level 16 in for Wushin, so they all have their ultimates there ready to be used, whereas on the other side of the rift, you see level 15 on both Kohler as well, Korn as well as Godlike, so not going to be able to have that level 3 ultimate for reducing the damage, and they're looking to fight.
Yeah, actually, MLXG, he's flashed on top of Korn here as well as Assassin gets the charm in there. Zero off to the side, can't manage to find too much. Black Shield doing some work, helping MLXG. Assassin over the wall now as well as Name gets hit by that orb. But it is going to be King with the disengage. Sky actually blew his ultimate there in the top side as Insec almost died to the Lulu 1v1. There are a couple of teleports still available. Godlike can come back in here as well. Black Shield, Dark Binding, sorry, going to land onto him.
Insec's got the flank.
He does. He's coming in there. Just runs towards the Dragon. They really want to pick up their 4th. The MLXG jumps through, doesn't manage to get it, and he just gets collapsed on by Royal Club King. They might have to get the heck out of here as well as there's the Soul Shackles from Liam, but he's going to get punished for it. A double kill now for Name Wushin. He's launching himself around the fight. Might be a little bit too deep, but no, manages to get in there. That is a first pickup here as Sky is starting to rocket through this one. Clean up Lulu, the janitor himself, as Insec is forced to run away, and that was looking dangerous, but King, they come out ahead.
Yeah, they're able to pick up the team fight win on the probably best situation that Royal Club could have hoped for, but they got rid of the tank, they got rid of the support, no one able to get on these damage threats, and Sky has turned into a monster late game.
Oh, yeah.
Pumping out the damage as well as all the protection for Wushin. He's nearly 6 items in his own right, and all of them offensive.
This has been some of the most impressive top lane Lulu play that we've seen so far in the LPL. 3-1-10, he's 100 CS in the lead, and he just allowed Wushin to run over that fight and then cleaned everyone up afterwards. Insec, he's going to find a little bit of a bowler strike here as well, as he's going to get stunned a little bit during his ultimate, but of course
he's dead.
Onslaught of Shadows is going to help you out here. MLXG, not sure what... Oh, yep. Okay, the Mega Collapse is going to come through here. And Glitter lands to secure the kill, and Sky just dances along out of the way.
And that's when Baron's up, so maybe he should have just died with the rest of his team, because now another free Baron going to be looked to be picked up by the King lineup, and Name, needs to be careful. Nearly got picked there by the charm coming through, and they can't really contest.
Yeah, how are you supposed to? I mean, Wushin's just stabbing it with so many of these spears. They're going to be torn out for about 3,000 damage. You can see that was actually 1,000 that he decided to take that one on. No steal potential coming through. Second Baron now for King. And Royal Club, I mean, you've almost got all of their eggs in that 5th Dragon basket. They have locked down the 4th. And it might just be that that's what they need in order to get here. Of course, a couple of siege minions smashing. Oh, look at this Glitter Lance. That was so beautiful to watch. That was one of the best moments that we've had so far.
And you say you like protecting NPCs. The true form comes out towards the end game.
How do you know that Glitter Lance actually kills creeps? They might just
because
be
of the
taken
gold
to
that
another
appeared above his
beautiful
head.
place. No. That's the ticket. It's the ticket money. When you're Lulu, how can you be that sort of adorable champion and not be doing just great things to everyone? Turns people into little, like, munchkins. Come on, man. Okay. We do have a slight lull, though, ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for this Baron to kick in, of course.
All
Need to
three
get
waves
those minion
being
waves
pushed up
pushing.
simultaneously there, and we see they're trying to clear out as much vision as possible. Don't want to let Royal Club know where they are. Arm guard finished up now by Korn. Feel that Zonya's Hourglass might have even been needed before the death cap, because he's been picked a few times in the last couple of fights. And Godlike really not having the game that we expected out of him. 120 CS behind Sky, and has just been dictated to throughout the entirety of the game. Got dove, lost his turret early, and just not this huge tank that they need. Probably needs a Warmogs on there just for the immediate effect of all that health. And I don't know what a winning team fight at this point in the game looks like for Royal Club. There's just too many weapons on King's lineup.
Well, judging by the scoreline, it looks like a team fight that Liam isn't involved in. He's been involved in 17 out of the 19 kills now for King. Really incredible performance, especially considering a slightly extended laning phase where he was just in that bottom side. It's just had such an impact on this game. 8, 3, and 5 now for Whoosh here as well. And look at the solo lanes. 4-1 and 10, 4-0 and 10. Just such solid performances across the board from King.
Yeah, certainly is. And now they're pushing in with that Baron. They're going to be able to pick up the turret nearly uncontested here. That siege minion at the back just doing so much work.
Oh my goodness, Godlike actually getting picked out here and not looking quite as tanky as he wants to be at this stage of the game. It is going to be the turret being focused down. Assassin picks up the last kill of that one, and Royal Club, there is nothing that they can do. They cannot push against this team. Super Creeps already entering the base via that mid lane. And Royal Club now, they're going to have to pray for a miracle to get back in this one.
Yeah, so the good news is they get all the farm they want. Bad news is their base is in shambles.
Yep.
And they really need to be able to push out in the next minute and a half to get that 5th dragon. The whole game probably rests on it now, so they need to push up. They need to be able to get some wards out there, but you see the home guards coming through. Streaming out of the base was MLXG. He just wants to secure control over that area, and if they pick up the next dragon, they'll just look to push in on the bottom lane and win the game.
Yep. Sky, 6 items. Assassin, 6 items. Wushin now, 6 items. You've got 3 and a sort of couple of halves of an item, so I guess 4 items here for Name. We'll give him that one, and look, you've only got sort of 3.5 now for Korn here at the same time. Looking really, really scary for our Royal Club side, just because King, they've leveled up completely in this game. 16,000 gold is now the lead. Thrill of the Hunt's been popped. Look at how fast this Rengar is. Actually manages to find 0, but just after he gets through that base gate. And that is a very, very big Rengar.
That certainly is, and 800 AP on both top and mid lane as Assassin
That's
and
insane.
Sky. And their defensive items aren't even defensive items as they're going in.
Yeah, they're Abyssal Scepters that are coming through, and Zonya's Hourglass still giving respectable amounts of AP and offensive statistics. Very, very... They have copied each other in the build, though. I think that Assassin or Sky need to switch over their boots, just so that they can be proper twins here on the Rift. But, of course, that's just horses for courses.
Speaking of horses,
yeah.
Hecarim in the top lane, still split pushing. Insect's given up on the team fights, and it looks like they've given up control of the dragon. So that one going to fall very rapidly, but they're looking for the fight. They just using this to try and get Royal Club out of their base. Royal Club abandon it, and King, they'll take it away.
Yep, easy pickup on this dragon, and that sort of makes sense, doesn't it? Just because they had the inhibitors down, they couldn't deal with the super creeps at that particular moment. And they were opting in for a fight in the dark here as well, and they haven't been working out so well. I think Royal Club, they need to make sure that they can get exactly the fight that they want if there's any hope for them, and they don't want to throw away any sort of opportunistic advantages here for King.
Yeah, so now they're pushing in on the mid inhibitor. Insect finished up his Thornmail, so he's extremely tanky. Zero looking for an engage.
Yeah, there's a Solar Flare onto a couple of members here as well as Insect comes through. Is the Solar Flare, the Shockwave going to be massive? There it is, lands onto Assassin, immediately deletes him as King. Now trying to kite around Wushin. A little bit off to the backside. Wild Growth onto MLXG as well. He's so tanky, soaking so much of this damage as Sky taking some of the focus here as well. Wushin still untouched on the backside as MLXG able to jump through. Sky so fast. Name, though, is able to close the distance as Wushin jumping around does manage to pick up the kill into Korn. A double kill now for Wushin. Name still alive at the same time. That is 3 now to 1. And Wushin trying to escape that Marshall Poise, not quite managing to get it. And the ace somehow for Royal Club.
And how do they do it? They are such a good team fighting team. Zero getting the perfect engage through. Once again, Patience Shockwave using it as a CC tool. Got Ari in her second dash of her ultimate, able to blow up Assassin, and that's with a massive item discrepancy across the board. Now the Infinity Edge being picked up by Name. He's nearly at the 6 items. Top lane, Maokai, finally, even though he's 120 CS and 1, 5, and 11, he's nearly at 6 items as well. And if this game goes a little bit longer, Atlas, if they continue to hold out and stall, if they keep performing like that, there's no way that they lose a team fight with that level of coordination.
Yeah, if this is what the team fights look like from now on, there's sort of no way that Royal Club are going to be losing it. But we have seen King, if they manage to get the fight on their terms, that's when it works out. But that was Royal Club engaging. And this is something that you've brought up over and over again. King, they look good when they get picks, and they start with the picks. They don't look good when they're sieging a turret, but in the end of the game, that's what you have to do.
Yeah, every member of Royal Club is integral to being able to win the team fight. So as soon as one of those members is taken away by a very good Rengar ultimate, then it's just impossible for them to do it. However, in saying that,
Oh, the charm lands on Insect here as well. Foxfire doing a whole bunch of damage after that charm. Lamb and Assassin just waiting yet again. Double inhibitors are still down, ladies and gentlemen. So King still with a massive advantage here on the Rift. And with Baron spawning yet again, they might have another opportunity to actually siege through. As MLXG just going to jump over the wall there at the same time.
Yeah, he leaps extremely far, and we see Godlike in the base trying to deal with those minions, and MLXG popping the ultimate.
Yeah, there's Thrill the Hunt as well. Look at how fast he is. Manages to make it in onto Zero Corn. Immediately pops that Zhonya's Hourglass here at the same time, flashing over the wall. Name facing off against Assassin. Blade of the Ruin King next. Godlike forces out the Zhonyas here at the same time as Name looking to try and get something done. Godlike gets caught there, but Assassin just gets blown up. Name's dead on the backside. Wushin somehow still alive. Korn makes his way back into the fight. MLXG manages to make Korn Godlike do the most ridiculous set of movements there on this Maokai. Wushin getting locked down, but the Mercurials is there, and is Godlike now finally going to fall? The Rend, not quite enough. Krug, please help. No, he's not going to do it. Not this time. Super creeps on the base, though, and with Godlike almost dead, you have to think this could be game for King.
Yeah, and once again, popping the Zhonya's Hourglass, a lot of defensive flashes away. MLXG getting the team fight his team needs, and Wushin not going down. That'll mean the win for King, and they look fantastic, but in the late game, Starhorn looks pretty good.
Yeah, that was just a beautifully executed game from King, but Starhorn Royal Club managed, when they did what their comp was good at, showed that they can make it work. It was just so close towards the end there, despite what the gold lead was saying.
Yeah, certainly, and they were up huge, and you have to really hand it for King for picking a mid-game composition, understanding the Lulu, understanding the Rengar, and getting the fights that their team comp demanded of them. MLXG 3-3 A-team really was the star for me. Wushin, of course, had a fantastic game in the top lane. You can't speak enough about Sky, but that Rengar play was absolutely beautiful to watch. And you have to think, if Insect doesn't want to first pick it, it has to go for the next game.
Yeah, well, that's true. And MLXG's played it now in his last 3-4 games, something like that. Just get rid of it, because he's so comfortable and able to start the fights that King are used to fighting here at the same time. This is where they look good, and you just can't allow that to happen.
Yeah, you certainly can't. They had a great mid-game performance, and looking forward to seeing whether they can do it again.
Yeah, speaking of them doing it again, ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 is coming up very soon between King and Royal Club. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, and this is Spawn, and we're into Game 2 between Starlin Royal Club and King after King had a fantastic one in that first game. Just beautiful.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they won a couple of lanes that we didn't expect them to. Top lane in particular I want to take a look at because Godlike got smacked around something fierce by Sky. Sky able to get a dive in early along with the help of Assassin and MLXG, and from there, went absolutely berserk, took the turret down nice and early, was 120 CS in the lead, and was a legitimate damage threat on the Lulu, which just added another layer to this King lineup that looked fantastic throughout the mid and late game.
Yeah, Sky actually managed to switch out one of his items to pick up a Lich Bane towards the end of that game. Had 6 items for so long, was really looking fantastic. And like you mentioned, I mean, Godlike had a decent lane up there. I mean, Maokai into Lulu, you said, is actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's not horrible because Lulu has to expend so much mana to push out.
Yeah.
And if Godlike just continues to harass, continues to use the passive to sustain in the lane, should have been able to do a better job than he did. Really was all about that first dive, the great rotation that came through, and really have to hand it for King to focusing that area of the map.
Yeah, and you have to hand it to Starlin Royal Club to identify the fact that MLXG went off on the Rengar in the last game, and it is going to be banned away in the second round here. Of course, Cho'Gath going to join him. Assassin not going to be picking up that one, and LeBlanc and that Jan are going to hit the bench as well, and we'll see what Starlin Royal Club decide to ban away for their last option here. Of course, switching sides of the Rift this time, so first pick potential is available now for Royal Club, and we'll see what they decide to put their priority on.
Yeah, last time they banned the Thresh, this time going with the Rek'Sai, so really focusing MLXG out here means that the first pick Thresh 4-0 is available. They had a good lane in Leona Corki and were able to get a good gank through from Insect, but from there, Wushin really did take over, and you see Thresh being taken away now on King's side, putting a lot of onus on that, and Korn having a look at the Ahri.
Yeah, Ahri almost rising in popularity since 5.4 has hit. Has seen a few nerfs, but still very strong. And Assassin's Ahri was just so good in that last game. MLXG immediately locks in his Lee Sin.
Yeah, so the last one of MLXG's really good champions up is a Lee Sin, so happy to take that one away. Sure, he would have preferred a repeat performance on Rengar, and see whether they go the similar Lulu lane. Look to bully out Godlike again.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it will be the case because Godlike not going to get that tree anymore. And it is going to be Maokai locked in for Sky.
Yeah, so Sky taking that one away, and have to think with how poorly last game went for Godlike, maybe look to return the favor. We've talked about how he used to play Lulu. We've spoken about his Renekton. He has some lane bullies up there, so what's he going to, I guess, bring into the fray?
Yeah, not entirely sure. Of course, Godlike was a fantastic Lulu player, and with the likes of Name on your team, can definitely boost up the power of anything that he's going to be playing. But hovering over some interesting picks at this stage. Korn, see what he does decide to go with, and it looks like it's going to be Morgana and the Rumble here for Godlike. So burning down the trees in the top lane, of course, the obvious counter.
Yeah, so Rumble is fairly good against the Maokai. Pretty easy lane for Rumble to be able to survive in with that shield. If timed correctly, can get rid of a lot of the harass that comes through. Sky will be completely fine. This Flame Spitter just activates your passive so often that you're just able to sustain through the lane, but Rumble will have a good team fight presence for the level 6 and level 11 dragons that generally come out of Starhorn Royal Club, so I like the pickup. The Morgana support, a little bit more confusing for me. I think it is because of the fact that there is a Maokai being picked up in the top lane, need to be able to shrug off a lot of that that CC that will come through, and Black Shield will definitely help out on that late game, but it has allowed Woosh to pick up once again his Kalista.
Yeah, and it's going to be Lamb on the Braum here at the same time. Insect thinking about a Nunu, and this could mean a sort of gigantic Name situation, and you can see on his face they're wondering what he wants to be picking up, and they're thinking about some sort of pseudo-Juggermore situation.
Yeah, so it's just a Cogmore. It's
so
absolutely nothing like a Juggermore. They've got a Rumble in the top lane, Ahri in the mid lane.
Hey,
so
there's a Black Shield and a Blood Boil, okay? There's augmentation going on.
I guarantee if Name is at the front of any of these team fights, he dies in 2 seconds.
Okay. That is actually a very good point.
Yeah, so Wushin, we complimented the fact that Wushin and Liam's lane looked very good because of the ability to be able to proc both sides of that passive that comes through from the Sentinel, doing that percentage health damage. With Braum will be a lot more difficult this time around to be able to do that. However, if Braun ever does manage to land that Winter's Bite, with how Woosh does like to harass in lane, could put out a lot of damage coming through there. So up to 0 to be able to time the Black Shields, be able to get in there and stop all of the CC that will try and come through. And it's actually the Zed into Ahri matchup being opted into by Assassin.
Yeah, it's an interesting pickup. You can use the Death Mark in order to juke out of the way of sort of the only CC available from Korn, but so hard to lock down is an Ahri. And Assassin, I mean, it's his namesake. He's able to do it, but might need to rely on some roaming.
So I like the fact that you brought that up, because when a lot of Ahri's power was on the charm, that's why we saw a lot of Zed being picked up, because you dodged that one skill shot and the ability to 100 per 0 was greatly reduced.
Yeah.
Now with a lot of the power transferred over onto the W, much harder to dodge out with that Death Mark. So it is a little bit further in Ahri's favor nowadays, but still see it very often as that skill matchup.
Yeah, so I can safely say skill matchup.
This one you can, yes.
Yes, feeling good, feeling fantastic. And both of these champions able to sort of dance around here as well, so it would be exciting to see what actually eventuates here in the mid lane. Of course, Assassin is a fantastic Zed player in his own right, but we haven't seen too much of it just recently. There's Name and Wushin both opting for some very late game type carries coming through. And of course, Name, you put him on someone that can scale so beautifully. You got to be scared if you're a King member.
Yeah, it certainly does look like it will be a very interesting bottom lane coming through here. We saw Morgana a lot for the Braum counter, just gets rid of a lot of what he's trying to do in the kit. But
yeah,
in a 2v2 lane, haven't really seen... Kog'Maw's a strange champion because can bully with that W as well as the Sheen that can come through. And I really do like the way that Kog'Maw lanes as a champion, but has a very expensive build, does need that 3 item to really become the hyper carry in the late game.
Well, let's see if he can as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Starhorn Royal Club taking on King for Game 2 of our final day of this week of the LPL. And Royal Club already with a 5-man stack making their way towards the King jungle.
Yeah, and they're able to pick up the exact same ward, get rid of that one. Wonder how long it's going to be until teams drop the ward a little bit further away from the advancing team. So it doesn't get taken out, but it doesn't really matter. They spot all the members coming through here and will be able to get the mirrored deep wards that Starhorn Royal Club went for last game.
This is exactly the same start, but with different teams.
It's actually not.
Is it?
No, King left their mid laner in the middle lane and went with 4 members. Royal Club went with all 5. So a variation of a similar start coming through.
I apologize. Didn't notice the pixel sharing that was going on as far as that mini-map was concerned. But still, going to be the same result nonetheless. Going to be able to spot out any potential lane swaps that are going to be coming through. But yet again, you have to think that Royal Club probably just happy to go into this 2v2.
Yeah, Royal Club will be happy with a 2v2 lane. Rumble and Maokai both do fine in a 2v1, so it doesn't really hurt either team if they really do it. I guess the real beneficiary of that would be it would free up Insect to do a lot more counter jungling if he was able to get in there. Maybe try and get in the face of MLXG, take away some camps and really become a nuisance. But Insect's there just to be able to, I guess, augment this Kog'Maw late game and try and provide some control in the early game.
Yeah, we'll see what Insect's sort of power is going to be on this map. We saw Clearlove doing some fantastic things on the Nunu. Of course, Beast has been a brilliant Nunu player throughout the LPL for Snake here as well, but haven't seen Insect's Nunu for quite some time.
Yeah, definitely haven't seen it come through. And we take a look at the bottom lane, Zero disliking something that minion said to him, so binding it up, making sure it can't come anywhere near his AD carry, back off.
Yeah, exactly. Don't you dare aggro my little void puppy, as King's actually going to find Korn here in the mid lane. MLXG paying a visit very early on, actually before, a bit of a drive-by towards his blue buff, and he's actually heading towards the bottom side. MLXG so aggressive early on. Lamb actually might be able to proc his passive here onto Zero in the bottom lane. Exhaust being forced out. Does still have the rend available to tear out these spears onto Zero. There's a Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike picks that one up. A Cathian surprise. trying to kill Zero there for a second, but decides that instead he wants to focus the enemy team.
Yeah, it was extremely close, but they ate 2 Winter's Bites coming through from Braum, and that just meant that all the CC was available. We mentioned that the passive wouldn't be there, but the way that Callista likes to fight means that as soon as that passive goes down with the slow, she's just going to be able to continually harass Name. Tried to return the favor, but ends up giving up first blood and a huge CS discrepancy as well.
Yeah, and again, the bottom lane for King playing far better than we were expecting coming into this matchup. But of course, Kog'Maw not as strong in the early stages. Flash forced immediately. That's a beautiful charm onto Assassin in the mid lane. Foxfire secures the kill here as well as Insect comes through for a hand. Another Winter's Bite going to land Unbreakable, helping out the King bottom lane who haven't been back to base yet. And finally, MLXG going to take down his blue buff, but nice play coming through from Royal Club to answer that first blood.
Yeah, and that was a bad mistake coming out of Assassin. Actually used his Shadow aggressively without sight of the jungler. That's something that you really can't afford to do against someone like a Nunu, because Nunu chases through flashes extremely well. As long as that first snowball goes off, able to reclose the distance with red buff and snowball, just reapply slow after slow, really does become hard as a melee to get away from it. So like what Insect was doing with the early gank, but it was due to a little bit of an overplay in the mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit overexcited, but that being said, Assassin able to pick up another long sword. Of course, as Zed, you want to have as many swords as you possibly can and not going to suffer too much in the CS.
Yeah, it certainly didn't lose much in terms of lane control. However, just giving up a kill over to the Ahri means that she was able to get a free back in her own right and comes back with a fiendish codex. So will be a little bit stronger than otherwise should be in this matchup.
Yeah, and we've just seen, especially coming through from Assassin, that Ahri just an incredibly powerful pick at this stage.
Yeah, certainly is. And Seacorn last hitting very nicely under the turret. Will also be able to get a ward down, so trying to spot out exactly where the jungle is. Got ganked very early by MLXG and is running a little bit here.
Yeah, of course, Ahri does have a little bit more mana that she has to spend on that Q since the change, but probably going to be okay. He does have some biscuits in Korn's back pocket in order to keep him okay.
Yeah, so we see just farming coming out in the mid lane. MLXG actually deciding to sweep that green ward coming through. So a lot of pressure this time around being put on the middle lane, trying to get Assassin going on Zed, and leaving bottom lane after that very nice first game to just continue to bully the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and already able to get those Rens out, of course, able to reset it on the minion and still get some extra harass through onto this Kog'Maw at the same time. Insect immediately going to find that pink ward. That is such a bad feeling when you just put it down and the jungler just turns up. The Raptor buff tells him that it's there, and it's just really, really annoying.
Yeah, and Insect very high level after he must have helped push out that mid lane. Level 5 at 6 minutes through for a jungler. Will be looking to, I guess, get aggressive. Actually sees a ward over the back of the Dragon Pit. MLXG was trying to go for something nice there, but wasn't able to pull it off, and Insect picks up the Sentinel gold as well. Great feeling, grabbing a ward, grabbing a Sentinel.
Well, might even be able to pick up another pink ward here at the same time as he smites away this one and just throws a snowball at the Rift Scuttler and secures some vision here as well for the next 75 seconds or so. King still with a little bit of a gold lead as far as that first blood was concerned, but nothing to really write home about at this stage. But if we're looking at sort of super late game team fights, does Kog'Maw still just scale better here? As Assassin actually going to go very aggressive on a core. Nice work juking around with that death mark, but it's going to proc for not too much damage. Didn't manage to answer with too much as MLXG only level 4. Going to get hit by that snowball. Korn very low on mana though, so he's going to have to be very careful.
Yeah, certainly is a little bit low on mana, and you saw Insect, he's actually maxing that snowball, so was doing a little damage as he pops another one over the wall.
Yeah, does have to be a little bit careful, of course, running low on mana just a little bit. Hasn't been able to auto-attack as many creeps as he otherwise would have liked. But MLXG, he's still hanging around. He's going for an extremely ganking style on this Lee Sin this game.
Yeah, he certainly is, and so far has been relatively ineffective. Burnt the Korn flash, of course, and was able to get into the bottom lane for the pick of the kill, but you really have to say that was manufactured by Whoosh, and Liam really didn't have much to do with MLXG, and that's the real discrepancy we're seeing at the moment. Insect being able to farm up, get a little bit further ahead in terms of level, and MLXG really going for that farm, the gank heavy style that we're seeing out of a couple of Lee Sin players now this weekend.
Yeah, still managing to get a bit of farm here as well. I mean, he's only down by about 5 jungle creeps. It's a couple of camps, something like that. Nothing to really write home about, especially when you consider the fact that Insec was helping push that mid wave. But I think you're exactly right. The fact that Insec, he's just able to get these levels and now has that absolute zero available before MLXG has got towards that kick. And as soon as this Nunu gets tanky, I mean, we saw it out of Clear Love. It's just so difficult. You can just create these tower dives so easily.
Yeah, well, all of a sudden, CC that is hard to land. I'm talking about the Morgana binding the charm. As soon as you have that snowball on the absolute zero, just all the slow that comes out makes it so much easier to facilitate follow-up CC. And that's what really Nunu was about in this team comp, as Name once again being aggressed on.
Yeah, Lamb actually coming through with that Unbreakable does soak up the Dark Binding here as well. Name just going to keep throwing out some auto attacks here just to try and thin this wave just a little bit, but it is going to crash into the turret effectively from King, and we'll see whether they move around and try and maybe get some dragon pressure down. But you can see already, Zero, a lot of wards around this bottom side. MLXG has now focused towards the top as MLXG, oh, actually, there's the flash forward from Sky. Deathmark onto Godlike. Assassin just wants to pick himself up, a casual kill. Heads back to his shadow, and it's all in a daze.
Yeah, but 2 flashes burnt there. Assassins and Sky was returned, I guess, by Godlikes, but that will mean the first dragon of the game will be picked up by Starhole and Royal Club because Insec on this Nunu just able to burn through it.
Yeah, he's going to be able to eat this dragon very, very quickly. He does have his Sidestone already completed here at the same time. But King, you saw in the last game, they weren't too worried about losing a couple of dragons early.
Yeah, they certainly weren't, but that was in regards to swapping them for objectives. This one was only a kill, and they committed a lot to it. So have to say, probably in the favor of Royal Club. They might even grab themselves a blue here as well, and the answer is a return gank top by all 3 members.
Yeah, everyone heading back there, of course. Sun Royal Club probably not going to expect it, but the Twisted Advance has come through there as well. The knockback to come down as MLXG has hit level 6, just kicks Godlike into the wall. Nice Sonic Wave, and they didn't even really need Assassin. Rumble is hilarious on this climb.
Yeah, and we actually see in response a 4-man dive potentially coming into the bottom lane. Great setup damage coming out, and Insect going to be able to grab a 2-man absolute zero.
Yeah, there it is. Korn, the easiest charm of his life could potentially come through. Does manage to land it in the end as Liam now just going to fall down. You have to think. Does manage to stand beside me to one of the minions, but only prolongs the inevitable as Insect takes a lot of damage, but Korn gets the double.
So that's the danger of focusing one turret, especially when Godlike was pushing the wave out aggressively. They lose the exact same members and 2 objectives in response. This turret should fall down if Starhorn Royal Club want to. Looks like they might try and push in now, and that's horrible news for King. They look like they were making the plays, but in response, there's a 3-0-0 Ari, and MLXG was a beneficiary of both the plays.
Yeah, getting at least in ahead has actually worked out against some teams as well, making sure, you know, that the gold doesn't go into the scaling
for it
champion.
again.
Oh my gosh. What is this about, King? What has he done to you?
All 3 members one more time, but this time it looks like Royal Club have the read. They've got Zero in support. They've got Insect coming up. Can they stop the dive?
Yeah, Dark Binding actually does land here as well as the turret goes over to MLXG. That is the wrong move. Godlike again gonna fall down, but King now in a lot of trouble as Assassin. He's gonna fall, and you can't do it 3 times in a row, boys. They're obviously gonna work out the pattern.
Yeah, they certainly did, and now you have the horrible job of running away from a max snowball Nunu, which is just impossible, and we see Sky was going absolutely nowhere, probably going to be a 4-0-0 Korn, and he's able to pick it up, and that's bad news. Rumble, fantastic with no resources. Ari, with resources, absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, there's actually going to be the ultimate coming through here as the Winter's Bite casually dodged out of the way from Name. Beautiful play. Fate's Call not going to be enough here for King.
And he actually traded back very well. Half's health, both people going onto him, and now still following up the damage.
Yeah, it almost has that Trinity Force completed on this Kog'Maw as well. Name having a great game. And King, I don't know what Godlike did to them.
Well, they saw last game that when they got Godlike behind, they had a lot of success with Sky in these team fights, looking to continue that trend as we see Pink Ward going to spot out that Green Ward. At least it gives vision of where exactly the Green Ward is, and Zero now closing in on that one. So he'll be able to pick that up, and Godlike now realize that everyone wants to visit his lane. He's trying to do the same thing, but has been spotted out.
Yeah, he's just sharing some pineapples with the bottom side of the map here on this Rumble, and doesn't want to head back towards that top side because of the bad memories that it entails. Understandable here as well as Royal Club looking to push out some more waves. And what's the focus for Royal Club now at this stage of the game? Do they need to take down turrets and start pushing through, or do they just want to stall it out? They're happy just to lane forever.
Dragon is their objective. You've got a Nunu, you've got a Rumble, and really nice bind landing.
Yeah, there's the Soul Shackles as well. Assassin going to use the Death Mark, but gets stunned afterwards, and the last auto attack easily locks it down for Name.
Yeah, and wow, Starhorn Royal Club beating King around the map this time around. They are playing a little bit more of an aggressive style with that Blood Boil up, going to be able to get Name onto the turret. Will tear through them at this point in the game as well with that Phage, with that Zeal. Very good turret pushing coming through, and they're able to pick another one up. 2 minutes until Dragon, they'll get a free buy, and that's the Trinity Force Atlas at 14 minute, if you're going to be a little bit negative. Trinity Force onto a Cogmore. That's very good news.
Yeah, fantastic buy timing here as well. Is down by 20 CS due to that roam, and Wushin is going to be able to pick up that Bloodthirster relatively quickly, but Cogmore, I mean, we talk about Kallista's scaling so great into the late game, la-di-da-di-da. Cogmore is just ridiculous. With
ooh, MLXG.
Oh my gosh.
He can't. Zero must know he's in there because of his ultimate. I don't know how he doesn't understand.
Oh, was that actually the kick coming through? It was. Zero didn't get kicked back, though. Beautiful Dark Binding. I mean, Black Shield, one of those items. They're all a little bit
one of those
dark.
items.
They're items? I'm having, it's a struggle today, Spawn.
That's all right, buddy. And I even pointed out he has to know because the Soul Shackle's lighting up, and it's on cooldown, of course, because it was just used, so that's why that one wasn't coming through. And Korn able to pick up his blue buff. Insec handing that one over. 1-0 on 4. Insec's being very active around this map so far on Nunu, so having a great game. Hadn't necessarily seen it out of him. And 40 seconds, King doing the right thing, trying to sweep out wards around this Dragon area. But how do you fight against a mid-game Ahri who's so accelerated? The Rumble, who's got the double pen items, as well as a Nunu who's just so good at securing these objectives, is going to be a very difficult task.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, Assassin now has died 3 times this game as well. It's a nice focus coming through from Royal Club, knowing that if this Zed gets out of control, can just delete Name and leave the fight almost unscathed. Very similar to the playstyle of an Ahri, you have to think. And the split push now begins here for Assassin. And is this the answer for King? Do they want to just be split pushing with Assassin for as much of the game as possible?
They can split push, but not... sorry, Ahri is a pretty good split pusher in her own right. Very hard to dive her, and will be able to wave clear extremely well. Not an offensive split pusher, but can defend turrets. And you have to think, in a late game team fight, Ahri might even be a little bit more useful than what the Zed will be if played correctly.
Well, we'll have to see how it develops as it comes through, of course. The gold lead is slipping back towards that 2,000 mark. Royal Club now going for their second Dragon of the game. Seemingly uncontested. They're going to be able to pick up the top outer turret. There's full vision here available from King, but they're not just going to watch it die. Yeah,
so no contest coming through. Don't want to go anywhere near the mid-game Cogmore. We see...
I worked it out. It was because they saw Godlike on the map. So they have to go over there and kill him if they can.
Yeah, tried to pressure the turret there, and Godlike, he's got a little bit of a freeze on now. He's going to push it out with that Flame Spitter, and he's picked up actually the completed item there. Sorry, Leandra's Torment. Cannot remember the name of it for my life. So able to grab that one first up. Very gold efficient item coming through. Looks like he might even be going for Azonia's Hourglass as his next item, and they ping out a ward there. Seeing the reaction that came through from Sky as Insect came flying through into that jungle.
And is this Leandra's Torment pickup just a little bit because he's behind, sort of wants to make sure that Equalizer's doing as much as he can?
Yeah, exactly right. So it's a very Equalizer-centric build. Also, I guess, supplements the damage that comes out of the harpoons, and just good... It's going to be useful late game, has a very easy build path apart as opposed to Azonia's Hourglass, which requires you to get a needlessly large rod.
Yep.
So being able to just pick up another Amp Tome, move into a smooth transition of item, really does help out when Rumble is being held behind, flattens out the item build a lot, gives you some free slots to be able to pick up some extra wards, some extra potions, just a little bit easier to obtain when you're behind.
And we can talk to Korn about which one of the flat ability power items he likes the most. Of course, has one of each in his back pocket at this stage, if you're talking about items that only provide ability power. I have a feeling it's probably the
Yeah. I'm a fan of the needlessly large rod as well myself.
Yeah,
It's a pretty good item.
I like books. You know, I'm always happy when I get my Christmas present from my grandma.
And we see a little bit of a lull. All outer turrets have fallen in the bottom and mid lane for Royal Club. Haven't yet gone into that top lane. And they're looking to siege up mid. Need to be careful here. Zed has got a flank, and Assassin might be looking to get onto Name. But Name just able to sit there and hit the turret. Take it down to about a 3/4 health.
Yeah, Wushin, though, does have a fair bit of wave clear here as well now that that Hurricane has been completed. Assassin decides to not make any moves. He's going to head towards the top lane here as well. As Royal Club now going to pressure forward, of course. No problem sieging a turret with Name with that Bio-Arcane Barrage. Has a whole lot of range.
They might even look to dive here. There's only 3 members, and Zed really is a threat. They need to back away. They might still keep going.
Yeah, it was going to take down this turret more than easily. Is it going to be Royal Club backing off? Yes, it is. I thought that they might have even gone for the inhibitor turret there.
Yeah, it certainly looked like they had the ability to do so. MLXG chose to take his red buff instead, and they sent Assassin to try and split push, and now they'll just move around. Assassin gets absolutely nothing for it. They're going to send Korn down there to deal with that one, and Godlike picking up some much-needed CS and free experience.
Man, King are making sort of, I don't know, plays that look like they're on purpose, but they're just not good.
And we see they've actually allowed that big minion wave to crash into the turret. So they have denied a lot of CS over from Korn, and they've got a good flank now. We'll look to see if they choose to dive this turret. Name is off picking up the red buff, so it might be Starhorn's turn to just cede control over an objective.
Yeah, Name is going to be able to pick up that red buff here as well, so we're going to have a whole lot more of that slow availability. And Assassin going to get caught by the Dark Binding. There's the Soul Shackles as well. Insect with a nice absolute zero. Assassin going to try and go into Name, but just gets destroyed from that. There's the equalizer, not doing a whole lot, but it solidifies the win for Starhorn Royal Club, and 3 members dead for nothing. For Starhorn, going to mean a potential Baron.
Yeah, so Baron is the objective. They're looking at 5 seconds until that spawns for the first time, and Royal Club in the pit going to start it up.
Yeah, and of course, Name with that Bio-Arcane Barrage does a whole lot of percent health damage. You can see already poking out MLXG off the backside. This Baron not going down too quickly, but with Leandries and of course, that Kog'Maw, they do a whole lot of percent health damage for this stage of the game. Sky coming through here as well. He's going to flash over. There's the Vengeful Maelstrom as well. Lots of damage coming through. The exhaust actually onto the tree, of course, does just so much work. MLXG comes through, steals the Baron. No problem at all. How do you do that against a Nunu?
Yeah, so I think Insect actually might have even been there. No, he wasn't. We see him use the Consume. Might have just been on cooldown, and fantastic heads-up play from MLXG, giving the game back to his team. You think that if Royal Club got that Baron, another couple of 1,000 gold in the league, because you have to remember the swing of King being able to pick that one up. Might have nearly even been Game Atlas, but hurling it back.
Yeah, and being able to pick up a whole lot of pushing advantage here as well. Of course, every member of Royal Club had to head back to base. So outer turret there in the mid lane going to go down. Wishing going to utilize the fact that that back is going to be a whole lot quicker, and Korn going to pick up his blue buff here as a consolation. But man, you have to think King going to be feeling pretty good, like they've got a whole new lease of life in this game.
Yeah, well, they must be, I guess, breathing a big sigh of relief. Both games now, MLXG's bailed King out of horrible positioning. First with his Rengar play that really got the game back in their favor, and now with this Lee Sin stealing Godlike being aggressed on.
Yep, once more the aggression now onto Godlike. Just going to explode from that death mark, and Lamb can't defend those turret shots too much, but he is going to be okay. The rest of the members of Royal Club are heading down. Zero might be caught out here just a little bit. Black Shield going to stop him from getting kicked as Name and Insect do come around. Nice safeguard to get MLXG out of the way. And King, they are going to have to leave. Stand behind me, going to help Lamb get out of there, and they've got a lot of dancing around ability on this King lineup.
Yeah, they certainly do. They're able to escape, and we see in the bottom lane they're just going to get some more farm over onto Name. Want him to be able to pick up that Blade of the Ruined King. That's the next meaningful item coming through, and maybe setting up for another dragon. MLXG, take 2.
Yep, they are going to be able to get their third here at the same time. It's just all too easy here for Royal Club. Insect able to find his smite button for that particular objective. Bottom side of the map's where he feels more comfortable. But Godlike does find some more farm around here, but Whoosh looked like he was potentially coming top, and I was thinking Godlike might have even more of a bad time.
Yeah, so 0, 4, and 5. Godlike continues to be the player picked on in this game. 5 kills for King and 4 of them onto that top lane. Has really been a recurrent theme here. And Korn have to complement the aggressive build. Gone for the needlessly large rod. Adds, Rabbiner's Death Cap, sorry, adds a lot of wave clear in this split pushing scenario. However, will be dangerous to live against Assassin Zed. Doesn't have that Zhonya's Hourglass stasis that he can go into block out a lot of that damage.
Yeah, and I guess it's because... Do you think it's because there's going to be more of a split push focus here for both of these solo laners? They're not going to be going sort of 1-for-1 because sort of this laning phase has sort of been stopped at this stage?
Yeah, I think he's just using his wave clear and then he's looking to get away from the Zed as opposed to try and kill him. So just trying to neutralize, has picked up a lot more CS, and in the team fights, of course, if he does manage to catch anyone, that is a heck of a lot of damage on a mid-game Ahri going to be coming through.
Yeah, of course, but on the other side, Assassin has finished off that last Whisper, does sort of have those 2 armor penetration items that he wants, and of course that ever-important Blade of the Ruined King here for Zed. I am going to block away that Ice Blast. And
in the top lane, Sky going extremely low, being taken down by Name, and now the push coming through from Royal Club. They'll be able to pressure the next turret here. Might even be uncontestable by King because they don't have that big tanky frontliner.
they also don't have their Zed here at the same time. Name with a whole lot of damage. The outer turret's going to be answered for on that bottom lane, but that is nowhere near the importance of the inner turret that is now potentially transitioning into this inhibitor turret in the top side of the map. It is going to be the back to come through. 10 seconds now on Sky, and they might be able to start something up as Whoosh is going to walk into that living artillery. Lamb trying his very best to try and defend out this turret. Wushin gets caught by a charm there, actually. Absolute Zero to come through. Wushin not going to take too much damage from that, and Insect probably going for more of a, I don't know, deterrence players. Sky's actually going to find his way in out the backside here as well. There's the kick coming through onto Korn. 3 members knocked up. Nice Glacial Fissure to come down as well as Korn. He's going to get ultimated and he's going to die immediately. Sky going to take that one down. The knockups coming through left, right, and center. Whoosh is tearing through members in this fight. It is going to be Godlike falling down. Zero. Is he going to die? MLXG, the hero. Does he have it? Does he have the Sonic Wave? Not this time.
Yeah, it's certainly still going though, and see if he can get it. Nope, Zero able to land the Dark Binding, but that's a bad team fight out of Starhorn. They're very far ahead in terms of where they should be at this part of the game, but Wushin's fantastic team fight positioning, as well as the fact that Assassin got onto Ahri and there's still no Zhonya's Hourglass, which is what we hit on last time, means that they'll even be able to push in, maybe pick themselves up a mid lane turret.
Yeah, everyone is going to be respawning on the side of Royal Club. 1.5 minutes until that Baron does respawn. Of course, Dragon has more recently gone down, so that one's not going to be available for the taking. But King, they're going to be happy with the inner turret. And
They
this
got 2
gold
inner
is
turrets.
so even.
They got 2 inner turrets, a 1 team fight off the back of that. All through just very good split pushing, understanding when they could fight. So really big credit to King. They've got the game back to even after what looked like Starhorn going to be able to run away with it. And now Starhorn need to play a little bit more conservative. They thought that they were ahead of where they were. Now the game's starting to fall back against them, and King still have a better mid-game lineup.
Well, that's the thing, but as we're moving towards the later stages of the game, this is where King's looking better and better. I mean, that Dragon Rage kick from MLXG knocked up 3 members. The Glacial Fissure was then incredible in that fight as well. Was that just sort of an example of how things can go right for King, and it's not what could be happening every single fight, or is that fairly guaranteed?
It's definitely not guaranteed. They had a very good team fight coming through there. It was a good teleport. At a certain point, as soon as Kog'Maw is able to pick up maybe his next item, he's just going to completely shred through the Maokai. He's getting levels into all of his abilities as well. Of course, will be able to shred through a lot of the armor with the Q, as well as the last Whisper that's coming through. And it's really about Insect being able to level up the ability to be able to make him attack a lot quicker. Blood Boil is level 4, so 1 more level and Name probably is at exactly where he wants to be in the game. And we talk about how devastating late game Kog'Maw is against maybe a single tank threat in really Sky. MLXG is pretty tanky, but isn't a genuine threat in his face. He's just going to be able to rip through the team. So it's still definitely Royal Club's team fight in the late game, off the back of the fact that they've got a very strong pick composition, as well as that Kog'Maw.
Yeah, Sapling's going to get thrown around here as Royal Club witness the rebirth of the Baron. We do have a pink ward towards this top side of the map. You can see Wave pushing in that bottom side as well in favor of Royal Club. So someone's going to have to deal with that. Sky without his teleport is the option that they're sending down there. And the Godlike just going to try and find himself a chicken here to help him out with his gold situation. Has managed to finally pick himself up a kill and Zhonya's Hourglass as well, which is very, very important. Assassin going for the Black Cleaver here as his first option. So interesting.
Yeah, so going for the Black Cleaver, more of the team fight utility coming through, wants to make sure that he can set up some kills for Wushin. And Sky in the bottom lane goes to deal with that massive creep wave. And this is Dragon number 4 for Royal Club. 0 is a little bit low, but still look to be in a better position to contest. Looks like the response from King, get position over the Baron area.
Yeah, are they just going to do it, though? MLXG, they are going to be able to clear out this pink ward, and is it going to mean the Baron straight away? No, it's not. Dragon does go down, the 4th of the game here for Royal Club. None in answer from King. They're getting shut out.
And now they started up. This is very dangerous out of King. Royal Club know exactly what's going on. They need to run straight away.
Yeah, but, I mean, they do have the Ren stacks on that one. But, of course, oh, my goodness, that equalizer was absolutely insane. Nice locket of the Iron Solari from Liam to help them get out as Insect. He's going to get slowed down. Glacial Fissure, there's the face
He's got
call.
Flash. Insect's going for the flank. This fight is not over.
He's looking for something. Sky's around the back here as well, though, trying to be that big tree to get annoying. And King, they still not out of the woods yet as Korn does manage to miss that Orbit Deception, but Wushin going down incredibly low, trying to dance around this fight. Insect still rocketing through there, but he finally does die. And Royal Club able to turn this one around. 4 members dead. And what was that Baron call?
That was an absolute mismatch of horrible plays coming out of King. First of all, they go for a Baron. About 10 seconds after Royal Club had finished the Dragon, they were already in mid lane when they started hitting that. And then they had a completely shutout if they just left the Baron pit straight upwards, but they choose to walk through lane and try and get a flank with Sky, who just got obliterated when he tried to come in. So that was a really poor play coming through from King, and it's cost them a Baron. And that gold lead that they started to claw back, now 5,000 gold away.
Yeah, still 5,000 at 30 minutes. It's not over here for King, but if they keep making decisions like that, things are looking awful on the Rift. You know, never can count a team out. They have managed to go back and pick up some more items. Frozen Heart to come through here for Sky. Does have that Righteous Glory available as well, and Zeal on top of the rest of the bevy of items that Wushin had. And you can see probably needs that QSS sooner than later in order to deal with the fact that his attack speed was so slow. He just looked like a regular AD carry. Wasn't able to dance around that fight at all as Korn. There's the Empowered Recall. Doesn't manage to survive from that one. There's the Death Mark to come down here at the same time. Going to have to use that Zhonya's if he wants to avoid that damage, but doesn't actually have to because, of course, he might actually be able to go for the 1v1 here. Of course, able to close so much distance. Sky getting caught by a Dark Binding as MLXG. He comes around. Twisted Advance locks down the Foxy Lady, and she is going to eventually die. The blue buff is going to be the trade, though, here for Royal Club.
But they used so much for it. They used the Lee Sin ultimate. They used Assassin's ultimate that now they're not in a position to be able to fight any further. They lose the blue buff. They get a kill, but the push still continuing in through from Royal Club.
Yeah, King, are they going to be able to defend this inner turret? Name is just doing so much damage. That is ridiculous. The zoning absolute zero to come through from Insect. There's the equalizer as well. Clears out the wave. Doesn't do too much else, but Sky is just so dead. Insect taking a lot of damage here as well as Liam taken down very, very low. Wushin trying to dance around this fight. Name just flashes forward. Insta kills him. That last auto attack almost was enough. Flame Spitter. Godlike's got something to prove because this King lineup has not been kind to him. The exhaust comes through. Triple kill for Name. You have to think that this might be the game.
And that was a 4v5 with Korn dead. Korn is 7-2-7 and his team still able to run away with the win. What a team fight coming out of Name there. Insect had a great game on Nunu and can't go past 0. 1-0-19.
Yeah, he's 20 out of 24 as far as that kill participation is concerned. That is a gigantic performance. The Nexus now down at half health. And it looks like Star and Royal Club are going to be able to take this game. Although Lamb was trying his very best to do as much damage as he could. And Royal Club, they tie it up. And it's going to be a 1-1.
Yeah, so we said either team would probably want to go 2-0 on this one. The playoff race stays exactly where it was. 8th versus 9th, not going to move. And Royal Club probably disappointed in the output. Although Game 2 looked much cleaner.
Oh, it certainly did. And I think what we've done here is just had a little bit of an experiment. We've had a look at Name and we've said, okay, yeah, he plays a lot of hyper carries, really great at the late game. Now we've demonstrated that was his Corki game beforehand, and now on Kog'Maw. And you can see it's night and day. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it certainly was a very good game too coming out of Name. Accelerated Korn through the early game, also had a very good game. But for me, it's how they played the supportive style one more time. They went back to a very supportive jungler, back to a supportive support, and were able to really use that to get Name going into the late game.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, there is still so much more LPL to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back just after this short break.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL here for our last day of play here in a weekend. I'm Julian Page-Time-Card. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi once again. It's a pretty interesting game we got up here, Spawn. It is Gumty versus Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, it is Pastry time, and both these teams were playing 3 sets this week, and both teams so far are 1-3. Definitely not where they want to be, especially Invictus Gaming, losing in emphatic fashion yesterday against EDG. They really were outplayed across the whole map and in 2 very different games. Didn't look fantastic, and I guess this is a little bit of redemption. Gumty, not very high in the standings. IG need to start building their way back up to that 5th and 4th playoff spot, and maybe this is a game that it starts.
Yeah, maybe. The thing for Gumty especially is that, they have potential to push in towards playoff contention. They're kind of low right now, sitting around the 10th position, but can make a late push with the weeks that they have left. There's still lots of points up for grabs. But IG, it's the opposite here. If they keep losing like they are, they'll just drop out of contention potentially.
Exactly right, especially with teams like that we just saw, King, Starhorn Royal Club, M3. They're all starting to really make fantastic cases for why they should be in these playoffs. And you're right, Gumty have the tools as well throughout their lanes to be able to get it done.
Yeah, we'll see now going through IG, who again have sort of been through a couple different changes throughout the season, but this has been the big one so far. As the Thai, pretty much their permanent top laner now.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he looks much more comfortable on the Gnar than anyone else. It's been getting banned. Took Cannon, didn't look great. Went 4-4-10 on Lulu. Wasn't a horrible game, but still not where he wants to be.
Yeah, and Kikau, really the person that we consider the barometer of this team. Whenever he goes off, IG tends to as well.
Yeah, it certainly does. He got beaten on Italy, but had a much better Lee Sin game. And we go into Rookie. Of course, when that Lee Sin gets picked up, he went with the Yasuo and had a very good laning phase. Rookie's been having great laning phases. It's just not translating to wins.
No, he just can't seem to get out of his laning phase and transition with his team to, solidify their mid-game position and really push through. It's usually Kikau actually doing a lot of the lifting in the mid and late stages of the game.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. He had that fantastic triple kill on the Nidalee to really set them off in their one win. And we saw Kid and Kitties. They're definitely still the rock of the team. They're still not having bad performances, although Kid had very shaky performances yesterday, but overall still a very good, solid Chinese bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's sort of, the other issue with Kid and Kitty is just very solid, very consistent. That's great. You want that out of your AD carry especially, but again, doesn't push IG through these mid-games. We talk about Satai a lot, having X-Factor. That's really the reason he's on this roster. He's still new. They're still learning how to play with him, but IG just need more. They've got a lot of good talent. They've got a really good foundation, but it's not translating into enough wins for them.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, and you have to think that this is starting to now become frustrating because they've gotten off to some good starts. They even got off to a very scrappy, brawly, but good start against EDG, and it wasn't able to be translated into anything. Rookie had a 40 CS advantage at one point against Pawn in that mid lane. Got a very favorable level 1 trade in the Yasuo versus Jace matchup, and just couldn't get anything done. And I think that now this game, Gumty, they've had some great early games, but also struggled in the mid game. IG need to use this game as a learning curve to get something going.
Yeah, and it's both teams really that have to kind of play themselves into form. They've kind of gone through different ups and downs. As we look through the Gumty lineup now as well, certainly looked a lot better since the roster changes, but Letme has actually been very solid for them in the top.
Yeah, he certainly has, and everyone looks towards Tail and Xiaohu, but it really is Letme for me. If this team is going to be successful, he needs to push a little bit further. He's been very solid. His Aurelia's been great, but probably expect a little bit more out of him.
Yeah, he's sort of the quiet overachiever, but does need to push a little harder. Huey here, the newest addition to the team, came in 1 to 2 weeks ago. Had a great first game on Rek'Sai, getting a pentakill. This looked pretty solid, but Xiaohu, this is the man that really puts Gumty on his back.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is, when we speak about X Factor, you can't go past Xiaohu. He's such a good mid laner, very dynamic in his regards. And Tail, we've seen him go away from the Corgi. He's been banned or picked up a lot against him, and has picked up the Cogmore and looked okay, not fantastic, but Cogmore seeing a resurgence in the LPL.
Yeah, if Xiaohu's the X-Factor, Tail's definitely the anchor for this Gumty lineup. Pretty solid KDA, I think, sitting around 3.35. It's actually been quite a good AD carry, seeing full of excellent AD carries, so lots of credit to Tail. He plays very well often when his team wins, but again, for Gumty, same sort of thing. Can get up to good starts, can look good, but don't consistently look good.
Yeah, exactly right. And we round the lineup off with Sync Dream, and talk about inconsistency, probably his middle name at this point, has had some terrific games on the likes of Annie, had an absolute shocker on, Sona, also pulled out the fiddlesticks to some mixed success. Really is up and down at the moment, Sync Dream, and looked probably better on the Janna as appealing support than he did on the zoning initiating support.
Yeah, look, Tail's a fine AD carry. Like, give him a big support, make him push through the mid and late game team fights and support him. Synctream, we often joke about it, he loves to pack up and leave the lane and go roaming and get aggressive, but at this point, just maybe stick to something a bit more defensive and protect your very good carry player.
Yeah, and it looked great before they had Xiaohu, but now Xiaohu's kind of doing a good job by himself in that mid lane. Doesn't need as much support, so does need to get it in there, and I think that sticking with Tail is something they'll look at.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Both these teams sort of leaning on different parts of their mid. I think the mid lane matchup especially is a big point here, just because both Rookie and Zhao have potential to really take over a game. But if we're going to look at other sides of the map here, it's probably Kakao for IG is honestly their secondary carry, and probably Tail for Gumty.
Yeah, I like where that does evolve this storyline of this game as well, because you were expecting Kakao to impact lanes. We've seen him try and go farm mode, and it hasn't worked. When he grabbed the Lee Sin, looked much better in the little scrappy team fights. Try and get him in something like that where he can go aggressive. Tail, on the other hand, he needs support. He needs his team to actually help him out. They do pack up and leave him very often, and if he can get some farm behind him, maybe even a favorable lane swap, look for him to once again go towards a Trinity Force user and be very useful in the mid game.
Yeah, and you know what? Hyde carrying from the jungle is something that might have seemed a little outlandish, but it's actually something that's very possible to do. Kakao showing it off, and Spirit showing it off currently in Katowice. So lots to look at here for both these teams. But IG versus GT Game 1's Champs League is now underway. IG will start on the blue side, Gumty on the red, John Azeret there, smart bans from IG, and another very essential respect ban of the Ari by GT.
Yeah, so getting that away from Rookie. I like the fact that IG got rid of the Janna. We mentioned that Sync Dream looked good on the champion with the peel, the disengage, and that's something that both Zatai and Kakao won't want to have to deal with, so just get rid of that, remove the option from the board.
Yeah, it's going to take that away there. Try and give Tail a little less protection. Another good respect ban here, targeted at Kakao this time around, with the Nidalee being banned away from the jungle. So I like the bans here from Gumty, clearly respecting the strong champions of IG's strong players, and IG honestly doing the same.
Yeah, exactly right. And you see LeBlanc being taken away. Don't want to first pick that one. And Rookie giving some respect back to Xiaohu. We see that he's pretty confident taking the Ari matchup in, but with that not available, just doesn't want to have to deal with it.
Yeah, Ari LeBlanc are two very strong mid laners, and both of these players actually have had a lot of success on either of those champions. Rookie especially on his Ari, and Xiaohu, of course, on the LeBlanc. That does kind of shred the mid lane pool a little bit. Very curious to see what Xiaohu picks up, but his champion pools looked a little shallow at times, and Rookie's is actually quite large.
Yeah, Rookie can play nearly anything in there, and we see the Hecarim being taken away from Zatai. That does leave the Gnar up. Has been slightly nerfed, but did look like Zatai's best champion so far, as we see some different hovers coming through.
Yeah, Zatai just having a little bit of fun here. Lissandra's open as well, although she's seen significantly less play this weekend.
Yeah, she certainly has, and it's just, I don't know the specific reasoning behind it. Still wave clears very well, still can lock down the AD in a very strong AD region, so is something that maybe they can cheat towards here. They played in the mid lane. Rookie's a very good Lissandra player, actually, so
yeah,
see whether they pick that one up.
Yeah, a little surprised to not see it, but there is probably the overall first pick for the weekend. Rek'Sai is going to go over to Kakao.
Yeah, and it seems to be Rek'Sai and Nidalee are the two really strong junglers currently on this patch, so if you get rid of one, you do give up the other. Will also force Huey onto a different champion, I guess. Maybe something along the lines of the Lee Sin to be picked up there, and we see a lot of different hovers coming through. Wouldn't be surprised to see Let Me on the last really huge tank available.
Yeah, Makai, I guess, is the common tank played. No one except for, I guess, Aluka and in some games, Amazing Jay and Flandre have played Silence so far in the LPL, so not going to have that tank. But GT can just take some very strong, good front line here if they do want to go for it. Looks like they'll lock it in at this stage. Very nice duo to kick off their drop. Do change one of it. Makai, though, the tank in the top lane. And actually, Ezreal there for the flex pick.
Yeah, so the flex pick in Ezreal coming through. Maybe Xiaohu in the mid lane, maybe Tail. They want to take it away from Rookie as well, so not give him that. Kid, of course, can play Ezreal as well quite successfully. And that really opens up the draft for Gumty. They haven't committed towards anything, and wow, straight away the Victor.
Yeah, Rookie knows exactly what he wants, just locks in the Victor, and IG might even just confirm their solo lanes here as well. They don't have to again, because Maokai probably in the top lane. Haven't seen the support Maokai ever since Low has been put on the bench for OMG recently, but I mean, this would make sense. It's Zatai's best looking champion that we've seen. He can make plays on it. He is going to take it. Gnar and Victor are 2 and 3 for IG.
So the reason I like this draft out of IG is that Victor's Gravity Field is a very poor initial CC and a fantastic follow-up CC. So you couple that with the fact that Rek'Sai has a knock-up and all the CC that comes through from Gnar, it all of a sudden opens up the chase out of IG, which has to be mentioned with Victor. Very bad when you dive onto him. Fantastic if he is able to spam out those spells and get, I guess, chaotic fights where he's not the main focus. So
Yeah.
Rookie looking to use that to great effect, and so far they've got very good AoE on the side of Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, they do, as Gumty will consider their next few picks here as well. Going to take a pretty defensive support for Synctream here. It looks like Morgana actually locked in, although can be moved around to other places, and they are going to go for the Jarvan for Huey.
Yeah, so Jarvan will be the last, I guess, remaining very strong early game jungle coming through. Lee Sin was available, but just doesn't provide the CC that something like a Jarvan does pre-6. And the terrain oscillation also very useful. And see what Invictus Gaming want to round out their team comp here with. It will be the bottom lane, and maybe something like Corki get that away from Tail, although Lucian currently the hover.
Yeah, I mean, starting to see a bit more play as well. For me, mentioning junglers just quickly there as well. Very odd that Vi has seen significantly less play this weekend, but a lot of the LPL junglers don't seem to like that champion very much, interestingly. So, going to be the Jarvan instead for Gumty. But IG, Kid's going to do it again. He's been playing it all weekend. Kalista for his AD carry, and Kiddies is going to get Thresh.
Yeah, so the Kalista Thresh lane, we've seen that this can be extremely strong out of the likes of Candy and Love CD, and see if Invictus Gaming can have the same success with it, and might even mean that the Lucian, with the rise of Kalista, Lucian seeing much more play because of how you can weave your spells and get good favorable trades. Kalista always going to be in range, that short range, but just ability to hop around and not really the need to hit any skill shots with Lucian. More of a point-click AD carry, and is short range, but will look to take that one in, it looks like. So overall, a very good AoE comp coming out of Invictus Gaming, and maybe a bit of fast push coming out of Gumty.
Yeah, so double AP there for Gumty. It's kind of an interesting comp for them to fight with. We've definitely seen teams use this style of composition. Well, I think it might have been... Was it Gumty that did this? They had the Ezreal comp. One of the teams had Jarvan and Ezreal and just did all sorts of magical AoE from the mid lane. It might have been World Elite. I think it was Gumty, though, who's played this sort of comp before. And if that was them, if my memory is serving me correctly, really strong stuff here for Gumty. Deceptively good team fighting comp.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I guess it all comes down to how you layer the AoE ultimates coming through from both your AD carries once they've picked up their first two big items and get them going that way. Ezreal needs to transform, needs the Trinity Force to really get going.
Yeah, we'll see how that matchup lines up. We've already seen Victor Ezreal this weekend, actually. Victor coming ahead in that particular instance. This is the jungle matchup I'm sure we'll see a lot of, though. Cacao back on Rex. I think, at least in the last few weeks, his most played and best performing jungler. So nice to see it there. And Rookie, you already wanted the Victor. He just snapped it up.
Yeah, he snapped up the Victor. Blind picked it, actually. Very confident taking that one in. We see the Kalista versus Lucian bottom lane. I actually give this one to Lucian in the 1v1. See how it goes with the supports being added in there, because, of course, it will be the Thresh versus Morgana.
Yeah, I have to agree as well. And for me, Lucian is kind of just a response to the popularity of Kalista and Corki. He's very good in both those matchups.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I like the fact that with all of these late game hyper carries coming back, everyone has kind of dug back into the memory bank and said, hey, we dealt with this successfully before. There's this really good mid-game carry called Lucian, and he can still siege up and team fight very well.
Yeah, well, let's see what Lucian does. We're going to get into the game. And we're on to the Rift here for our first game in the best of two between Invictus Gaming and Gumty. Rookie riding out majestically on the victor here. And Gumty grouped as 5 here, looking to get some deep boards down potentially.
Yeah, maybe even a pick with Synctream's Morgana. Of course, that CC level 1, very devastating. Will be spotted coming through here by Rookie, and you'll see the rest of the team shortly behind, so no funny business going on.
Synctream just going to use a few autos there, collect some gold from the Spell Thief, steal that away here, and Gumty just going to get some wards down here. Probably trying to sniff out a lane swap here from IG, because they would love the 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, they certainly would, and very sneaky from Rookie, actually looping around behind and getting a ward at the entrance, so we'll see them leaving as well. No response yet coming through from Invictus Gaming, so they look content to leave their duo lane bottom, regardless of whether it's a lane swap or not.
Yep, I mean, Invictus Gaming laned a lot, actually, with his Kalista. It's safe-ish, I think. I mean, Lucian can definitely bully in the lane, but curious to see how the matchup shakes out. I think the surprising thing about Lucian is that he's just quite good in a late-game team fight.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I really like Lucian with the Infinity Edge and Phantom Dancer changes. Just fantastic with attack speed, really performs well with crit is because of that passive as well. So definitely agree that he's a good late game carry and really has one of the cleaner curves out of ADs. You have to throw Graves in there as well, but probably the two best.
Yeah, actually, we are going to have the swap here. So Gumty may be predicting IG to swap, but they're already sitting in the bottom side of the map. So we are going to have Ezreal versus Victor in the mid lane. Huey will start over on his blue buff. Kakao will do the same here. But Zatai's going to be in a 1v2 once again.
Yeah, so Zatai in a 1v2, and we've seen this happen a lot. Teams just wanting to pick on Zatai, and they're actually giving one of the little Krugs over to Kid for a little bit of a gold boost and helped freeze the lane through sending the support down there. But Zatai in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, getting caught up there will take a lot of burst damage, actually getting quite low. Well, Zatai, but he will be safe. That did use his flash, sorry, so that summoner burnt out and has to take a couple potions.
Yeah, so that's very bad news. Once again, going the aggressive start, has that longsword, doesn't have a Duran shield. Might need to look to see if he can pick up the gold needed and get back and grab one ASAP because Lucian's passive starts to build up.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I like about this lane especially is that Morgana, whenever you hit a binding, unlike Graves, Lucian is almost always able to find a way to get in range for his Q.
Yeah, it certainly is able to get in there, whether it's through creeps, whether it's actually the Q itself. Very good at following up with damage and just combos very nicely. As we see mid lane, Rookie trying to bully Xiaohu out, but Xiaohu using his abilities, starting to push that lane, and Kakao getting extremely low in the jungle on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, we'll smite the red buff, of course. Very scary to see some of these junglers get quite aggressive with their runes and masteries and get low in the lane, but Xiaohu having a fine time here in the mid, which makes a lot of sense. Ezreal's such a strong early laner.
Yeah, he certainly is, especially in the mid lane where you can just fire all your abilities at the creeps to build up the passive and then auto-attack, harass over the top if you want to. And we see a very big push coming in. Now Kitty's joining Zatai, trying to secure some of this farm for his top laner. And Zatai, after that big wave hits, will be completely fine.
Yeah, which is nice. And I like that Kitty's is doing a bit of babysitting there as well. That does leave Kid in the bottom lane now against Lightme, but Kalista should be totally fine there.
Yeah, Kalista does well against melee top laners, and you see no Duran's shield picked up in that lane either, so will be a very similar story. And they're actually looking for Zatai to be dove here. Dodged the Dark Binding, which cut off any dive coming through, and Zatai actually zoned very far off the turret.
Yeah, but Gumty doing a nice thing here, using Lucian's early pushing ability and really laying into the turret early on. We see this a lot with Graves, now with Lucian as well.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they're going for a fast push, whereas the freezes come through from Kid in that lane. To the point now where Maokai's roaming, looking for a bit of a gank, has got that level 3, the Twisted Advance available. 3 people in the mid lane on top of Rookie.
Yeah, Rookie could be in a whole host of trouble. Actually walks around to wall, but he's going to find Let Me here. The sapling goes in, Twisted Advance as well. Arcane smash back. The knock-up just missing there, but Xiaohu doesn't have quite enough damage on the Q. Needs to snipe him if he can. Kakao, though, good knock-up there and gets Rookie to safety.
Yeah, so Rookie burns 2 summoner spells, but in the end, it was the summoner spell out of Huey as well. So traded back, good early damage coming through from Xiaohu, getting a lot of poke down, but won't mean anything. And Zatai burning the teleport actually to get back to lane, continuing the aggression, going for an early maybe Phage.
Nook gets caught though as well there by the bounce. Now the damage will come in, and Tail with the black shield on. Just no qualms at all about harassing him.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. You see Kakao going for Huey.
Actually going in there, Kid now here as well. The flash hook gonna land, hits the wolf though, and Huey with no flash can't do anything. Kakao flashes and gets first blood.
Yeah, able to secure that first blood, getting Kakao rolling, just understood the fact that Huey's flash was down, able to trade that without a worry, and Rookie trading in the mid lane extremely well.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Kakao though. Love to see him again be more aggressive, be more proactive. Knowing the flash was down, just hunts down the enemy jungler. And now on the bottom side here, Let Me actually has to be very careful. Level 3 Maka Kitties nails the hook there. Kakao tunnels in, knocks him up there, gets played back as well. Kitties it gets low. Let Me actually gets the trade kill. Very well played.
Yeah, Kakao picks up another kill for himself. Doesn't give it over to his AD carry, but that is a lot of CS. Even though Let Me got the best possible, I guess, outcome in trading kills, still loses out on all of the experience coming through, and you can see he's level 4, but that was maybe 3 waves now at the turret crashing in.
Yeah, and Zatai again with all the pushing starting to catch up or keep up in CS here in the top side of the map. He's again building quite aggressively, going for maybe even a Phage once the inevitable swap back happens, but right now, Tails is trying to get that tower down as soon as possible.
Yeah, certainly is trying to get the early gold advantage. Bad thing is, though, you have Kakao, who has got a very good lead in the early game and will look to maybe even punish the pushing coming through because he is that kind of player. So needs to be careful that he doesn't get overzealous in his pushing and overcommit.
And again, Kakao off to a good start, which is what we want to see from his jungling. Going to look for a very early warrior enchant here as well, so can continue to be aggressive. And again, still looking in, just always training towards the enemy jungle, but a binding in the middle hits Rookie. Going to get bound up there as well. The ultimate, comes through for Zhao. Kakao in the middle, but a little too late.
Yeah, and you just see how much damage comes out from that mid Ezreal as soon as the ultimate goes across, able to explode Rookie, and he had both summoner spells still down.
He did, as well as Tail continuing to try and push in to the top side as well. He's almost got his ulti, so that will make the pushing even faster, but still hasn't quite got the turret done here, and IG are continuing to freeze and give Kid CS in the bottom side.
Yeah, they're just trying to build Kid up, recognizing that he's not necessarily the quickest pusher, so using him... Ooh, it actually goes over to Sync Dream. That's very frustrating for Kakao. We'll spot out a ward with that Raptor sense, but... We see in the bottom lane, the zone has got to the point now where a level 4 Maokai versus nearly a level 6 Zatai on Nah. They're going to have to swap back because it's just gone completely horrible for Maokai in this matchup.
And I mean, at least thankfully, it was not the Phage. It's actually just a straight Giants belt here for Zatai. But again, 10 CS ahead here. Letme's going to swap back into a position that he's not going to be very happy about.
Yeah, so Letme still a little bit down, but Zatai's going to see Letme and go, I wish I had bought that Phage.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, oh, let's swap him back now. Yeah, would have been a great time for it. But still with a level and a half up at least, possibly 2 levels at this point. For Zatai is going to push in, try and do some damage. Letme finally gets a little bit of CS and experience, but he's going to struggle now in the matchup.
Yeah, he certainly is, and you see Zatai still not giving him any breathing room, trying to harass under that turret. Interested to see whether they do send Kakao up there to even maybe dive Letme and continue to hold him down.
We'll see now as Rek'Sai going to use the first ulti of the game here for herself. Kakao just going over to the Wolves, probably going to donate the blue buff over as well. We have swap back into standard lanes, of course. We've got a BF sword versus a recurve bow plus Berserker Greaves is sort of the interesting purchases, but Kalista just wants to stay up and get the Hurricane as soon as possible.
Yeah, it just wants to have the ability to be able to use that passive, hop around, and we see actually Lucian going towards the Dragon area, clearing out the Scuttle Crab for himself. Trying to just get vision over that. They recognize that Kakao is the person with the kills so far, and he'll want to use that to secure objectives for his team, just not letting him do so.
Yes, especially since they've swapped back down the Dragon now, a big objective in the minds of both teams. So smart for Gumty to take the Scuttle Crab quickly before they can get it. But Kakao has finished up his Warrior in chat now as well. Slightly ahead of Huey's Jarvan here as far as aggressive items go, although there are boots won already, and Kakao might look to affect another lane here.
Yeah, so he needs to look to get in because, as we mentioned, the gold lead that does exist, only 200 at this point, but all of that is on Kakao. And in the mid lane, Zhao, who's starting to really ramp up with his Ezreal, will be going for the Mana Mune first, not going for the Trinity Force, and that means, yeah, Trinity Force will be delayed, but that will be an extremely early transform.
Yeah, and once he hits those 2 items, especially when the transform and the Trinity Force comes through, so much mid-game power coming through for the Ezreal. Actually reminds me a lot of, I guess, old school Season 4 Jace.
Yeah, it certainly is a very similar feel to it, and we see getting going in this mid lane, completely free farming. Rookie's had to go back. He's got double Duran's Ring and the first Death Ray augmentation done for himself on Victor. So we'll have no problem shoving out the lane, but still doesn't have much kill threat.
No, and I mean, blue buff here, just wave clearing up. We see this a lot with Victor. Actually, is Kakao going to find Zhao, who but takes a little too much damage. Arcane Chief aggressively forward. Kakao tunnels out. The gravity field will keep him safe. And Kitty's just sort of roaming back in there, but taking a lot of damage through as well. Though the Cataclysm actually used there by Jarvan to get the first kill for Zhao, but so much damage going through. Zatai going to port back down and hop in and get the next kill there, but not mega enough from Zhao, who still doing a lot of damage. Zatai flashes up, but dies to let me knock up there. Kakao hits on a lot of people there. Rookie, though, cleaning up with damage. Now Kid bopping in onto the tail to try and clean him up. Kakao running out of the way, and Rookie hungry for blood, still wants more kills. Let me actually walks a little too forward to the rest of IG, and that's a big win there for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, so they're able in the end, I think, to go 3 for 2 in total, losing their support and top laner, but they keep all their damage threats alive, which means if they want, they can start up the Dragon. That looks like it's going to be the call, and Kakao 3-0-1, having a brilliant early game.
Yeah, and again, we talk about Kakao needing the good starts, needing to get going early, and he's got ahead here. The first Dragon does indeed go over to Invictus Gaming, and a lot of it is on the back of Kakao's Rek'Sai.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he really is flying at this point in the game. You can see 1,300 gold sitting in his back pocket. We'll be able to go back and grab the boots too. Kid also managed to pick up 4 assists for himself in there, as we might see exchange.
Yeah, good hook lands there, but a better binding for SyncDream and Kitties. Probably wants to think twice about that trade.
Yeah, and Lucian, you see how much damage he does just with the BF sword coming through there. That was an absolutely mammoth trade, and that will make Kitties think about engaging anytime soon.
Yeah, have to be careful. Again, Morgana, usually quite a defensive support, but can get very aggressive in this sort of Lucian lane.
Yeah, it certainly can, and we see Zatai and Kakao heading into the top lane. Want to continue to keep Let Me down. Let Me spotted him out, but Kakao maybe go for a trade.
Yeah, doesn't quite get under him for the knock-up there. Zatai not quite in position, so we'll give it up in that instance. Could look for a dive. Meganar form's actually coming through, and Huey immediately just sprinting towards the top half of the map.
Yeah, and we actually see the second augmentation coming through for Rookie on the Victor item. We've seen this happen fairly often with Victors, that there are a few different routes you can go, and it looks like he will be going for maybe even the perfect Hex Core before anything else comes through.
Maybe we'll have to keep track, but he does have the Q and the E augmented already. Kakao buys out a Prey Seeker looking for Huey, but can't quite find it there as the death throw just goes a little wide. SyncDream going to clear out a pink ward. Zatai back, now tired in Mini-Nar form. Plus hitting away and actually building up to almost a Randuin's here.
Yeah, so going very tanky early on in the game. 3 members top lane for IG, looking to once again continue to bully Let Me, but he's pretty tanky. I don't know whether they can. Rookie caught.
Yeah, binding hit, True Shot Barrage again. The damage is massive from Zhao. Huey runs in to dunk him, and SyncDream claims the kill.
Yeah, and that's very unfortunate for Invictus Gaming. That's the lane that is really snowballing out of control. Zhao, who has a CS advantage and is 2-1-2, and they're continuing to go towards this top lane, try and get in Let Me's head as a tanky Maokai player, but he's in no threat whatsoever, has the wave clear to be able to deal with it, and you see, Rookie's been caught out twice now.
And that's the biggest thing, Kakao. We talk about him needing good starts, but he has to put his focus in the right spots. Rek'Sai, such a good jungler at doing almost everything on the map, but Kakao's looked a little lost, honestly, in these ganks.
Yeah, he certainly has. He seems to be, I guess, looking for an answering gank, because Zatai actually jumps to grab his boomerang there.
Sad Mini-Nar. I mean, it's funny as well that we kind of talked about SyncDream wanting to stick more with some pure supports and really stick to Tail. Here on the Lucian, Tail doesn't have to worry at all about being on his own here, especially against Kalista. And SyncDream's actually been the reason why so many of the mid ganks have worked out. Here's Kakao going to run in towards the top lane, but Kitties misses the hook and Let Me just walks away.
Yeah, and again, 3 members visiting Maokai in the top lane. He's 2-2-0, and yeah, he's missing out in a little bit of CS, but they're not really denying him anything at this point. So that's the 3rd time they've been up there, 3rd time nothing's happened. And it really was Kitties that initiated this roaming game, and that's just playing straight into SyncDream's hands because no longer is it 2v1.
Exactly. I mean, Lucian, like we mentioned, totally fine in the 1v1 here. SyncDream's like, you're packing up? Yes. Sounds perfect. Let me leave with you here. And again, the bindings have hit Rookie twice now, and that's converted into 2 kills.
Yeah, it certainly has. And we see that's just meaning a more and more difficult mid-game coming through. The earlier this double AD composition can get going, the worse off IG will be. And potentially a dive in the bottom lane. Ping's furiously going out.
Yeah, it looks like there's 4 people there right now with Let Me still in the top lane, and that tower will go down here. Lucian will pick up credit for the kill, and the first tower of the series will go to Gumtu.
Yeah, and maybe that's a fast push starting. They've got both the AD carries in that lane. Rookie trying to respond with some damage. You see Victor shooting out of his staff as fast as possible. Kakao now joins him. They'll be able to pick that one up, but need to be careful they don't get collapsed on.
Yeah, looks like SyncDream going to line up a binding. Uses that a little early, but Flash ulti's right in there. The exhaust down as well. And Zhao looking to clean up, actually automating some creeps, but Kakao in trouble. Rookie, though, blows up SyncDream instead. And Zhao, who has to be a little more careful. Huey not quite in range for the ulti. Flashes in for it. Rookie now going to go in as well, but Zhao's trying to poke him out. A good escape there for Kitties as Atlanta comes in. A great play and knockback there. We'll move him in and get the kill onto Huey. Zhao, who somehow dodges that death sentence, and IG win the trade.
Yeah, very well played out of IG. Zatai wants in as well, looking to get aggressive, protecting that pink ward very importantly. Not able to get much out of it, and all in all, a 2 for nothing, and they equalize the turrets. IG even getting the more important one in that mid lane.
Yeah, really well played again by Kakao and Rookie. They're so good in any sort of skirmish in a 2v2 or 3v3, and it's that mid game that keeps IG and gives them leads, but they have to, again, be able to convert into late game fights.
Yeah, certainly doing. With something like a Victor, with something like a Rek'Sai, you can see exactly how the layering of CC works. So you have a little bit more confidence moving into this game in saying that they had Lee Sin and Yasuo pretty far ahead yesterday and weren't able to do much with it. So we'll have to see how it goes. And overall, this has been a very intriguing early game played out of IG. They've seemed to just focus as much free farm as they can onto that AD carry. We mentioned that Kid does get left alone to just scale up a lot of the time. Normally it's with Kitties, but this time around, Kitties trying to make plays elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, kind of matching Sync Dream's roaming that we were talking about, wanting to move around. To his credit, did an excellent job in the last exchange in mid lane there, helping IG escape with the 2 free kills and the tower safely. And Dragons back up in 30 seconds. IG going to look for their second.
Yeah, and Kakao looking to just get some vision. Might face check a couple of members. Needs to be careful, but has the support he needs.
Yo, Dark Binding though does land in Jahu again, uses the ulti. Kakao actually walks past the lantern, thinks he's fast enough underground, and will get out to safety, but that was a little bit risky.
Yeah, it certainly was a little bit risky, but that's the ultimate burn from Ezreal. They have the mid lane pushing, so really not much Gamti can do here to starve off the next dragon coming through. Will need to be careful that they don't overcommit with Kakao a little bit low, but should be able to win this team fight still.
Yeah, Tail there just zips away using his E. Kitty's going to pop the sweeper there and clear out the ward, and IG again getting all the vision around this early dragon here, making sure they can get for the second. They're going to move in, and they should be able to claim it here. They've at least started it. Oh, look like it, but they'll back away a little bit, waiting for it to come out of
Yeah, they're waiting for the Narbar to get a little bit of range. There is a good teleport behind. There it goes. It ties in.
Yeah, but the teleport there for Let Me's coming through. Kakao caught on the wrong side. He does smite it away. The lantern gets into safety. Let Me though in the thick of it as Huey dives right in there. Tail does good damage there and takes that rookie. Kakao gets a double knock him into tie in the Mega Knife bomb, moving in, but he doesn't quite have the ulti. There's 2 popped in there. There's the first kill. Second almost coming through as Let Me just gets away. Now Kid roaming in as well. Tail actually caught him by a death sentence, but Shahu going in there gets the double, and Kitties has to run away. Kid there tagged by a mystic shot. Jahu moving back in the play just enough there. Box popped as well. Sync Dream just misses the binding, but Jahu not done there. Snipes another for his third, and that's a big win for Gumty.
And that's a cooldown boots. They're not done. Sync Dream looking for another tag. No, doesn't manage to get Kid. 4 for 1 in that team fight. Sure, IG got the dragon, might even lose a turret for it, but Kakao wants back in?
No, he wants to farm in the mid lane. He knows the tower's dead here. The tier 2 going to get knocked down by Gumty. Hilariously, only the second tower of the game, but it's a tier 2.
Yeah, so able to pick up a huge team fight there, get gold even in their favor, up by 600 and 5-1-2 in their mid lane. He's having a fantastic game, and once again, it was all about Rookie being caught in that Cataclysm.
Yeah, Xiaohu just looking so good on this Ezreal every time he's played it. Plays around his team excellently here. You know, Tail come in, does some secondary damage, but Huey set up everything for the Ezreal well, and Rookie, I mean, we talk about Victor being a very mobile champion. He's got double mobility summoners. Cataclysm's pretty good at shutting off all that mobility.
Yeah, it certainly is, and really doesn't give you an area to be able to drop that ultimate either, so it needs to get on top of Tail. And this is another game where you think if IG are the ones initiating, if it is Kakao and Zatai going in for their teams, then it will be much more useful. But overall, it looks like if Huey is the one that gets the engage, it's going to be fantastic news for Gamti.
Yeah, and Shahu's just so strong after that fight as well. 5-1-2 now. Trinity Force all done. Manamuna about 500 mana through. So that big mid-game power spike that we talked about, it's going to be coming around the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we see Tail burning the ultimate out of Lucian, trying to push these turrets in. When you have the usefulness of using Xiaohu's ultimate and Tail's ultimate to just get rid of the minion wave as quickly as possible and continue to push, it's going to mean good things.
Yeah, and you know that double AD element of Gumty's comp that we spoke about during the draft, it's really going to come into its own here. They're going to start just shoving down turrets as fast as they can, using the massive AoE ultimates to poke IG off their turrets.
Yeah, and look at the damage that comes through when there's not that minion wave there to support it. Kid at half health needs to get back. Looks to try and even heal up, and Xiaohu continuing to look for kills, continuing to poke.
Yeah, dancing around over the death ray there as well. Tail going to help him push into Ty. Looks like he might get the turret here, but it's 4v4 in the mid side, and Gumty is so strong right now.
Yeah, hook lands though.
Sync Dream has to be a bit careful, gets played back there, pops the Black Shield. Chaos Storm though, more than enough to pick up the kill, but they do get the tower. Gumty will take the trade.
Yeah, so Gumty take that trade, but what will it mean in response? Can Zatai grab top lane or maybe even force something in the mid? Doesn't look like it. Let Me doing a great job of starving off this mini-Gnar.
Yeah, actually just still wave clearing out Zatai. Eventually we'll get the turret there. Let Me not quite able to clear fast enough there. Kid going to pop down to the bottom side as well. Maybe try and get a turret for himself. Kakao's even looking aggressively. Might even try to dive Tail between the turrets.
Yeah, so Tail was looking to rotate to pick up that farm. Sense something was wrong, able to get away from it. So it will mean that they pick up 2 turrets for 1. So overall, in the favor of Invictus Gaming. And This has really turned into who can position themselves around the map better and get themselves into a turret pushing situation.
Yeah, those turret scores all even now. We already talked about Victor wanting to get in and put sieges, and IG looking for fights, and Gumty, Double AD definitely want to be looking for some sieges. But right now, even on turret tier at 3 for 3, Gumty looking fine here. I mean, Let Me Zatai still continuing to farm up here. We've got Righteous Glory done for Let Me, looking for a Warden's Mail, I have to think, and then a Randuin's already done for Zatai.
Yeah, so Zatai just continuing to stack that armor, needs to be the huge tank dealing with these backline ADs, and you feel that with how it's been set up, might be able to get himself in that position. Let Me, once again, seems to be the focus. Kakao going in there, finds Sync Dream.
Yeah, Sync Dream has to be a bit careful, but Kakao, though, will tunnel out from the enemy side of the jungle towards the Baron Pit. Dragon back in a minute 40. Remember that Gumty don't have a dragon yet, so it would be the third for IG if they were able to pick it up. Transform done for Xiaohu now as well, so that next dragon fight that Gumty want to contest for, they have so much power.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they're at a point now where their AD carries, if they get onto the squishy backline, will just do work. And saying that double Randuin's Omen, so a good frontline setup for IG, looking to maybe try and zone them away from the fight. The pickup for me that will determine this next fight is the fact that Zhonya's has been finished for Rookie. If they dive onto him, should be able to get his combo down, and Zhonya's, and hopefully that will be enough for him to survive. A lot of pressure on Kid to do consistent damage. And wow, Zatai, the quick Thornmail coming through. Not as much health as he might like, but he's pretty hard to deal with in Mega Gnar form.
Yeah, he really is, and we've seen Zatai actually one of the better mini Gnars, interestingly enough, as far as players go, but he's real tanky right now. You know, skip the fade, just had a long sword for early laning, and going to walk in towards the top. I'm going to keep Let Me off his top tower, but this next dragon's coming up very soon, and IG are also poised to fight. We had 2 items done for Kalista also.
Yeah, so Kalista has those 2 items. Probably go towards the Last Whisper as the next to try and deal with Maokai, who's also picked up the Frozen Heart. That seems to be the item of choice against these Kalistas. Try and slow them down a little bit, and really will be all about execution pastry time. Everyone's finished up the items they want. Maybe Last Whisper to come next as well for Ezreal, and that will complete off his 3-item spike nice and early. Still 700 gold up, and looks like both teams jockeying for position, neither willing to pull the trigger.
Yeah, Kid actually going to steal away the Grumpy very efficiently, and IG can do the dragon very quickly with their Kalista, so that's a consideration for Gumty, but Mikhail's done it for Sync Dream as well. So many good tools for both teams.
Yeah, and they start up the dragon. Looks like the fight going to come through. Zatai's got the transform.
Yeah, he's actually managed to rage very well. They're now Mega Gnar form. IG should be able to get their third dragon. No, Jarvan gets in and seals it. Zatai gets shredded there by Tail. Does get the ulti up, but it might not be enough. Huey flashes out there. Rookie, though, does pop the Chaos Storm and his Zhonya's, but he's still taking damage. Kakao in the backline, ripping through people, but great bindings from Sync Dream, keeping them in. At Fate's Call there, pops a couple up, and Let Me dives in onto Kid. He's locked down for long enough. Can't do anything, and now Kitty's going to get shredded. A 5-for-2 fight. Gumty with an ace.
And you really think that was Zatai not going over the wall soon enough? He had the transform and continued to try and zone. They flew in, got the dragon, and then Zatai died before he really was able to get a great ultimate across. Once again, really well played out of Xiaohu. He's 7-1-5 now. We'll have that Last Whisper when he goes back, and that was all sorts of bad.
Yeah, Xiaohu was the shining light in that team fight for sure. Here is Zatai, actually very aggressive. Let Me will ulti onto in the binding. We'll get blocked by a minion, so Zatai hops away to safety. Now Kakao going to move in with the ulti, but he's going in the well and truly opposite direction. And again, 7-1-5 for the Ezreal. Xiaohu didn't even need to use his cleanse in that fight.
Yeah, so Xiaohu didn't really have to use all that was at his, I guess, disposal to get rid of that. The Mikhail's was enough, and you saw what won that fight probably was Huey. Held his ultimate until the Zhonya's was over and still locked up Rookie. Rookie's having no room to move in these fights and really is getting picked on for picking that immobile carry so early in the draft.
You know, we talk about Victor, very strong, but mostly short-range mage when it comes to doing a lot of damage, and they often build for mobility. That's true here for the Q augment for Rookie, but when he gets locked up, like you mentioned, nothing he can do.
Yeah, and we keep talking about it. Victor, one of those champions, if you got hard engaged, can lay a CC, he's so good, which is why it's confusing that IG weren't willing to engage that fight. They let Gumty one more time engage onto them. They have all the tools. They have the Thresh, the Fate's Call, not to mention Rek'Sai and Gnar. They should be able to get in there and really start mixing it up. But Gumty, at every point in the game, has picked when they wanted to fight and won it.
Yeah, we have to highlight Xiaohu, honestly, here. I mean, Tail's doing respectable damage. I actually love the build that he's gotten here, just going for efficient damage to complement, honestly, the main carry here, which is this Ezreal.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, there's double Randuins and a Thornmail on the front line. That's who you're most likely going to be hitting with Lucian. So very nice. You don't really need the attack speed because of the Light Slinger passive. So definitely agree that that's a good build to go in the current situation. And Zatai actually going for a Hex Drinker maybe now. Needs to pick himself up some health.
Yeah, I mean, the Warmog's probably his first port of call as far as flat health goes. I mean, he can get very big here. Fight those broken out Cacao. Kind of caught out, but Syncdream going to go down to Rookie. Let me dives in onto Zatai there. Xiao coming in a great another walloping and the Chaos Storm. And just so much damage. Kitty's getting thrown in as well, but Xiao's doing way too much damage as Kid goes down. Kitty's going to fall as well. And Gumty turn it around for another ace. Rookie has to be careful. Xiao chasing him with double buff. The death ray comes in. The Zhonya's will land, but Rookie nowhere to go. And there's another ace.
An ace and a 9-1-8 Ezreal. That will probably be game, honestly, for Gumty. The fast push will pick up the Baron buff at only 26 minutes in. Might just be a formality from here unless a Miracle Steal can come through, but what an absolute beautiful team fight. IG finally get one they think they can win, but not able to pull it off. Cacao going to be too late.
Yeah, he's well and truly too late there. It does back off, though, instead of getting killed. The empowered recalls that will get Gumty back to base very swiftly. So much gold to spend after all the treasure they have won from the last few fights. A BF sword done for Xiao, going full offense here, and this Ezreal is just taking over the game.
Yeah, he certainly is. I guess the only real saving grace here is that it will get to the point where they get tanky enough to deal with the double AD. The only problem is that's about 20 minutes in the future from now, and doesn't look like Invictus Gaming going to be able to make it that far. Their front line on Gumty able to deal with what Kid is throwing out, and Rookie just keeps getting caught out of position. Really does look like a fantastic game coming through.
And again, that last fight, so much good CC setup here, but Kid just couldn't get in position, kind of had to hop awkwardly around terrain towards the carries, and both Tail and Zhao will blow up Kalista at this point.
Yeah, exactly right. And Zhao, who's willing to skirt the edge of the fight, and because he's so strong 1v1, can really challenge any of the carries to a duel right now. And if there's not a tank to deal with it, who are looking currently at Tail, they really aren't able to do anything. And you see that Cannon Minion's still alive doing work to that turret, although the buff is back on because no one's in range.
Yep, does finally take it out. The good hook there from Kitties sets up the death ray there for Rookie, but Cacao now going to move in, try and clear out some vision, maybe look for a flank, but Gumty, they will eat these structures if IG let them.
Yeah, they certainly will. You'll see how much damage, and that's why Cacao is looking for the team fight, wants to get in there, but there's some nice wards on the side, spotting out the flank, so Cacao needs to start from a little bit further back, not going to be able to get it, and there's still so much gold available on this map. Top lane still has 2 turrets up.
Yeah, great deep wards from Gumty, like you mentioned. Not going to get surprised there by Cacao's Rek'Sai Dragon. Back here in 52 seconds, that will be Gumty's second and IG's third after the steal away from Huey at that last Dragon fight. Even an ultimate used there by Zhao to potentially get some far more push in the waves, and Gumty just looking complete control, 5,000 gold ahead at this point.
Yeah, they certainly are, and level 16 nearly has been achieved for Zhao in the mid lane, so that ultimate going to be doing supreme work, especially with that BF swords picked up. Really not much IG can do at this part of the game apart from stall and really hope that they can drag it late.
And they do have good wave clear, which is nice. Victor especially has fantastic long-range wave clear with the death ray, but I don't know if that's going to be enough here. Gumty push very efficiently. The Baron buff, maybe not the best purchase out of that, but they do have a little bit of it left, and looks like they more importantly want to secure the next dragon for themselves.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that. Cacao once again looking for the flank. Might have been spotted out, however.
I think he has been spotted. Oh, no, getting it. Zhao getting a face check. Cacao knocks him up to tie. Can't get over the wall, though. Cacao little too deep into enemy territory. The lantern is enough, actually. Huey used the ultimate there to try and kill him, but Syncdream goes in massively there with the flash ulti. Let me follows in onto Zatai with the snare and tail. Going to follow up, and Zatai forced to bounce out now in Mega Gnar form. Now going to keep following in. Let me again onto Rookie, who just gets blown up and is forced to use the Zhonya's. Zatai going to be the next one. Rides out again on another lantern. Zatai finally going to go down the ulti. Good there from Rookie, but not enough damage, and IG throw everything at Gumty and they shake it off.
Yeah, and Kid once again was just not there. They lose Zatai. Cacao was in way too deep, and they're just, every single time a team fight starts, looking for Rookie, looking for the main carry, making sure they've got him under control. They pick up their second dragon, and that seems to be the recipe to beat this IG lineup. Control Rookie, control the game.
And it makes sense. Cacao and Rookie, we talk about them so much as a strong duo here. And I have to agree with the main carry thing. Kid's a fine Kalista player, and his items are okay, but all of the Ren set action by Kalista is set up by Rookie and his Chaos Storm. If he gets picked off, doesn't matter how much CC or damage you have, GT just have more with their double AD.
Yeah, they certainly do, and especially with their double ADs at just way too much power coming out at this point. The QSS has been finished up. They're even happy with their damage. Can go for the luxury 4th item, defensive item. No lifesteal coming through, just winning the team fights up front.
Yeah, and I think that Xiaohu might even turn that BT into into a BT, a Bloodthirster here. Could go for IE, has the options. We're very curious to see what he wants to do because he's got a lot of gold banked up now, but he is going to go for the very powerful option. It is Bloodthirster.
Yeah, so Bloodthirster just supplements all the poke that can come out of this Ezreal. Also helps with the pushing power, so very good pickup. Gives him a little bit of a defensive option as well because of the fact that we'll have that shield to continue, and they push in now into the top lane, trying to get the last remaining turrets.
Yeah, take the outer turret that they somehow haven't picked up despite having a Lucian and an Ezreal, but they'll kind of get it as a formality. Here, Xiaohu gets double buffs again here as he takes away the red. And this Ezreal, we talked about before, it's full hard carry mode, and he said he could duel anyone. BT is going to make any 1v1 hit just impossible.
Yeah, and look, once again, over the side.
1v3 right now. Dodges a hook. Huey, they're going to follow him in, and that's another Lantern out for Kakao. Let me pops the ulti. Huey diving in onto the target, gets slowed down by the Boomerang. Kid gets locked up there, but hops out with Marshall Poise. Kitty's though taking a lot of damage, does get Fates called out. Now Kakao going to go bound, and Xiaohu over the wall. The stun there lands into tie, trying to make it happen, but Xiaohu still untouched, taking a 1v1 Kid off to the side. Rookie gets low as well. Kakao though can't do anything. Rookie forced to run away. Gumty still chasing there and get the jungler. Tail gets the double, and Xiaohu again, just so good.
Yeah, and Rookie trying to run for his life. Now they take out the 4th member there. Xiaohu picking that one up, and that was nearly the perfect fight for Invictus Gaming. They're just too far behind.
Yeah, Xiaohu did manage to get out, but still got stunned over the wall, and it just didn't matter here. IG might have been looking to tap the mat. No, Gumty will push them in, and IG going to make them finish, but Let Me's chasing poor Victor away. Rookie can't get back to help Wave Cure, and the base is now broken.
Yeah, so base is broken, is a top turret, so probably the easiest to defend, you do have to say, but that's grasping at straws to find positivities. Both people taking the gate out of the base.
Yep. Flashing over the gate, no worries there as Let Me will actually steal away the red buff here, slowly but surely on the Maokai. Chunk that one away. Rookie, sorry, will return to the bottom side of the map. Clear the minions very efficiently there with the death ray. But again, IG, they keep setting up good-looking fights, and Gumty is too far ahead. Yeah,
so that was all about Zatai getting a very good start to that team fight, but isn't tanky enough. Even has less gold still than Kakao, and Kakao really is trying to get to the point where he can be up in their face, but with the 2 last Whispers finished, with everything else being done, just impossible. You even see another Brutalizer coming out of Xiaohu, just looking for all that flat pen, recognizes they only have AD threat, probably going for the Black Cleaver.
I love that choice as well. Not selfish at all, not going for a big Infinity Edge as the last item. Doesn't need a defensive item either, apparently, just the Bloodthirster being enough there as a semi-defensive item, and that's going to help Tails damage out a lot. And we've already seen Xiaohu doing a lot by himself, but Tails scaled up now as well.
Yeah, Tails certainly in a good position, has got another BF sword for himself, looking to push these waves out, chunks out Kitties, who now has to return to base, and this might even be mid lane turret going down.
Rookie just taking so much damage. Ulti is going to hit, and Rookie very lucky to be alive after that exchange. Huey happily face tanking the turret now, so not even that tanky, honestly, with just a giant spell and a Randuin's, but Gumty, another inhibitor turret down. The mid inhib falls shortly after.
Yeah, so even though not that tanky, they just kill waves that quickly that it doesn't even matter. Able to crush through that turret. Now looking towards the Baron area. Kakao needs the Miracle Steal. If they're able to pick up the steal, they might be able to stall out the game with some minion waves, but 11-1-11 Ezreal, 7-1-9 Lucian. It's just everything backs against the wall.
Yeah, good presence of mind for Kakao, already set up for the steal, so good foresight there, but Gumty are trying to bait IG into it, and IG cannot look for a fight here.
Yeah, the reason they can't go anywhere near it is the fact that their base has super creeps in it. They're going to continue to push in on those turrets. They'll only tank up one, and it really is up to Kakao. They've pinged him out.
Yeah, they've spotted him after the Scrying Orb, I believe, used in as Kakao will tunnel out of the way, but everyone else going to find him. He will take a very long series of tunnels out, gets the subway out from the Baron pit.
Yeah, so able to get out of Baron, but that is the fight.
Huey goes in there, views the Cataclysm, ulti there moved in as well, so Loki gets popped, but it's not enough there as Xiaohu claims the first kill onto Thresh. Now chasing in there, Kakao caught in, they're going to get the double knock up there onto Huey and Xiaohu, but there's the double coming through. Rookie forced to use the Zhonya's early. Xiaohu just destroys him and grabs the triple, running in for the last 2 kills, seeing if he can claim the Penta, but Gumty might just take the game instead.
Yeah, they certainly will. Xiaohu's still going. No, the mat is tapped. IG surrender it up 35 minutes in, 14,000 gold.
And Zhao Hu, there he is, big smile on his face, and I would be too. 14-1-11 on Ezreal, putting on one hell of a show for his fans.
Certainly was. He was 5,000 gold ahead of his lane opponent. We've complimented Rookie on how he's been playing, but he just got focused that hard in the early game. Really big credit to Sync Dream. We've criticized his roam, maybe going a little bit aggressive. That game, he was spot on.
Yeah, jungle MVP definitely going to Sync Dream. There's so many ganks in that mid lane roaming in with the Jarvan, and that set up Zhao Hu for success, and he's shown it time and time again. If he needs a hard carry, he will.
Yeah, he certainly will, and he was able to get in there. Very good double AD comp run by Garmty.
And again, just not quite enough. The Cacao struggling a bit in IG. Their woes are continuing over the weekend. Can they claim the second game? We'll find out after this quick break as game 2 between IG and Garmty is coming right up. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm Julian Pagetimecard. Joining with me for this second game is Jake Spawn Tiberiu once again, and Gumty versus IG is our matchup, and Gumty, maybe surprisingly, are up a game very confidently.
Yeah, they certainly are. We just saw a very sad Kakao sitting right there. Wasn't able to do anything. Got an early lead. We complimented his early jungle pathing, but afterwards it just looked like Gumty with that double E comp exploded. Xiaohu in the mid lane went off, and there was nothing IG could do about it.
Yeah, and there were 2 bans thrown at him in that first game. I wonder if they'll maybe make it a third here as well. As we've got Ari and Italy, the first 2 bans for Gumty on the blue side, so really respecting those champions on IG. The Xerath ban again, the LeBlanc ban again. IG might be considering that third ban.
Yeah, they certainly look to be going for something like that. Still would expect it to be a Rek'Sai ban, get that one away from Huey. I think that it's more important to just get Rookie the counter pick. Don't blind pick a mid lane. Xiaohu definitely is an admirable foe. Need to protect Rookie, get him a counter pick, make sure he's comfortable in the matchup.
Yeah, get him going here is Hecarim, the last ban there for Gumty. There's a pretty deep in a champ select here for game 2. Jana, the last ban for IG, so sticking to their guns, but Gumty this time, they'll take Rek'Sai away.
Yes, looks like they grabbed the Rek'Sai. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Kakao jump onto his Lee Sin, try and go head-to-head with the Rek'Sai one more time, but that's a bad pick away. Kakao looked fantastic on it, but this definitely is Huey's most comfortable jungler.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first thing we saw him play, of course, when he actually played. It's what he played in, of course, in the first game that he played. Getting that pentakill to kind of start things off there has looked great here. Rek'Sai and Italy, the 2 big contested junglers, but you might be right, Spawn.
Yeah, it looks like he is hovering the Lee Sin at least, and really has looked promising lately on that particular champion. Also allows a pretty nice combo, but looks like they're going for the Lissandra in the top lane. We spoke about the fact that it's dropped out of popularity, is back for game 2, and maybe because of tie, but Rookie also plays it in the mid lane.
And I actually really like this pick from RG. I'm somewhat surprised they didn't go for it earlier, because like you mentioned, it's a good flex pick. Zatai, an old school mid lane player, certainly comfortable on mages, probably in the top side, and Rookie's played Lissandra to great success as well. So Lee Sin here and Lissandra might signal the Yasuo, of course, which does make me very excited, but we'll have to wait to see from IG and Gumty. They got 2 more picks to make as well.
Yeah, they certainly do. They look like they're trying to secure a big tank again for Let Me in the top lane, hovering over that Maokai, and this time they'll pick up the Morgana to go along with it, and that's a very, I guess, generic combo so far. Don't really give anything away from their team comp, and they've left both their solo laners for last, so they'll be able to tell right now whether this is a mid or a potential top, unless Rookie doesn't want to pick in the AD support.
Yeah, we'll see a bit of flexibility as well here coming through for Gumty. I like the Morgana. It seems to be Sync Dream's next champion. He played, of course, with Jana banned away. He seems like he wants to go again. Something a bit more defensive, but had great bindings actually in a lot of those fights. Really got some of the lanes going there for Gumty. And Kid this time actually going to steal away the Lucian, and with Lulu here as well.
Yeah, so that's another flex. We currently don't know where 2 members are going. Maybe it's a mid, maybe it's a support, maybe it's top, and looks like they're happy to go back to that double AD. Tail hovering over the Ezreal. That will be picked up by Xiaohu. Not a fantastic AD champion in the bottom lane, but we saw just how good it is in those solo lanes once you build up the farm.
And why not run it again here? Although they might be mixing it up here. Xiaohu, I mean, as it was a fine blind pick, that would make plenty of sense to me, but Gumty have a few more seconds to decide what they do really want to do. Quickly looked at a Syndra, but I think they're going back to double AD by the looks of things here. Tail actually swapping to Sivir at the last second, get him a power load of these champions, but Xiaohu should take it again. He's back on Ezreal.
Yeah, so Xiaohu back on Ezreal, this time a pseudo blind pick because we don't really know what's coming through. With the Sivir, very safe champion pick, speeds people up. They can get the fight started at will. Don't really have the Jarvan to traverse so much distance to be able to get that Cataclysm down this time around. So we'll be looking to get Sivir, speed up the Maokai and get him into the team fight very quickly. And Fizz being hovered, not sure if that will be the pickup currently for this game. An Assassin does deal with ADs very well. And it's actually locked in. Yeah,
I mean, going to take it here. Again, lots of flex picks that will be Rookie's Fizzler coming through, which leaves the tie with Lissandra and Lulu down in the bottom side.
Yeah, it's actually Zatai's Fizz in the top lane, of course. AD Fizz on this patch coming through with the Trinity Force. Does so much damage if you're able to land that Fizz, of course, amplifying all damage. Not just magic damage, all damage, and really can do some pretty sweet plays. And the lockdown CC that comes through really does allow that to open up.
Yeah, I mean, Zatai's an old school Fizz player as well, so Very curious stuff here from IG. I like that they're mixing it up. We've talked about IG kind of needing to find their feet with the new identity they have for a team. And so for this game, we have Top Fizz versus Maokai.
Yeah, and I like this because you can run nearly anything you want into the Maokai, and it doesn't really hurt you. Kakao versus Huey will be Rek'Sai versus Jarvan. Jarvan, Lee Sin. Going back to Lee Sin.
Yeah, and I mean, Rookie here with the Lysandra versus the Ezreal. I actually quite like that. Xiao Hu does have the cleanser game, which makes sense because Ezreal, you mentioned pseudo-blind pick. He's so safe that it probably doesn't matter, but Rookie can probably give Ezreal a run for his money in the early stages and Sync Dream back on Morgana. But Kitty's here on another older champion, Lulu in support this time.
Yeah, so the support, Lulu being picked up, of course. Morgana, a very neutral lane. Once again, you can really run anything you like into it. So going for the more team fight, late game scaling support.
Yeah, and things are looking good here. Both teams have comps that they're fairly comfortable with, so be curious to see what they want to go for. So let's get on to the Rift. And welcome back onto the Rift here. Gumpty versus IG for the second game coming through now as well. Gumpty up a game with Xiao Hu Ezreal really being the centerpiece of their last big win, and he's got it again, Spawn.
Yeah, he certainly has, and we saw how dominating he was last time around. Even with a good start out of Kakao, they repetitively revisited the top lane, and it didn't necessarily go in their favor. Good steep ward there. Will spot out the whole IG lineup going for that early invade.
Yep, so they will check a couple of things out here as well. Do you go through the ward there, but IG just going to get some vision of their own. Sync Dream collect some big money there actually with the Tormented Style. Very nicely timed.
Yeah, so cash money coming in through from Sync Dream, able to get vision over the whole team. And just taking a look over Zatai's Fizz, actually has 18 AP, so don't know exactly what he's going to be building, but looks kind of funky at the moment.
Yeah, can do a bunch of different stuff here, but IG just get their wards done. Potentially looking for the lane top or just want some early vision here. Have 3 deep wards down in IG's side of the map there, and near towards their red buff. So lots of good vision here, and Kakao going to decide what side of the jungle he wants to start on. And it turns out he's going into the most warded side.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be face checking even into 2 members strong still. Needs to be careful he doesn't get caught out because Zatai waited for the 4th potion.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what happens here. Sync Dream kind of hanging out there with Tail as we are going to break out into standard lanes. It seems like good harass there from Kitties using that spell thief very nicely, but Kakao has to be real careful in the jungle.
Yeah, in the top lane, they're still going for his red buff. They waited for him to go past, and now maybe even looking to sneak in there. Kakao will start up his Krugs, and that might be stolen.
They're going to contest right now in the 2v2 in the top side of the map, but down the bottom, good harass them moving in as well.
He got level 2, so Kakao must have been able to pick them up there on his red buff still.
Yeah, he used his smite there, I think, so managed to get the big Krug at least here, but they are still contesting for that buff there, Kakao. Going onto the Huey, actually, there was maybe forced to flash away. Smite does come in for a bit of extra health. Rookie's in here now as well, though. Let me moving in there is going to force the first flash. Xiao Hu now going to come in there. Flash kick from Kakao does miss there, and Zatai chasing in as best he can, but a good coup there from Rookie. Gets 3 people slowed. Xiao Hu moving out as well, and Gumpty get out of a very weird invade.
Yeah, so 2 flashes for 2 flashes. Rookie burns his, but Xiao Hu was able to keep up with his flash, and it was actually Zatai holding onto his. That will mean a very late start of the jungle, and Kakao using that to his advantage actually invades onto the blue buff, so didn't have to use his smite. And we see in the mid lane, trading back and forth, Rookie probably getting the better of that one.
Yeah, Rookie and Xiao Hu going very back and forth there as it comes through, but they will be okay moving in. I do like the point about the steal there for Kakao. We talk about it all the time, him wanting to be aggressive, and especially when Lee Sin punish the enemy jungler, he's had the perfect opportunity to do so this game.
Yeah, he certainly has, and you see that Kakao took away that blue buff, will look to maybe even take away the wolves afterwards, pinging that one out, and that will be a potential 3 buff start as a very nice boomerang blade comes through from Tail, chunking out Kid.
Oh, Huey is so low there on his Krugs. I don't know if he can quite finish him. Looks like he'll be able to get a bit of work done. Sync Dream, no trading orders back and forth. Huey forced to back away, potentially very good leashing, although actually regens a little too much. He's going to move back in. He can't finish it and has to back away from his own jungle. No, does just do it. Very well played.
Yeah, so manages to pick that up, but meanwhile, Kakao has gutted the top side of the jungle, really taking full advantage of what went down, and that was an over-aggressive play out of Gumpty, and Kakao really has made them pay as much as he could.
Yeah, and we talk about Kakao and his aggressive Lee Sin. Usually it's sometimes ganking lanes, especially rookies, but this time, Rookie doing just fine. Kakao going to take all of Gumpty's jungle away.
Yeah, so able to take that one away. We see Zatai in the top lane, farming very nicely. 2 to 15 in favor of Zatai, also pushing in his favor. So he's trimming the wave, trying to hold it on his advantage for as long as possible.
I mean, is this just a thing matchup-wise, or we expect Fizz to get ahead of Maokai?
Well, Maokai had to run away the whole time, and and Zatai went straight to his lane, so he actually picked up a level advantage, and now you see just able to zone off and very scared of Kakao on that top side of the map. No ward, so can't really approach the wave.
And Kakao doing a very nice job power farming here as well, has taken away some of the jungle over from Huey, and he's just clearing through now, but let me get a bit more aggressive. Zatai, though, going to pay him back here, and the Seastone Trident auto attacks here. Let me can't do anything right now.
Yeah, so Zatai continuing to get in his face, and this is a problem with the Maokai matchup. You can just run so many things into it, and he doesn't really trade well against the Fizz in particular. So Zatai having his way with that lane. Looks like he's got some attack speed, and he's got some AP. So maybe even a Nash's Tooth Fizz coming out. I'm trying to draw my mind back to what is currently strong. Trinity Force is definitely one of the stronger options right now, but there are some variants.
I mean, it's Zatai, let's be real. He can do just about anything in the top lane at this point. Good twisted advance there from Lemmy to avoid some of the damage, but that auto from the W doing a lot of work, even against the passive, but Lemmy trading back and forth well. The minion's doing a little too much damage. Zatai going to move and gets the flash. Last auto, no! Lemmy just wrecks him with the Q auto.
Yeah, and that was really over-aggressive from Zatai there. He tanked up a little bit too much minion aggro, and now he's given the lane completely back. That 400 gold will equalize it, and fantastic play out of the top laner for Garmty.
Yeah, gets out of the way, doesn't want Kakao there. Thankfully for him, he's on the opposite side of the map, but he's even able to push the lane into the tower now, and Zatai started off so well there, but can't even finish his Sheen, just has its components.
Yeah, has the components. He will be able to pick up all that farm. So the lane definitely is back nearly equal, but will still be able to keep up in this farm and still zone off because he's got that experience advantage. I think that's what really is going to hurt Zatai didn't miss any of those creeps. He's nearly up to level 6 and will still probably look to play very aggressive.
Yeah, and I like what Lemmy was doing there. He actually bought a blasting one, wanting to go very aggressive towards his Rod of Ages, and decided, you know what, gonna play it a bit safer, has some potions, double durance, and a ruby crystal, recognizes that Zatai really wants to kill him in this lane.
Yeah, exactly right. Understanding exactly what Zatai wants to do. Maybe thought he was a little bit further ahead after he got that first blood, then saw that Zatai had teleported, and yeah, did the right thing, went for a very safe build.
Yeah, making good use of the undo feature there as well. Zhao Hu farming out from under his top, very comfy here, a little bit behind Rookie, and this is one of the nice things about Lissandra. Her wave clear is so good.
Yeah, very strong wave clear, deals very well because has a good transition into Azonya's Hourglass early. Kakao was spotted by a ward, recognizes it through the map movement. See how quickly Kakao turns around after a gank. He knows exactly when he's been spotted, where the ward is, sweeps it out.
Yep, so good use of the sweeper there. Rookie continuing to harass here. And we talk about Ezreal a lot in the early levels, being very good at pushing because he's got so much AD bringing into the mid lane. But you just can't keep up with Lissandra's early wave clear.
No, you certainly can't. Lissandra just does it better than anyone. And we see Huey trying to get aggressive in this top lane, maybe looking for a counter game. Kakao, however, clearing out the Scuttler, and now he knows exactly where Huey is.
Yeah, Prayseeker fight out there as well. Attempted a steal there for Huey, but Kakao saves his smite and look for a different camp potentially. They're maybe even looking for the mid lane for a gank. Rookie is level 6.
Yeah, so Rookie level 6, Kakao level 6 as well. That's a very quick level 6, given what happened in the early game, as we see Synctream getting chunked out, and this Lulu is actually doing work, putting pressure on the lane.
Yeah, just so much harassment here. Morgana, I mean, binding's fine, but you can't really do much as far as auto attack trades go. Morgana, normally very good at trading with the spell teas, but Lulu's just that much better.
Yeah, exactly right. Able to get the picks in there and get so much more auto attack harass. Kakao actually in the bottom lane now as well, looking for a little bit of a gank. He's just searching for Huey. Recognizes that he's stronger, has the extra longsword, wants to get in his face.
Good ulti there by Kid, as well. He was tail playing Lucian last game as he throws out the boomerang with Huey, getting confused. Huey will come to the bottom to do a bit of babysitting, and Tail just trying to clear out as much CS as he can.
Yeah, certainly picks that up. He's 57 to 64, so it definitely is going against him, although the quick shot had come through, and it was really the Doran's blade that was doing all the extra work for Lucian, so invested in that. Another steal for Kakao coming away. That's very important. Denying it from the Ezreal, that's going to slow the tier stacking up, which is crucial. So if they don't get anything extra here, as in the top lane, we actually have the fish being used.
Yeah, Zatai already used his ulti. Lemmy's though popped his as well. He's happy to fight here on the Maka. A good dodge there, but the Lemmy's still going in. Kakao though's found his way in, finds a kick in the queue and claims it.
Yeah, and really nice gank from Kakao. Didn't want to risk throwing his Q through all of the minions, so kicks Maokai out of the minion wave to safety, it looks, but of course, Immobile able to follow it up. A very nice resonating strike.
Yeah, you get a free follow-up there after the kick, and just cleared the minions out of the way. Pinned him against the wall, and a very good cleanup there. So Zatai rewarded a bit for the aggression on the top lane, doubling the CS of Let Me.
Yeah, and this is really the best we've seen Zatai perform so far, having a great laning phase, and it was all off the back of a very poor invade at the start. So Kakao getting around the map, he's picked up the jungle item now, completed the warrior enchant as well, and really looking to catapult his team ahead. Wasn't able to do it on the Rek'Sai, has had better success on the Lee Sin in the past. Let's see if he can do it again.
Yeah, and we've seen Kakao play Trailblazer Lee Sin, but he's going full aggression now with the slightly nerfed Chilling Smite actually on this patch. So he really just wants to get in and affect all of his lanes.
Yeah, he certainly does. We're seeing the same build out of Xiaohu here. I thought that the reason he went the Manamune last time was because he was very accelerated. This time around, however, even though he's just going even, still happy to pick up that item.
Yeah, just wants to transform a little bit earlier. Happy to maybe move a bit slower towards that Trinity Force. And speaking of Trinity Forces, Zatai, you mentioned the build already. That's what he's going for.
Yeah, certainly is going for the Trinity Force. So oh wow, in the bottom lane, Sync Dream so low.
Yeah, gets low there after Kid's ulti. Tail moving in as well. The poly there from Kiddies is very good. And Lucian playing so aggressively. I love this from Kid. He actually went double Doran's Blade BF sword here, and is just taking it to Tail.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Tail's starting to fall behind in CS, and more importantly in map pressure. Now they're rotating towards that dragon, looking to pick it up, and against someone like a Siva who has such good bully potential in the early game, that's bad news for Garmty.
Yeah, and Rookie keeping Ezreal pinned in the mid lane as well. Early cooldown boost and Fiendish Codex facilitating a lot of wave clear, and no one can leave their lanes. IG easily pick up the first dragon.
Yeah, and they'll rotate back. Ooh.
The Zatai moving in as well. The ulti moving through, but it's not enough to contribute to the gank. And Zatai claims a solo kill this time.
Yeah, so Fizz really starting to get going, continuing that 30 CS gap. And as soon as a fish hits, when you're playing an AD Fizz, the damage spikes so high. You think that you have him low, and all of a sudden he is completely turning around. We'll be maxing the W as well for all of the auto attacks, and it's just so painful to deal with on the current patch.
Yeah, so much mixed damage of Trinity Force adding in, getting that proc. You saw it there again, Maokai, just nothing you can do. Letme's even gone quite defensive here. Even got a null magic mantle now as well to try and shake off some of the damage, but there's just too much of it at this point.
Yeah, there certainly is, and once again we see Kakao getting aggressive, looking for vision in the bottom side of the jungle, seeing if he can spot out whatever Huey is doing. Blue buff must be up relatively soon on Kakao's side of the map. Actually had already been taken, and wow.
Think Dream gets kicked back there. Kakao moving in, a very aggressive TP. The good Black Shield going to keep him safe. It's Zatai looking to claim it. Actually goes to Kakao now. Tail popped his ulti. Zatai does not have his fish, so can't follow in. Wanted the kill, only got an assist.
Yeah, so only got the assist, but generated so much pressure on the bottom of the map. We'll be able to maybe stick around for the turret. Kakao not done. Still chasing in. He looks so much more aggressive, really trying to get his team into a good mid-game position.
Yeah, it just looks much comfier on Lee Sin. We saw it yesterday in Game 2 versus EDG. We're seeing it here again in their Game 2 versus Garmty. And honestly, for me, I don't know why Kakao doesn't play this champion more often.
Yeah, I completely agree. As we see Kid again.
Popping the ulti there, Spellshield's going to absorb a couple hits, but Tail going to get died. The Kakao immediately goes in and gets the kill with his E. Singjim going to lock him up at Kakao, dodging deftly between the turrets. Xiaohu, though, going to move in for cleanup. Kakao trying to get away. He's going to try and buy some time, but Xiaohu collects the trade.
Yeah, so Xiaohu able to collect the trade, but they'll pick up the turret for it, and that's just so much CS lost against that turret. 20 now the advantage of Kid, really the beneficiary of the latest bout of Kakao's aggression. And in the bottom lane, the wave will equalize and the turret will go down.
Yeah, so Kid going to claim it. Actually lets the minions do it, trying to deny as much back. They're even pushing slightly further back, so Kid and Kiddies could maybe even freeze and deny a bit more CS as Xiaohu battles Rookie in the mid once again. But Rookie's blue buff kind of beating Ezreal here. Oh, Huey moved in, but a good flash actually there from Rookie to avoid the knockup.
Yeah, so Rookie just trying to avoid the knockup. It was through the race area. That's why he didn't see it coming. So good reflexes there, not getting caught out. We saw that last time. It looked like the strategy was camp Rookie. Not this time. Huey's just been completely dictated to.
And this is sort of the nice thing, I guess, is that Kakao is just keeping Rek'Sai under control, knowing how mobile that jungler is. And the rest of his lanes are fine. Kid's playing aggressive. Rookie's basically in a neutral matchup. And Zatai's winning heavily as well. We saw that Let Me got ganked over and over again and maybe trying to help Zatai a little bit in his 1v1, but he's holding his own right now.
Yeah, he certainly is. Third blue buff in a row being stolen away from Kakao. Rookie has had an absolute monopoly over that one. That's just hurting the transform coming through from Ezreal. It's so much experience being picked up for Rookie Extra. When you stop getting those blue buffs, you just fall further and further behind, and really is hurting out Xiaohu in the mid lane, who after a terrific last game, sure, he's still looked good, but the rest of the team hasn't been performing the same.
Yeah, you know, and that Trinity Force and the Transform came in around the 22-minute mark, I think, in Game 1. Going to be significantly delayed here in this particular game. In fact, he just went back. He's got his Mana Immunity and his Sheen, but that's about it.
Yeah, exactly right. Has no gold for anything else as well. Has picked up a longsword just trying to eke the maximum damage currently out of his build. And the Trinity Force, meanwhile, in the top lane has now been finished up for Zetian. With that fish off cooldown, level 11 in sight, will be looking to get aggressive again, you would have to think.
And I have to highlight here, Spawn, Letme's build here, you know, going for the Rod of Ages, quite aggressive, will have to scale up. That's probably not good news if your Fizz has a Trinity Force already.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's an aggressive build and you won't be able to fight him. Probably needed to go some magic resist. Instead, they're sending members up there to try and deal with Zetian. Zetian looks happy to maybe even take the 2v1.
I mean, he's so slippery on the Fizz anyway, and he's got his Trinity Force up as well. Huey might even be walking into just a double kill there for the Fish, so has to back away. Mid tower was pressured there as well by IG, using their man advantage a little bit and trying to take it down, but it was successfully defended by Xiaohu's ulti.
Yeah, it certainly was, and now the 40% CDR has been picked up for Rookie, even without the blue buff. And in the top lane, Zetian is absolutely styling on Letme.
Yeah, Fish hits there again. Zetian just cleans out the kill with a Trinity Force, and Letme can no longer go back to his lane.
Yeah, he cannot go anywhere near top lane Fizz at the moment. You see the crit even coming through with that max W, just doing so much damage to everything. Throw on the fact that there's a damage amplification in his kit, and Zetian's having a very good game.
And that's the thing, we finally needed to see Zetian on something comfortable. On the standard top laners, he's looked okay, but not brilliant. We thought that Mages was going to be the answer, and Zetian, he has a lot of Fizz games.
Yeah, he certainly does, and is now playing it in a different way, but the mechanics are all the same. All you have to do is hit the Fizz, auto attack through with that W, and he's doing really well. So 30 seconds until Dragon up. He'll probably roam down there now and see if he can impact a team fight together.
Xiaohu attempting the blue buff steal. We saw poor Clearlove die yesterday. Ezreal and Cacao. He just stole the blue buff from
with
his own
red,
mid laner.
With his red buff. So, oh. Funnily enough, I actually think blue buff on Lee Sin is one of the strongest tools because it means that you don't have to really worry about your combo, especially on going for any form of kick back into your team. Sometimes it is very hard to not double mash your W when you go to the ward, and it does expire your energy very easily. So see how he goes with that one, but it will hurt Rookie not having that. Still has a 40% CDR, but won't have the mana regen to go with it.
I mean, look, he's going to get Xiaohu's blue buff in a couple minutes anyway, so probably not too worried here as Rookie as IG will take themselves a very swift second Dragon there. Attempted to steal Cacao. Actually does get hit by a binding, but Dragon is secured.
Yeah, and Letme in the brush. Looking for Zetian. I think that's a fight that he doesn't want to pick, and Zetian over the wall might even look for a fish.
Rek'Sai might be coming. Letme goes in there again there, but the fish actually just missing there. Zetian, though, doesn't care. He's going to keep moving in. Now he does as Huey has roamed up as well. Zetian in a whole host of trouble. Great flash knocker there, but Zetian somehow gets out, uses everything there to close the distance, and gets out in style.
Yeah, actually.
Oh! Xiaohu!
From downtown, able to nail him, so it took a third member. Two weren't enough. The third was, but he short-armed the fish pastry time. Not able to throw through. Remember, kids, at home, put your shoulder into it, throw it through the target. Otherwise, you're just going to miss.
Yeah, drop the base a little awkwardly there as the Rookie will move in, clear out some of the winning waves here. And Xiaohu, he'll collect his kill. 2-0-0 now. Does need a bit of extra gold to be very happy with that.
Yeah, in the bottom lane, Kid in some trouble. Actually turned around a 2v3.
Oh, yeah, gets exhausted. Those tail going to move in, pop the ulti. Kiddies will return now as well. And Kid goes aggressive onto Xingqiu. Wild Growth is popped there. Massive Lucian on top of Tail, who also is forced to flash there. Let Me now returning as ported down towards the bottom side, but mid tower goes down there for IG, and nothing else left is Cacao coming in now as well. Kicks Tail in the face there, lands the Q, will follow in there. Kid going to claim it, and the slow did land in onto Let Me. Cacao going to keep running in. Rookie there, flash ultis in on top of him, and there's a kill for the mid laner.
Yeah, and what terrific play rotating around the map. Xiaohu a little too late, but that all started off the back on Kid being able to 1v2.
Yeah, and then Kid just so strong. We talked about it already. He's gone basically the Enforcer build here with the Bloodthirster Thirst, and first even And I mean, just so strong. He was already 2v2ing comfortably with his double endurance. As the tie nails Huey with the fish, but gets bound. Gonna hop in on top of him as well. Q letting there for Kakao. Huey just gets destroyed though.
Yeah, and you see how much damage this AD Fizz does, actually going tanky after it. So playing it very Bruiser-esque. A lot of the Fizzies you see running around in solo queue will go for that Blade of the Ruined King next, go for a more of assassin field. Of course, with the damage amplification and the active on a Blade of the Ruined King just does so much damage, but is going for maybe a Frozen Heart, getting some CDR in there, and we already knew how frustrating 40% CDR Fizz was when he was AP. Throw in the fact that he doesn't need to use that pole for damage now. It's purely a reposition tool in this kit. It's just going to be even worse.
Yeah, and Zetia's running amok here in the top side of the map. 3-2-2, probably underselling how well he's played the early game a little bit here as Kakao will eat another binding. They're looking for another blue buff steal, and Zhao, who for the first time in forever finally gets one.
Yeah, able to pick it up, but you just saw how much pressure was over that side of the map. Zhao, who at this time was nearly finishing up his Trinity Force. If we take a look at the gold, still a full component short. So is still doing very well for himself. 2-0-0 has farmed pretty well in the mid lane, but Rookie having a much better performance this time around.
Yeah, just so comfortable on this Lissandra. Almost as Zonya's done actually as well for the Lissandra there in the mid for IG's mid laner. Got both the components, just needs the actual item itself to finish. And Zetai still here in the top, clearing minions out very swiftly. And again, Maokai, do not approach the fish.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't want to go anywhere near him. And you see Kakao now rotating up there, looking to get aggressive. Dark Binding does hit.
Great binding there as well. Kakao going to sweep out the ward. Rookie takes a good burst of damage, but you can see again, Kakao continuing to be mobile. Now Rookie joining him in these ganks as well.
Yeah, so they're starting to move as that unit, try and get around the map. You see in the top lane, 50 CS is the advantage currently for Zetai, and he just looks like he's having an absolute field day up there. Doesn't have a care in the world, pushing up without a turret and even fighting Let Me again.
Yeah, I mean, he might even tower dive at this point. He's 2 levels up as well. Does have his ulti ready. And Let Me just has to stay safe under his tower and do the best he can to farm.
Yeah, certainly is just looking to farm across the map. Zeal picked up in the bottom lane against Infinity Edge, so the Bloodthirster coming up trumps as a first item because of all the other things it gives. Of course, the synergy between Infinity Edge and crit as well as attack speed is very good late game, but as a one-item standalone, Bloodthirster will still win out.
Yeah, and I love this from Kid, just playing so much more aggressively, getting away from Kalista and some of the later game carries, and just playing a bit more for the early mid-game.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case, and they're continuing to push in with this turret sieging build. 5 members on the bottom side of the map looking to contest the red buff. Zetai isn't there. IG needs to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, the steal, though, does come through. Kakao, I believe, might have stolen away the red buff for this smite. Although Kid might have, yeah, Kid actually did get it donated to him as well. They're even going to take the Scuttle Crab, drag him back in a minute 20. IG have so much power on the map.
Yeah, they certainly do, and that was 4v5. That just proves how little Garmsy want to fight this team currently. Zetai hopping over the wall, clears out a ward for himself, able to grab the top lane turret, so he's becoming a very big split-pushing threat.
Yeah, I mean, he is a split-pushing threat at this point. Frozen Heart even done if he wants the team fight as well. Garmsy will try and respond with the turret, but Kid quells that immediately.
Yeah, able to clear it out with the culling. This was always the case with Lucian. If you were ever going to play any team comp that didn't have wave clear, Lucian was a go-to AD carry, just cleared out the mid lane waves at will, and it's such a short cooldown. You can see already nearly a quarter of the way through.
Yeah, Zetai actually going to take the Grump away. Let Me tries to steal it back, but Zetai will claim it for himself instead. Rod of Ages charging up here for Let Me, so Maokai is kind of on the way, but again, we've talked about him not being able to approach Zetai for the last 5 to 10 minutes, and in the power trough that he's currently sitting in, it's just practically impossible.
Yeah, it's not getting any better. Look for Kakao to maybe even pick up some magic resist next time around, in the form of potentially a Hex Drinker, and then go for some health afterwards, because he's just able to deal with Let Me with no trouble whatsoever, and has been spotted out and his recall stopped, but Let Me needs to be careful he doesn't poke the beast too much.
Yeah, and actually as we see the Dragon almost respawning, Zhao kind of maybe look like a bit of a liar actually, does have the Transform and the Trinity Force done at 23 minutes, so very comparable to his part-time from the last game, which is very impressive.
Yeah, it certainly is impressive. Was able to farm up a Storm in the mid lane. In regards to his team, is very far ahead, but I guess the difference is this time around they don't have the control that will go with it, and Zetai has now joined his team. Rookie looking for a flank. IG in a position to not only pick up the Dragon, but win a team fight.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they get done here as well. Just checking IG. Going to move in for their next Dragon now as well. GT trying to poke them off, but Zatai's even walked down here as well just to try and help them out. And IG, they'll start it. Huey might entertain a steal. Zhao who's going to poke them a bit as well, but Huey is going to go in to try and find a steal. Does actually get it, but has to get out of the pit. Flashes out of the way, but Rookie over the top. Ultis as well. Popsies on Zhonya's, and Zatai is in the thick of it as well. The Wild Growth popped onto the Fizz. Sync Dream going to be the next target here for the Fish, and does claim it there for the double. Let Me now going to be the next one here as Fizz coming on the backside onto Tail. Just pokes him down with a W. Takes him out almost under the turret. Will Playful Trickster does actually miss. Gets the triple, but will go down to the tower, it looks like here. Fizz somehow alive.
Yeah, Fizz survives, and Kid was able to zone off 2 members by himself. Zhao, who's still looking for a way in, but that's a 3-for-0 in favor of IG. Somehow Huey got another miracle steal, but the flank from Rookie was just too good. Now that he's on an engaged champion, just very well played over the backside of the Dragon
and
Pit.
You can see the difference the tie on a comfort champion where he can make Cacao. Zhao with another great snipe.
Yeah, able to use his flash as well as that E to get in range, takes out Cacao, so it's a 3-for-1 in the end. And Zhao, continuing to charge up, has got those 2 items, is now 3-0-0. Maybe it's up to Zatai to be able to take him out, and Zatai, true to form, is going for the Blade of the Ruin King.
Yeah, he tricked us. He's, kind of entertained the idea. No, guys, I'm a Bruiser Fizz, trust me. No. Back to Blade of the Ruin King, 3rd item now. Going to go really hard. And I don't blame him after that last team fight. 6-2-2. His best performing game of this LPL split by far.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I'm telling you, Face Your Time, wait until that Fizz level 16 lands and you see the Blade of the Ruin King active. It is absolutely disgusting how much damage comes out of this late game assassin, but AD Fizz.
And Let Me's in a lot of trouble here. Lulu's actually have to help as well. Kitty's even going to join in there. The Fish missing again. There's a tie. Needs to work on his aim a little bit. Let Me. There's just a little too much damage. Kitty's basically going to perma-sloan with the Glitter Lance as well. Ultimate meaning it takes a while here, but does pop through, and Zatai eventually gets the kill.
Yeah, persistent damage, never really in any threat because he has the lifesteal to be able to damage through as well. And Cacao, he's found Huey.
Yeah, actually the knockup does land in. Cacao will maybe chase. No, could reconsiders when he sees Sync Dream and Chao, who in game 2 with a nice rotation will be able to take the mid turret
They
out.
will, and they'll get bottom at the same time, so they'll grab 2 objectives for nothing just to kill Falling, and that's a lot of farm now being picked up by Tail. And if anything, you can't forget about Siv's split push. He just clears out waves exactly like that.
Yeah, Tail just cleans them out. They're looking for his next item, a static shiv. Probably what he wants to go in for next. His Kid already finished his and working on the last whisper, so a pretty big lead there for the AD carry over on the IG side. And again, kind of a quiet performance here for Kid in the first 27 minutes, but he's just looked so much stronger on a more proactive AD.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's been able to move around the map, continually shove out his wave. I do like to pick up the evolution. Starting to lose a little bit of confidence in the Kalista play. Teams seem to have worked out how to play around her and are doing much better in the mid games to shut her down.
I mean, there are definitely Kalista teams and players still. I think Uzi probably won't see that champion that much often. And Candy as well from M3, another big Kalista player. But apart from that, I mean, Kid, he's played it, what, 4-5 times in the last 6 or 7 games. And he just looks so much better on Lucian as Cacao going to move in for a steal here, potentially. Zhao, who wants the double buffs again. The binding will move in, but Cacao, not true to his smite. Zhao, who actually claimed it.
Yeah, but Zatai's behind.
Yeah, he's going to move in. Oh, my God, the Fish just going in. Huey, nowhere to go. The Fish missing again. I gotta tell you, Zatai must be a big dubstep fan.
Yeah, he certainly has whiffed a couple of them, and we see they have to retreat off the back of that. If the Fish had a land, sure, they would have gone for the dive, but in the end, just abandoning, pulling out, and that's a teleport used for nothing.
Yeah, and interestingly, Huey with a Sunfire cape there, so pretty aggressive, like, split pushy choice. Maybe feels like Gumty's way to win is just to pressure all these lanes and not group up and fight IG.
Yeah, maybe that's the way it looks like it. Of course, Cacao and Rookie have a lot of team fighting presence, but it's also dangerous to elect to a split pushing tactic against a Blade of the Ruin King Trinity Force Fizz.
Yeah, and it's now been finished up for Zatai as well. So we keep talking about it. He keeps wandering back to the top lane, trying to get a bit of fun, but he's probably run away immediately as he sees Zatai again. And level 15 on the Fizz, getting very close to the rank 3 ulti.
Yeah, he certainly is. We'll be able to clean up all of that farm that has just been shoved in as well. Kid picking himself up a red buff you can see on the map, and Lemmy and Huey just trying to get away from this team.
Yeah, they'll move in though. IG getting some vision around the Baron. Next Dragon up in a minute 40. So IG will look to claim their 3rd, which was denied before by Huey Steele. So going to have a couple good things going for them. Gold lead 5,500 right now as Kid. goes back and finishes his last Whisper, but Tail still getting some gold. Jahu very strong with his last Whisper actually completed, and even an Aegis on Morgana is not too bad to shake off some of this damage. So they do have to be careful to Gumty, but IG are continuing to play proactively.
Yeah, it certainly is. And as you can have a look, Xiaohu is actually ahead of Kid in terms of items. So on a team that is down by 5,000 gold, still doing very well. The big discrepancy is in that top lane. 3,500 gold for Zatai over the Maokai, just having an absolute stellar game.
Synctream, though, does actually eat the fish there. That was a very odd flash. But Zatai can't move in for the kill. Let Me zones them out.
Yeah, so able to get the zone, gets a flash. That's an important engage tool gone from Synctream if he does want to jump over the edge. And they're pretty confident with this Baron. Zatai can tank it up for a long time, has the lifesteal as well as the W to get shred through it. That mixed damage so important, and they're continuing to ping it out.
Yeah, they actually have pretty good Baron damage here on their team, so they'll consider it at least chunking them up. But Kitties, you can see there, that Ezreal is not a joke as far as damage goes.
No, it certainly isn't. Very strong in this mid-game situation. Kid clears out the mid-wave. They're continuing the split push, but two-man Baron going on while all this is happening.
Yeah, good side wave control there in the top there for IG as well. Even the bottom, I think, pushing as well. So they are going to claim the Baron. It's at 50% health now, and Gumty getting zoned out basically by Rookie on their own here. Can't come into contest.
Yeah, they don't even know it's that low, and they go in. Huey misses it.
Does get ulti there as well. Now Zatai going to dive in on top of him. Kid claims the kill there, and just too much damage on top of the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and straight away they split mid lane as well as top lane. The focus is they might even drive by and just swing straight into that dragon area. They're going in for Zatai.
Can't really catch the Fizz though, and yep, they pop the ulti. Zatai sort of zones them back with a fish as a bit of a consolation prize. Gumty will actually go for Rookie now. Rookie going to immediately flash away, but Jahu is very strong. The Q misses though. Ulti will not miss though. Rookie going to follow in for another E. Sort of faded away a bit, but Jahu is still chasing. Flash is in there as well, but they're just pushing down. Rookie though, still getting low. Great juke of the last Q, and Jahu still wants it. He's running in. He's used his flash. Another good dodge there by Rookie, and Lissandra, can she perform the great escape? That Sonya's was insane, but Jahu right on top. The ulti coming through as well. The Baroned up minions doing good damage, and Jahu still can't get the kill. Rookie actually going to try and get it. Almost does. The Ignite very close, and what an outplay by Rookie.
Yeah, Rookie able to keep up in the mid lane. They're going low.
Yeah, Kitties has to run away. They pushed a little too aggressively. Glitterlance goes over 3, but Tail will pick up the kill.
Yeah, it looks like they might have even gone for a little bit of an overstay after they got the mid turret. Kakao now chasing Xiaohu.
Flashing in as well, wants the Q, but Jahu does have Arcane Shift back, so very aggressive play by multiple members across both teams, but IG still claimed a lot of turrets in that chase.
Yeah, so they're able to break into the base in the mid lane. They take down the base turret. Everything was also used there by Xiaohu to able to secure that kill. Wasn't able to get it, so Kid... Rookie able to get better of that trade. And now that the mid lane is open, Baron buff still on a couple of members, they'll just look to push in and maybe take this one a little bit more standard.
Yeah, and Rookie's level 17 now. That ultimate came up so quickly. It's already back off cooldown, despite using it on himself there when Jahu was chasing in. So that CDI build paying off a lot. The Rabadon's done now as well for Lissandra. And by the way, we did miss it as well. IG actually got the third dragon in and amongst the chase.
Yeah, so able to grab the third dragon. That movement speed buff going to come through. Now they're just grouping up as 5 in the mid lane. Actually, Zatai still pinging out the top lane turret. He's got max CDR with those boots coming through and is looking extremely dangerous on the Fizz. Maybe going for a last Whisper as his last pickup and really relying on just Kakao to be the sole tank.
And that's fine. I mean, Fizz is very slippery. He's tanky-ish here, and IG have so much good engagement. Even the Lulu Wild Growth, Zatai, I think, is justifiably going almost full damage here.
Yeah, I certainly like the build, and as we mentioned, a lot of Fizz's survivability isn't through raw tank stats. It's around how slippery he can be, diving in and out of fights, being that nuisance, and pushes turrets reasonably quickly.
Yep. Now the Baron buffed up minions will help out. A good Trailblazer stun actually will keep the wave clear back, but they still get the turret down. Zatai posturing very aggressively. Rank 3 ulti ready. Kakao going to get hit up there. A lot of damage here by Zhao with the Wild Growth. Not enough. They're Fizz forced to get out, and this Ezreal still a threat on GT.
Yeah, it certainly is 4-0 on 0. Able to grab another one. Really going off here is... Wow.
Yeah, going in there aggressive, but Rookie goes in to cleanse instantly there. Rookie forced to dodge the binding of fish, lands on the Hui, but Rookie going to go down there to Tail now. The teleport coming in as well. Sync Dream gets cold there as Kid collects the next kill, but Gumty are pushing.
Yeah, Gumty trying to get up there. It's only the support go down. Was absolutely nailed by that culling, but that's a lot of the wave clear now dead.
Kid though moving in as well, trying to poke around the side, but so much damage here on the structure to double AD. Let Me goes in, Kitties gets eaten there by Xiaohu. And this Ezreal still going off. Tail even getting aggressive now.
Yeah, and that might be the role of the DICE they're looking for. No, they pull away from the siege. They still had 2 members down. I thought they might have gone for it. Rookie was a while away, but...
Zatai has to be careful. Dodges the ulti, but Xiaohu does claim the blue buff.
Yeah, and now the game will return to, I guess, a little bit of a normal status. 7,000 gold the lead for IG, but they haven't looked like they've been able to take some fights. They need to be the ones, in, I guess, going aggressive on this. I think as soon as Rookie nails that ultimate on top of Xiaohu, he will be able to be cleaned up by Zatai, but really hasn't happened in a team fight yet, and Galmty are holding on.
Yeah, need to make sure Clint isn't up either, and I wonder if there's a Mikhails coming through as well to potentially help. Ezreal might even opt in for a QSS, but instead going to go for the same 4th item as last time. Bloodthirster coming up next for Ezreal.
Yeah, recognizing that he needs to have the damage. He really is the threat right now, and sure, if he gets a QSS, he might be able to survive for longer, but he needs to chunk people out with his ultimate and be this real hyper carry Miz Ezreal. So Xiaohu looking to put his team on his back and really stepping up and going with the full aggressive build.
Yeah, he did it in the last game and looking poised to potentially do it again here as well. IG is still 6,000 gold ahead in this game, but Xiaohu is shortening that gap just on his own.
Yeah, he certainly is, and we see Zatai continuing his split push. Maybe going for the last Whisper next time around. Has sat on that pickaxe for a very long time, and we see that IG looking to posture around the mid inhibitor, but it didn't work out well last time.
Kid poking in there does do good damage to Huey. Now going to pop the culling as well. Lemmy going to tank a lot of it. They're actually quite tanky now on this Maokai.
Yeah, so he's got to the 3-item build. He's been able to level up that roller, so he's in a good position. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Zatai just able to get in there with Fizz and do a lot of damage to the turret, and actually didn't get any done there.
No, actually just pushing in. Kind of gets flanked around, but Xiaohu will meet the wave and push Fizz back. I mean, IG are splitting up nicely. You're trying to take some turrets out, but they do have to be very careful with their engage. Kid gets exhausted. Synctream actually, yeah, did pop it. Didn't have to flash, but IG are continuing to apply pressure on 2 different fronts.
Yeah, and the problem is that Xiaohu's the only one big enough to really deal with Zatai, and he's the one that needs to be with the team. They take the mid inhibitor.
Yeah, that tower being down makes it quite easy there to take out the rest of the base, and they'll finally crack it and get an inhib. Dragon back in 52 seconds now as well. Zatai getting chased out by Huey in the top side, but actually be fine. But use his ulti, actually. Huey getting low. Zatai solos him out and now flashes out of the way. Xiaohu going to chase once again, but I don't think he liked the game before. He's not going to chase this time.
Yeah, definitely not able to get there. You saw the surprise burst damage that comes in from Zatai. Able to continue pushing in on this side. Now that they're 1 member down, maybe they rotate top, try and get back into the base.
They're going to push the minions in and will not go in for it, it seems like. Zatai going to continue to be a nuisance, but they're going to run in for the dragon, it looks like. Zatai has his teleport, can get wherever he needs to be fairly quickly, and he's still counter jungle. I feel like he hasn't left this side of the map for about 20 minutes.
Yeah, he hasn't, and he's level 18 as well, so overtaken Rookie for that highest level on the map. They'll be able to pick up the dragon in 10 seconds. 20 seconds on Baron, so maybe even posture for that one. And really a lot of the map belonging to IG, but you just feel off the back of Xiaohu, who's now finished his Bloodthirster, there is still hope for Gamti. You don't normally say that in a 10,000 gold game.
No, and this Ezreal is very scary here. I mean, Dragon will go down. That's the 4th now for IG, so going to be looking for that 5th in 6 minutes time. They have to rush to the Baron, though. Gamti have already started it.
Yeah, they started up, and it was actually a Ravenous Hydra finished up for the Fizz, so trusting the mixed damage to really deal with the armor, and he's going in.
Oh, Zatai nails it onto Huey there. The fish will clean him up, and he goes straight in with the Fizz. Not afraid at all. They gets whimsied up as well. Good binding lands on, but Zatai has to be careful. He's a bit squishy. Rookie looking for a flank, but doesn't go in, and Gamti disengaged successfully.
Yeah, force them away from the Baron area. Rookie with the zoning, I guess, threat of that glacial path, and now they might look to stall out until the Baron creeps are in the base.
Good damage though by Xiaohu's ulti. On a pretty low cooldown at this point. He's got the double buffs again. If he's in a position to hard carry, it is right now.
Yeah, and the culling comes through from Kid. They're really trying to force them away from this Baron area. Rookie's still looking for a flank, and they've successfully done it. No, Gamti's still holding on. They want to fight this.
They've got such good vision, it seems like. They just know whenever Rookie looks for a flank. We saw it when they were ahead in the last game. Now behind in this one. Still looking to keep up good vision. Kitties almost dies in. One Mystic shot there to Xiaohu. IG on top of this Baron as well.
Yeah, so they're trusting. Wow, the damage to the Zatai.
Tail though now going to get aggressed on. Rookie to pop the ulti there. Synctream getting very low. Zatai gets the first kill. Going to chase him for the next. Rookie though almost goes down to Xiaohu on his own. And 3 members of IG. Their carries are caught out of position. Xiaohu going going in again. They gets the first kill on the Kitties. Zatai could be in trouble now. Zahu flashes out there. Triple kill for Fizz coming through. Zatai still chasing in. Zahu still alive. They use his ulti. Gets Lucian. Zatai gonna go in there. Can he get the Quadra? He does manage to get it, but Let Me cleans out the kill. Cacao gonna go down here as well. And Gumty get an ace.
Yeah, somehow it looks like they are going to be able to get it. Let Me picks it up. So a quadra kill for Zatai, but somehow Gumty turned off the play of their awesome mid laner.
Xiaohu is so good on Ezreal. 8-1-2, finally picks up a death here. Was 14-1 and something dumb in game one here. And he's looking like he might replicate that scoreline in a game where his team and him are horribly behind.
Yeah, they have no right to be able to win a team fight like that. Still 8,000 gold the advantage. Zatai obviously wasn't happy with how quickly he killed everyone the first time around because he's picked himself up a BF sword to try and accelerate that process. And maybe they're going for the Baron again. Still 10 seconds on Zatai.
Zatai, it's such an aggressive build here. I mean, I don't know if a little bit of armor might have helped him. Maybe a Thornmail against the Ezreal. But, you know, Zatai is one way and one way. And the Kitties has a banner of command, by the way. Just in case they ever get a Baron buff, which is actually very good against Ezreal.
Yeah, it certainly is. And look, they're still on this Baron, but it's taking a very long time. You feel that IG are in a position to be able to contest.
Xiaohu's not there, but Rookie does not go in on the glacial path. Gumty have to disengage, so smart move by them. Bit of a weird Baron call.
Yeah, it certainly was, but sideways in favor of Gumty right now. They have to go deal with the bottom lane. They have to deal with the top lane, and there's no teleport to give them the luxury to be able to do it. They're still continuing to push out mid.
No, and Xiaohu has to contend with the super creeps of his own, exactly. So IG, a very tenuous spot for them. Gumty, though, still looking to fight. I think they recognize they've got enough strength here to really muscle IG in a big team fight. And you said it already, IG don't really have a front line.
Yeah, they really don't have a front line here. It's up to Cacao to be able to get a good kick to disengage it and split the team up so Zatai can do what he did last time. Problem is here, now they've seen Rookie in the bottom wave, and they're just going to start Baron again. Rookie needs to sprint here.
This Baron will die so quickly as well. Gumty, will they commit to it? Cacao's already there. The Culling gets popped in as well, but Tail going to use the ulti. Huey actually gets fished up there. Tail almost dies in the splash damage. Cacao gets the first kill, but Zhao, who's diving in. Sync Dream moving in as well, but he gets polymorphed up. They need to kill the Ezreal. He is going to get locked up there as Rookie. Uses his ulti. Zhao, who's still alive somehow, finally goes down to Zatai, and IG are going to clean out the rest of the fight. Let Me dies as well as he tries to go over the top, and that's 4 kills for 1.
Yeah, and they peeled away from the Baron in horrible fashion. Tail tanked way too much damage off the back of that. Cacao was able to get the early kill, and from there it was just clean-up duty. Fantastic job from IG to split this series, but wow, people are going to start looking at Gumty and thinking these guys put up more of a fight than they really have a right to.
Yeah, and that Ezreal looking like a ban here against Gumty as well. I love that Zatai kind of turning on the style, actually used his, oh never mind, Huey gets ulti there as well, pops the Ravenous Hydra, because for some reason that's an item Zatai decided he needed. Actually used the Troll Ball and then hit the Ravenous Hydra in midair just to look fancy before, but IG have enough damage to finish the game. One big fight, and they claim the split.
Yeah, able to get the split. 13-4-5 from Zatai. Ended up about 70 CS ahead. Probably safe to say that was his best game so far.
Yes, 13-4-5, picking up an MVP-worthy performance, honestly, and we have not said that about Zatai yet this season of the LPL, so the fact that he's finally had a big breakout game, that is X Factor. That's something that you look at Pokemon, solid player, great tank player, but he can't do that from the top lane.
Exactly right, and that's what we've been waiting for. Get them in a position where it doesn't have to be Rookie or Cacao carrying. Zatai put his hand up, said, I have this one, and really showed up big.
Yeah, and that was a great game. From the laning he did where he almost got a solo kill, apart from a bit of too much aggression in the 1v1 there, and then just took over the top half of the map. Stellar stuff from Zatai. Exactly what we were hoping to see when he joined the team's top lane.
Yeah, and I like that you pointed out it was without Cacao. Cacao set it up through the early invades that were coming through, but that let Zatai have the 1v1 lane, and from there he completely took it to a very good top lane, and we were complimenting Let Me on his play. Zatai really came out ahead.
Yeah, just looking a little too good there, but guys, don't go anywhere. The two most aggressive AD carries in the world are about to go head-to-head. OMG are taking on Snake after this quick break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Jake Spawntiber, who has had an incredibly large night, but is incredibly excited for our next matchup. OMG taking on Snake for our third one of the night, and this is second versus third. This is a huge match.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'm expecting a pretty fierce bloodbath, to be honest, because both these teams rely heavily on these AD carries to get going.
Yeah.
OMG maybe not as much as what Uzi is used to, but on the other side of the rift, Snake are all about raising up Crystal in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we say raise the puppy. I think you coined it. The raise the bloodhound seems to be what it is when Snake play that one. Crystal, when he's on form, goes off, but I don't know whether he can do the same sort of performance against Uzi, who is a dominant player in his own right.
Yeah, exactly right. And Uzi makes everyone work for every CS. That's what everyone has always said about Uzi, that every time you lane with him, he makes you, pushes you for the CS. And now that we're seeing things like Lucian come back onto the scene, these are his mid-game AD carries that he wasn't known for hyper carrying through the late game. He just used to crush you before you got through even close to it. And OMG lately, that's what they've looked like. The mid-game wrecking ball that absolutely decimates people, and looking forward to see if they can win mid-game versus a late-game Snake.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And late-game Snake is something that we're talking about, but Snake has been brilliant in the sort of mid-game as well in the past, but as of late, seems to be only able to pick up those victories when they do this sort of like Cogmore Crystal, let's just make this guy destroy everyone. But I don't know whether that's even going to work, because the OMG that we saw this weekend was so scary from about 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it certainly was, and you have to say that maybe this patch didn't suit Snake. We said last one coming in really did, because it opened up their mid laner, of course. Baka had the Azir, had the Xerath, and really looked comfortable on those champions. Nunu was, of course, a very powerful pick for Beast, and there was just that many must bans, like the Viger, like things like that, that he was getting it consistently. Now that that must ban list is shortened, we've seen that maybe they can target some bans towards that jungler and get rid of him.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And as well as the fact that Jarvan, he's been nerfed on this patch as well. No longer has any armor on that standard here as well. So that's a bit of a hit to Beast. Barker, as you said, has been culled. I mean, he even played the Cassidy as well when he was sort of out of options, and now doesn't even have that one. No Azir. Seems to be Xerath only here for Barker in the mid lane. Might be able to pick up that Victor, as we've seen, but it's looking scary here for Snake as far as those shallow champion pools are concerned.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I like to look at this more as this is the time that Snake really get to prove themselves. We've mentioned the shallow champion pools, but I'm sure that as top players, and they're still very high in their standards, they have other things that they can bring out. I think they need to slowly start introducing it into their playstyle and showing us more than just the Protect the Cogmore composition that they put together. We've seen the Juggermore. It has been terrific, but if you're a one-trick pony, teams will start figuring you out.
Yeah, eventually.
Third attempt. Got it. So they do need to do something. We've seen the other style that they look very comfortable playing is with Flandre on Morgana and going for these mid-game team fight comps. Morgana has been a great pickup for Flandre. He's a man that you cannot say has a shallow champion pool at all, can play anything, and look forward to see him going up head-to-head against Going.
Yeah, and I think it's almost irrelevant to talk about a champion pool for Flandre. He seems to just play every champion in the same way, sort of just super aggressive, up there in the top lane, happy just to, build Trinity forces on the likes of LeBlanc. I mean, that could have been any champion by the sounds of things. It's just has a bit more mobility. Okay, build a Trinity force.
Exactly right, and I love the reason that he plays Morgana. It's because he doesn't like CSing and the pool does it for him. So that was his legitimate response in one of the interviews. So he very much is a controlled top laner. We've seen him go absolutely crazy in some of the games, but if you cross the rift over onto OMG's lineup, Cool has been great. Uzi in the bottom lane, as we see there, has also been stepping up on these mid-game carries, as we keep saying, and they're looking very strong once again.
Yeah, and as we go over the OMG lineup, there's a massive amount of players. We're actually going to sort of find out here exactly which ones are going to be playing. Of course, going that Rock in the top lane, been playing mega tanks, as well as throwing in a bit of Rumble, but it's mostly been the likes of that Maokai and that Gnar, and of course, has played a bit of Aurelia here as well, but his Gnar stats are huge as well.
They certainly are, and a 5 KDA is huge. Loveling, of course, in the jungle, been picking up that Jarvan. The Rek'Sai is the one that I like to point out. He's a fantastic Rek'Sai player.
Just amazing. Just plays with so much control here as well and sort of nullifies any pick comp attempts. Cool. He's got his Ahri a few too many times, I think. He's almost synonymous. This is what Papa Smithy says. Just always seems to forget what word means cool, Ahri or cool, just because he's just so strong. Uzi, though, Going back to the Lucian, and we saw just so frightening.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is the thing about Uzi. We talk about the Razor Puppy, but his Lucian is one of the best in the world along with Name, and he really has been using it for great effect. And you throw such a deadly support like Cloud in the bottom lane, nailing those skill shots, very good appealing as well. And that's just going to be all kinds of horrible if you are a Snake lineup.
Yeah, so frightening. And we saw this. I mean, actually, Dade saw this on Friday, I believe it was, and yeah, just the flash death sentence. The death sentence roams at about 3 minutes into the game just to destroy Dade. It was very frightening to see. It was like he had a magnet on that skill.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. Dade, as you mentioned, didn't have the best series going into that one.
No.
So might we see him next matchup, see if he can turn that one around. But right now for this OMG lineup, they're so calm and in control. We thought they might even be the best team in the world going into that. EDG have definitely made a very strong case. They're sitting on the leaderboard. But if, I guess, OMG really want to try and reclaim that and be undisputedly up there, I think it still is a bit of a coin toss. I'm not sold that EDG are that much better than an OMG. Then it will be that they have to go through the Snake lineup. They're looking for a 2-0, and everything's on the line here, and I think that man on screen, Uzi, is the one that wants to prove it. People are throwing around best AD in the world when they talk about Crystal, and I think Uzi will be taking offense.
Yeah, I think Uzi's probably... You could see it on his face just there. He was concerned about something, and it might have been that he was checking through his social media platform of choice, saying, oh, Crystal's one of the best. What is going on right now? Is Cloud checking things out here as well? Like the fact that his name's Cloud based on certain characters from a certain video game has a certain same hairstyle. Nailed it.
Very ambiguous coming in there, and we'll take a look at the Snake lineup. Of course, kicking it off with their top laner, Flandre. You can say anything you want about this guy. He had so much hype coming in. We heard about his hyper-aggressive carries. We heard the fact that he would play anything, and he really has kicked off where he let up. Look at that. The Morgana, Scion, then the tanks come through. He also plays Rumble. He used to play Cassidy, and
He plays everything.
plays everything. I want to see the Fizz.
Oh, I just want to, I want to see something completely ridiculous. You know, like, I don't know, bring out an 80 carry top. Just play Vayne in that top lane against OMG. That would be amazing.
Yeah, and Beast, we move into the jungle position, maybe the most criticized member. I think he's an absolute monster in the jungle, but it is on those two champions that you see, the Nunu and the Jarvan, and if OMG get a good pick ban phase, he might not have that choice.
Yeah, and you can see Barker here over the last couple of times picked up that Lissandra and, of course, the Xerath here as well, as Lissandra wasn't looking as powerful, and his Lulu was an interesting choice here as well, but we're not going to see that Cassidy, not going to see that Azir. Things could be difficult, but we'll see what happens when we hop into picks and bans. And Crystal, there's the man on your screen, the carry for Snake.
Yeah, he certainly is. You see the Kog'Maw, that famous Juggernaut. You see the two Kalista. That, of course, is something that Uzi will play but won't get the opportunity to, because it will be a first pick or a ban throughout this entire series. And Allah, the man behind the muscle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He's the second member that I can't sing enough praise about in this Snake lineup. He facilitates so much of what Crystal does and gets next to no recognition for it. He is an absolute gun in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and this is sort of like, as far as Snake's concerned, they picked up a couple of Koreans as well, but we weren't sort of harping on about it. They weren't the Dades of the world, the Loopers, the Imps, the Defs. They weren't sort of these massive players, these world champions. But Ella and Beast were huge coming onto this lineup, and they sort of came out more of low-level teams, but they've really stepped up.
Yeah, they certainly had, and they're the two that are kind of the barometers, maybe the ones that get picked on the most because of, as I said, the champion pool issue for Beast. But across the lineup, Snake have showed that they really are solid coming into this, and that people kept waiting for them to drop off. They had the dream start. They came up into the composition against some of the lower teams, but everyone was like, this is just a scheduling issue. But in the end, well and truly past halfway now, Snake's still looking fantastic.
Yeah, still locked in that third place position, now sort of vying for second here against OMG, something that we weren't assuming was going to happen at all. No one with any knowledge of the Chinese scene was expecting Snake to have this explosion into the LPL, but congratulations to them. They've definitely shown that they can play with the big boys, and I can't wait for playoffs to see how well they do.
Yeah, and that's really the next step for these guys. Top three are kind of locked in. They haven't clinched yet just because of how long the season is, but they really are safe coming into this. And now it is time for them to start ironing out some issues. What a better team to do it against than OMG. This massive powerhouse, of course, OMG, all Chinese coming through here. One of the few teams left and really flying that Chinese pride through. And Snake, if they have something up their sleeve, something they want to try out against a top-level opposition, wouldn't be surprised if they pick these guys.
Yeah, and you also have to realize that this is probably going to be a matchup that they're going to have to deal with in these playoffs. So making sure that you get as much practice against these guys in a fully competitive situation is very, very important. So going into this matchup, we'll just see whether Snake are going to be able to find the curveballs to throw, whether OMG just going to run over them like they did earlier on. And I'm just really scared that we're going to see a repeat performance from OMG because it was a shutout last time we saw them. But I guess, you know, M3, different team to Snake.
Yeah, they certainly are a different team to Snake. They concentrate different areas of the map, which gives you some hope. But the scary thing about the OMG game against M3 was you look at the Rift, and it was kind of like the EDG versus IG game. It was like they could have played against anyone, and it still would have been the same result. They just controlled start to finish, and that really is a frustrating way to play against a team, because if you're in complete control, you're the one making all the proactive roaming plays and then shutting out any initiative they're trying to make, the way OMG did against M3, then you completely quell any resistance that can come through. And you see equal support coming through for Snake and OMG. OMG, one of the bigger teams over in the Asian scene, and really looking forward to this one kicking off.
Yeah, well, exactly. And you saw on your screen just there, Barker actually looking pretty comfortable, pretty happy. You know, Loveling having a bit of a smile as well. Both of our teams not really feeling too much pressure moving into this one when they're so neck and neck as far as these standings are concerned. And you have to think there might be some deep-seated feelings thinking like, yeah, okay, we've really got to try and win this one.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to win this one, but this is the luxury that being at the top of the table affords you. It's a game that you want to win, but you play it much more freely because if you lose, you don't lose out on much. It's not like the head-to-head is going to be overly important because of how close they are in the standings. You expect that one to drag out a little bit, and in total, they can just play this game so free, and it should be so fun to watch. I really am looking forward to see if OMG do stay with the mid-game powerhouse. Do they change it up? Do they try and maybe run a Razor Puppy comp into a Juggle more? Like, we've seen Uzi coin hyper carries out of things like the Caitlyn, compositions that you don't normally see come through.
Yeah, well, exactly. And you can't really expect anything coming through from Snake on the other side as well. I mean, they've thrown curveballs of their own. I mean, we're looking at FLICKR here, but, you know, even Crystal, the first time he brought out that Draven was just disgusting what he was doing on that champion sort of out of nowhere. And cannot wait to see what they have planned, because this is 5.4 and we haven't really seen any new developments on this patch. And we were talking about the fact that, you know, Barker and Beast, like, do they have shallow champion pools, blah, 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 blah. But they've had time to practice now, and I'm sure that they've got things to show us here.
Yeah, they certainly have had time to practice. And as I said, I think that shallow champion pool, I honestly think it is an issue, but I don't think it's the issue that other people are making it out to be. They look very good on certain champions, but I think that's more of a synergy issue than an individual champion issue. I think that's the way that Snake like to play, and they have a very linear playstyle as opposed to a very linear champion pool. So see how they do sort that one out. And as we have a look at Cloud again, sitting there, he looks really relaxed as well, not really giving much away. Very passive expression coming through there. And I think the players just really are looking forward to kicking this one off, because
I think they just want to get into the game,
Yeah, 2 versus 3 is going to be absolutely hectic.
Well, that's the thing, and I don't know, Going heads into this one as well, up against FLICKR. Imagine what he's thinking going against this guy that just does sort of whatever he wants there in that top lane, sort of coming in. It's like you do your research on who am I going to be laning against, and it happens to be FLICKR, and you're like, okay, well, I could be against any champion.
Yeah, and the best thing is I don't think Going really cares. Going has always played his style of League of Legends and really is an aggressive top laner, and he can take a lot of things into that top lane as well. You talk about the Hecarim, you talk about the Rumble, all the super tanks that can come through, and of course you haven't seen the Renekton come out in a while, but can always pull that one up there as well. So I definitely think that Going, out of everyone in the LPL, probably doesn't mind about FLICKR the most.
Yeah, that's probably true. And as far as the bans are concerned, as we're looking at Cool here, of course, that's what brought it to my mind. Cool's Ahri has to have a target on its head.
Yeah, Cool's Ahri and the LeBlanc is something that maybe also has to go away, just because of the fact that Xerath is such a contested pick and doesn't want to have to deal with the assassins that come through. So on Snake's side, you do have to throw a couple of bans that way. Of course, you probably don't want Jungle Nidalee to come through on this patch as well. That's probably the one ban that we do see a lot, even though neither jungle really has, I guess, excelled on it. I think Beast has picked it up in one game and really hasn't done much with it. But the Rek'Sai, that's another one that I think will be contested in the ban list. It's the last control jungle really left untouched in regards to this. Transitions well through the early, mid, and late game. So there still are a couple of bans that will come through here that will be oddball, but you're right. This is a much better patch if you do want to target ban out specific players.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the only real consistent ones are, like you said, the Nidalee and maybe Lissandra and Rek'Sai. Like, they're the only other real bans that are going to be at all standard.
Yeah, and even Lissandra we've seen fall out of a little bit of favor. We saw Rookie pick it up the last game. It got through 2 games uncontested with the pick ban phase, and really, it's something that is still definitely strong, but not something at the start of the season where we're seeing the Lissandra being brought in together, and he's this beautiful man.
Oh, yeah. Could go and giving us a little wave there as well. Hearts fluttering across the board. OMG are still filing into the lobby at the moment, but they are going to be here very, very soon. We're going to get this game underway, and I think they're just sort of giving us a little bit of time, making sure that the hype is well and truly at the right levels before they enter, making a bit of a fashionably late entrance.
Yeah,
fashionably.
Building the expectation around this clash, Atlas.
Oh,
It
yeah,
is
that's
going
exactly
to be
right.
absolutely massive, and you see there's still smirks all around from the team.
Yeah, Cole's just hanging out. I don't know. Does he think that we're just going into a scrim or something like that? Mucking around, having a party? Not worried at all heading into this one, but why would you be when you're OMG? Because the performance they put up against M3 was dominating. I think they want to probably get challenged here by Snake just because otherwise they'll get complacent.
Yeah, well, that's one way to look at it. Or the other way is they can just smash everyone and go through very happy. So I definitely think that they're happy beating teams. They really do have something to prove. As I said, they came into this season and they really were looking to be undisputably the best team in the world. And I think that with GE Tigers rising over in the Korean scene, although falling to World Elite over the weekend.
Yeah, when World Elite comes back, the best team in the world.
And then we've seen the fact that EDG have come up out of nowhere. So, yeah, OMG, I guess, really getting into an area where they're being challenged and they will want to kick back.
Yeah. Still waiting for a couple of players to join the lobby, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be heading through into the match as soon as that happens. Just hold horses just for one moment while we just continue to try and hype up exactly what's going to go on here, because that's the difficult part, all right? I'm struggling a little bit just because you don't know what to expect coming through, especially from a team like Snake. But OMG, they've been evolving so much over this split. I mean, they bring in new players, they try out new things. Then, you know, now you've got Lucian being picked up by Uzi, this super mid-game focused comp with so much control. I mean, I guess that has been a style that OMG have employed in the past, but it wasn't what we were seeing sort of in the middle of the season.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't, and Uzi was defaulting back to Vayne a lot as well at the start of the season. That seems to have dropped off.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, we saw San join the lineup for a week, and OMG, I think, even got 2-0'd in that set where San played exclusively, and now Uzi's back on the lineup, as you said, playing that mid-game carry in Lucian. Something I do want to point out is Lucian is still one of the best late-game AD carries as well. 6 items goes toe-to-toe very well because of the passive.
Yeah, that's true.
Range does hurt him, but the cooldown on his E really does save him in some tight situations. So you see him skating around the battlefield is the way I like to explain exactly how Lucian moves. And we've seen that the likes of Name have picked it up, and Uzi really is one of the better Lucian players in the world.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We'll see whether he is going to be able to pick that one up this time or whether Crystal's going to take it away. Of course, Crystal's played some Lucian as well. Crystal's played almost every single AD carry that fits under that role in this season. Not really too worried about mixing it up, is that guy?
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And we're still just waiting on 2 OMG members to join. It is the AD carry and support. Hoping for no late changes because I really do want to see Uzi run into Crystal in that bottom lane.
Well, maybe not run into him. But their match would be great if we were to see them face off against each other. Potentially. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm clutching.
I'm just going to leave that one right there.
All right, that guy. I'm going to assume what he's saying is... Oh, no, it's Uzi. Okay, got it. It's not me. Absolutely fine.
Sorry, what was the second part of that sentence?
Shut up, Atlas, I think is what it was going to be.
Yeah, so we're still waiting on the bottom lane. Of course, Uzi as well as Cloud were the listed. They're all sitting in the chair, so hopefully they haven't been ejected by their team.
True. Oh, God.
Maybe that's what all the fuss is about.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I haven't actually seen it eject a computer chairs yet, but I'm going to have to get me one of those.
It definitely would be something that I would be interested in right now.
For yourself.
No.
Right?
No.
Either way, it doesn't actually look good for me, does it? Let's be honest. It's like either you want to leave via the roof or you want to shoot me out of the building. Not entirely good. And as we get into this one, yeah. Uzi probably not going to get his Kalista, so that has to be banned away. Cool's not going to get his Ari, so that has to be banned
Cool
away.
might get Ari.
You think he might get Ari?
Yep.
I don't think he should.
I don't think he should, but I think he might.
Oh my goodness.
If
I don't know
history
whether Mark
tells
has
us
anything to take into
anything, Atlas, it still might come through pick bad phase.
Well, if it's 3 of the last 5 games that have been played have been Cool's Ari, can't really argue with you there because it seems like the memo has not been received by many
60% of the
teams.
time, he's right 100% of the time.
Oh, God, why? Works every time. Good God. But yeah, so it is only really the Kalista, so otherwise we can just sort of ban away pretty standard champions. And what type of comp is Snake going to do in answer to this early game sort of push? Is it going to be the Juggernaut? Are they going to try and do that, or is Lulu going to be a priority?
Yeah, look, I really think they do try and run the Juggernaut at some point, whether it's game 1 or 2, I don't know. They do tend to run it a little bit more game 2, I believe, if you look at the statistics. But I think, yeah, they do try and run it because Lulu has pretty good wave clear. Kog'Maw, as far as AD carries go, excels at wave clear, getting that long-range ultimate across as well as the Ooze in there, slows down the minions, and really can take something like a Morgana into the top lane. That helps with wave clear as well. So the way they run the Juggernaut can work in regards to being able to stall it out to the late game, and I think that is where Snake excels. So I would expect them at least one game to run it.
Okay. And just an update, ladies and gentlemen. Uzi's having some computer issues. Unable to quite get into this match as OMG fans probably want him to, as we saw represented just before. And waiting patiently here just to make sure that he gets his computer all sorted out and everyone's going to be A-okay. And, you know, it's the 3rd matchup of the night. I mean, players might be getting tired here, and this sort of ramp-up time into a game, does that play on your mind if you're a pro player?
Yeah, it certainly does. So whenever you go into a League of Legends game, I guess you sit down backstage and you guys talk about what you want to do and pick bans, exactly what you think they're going to do and what your game plan is. And then when I also always used to, like, before I jumped into a game like this, talk about what you were going to do in the first 5 minutes. So what you're going to do to set up your level 1, where do you want to path after that? What does a successful first 5 minutes look like? Is it that you just want to survive, go neutral? Do you want to win out in top lane? Is that where you're going to hover your jungler, looking for deep vision? The likes of that. So when you come into a game, you sit down at your computer, you're very ready to jump straight into all of that, and you just want to execute. But the longer this goes on, the more you start thinking about how exactly you're going to do it. You start overthinking things. Maybe you start revising your draft and trying to find holes in exactly what you're doing. So long, drawn-out times like this are always going to be difficult. But I guess the more you play professionally, these guys have been around for ages, especially if you look at the likes of OMG. They've been through this so many times that it's probably not going to play on their mind. But it's never a good thing to draw out before a game because you have a set time when you're expecting to get in there.
Yeah, and they can still all communicate, I guess, while they're sitting at their PCs. But you're right. I mean, if they have this sort of time for things to slip out of your mind and you to lose your focus on what's going on, and getting a little bit more love here through from the fans. I can understand it. That man has.
I support it. I don't just understand it. I share it.
In fact, that's probably you. How are you in 2 places at once? Jake Spawn Tiberia, you're a magician.
Much nicer hands.
It.
Holding up that sign.
Than yours.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, good. Just making sure. There he is. There's the man himself. Just wants to get into the game. He's made it into the lobby.
Probably should have shaved beforehand. Has got a little bit of...
It's the rugged stubble. That's the look. That's what you're doing right now as well. Mr. Probably should have shaved. My goodness. What are we even doing here?
We're here to cast together League of Legends, Atlas.
We just need one of those. We'll just have to find one. As Uzi's still struggling with that PC of his, trying to make sure that it's working out. And of course, there are technicians sorting that one out as well. But I mean, going back to that point from previously, Snake, a very new team and full of a lot of younger players. That might actually be a bit of a problem heading into this first game.
Yeah, it's certainly, if it's going to affect a team, you would expect it to maybe affect Snake a little bit more. They're probably a little bit more anticipating this matchup, looking in to once again prove themselves. Yeah. I think that if anything, they've got a lot of mixed reviews. People are either very firmly on the Snake hype train or not involved at all. So we'll see how they respond to, I guess, a long, drawn-out section of the game.
Yeah. And look, it probably won't affect them too much. But, I mean, it does give them some extra time to prepare as well. I mean, maybe they can be just conversing with one another, sorting things out and seeing what's going to happen there.
Yeah, it certainly does give them an opportunity, I guess, to rehash exactly what they want to do.
Yeah, it's true. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break while Uzi sorts out his computer. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a very short amount of time. Welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to check out the sweet technical difficulties graph. Both teams pretty even on that one, 50-50 as far as what's going on. And I think that is unfair because it was obviously Uzi's computer.
It certainly was Uzi's computer that was struggling to get back into the game. And I'm certainly glad that he is, because I had a very unpleasant segment awaiting me if he wasn't.
That is true. Spawn, don't think that you're out of the woods just yet, because I could imagine that the viewers at home probably want to listen to exactly which jungle camp you'd prefer to date if we were to go through that one. But of course, no need for stupid filler content anymore, ladies and gentlemen, as we are hopefully going to hop into this game. Uzi has made it into the lobby. He's discovered it, and Champion Select is right around the corner. I am so incredibly excited for this one, and we'll see exactly what kind of team comps are going to be coming out with these guys. Of course, you guys extensively know exactly what we might be expecting, because we were talking about it for about half an hour.
Yeah, we jumped straight in, and already the Juggernaut comp banned out. That Lulu pick just directly at that. LeBlanc gets banned away from Cool. This is what I expected. All of a sudden, Beast has no Nunu, and the Ari follows Atlas. I give you one.
Yeah, thank goodness I was right this evening. This is an exciting time for me, most definitely. OMG, looking at their final ban, we'll see whether it is going to be a Rek'Sai. No, it's going to be a Jarvan ban, and that's a little bit crazy. Of course, Spirit has been playing that on the 5.4 patch. Absolutely fine, but Beast loves it.
Yeah, it's the two champions that Beast can play, now gone. What is he going to turn to? No one knows, Atlas. No one knows.
We can't play Rek'Sai either.
So
that's the three champions that he thinks he can play. My goodness, what's happening now? I wonder what he's going to take in there. It might be a Vi, you know, it might just be one of these standard. He has actually played Lee Sin a little bit as well. Hasn't seen quite as much success, but can, of course, play that champion. Of course, if you're going to call yourself a jungler, you need to know how to play Lee Sin. So obviously he plays that one. OMG, looking at their first pick, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a jungle pick here. And the Lee Sin's the hover.
Yeah, it is going to be the Lee Sin, so pick that one away. What does he go to? I want to see maybe like a Rengar or something like that coming through.
I want to see a Fiddlesticks, Pantheon, something like that. I want to see something exciting in the jungle. Where's Skarner? Like, come on, Snake, mix it up. Let's grab something new.
He's the last of his kind. You can't bring him out too often. As we
the
see,
Crystal Scar is weeping. But that leaves open the Xerath, and Barker, of course, is going to snap that one up straight away.
Yeah, so Barker able to grab his Xerath. Flandre on the Maokai, of course. We haven't seen that in the support position for a very long time.
Yeah, not since OMG used that with low there, of course. 100% win rate, and then he just got lost in a forest somewhere looking for his brethren. Cloud is looking at the potential Thresh lock-in. I don't think that that Ashe pickup could come through, but of course, Kalista is still available here for Uzi.
Yeah, and that's the one that surprised me. I was going to hit on it, the fact that Kalista's up, and there isn't really that much lockdown. Of course, you can rely on Maokai to get onto someone, but I was going to say it's going to be a mid-game feel, and lucky I stopped myself because the Kalista has been locked in.
And this is the combination that Candy and Love City have seen so much success on, rushing that level 2 and then smashing people around with the Thresh and Kalista. Unable to pick that one up, but Crystal, is he going to do it? Are we going to have the most exciting AD carry matchup? No holes barred, of course. Beast got almost all of the bans on the map, and we might have it. This might be the promised land.
And I'm just going to sit here and watch you try and speak about it for another 15 seconds because they still haven't locked it in. But it is a real possibility, Atlas. An aggressive lane coming out of Snake. And we mentioned that we wanted to see it happen, and it is not. Thank you very much, Crystal. Going much safer, going with a Corki. A lot of mixed damage, though, coming through. A lot of magic damage in Snake's lineup.
Yeah, and you could see actually on Crystal's face that he was disappointed that he wasn't going to play the Draven. But heard from his coach. Of course, coach is able now to have a chat during that champion select and said, look, mate, just pick Corki. It'll be better that way. And OMG now about to round out their lineup. Got to pick up their solo laners, you have to think. Of course, Lee Sin hasn't seen much time in a solo lane just recently. We'll see what Cool decides to take into that mid lane with a lot of his champions being banned away.
Yeah, so they certainly did target Cool. So on one side of the map, Beast got really targeted banned, and we haven't even seen what he's going to take into the jungle yet. And it is Cool's Zed going into the mid lane. And to round out some magic damage in the comp, they're going to give Going Rumble.
And I believe Cool went about 1-7 last time he played Zed. Not a really great performance, but of course these things may not necessarily repeat themselves, and Cool is just an incredible player just in general. But is the range coming through from Barker going to be helping him here?
Yeah, it certainly is going to be keeping him a little bit safer. Of course, the death mark is very telegraphed as well from Zed, so we'll look to maybe even get that shocking orb out to stop a little bit of the combo that can come through. And it looks like Beast is hovering the Nidalee, and we mentioned this, that's something that he might go to, but this is a very magic-heavy lineup, and they haven't really been punished heavily by OMG here. The thing that worries me, Atlas, there is nothing to stop Cool split push.
Well, that's true. Like, unless one member of Snake gets super huge, but you're right. I mean, they're going to have to really work on ways to deal with that throughout the late game. But they have got a ridiculous poke comp coming through from Snake. If they manage to set up a siege, it's looking really frightening.
Yeah, we've seen this poke comp run a lot, actually. You have all the disengage that comes through from Maokai. You can, I guess, mitigate a lot of the damage. Not to mention you got the 3 core, the spine of the team, the Nidalee, the Xerath, as well as the Corki. FLICKR, of course, switching over to that barrier at the last second, trying to survive. But we take a look at the top lane matchup. It is Rumble versus the Tree. Flandre picking up Maokai. See if he can teleport around the map, get things going.
Yeah, and then Beast versus Loveling. The Nidalee through from Beast, picking up a bit more of that sort of carry flavor. Has been a very supportive jungler thus far. Of course, pretty standard for Loveling there. And the mid lane matchup, this is going to be exciting. Massive range versus massive kill potential.
Yeah, certainly. And on the other end, the bottom lanes, we see Uzi versus Crystal and Cloud versus Ella. Probably 2 of the highest celebrated Chinese bottom lanes coming through. Of course, China represented in 3 of the 4 roles.
That is true. That is true. Of course, Ella, not quite as Chinese, but ladies and gentlemen, let's get on to the riff for our first match between Snake and OMG. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the riff finally for OMG taking on Snake. Thankfully, Uzi is actually able to get into this particular matchup. As OMG grouping up as 5, heading down this bottom lane.
Yeah, so as 5 members, maybe trying to sneak in behind the Snake lineup that will go for that deep ward, and they're maybe even setting up a brush gank. And I love what Loveling has done here, picking up a good Lee Sin skin. So that's really made me happy.
Is that Acolyte Lee Sin, that one that he's picked up?
No, he certainly hasn't. He's gone.
Oh, no. Sorry, he was just covered in all of the other pixels that are coming through. Ooh, Sonic Wave not going to find Ella there. Did graze his backside just a little bit, but...
Death Sentence might come through. Cloud's in range.
Looks for it. Valkyrie has to be taken first here, and cute little Arcano Pulse over the wall there from Barker going to help out getting a little bit of damage down, but... OMG, they've got a body system going on here.
They certainly do. They've taken their whole team in. Loveling taking a little bit of harass coming through. Sentinel being engaged there. Good deep ward coming through from Beast. He, of course, will fly around the jungle, but they're looking for this 2v2, looking to see whether they can spot anyone else. And ensuring Crystal had to skill that. Oh, he picks up some gold for himself. Takes out the Sentinel in the jungle.
Nice.
Skill that Valkyrie level 1 really is a win for OMG so far. Won't be able to trade.
Yeah, and certainly will need to be able to get to that level 2 before he's going to be able to do anything in that lane. Of course, apart from escape, which is definitely still handy, but not going to be working out so well. Beast waiting around that red buff, going to be starting that one first off. And as these waves clash, we are just going to have, seems like, some upside down laning going on.
Yeah, standard lanes just down under as we see both the duos heading into that. And trying to get the freeze in the top, going to be very disappointed is Ella because Uzi and... Cloud are moving up there very quickly.
Yeah, are going to be able to get there. Actually going to be meeting here, but of course without the Phosphorus Bomb, not going to be working out too well as Ella tanking up a lot, but you can see Uzi takes about half his health. Death Sentence onto Ella here at the same time as the exhaust comes through, forced out already. And the Summoner Spell trades here in the top lane that should be a bottom lane with that Ignite and exhaust going down.
Yeah, it certainly is. So able to get a very good trade level 1 with Cloud and Uzi, and now on the back foot. But at level 2, you think this lane must swap around. Crystal will be able to have all that poke, and Ella's getting back up to a position in health where can re-engage. That was really a lot of minion aggro being tanked there, but they're still going aggressive.
Yeah, Descent's actually going to find Crystal here as well, but not going to go in on it. Does land a lot of damage there as well. I mean, that Sentinel just really does rack up the extra damage.
Yeah, and they get the level 2 first, which means that all the aggression that would have come out from Snake now mitigated. They're shoving the wave in hard, and it really is up to Crystal to survive now. It's key, and he's gone down.
The flash play comes through, and the heal to come out just after that. Ren comes down as well, so Uzi not going to find it, but the heal is now down. They're just going one summoner spell at a time against this Snake bottom lane.
Yeah, they certainly are. Still equal in summoner spells, but now all the pressure on Crystal. If he gets poked out at all underneath here, going to be in a lot of trouble. And Cloud looking to get aggressive, still pushing in this wave.
Yeah, it doesn't have flash anymore, though. That might be a sign for Snake to feel a little bit safer here in this lane. Going and Flandre just smacking each other around. Going actually going to silence himself there. Flandre taking a lot of damage. The Beast is coming through here. The teleport to come down from Going, and he survives. Heads randomly into the top lane, but I guess that's a summoner
in the
spell
top
trade.
lane, Crystal is going down.
Yeah, he's dead. The Pierce to come through. Uzi locks down that kill underneath the turret. Loveling's here, though, and Ella might also be in trouble. That is going to be Uzi tanking up that turret. No, it's actually not. Ella's going to fall down as Loveling flashes, and he's dead. Ella picks up the kill and destroys some double buffs.
Yeah, double buffs falling. Probably shouldn't have burnt the flash because that really didn't mean too much. You look at how much experience advantage Uzi has in that lane, not to mention CS, and he picked up both kills.
He's got double the money that Crystal has right now.
Certainly is making bank, and let's see what build he goes for here. We've seen the return of the BF sword build coming a lot more popular, so will he go for a pickaxe and some boots? No, he does go for the Runan Hurricane build, and he's going heavily invested into it. Also picks up the dagger component.
Yeah, make sure that he can get to that as soon as possible. Of course, not going to have that flat damage, but that Rend is going to be definitely able to clear out a whole lot of minion waves a whole lot earlier than he otherwise would. But you have to think that, you know, the burst trades that are going to come through from Crystal are still going to be strong.
They certainly are, and we see in the top, in the bottom lane, going a little bit further behind NCS just because he had to teleport to a weird turret and then walk all the way back into the lane. So he's down by about 8, but he's doing completely fine. Has picked himself up a Doran shield as well as that Amp Tome. So he's sitting very pretty. And in the mid lane, the Zed actually dictating the pace.
Yeah, Barker's still able to farm out absolutely fine, but doesn't really want to get too close to Cool, whose shurikens are going to be hurting a lot.
More action in the top.
Yeah, coming down there in the top lane, but Uzi going down very, very low. Crystal still quite healthy. Does manage to throw out the Dark Passage, and Ella, you are so super dead. Uzi picks up his 3rd kill, a killing spree at 6 minutes in this game.
Yeah, and really you have to start looking at Cloud's champion pool as well because he's getting dangerous on this Thresh and they're still looking to dive. Crystal has to back away from the turret because Loveling is looking bloodthirsty.
Yeah, he is lurking here in this top side of the map, just waiting for Crystal to come around. There's the Chilling Smite here as well, looking for the Q. There it is, lines it up on the wall. Don't know whether he's going to be able to solidify the kill, but definitely gives a whole lot of room to Uzi.
Yeah, and Uzi, level 5 to level 3, 40 CS to 20, and that's massive. Beast completely sacking the top half of the map, has just tried to get control over the bottom side of the jungle, but really hasn't done much. Flandre teleporting up there, they're going for a lane swap.
Yeah, looking to try and swap this one back here as Flandre might actually be in a bit of trouble, but does have a lot of health from the Ruby Crystal and a couple of Doran's rings, so he should be okay. Barking out. Arcano pulsing some waves here as well, and Cool. It's a bit of a farm lane here in the mid lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. So they send the Maokai into the top lane. He's got himself a decent advantage and would have loved to be able to stick in that, but maybe they swap back right now because you see the recalls coming out from both Going and Uzi.
Oh, nice juke to come through from Barker. Does blow the barrier. They pick that one up. There's the pounce to come down as well, forcing the flash out of Cool. Dark Passage was there from Cloud, but didn't really want to trust it. That was a nice turnaround there from Snake.
Yeah, it certainly is a nice turnaround, and Barker clearing out that wave also might mean the first dragon. They're sending Uzi into the bottom lane. Can he get there in time? Cloud is going back, so this will probably mean first dragon for the side of Snake.
Yeah, and actually, it's going to be Loveling just clearing away the Krug there that was left from Beast after he was counter jungling quite a lot on this Nidalee takedown, really helping him with this dragon damage.
It's going to be close.
Oh, Loveling, can he make his way around? Oh, 54 health, but doesn't manage to get the vision. The ward goes down, Loveling knows.
Yeah, and so they match.
Oh, right at the arcane to come through. Cool takes one. Does he take another? Barker gets it and picks up a kill. This is why you have to ban away this guy Xerath.
Yeah, it certainly is. Flandre came down with a roam, zoned him off the turret, and that's getting the mid lane going. So they pick up a kill, going to get a lot of damage in there, and maybe this stops some of the bleeding. Is in the bottom lane, Uzi with that Runans is still going crazy, absolutely decimating
Oh my goodness, there's the Ignite on Ella as well, and that's Uzi picking up yet another kill. Fate's Call comes in, the knock up under Crystal, and you have to think that this is likely going to be the end. Nice Dark Passage there from Uzi. He's got a creep wave to bounce off here as well as the Phosphorus Bomb. Not going to be enough, and another Ren set. Uzi should never get Callista.
Yeah, he certainly shouldn't. Meanwhile, Loveling somehow dies, so it's kind of Uzi trying to keep his team's hopes alive. Has been caught out in the jungle, needs to get to a safe area, has been caught from the Nidalee.
Oh my goodness, Spear doesn't quite find him. There's a trap there though. Uzi trying to go aggressive. There's a flash twisted advance to come through. Takedown gets it, and the shutdown onto Uzi at this stage. Cool come down to the side. Cloud in a lot of trouble. The flash pounds, but Barker gets it. Going. He's going to take a spear. I don't know whether Beast really wants to go in again. Only 400 health. But man, so much excitement all across the Rift. There's the equalizer, actually. I think just in the bottom lane.
Yeah, just trying to push that one out. And all of a sudden, you have a map where you thought Uzi was going to be the shining light. And it is completely equal. This Xerath is getting going. Maokai is already very tanky, going back with 1,600 gold, and the Nidalee working out for Beast. We wondered what he was going to turn to. He's come up huge with some spears already in this game.
Yeah, he has, but one thing that you have to take note of is the fact that Uzi is 1,800 gold in the lead. Crystal has been shut out of this game.
Yeah, he certainly has, but it might not get to that point. With the Maokai and the Nidalee combo, it just sets up the spear so well, and if they can keep catapulting this lead, Uzi can't freeze the wave. He's trying to right now, and he will get a little bit of a freeze out of it, but with Hurricane, you have to push. Crystal is going to get CS, whether Uzi likes it or not. Only way you can keep him off it is to kill him.
Yeah, or to not farm himself. Just tank up the wave.
Yeah, he can do that.
So theoretically, that is still an option. Probably not a great one, though, as Barker's going to continue clearing out this wave. Cool. Looking for a potential roam here to the bottom side. Lovely and Cloud hanging up here in the top side as well. Flandre pretty tanky now with the Glacial Shroud as well as the Catalyst, but his tower not all that healthy. Of course, Uzi having a lot of free time with it. Wave is going to equalize here. 3 members in the top lane for Snake. Flandre has to know something's going on.
Yeah, he certainly does, and you see that it's being pushed up. He'll spot out Loveling, and they know that Cloud isn't there, and Uzi's had to leave his lane completely. So this is some CS being forced onto the bottom lane. Uzi clears out where the red was, but 3 members now strong in this bottom lane. Beast joins Ella and Crystal, and they might even go for a bit of a dive here.
Yeah, it's only 17 CS is the advantage now for Uzi, actually. So Crystal doing well, picking up farm where he can. Now has that level 6, so can be throwing out those rockets for even more harass onto this Callista. Beast hanging out here, but a Sentinel is going to spot them out. But a little bit of extra money for Snakes, not going to worry them too much.
Yeah, and so this is the problem. Uzi not able to freeze the lane. The support roamed, and it just allowed Corki a little bit of time. It's still a big CS discrepancy, but gold has been nearly completely equalized, with Xerath being a little bit further ahead, 500 gold, and a massive 1,000 gold discrepancy between the 2 junglers.
Yeah, 2-0-1 now for Beast, and we were criticizing him, saying that, look, he's only really looked super great on that Nunu and Jarvan. Having them banned away was difficult, but it's Nidalee really quite working out.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you see aggression maybe in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Fate's Call actually going to knock Crystal out of that Valkyrie. Walks around the Death Sentence somehow. Is the Ren set going to be enough? Doesn't even find it, as Ella trying to help out his AD carry. Uzi actually still just bouncing around here as Loveling comes through to try and get something happening. Cool. Might find a kill here onto Ella. Doesn't quite have the Living Shadow available just yet. And the bottom lane escapes. Actually going in a lot of trouble. Beast comes through. That's a pretty easy takedown.
Yeah, all set up from the jungler.
That's
there. You see in the mid lane, 2 turrets going to go down. Bucket gets his. They get the top lane one as well because of the heal coming through from Beast. And all of a sudden, whilst OMG looked great in the bottom side of the map, everywhere else is collapsing.
Yeah, and it's just because there's been so much of a focus here around Uzi and how well he's doing that Snake are able to get away with everything. And you have to credit Beast for this, not actually getting drawn into that lane where, you know, his team was faltering, just making sure he's creating advantages everywhere else. And now it's a 1,000 gold lead for Snake.
Yeah, so Snake in the gold lead. They've also got the turret and dragon advantage. You can't forget the first dragon that went down. And cool, not having the best game in the mid lane, has got up in CS a little bit, but 2-0-1 as well as the turret for Barker secured the Xerath and really made them pay.
Yeah, he's picked that one up, of course. Zed loves just farming in general. He's never going to struggle on that front, as Now, with that Morellonomicon, Barker able to easily clear out these waves.
Yeah, certainly is. We'll get a free shop here as well as the wave neutralizers. Go back, maybe pick himself up a blasting one for his trouble. And we see the tier coming through from Beast, as well as some Sork Boots. Very rich at this point in the game.
Yeah, there's actually the Dark Passage. The flash into the play. There's the Death Sentence as well. And my goodness, the teleport to come down from Flandre trying to answer this one. Ella didn't actually die as Ride of the Arcane doesn't quite have enough rage. Uzi just dancing around on his own. The heal's going to get popped. The Rend is going to get him so many kills here as Ella's going to go down for the double. Uzi keeps dancing around. Beast just comes in and kills him, though. That was a little bit uncharacteristic. Shocking orb from max range onto Cloud. They wait for Flandre to be able to pick up an assist. And the cleanup crew arrives, and OMG have 3 dead.
Yeah, 3 for 2. Still able to get it. Going towards the Dragon as well. Might even be able to pick up the second one of the game. Loveling to low to contest in the mid lane. Going, looking to respond, but didn't teleport down.
Yeah, and Snake, it's almost like they're just saying, okay, we don't really need Crystal to get huge, guys. He's not the carry for us, and it's Beast just rocketing around this game. Look at him. Already has the Magus Enchant with the tier and the Sork Boots. 4-0 and 2. He's huge.
Yeah, this game really is all about Beast and Barker, and if you've got a poke comp, what 2 better champions to get going? The Xerath as well as the Nidalee. Honorable mention to Flandre. He has stopped the bleeding everywhere he's gone on this map. His teleports have once again been on point, swapped himself into the 2v1 to get the first set of reprieves. Really has been a solid...
Ooh. Oh, Cloud actually going to pick up the blue buff here as Uzi, the Fate Scroll to come through, gets the knock up onto Beast. Some revenge now for this Kalista. 7-2 and 1. And OMG saying, okay, guys, yeah, you've picked up some good plays, but I'm still a 7-2 and 1 Kalista.
Yeah, but so much of the gold concentrated onto Uzi. He's 7,200, 2,000 ahead of anyone on the map, 3,000 ahead of his direct lane, but if he gets taken out early, it's just not going to mean anything.
Well, it's true. And is he going to transition this gold? Oh, as Crystal actually going to get hit by this equalizer. Going, looking to make something happen here. Only the Rocket going to find him. Very slow is this bootless Corki. Harpoon's not going to find it here as Loveling's coming around. Crystal was all on his own trying to turn it, but I think the resonating strike probably going to be enough and Crystal's going to die.
Yeah, good work there by Go and corralling it, making sure he didn't engage in the 1v1, waiting until his top laner, his jungler came in, able to get the kill. So very smart play coming through from OMG. They've, I guess, equalized what was a very hectic game. Uzi's still very far ahead. You can see the gold right there, and it really is all about Uzi. Every other position apart from Cloud is behind in gold, but Uzi is just the shining light right now.
Yeah, he's so far ahead, but you're exactly right. I mean, it's Barker and Beast that are getting strong, and when it's 2 members that are sort of getting equally as far ahead of their opponents versus the 1, things might be getting a little bit difficult, but and you can see Uzi is not investing into defense at all, still taking a whole lot of chunking from Barker.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'm really more worried about Flandre. Flandre's managed to pick himself up a Frozen Heart and has become the answer to the split push. He's going to get a lot of free farm onto himself, which is fantastic for the Snake lineup. And Seago leaving the base. He's picked up the Abyssal as a first item in the double AP comp that's coming through. Really even a quad AP comp. Penta AP comp if you count Corki in there.
Yep.
It's just so much AP damage coming through. So like that pickup will mean that he's a little bit tankier and can withstand some of the fights in the mid game.
He is the only magic damage for his team, though, so not really using that aura to greatest effect. But, I mean, I guess I'm nitpicking here. Just a little bit. The rain going to come through here for Uzi to help him take that one down. Does have his Bloodthirster completed. No Trinity Force yet for Crystal, but 2 full damage items for Uzi. Make no mistake, this Kalista is a big deal.
Yeah, it certainly is. Trinity Force just finished up there for Crystal. Boots 2 also the purchase, so that's another 1,000-ish gold that Crystal is behind just in that purchase as well. And we see Uzi roaming around the map. Really is the shining point for his team, and see whether the next Dragon he can get some action done or whether the third one will go over to Snake.
You know, that's the scary part about this as well, is the fact that Uzi, if left untouched, can just completely destroy a team fight on his own. He has that kind of AoE potential. It's not necessarily like sort of a single target carry that needs to sort of kill those 1 targets one after the other, sort of like a Vayne would in the hands of Uzi. Actually, going to find Crystal yet again. Equalizer to come through. He's burning down, but going unable to really close the distance on that Valkyrie Corki. And Crystal going to continue finding some farm.
Yeah, and you see Ella actually chasing down that that river. You had 2 more players in support as well in the Nidalee, in the Xerath, so able to clear out the Scuttle Crab. A minute 50 until...
Whoa. Nice shocking orb, Barker. That was pretty smooth.
Yeah, so able to stun up Uzi there, and you saw that Uzi still takes very meaningful damage. Has some good sustain, but needs to be careful he doesn't get caught in a combo.
Yeah, has to continue attacking, and when you've got so much hard CC coming through from the likes of FLICKR, Barker, and Ella here, I mean, it's a high likelihood that Uzi's going to get stopped and probably needs to get a QSS very soon or wait for that Mikhails to come through from Cloud.
Yeah, probably does need the QSS, probably on his next pickup because he is very accelerated in the game, will do some good damage, and also equally needs something to be able to deal with FLICKR, who is going to be in his face, so probably needs the last Whisper as well. Couple of item purchases that Uzi needs to make, and they have edged themselves back into the lane. They're up by about 300 gold at the moment, OMG, but when they saw how well this game got off to a flying start for their bottom lane, they would have been hoping for something a little bit more.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. This game is completely even, and after what happened very early on, wasn't expecting it. It was looking like it was going to be the classic OMG shutout here as Uzi takes a whole lot more damage here, and Barker, OMG's not going to get to this turret.
Yeah,
that's just
exactly.
not going to happen.
And that's why they went with the split pushing threat, and that's why they're moving people in to stop FLICKR.
Oh, beautiful use of that twisted advance and flash. FLICKR still might die from it, but I'm definitely giving him props. Waiting for Barker to come in. Shocking Orbs there. Does have a lot of damage. Cloud dies in the 1-for-1, and the spear picks up the big Krug.
Yeah, definitely. And bottom lane turret falls as well. So not only are they able to trade the kills, they get an objective for it, whilst nothing meaningful falling on the side of OMG unless they get a top lane turret. And looks like maybe even Cool is backing away. No, still committing to it. Ultimate might come out from Barker.
Yeah, Barker does have the Rite of the Arcane in order to A, clear out the wave, and B, do a whole heck of damage to Cool here as the Siege Minion is going to fall down. Does have a lot of damage here on the side of this Zed, with that Brutalizer and the Build Water Cutlass, but oh, look at this. Just kills everything. The Dragon going to go down here as well. That's actually the 3rd pickup here for Snake, as Cool does use his Living Shadow to get out of this one. The teleport from FLICKR here, of course, as he's popped the Righteous Glory. The slow to come through. There's the flash. Zenith Blade doesn't find it. There's the Arcano Pulse. Just gets rid of that Hex Drinker shield as the stun comes down and Crystal gets donated a kill.
Yeah, they give it over to Crystal, trying to get him going now. In response, they're moving in on the blue buff, but they need to be careful. Alice still wants to fight.
Yeah, Dark Passage not taken here from Loveling. Gets stunned up there. Right of the Arcane is going to find a couple of bolts onto Loveling, but not going to be enough to secure the kill as FLICKR's looking for it. The spear needs to be flashed out of the way up here from Beast. Death Sentence onto him, though. This could be trouble as the Equalizer comes down. Oh, my goodness. The fadeaway spear. That is going to be Beast taking it down. And yeah, okay. Uzi's going to need something to help him survive.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Uzi is getting exploded in these little team fights, and all the damage coming through from a 5-0-3 Xerath is just too much to handle. Crystal starting to edge the way back in the game. This is the great thing about Corki. Only really needs that one item to be successful, and Snake is sieging turrets, even trying to zone off.
Yeah, look at FLICKR. He's way up in amongst it. He doesn't care at all. They're going to take down this inner turret. As long as Uzi's dead, they know that they have approximately a 15,000 gold lead.
Yeah, because Uzi's still 9,000. He's 10,000 gold. He's 1,300 gold over the richest member of Snake in Barker. So
it's ridiculous.
When you think about it, Snake already 4,000 gold ahead. With a 2,000 gold lead being on Uzi, that just catapults him into the lead if he's not in these fights.
Yeah, well, it's right. He does have a large ability to clear out these waves, but of course his short range is really what's not helping OMG in these fights. Because, of course, if you want range, you're going to have to look at the likes of Xerath and Nidalee, of course.
Yeah, exactly right. That transforms nearly come through for the Ceres as well, going for Zhonya's Hourglass. And Crystal, not deterred, still going for the luxury build, going for that Blade of the Ruined King as the 2nd item.
Yeah, and we're questioning Beast as well about his champion pool. Now completely switching up his play style as well as the champion pick. So plays a lot of the Nunu, the Jarvan, the helpful utility champions, but now he's picking up kills left, right, and center. 5-1 and 2. He's looking amazing.
Yeah, it certainly is, and really has got himself going there. As I think Barker actually just used his ultimate
Yeah, he did. Not entirely sure what for. But
maybe he was trying to check the Baron area, seeing if OMG had started up, because OMG, you feel, must be starting to get a little bit desperate. They're committing to this split push, don't want to get sieged down, and 3,000 gold Atlas at 23 minutes, that's a huge lead.
It's massive, and again, Cool's not having the best performance on this Zed. Ooh, Spear almost jumped into by Uzi, but finally
Flandre's here.
Yeah, Flandre's here. Uzi takes a whole lot of damage. Twisted advance to get Flandre out of the equalizer here at the same time as the Spear does go wide. Oh, actually, that's the hook onto Beast. He's going to take a lot of damage, just pounces out of the way. Fate's Call actually stops the Twisted Advances. Flandre, he's getting decimated in this fight. Loveling comes around looking for something. Another Twisted Advance. Crystal gets another kill, but it's a trade. 1-for-1 now as Barker looking to try and get some follow-up damage. The Arcano pulses onto Cloud, sorry. The Snake probably going to have to give up on this one. Descent's not going to find it.
Soul Tank is down on the side of OMG. And their siege comp really has started to kick together. Unless they can clear out these waves, they're going to be dodging all of the spears, all of the rockets, and Going just got chunked.
Yep, he's going to die if he hangs around for any longer. Uzi actually might get ulted up here. There's the 3 out of 3. No dancing for you, Uzi.
The dunk coming through from Barker, 6-0 and 4.
He's
Do not give this man Xerath.
I was just thinking that one. That needs to be on the bench because, man, Barker is just every single time you see him make a play, he's just celebrating the fact that, oh, yeah, I can play Xerath again.
Yeah, and that's twice in a row. Beast has been saved from a heal coming through from Crystal. Has also finished up that Xerath's Embrace, so will be able to live even longer in these team fights. And you feel he's the real nuisance. If he lands one of those spears, all of a sudden you're in kill range just because of the execute damage coming through.
Yeah, and this Corki was so far behind before, but, you know, now down 20 CS, something like that. Does have the Bilgewater Cutlass built up. Ooh, Dark Passage not going to find the Corki as Crystal. Yeah, he's going to get out.
Yeah, and that's a lot of members in the bottom lane. Now Snake have complete control over the Baron area. Maybe we'll start to have a look at that. Just securing control over the top side of the jungle, and Snake really are in a winning position right now. OMG feel like they have to face check, and they've got so much control. Uzi now running through by himself. Loveling searching for people.
Oh, Snake are in such a weird position here as well. Oh, they're not going to be able to find. Solar Flare actually gets a huge stun as Crystal comes in. Barker in the perfect position, but he's standing on the equalizer. Not going to be doing any more damage here as OMG. They're just looking to disengage. They are so scared of Snake.
Yeah, but they use 2 critical ultimates, and it's 30 seconds until Dragon. That will be number 4 going over for Snake. And they're on a 33-minute timer for a 5th Dragon in a game where you have an 8-4-2 Kalista.
Yeah, and this was a game where you had a killing spree Kalista at 6 minutes, and nothing else had happened. It's absolutely ridiculous that Snake have managed to keep this game so incredibly close. Of course, not over yet. 4,000 gold, nothing really to speak of. But when you've got the likes of Beast and Barker, it's such a winning position in this game. It's looking very, very scary here for OMG because, like you mentioned, they're the pivotal points of this comp. It's not about Crystal this time.
Yeah, exactly right. Crystal's also finished up the Blade of the Rune King, so that's the 2-item spike we always talk about when we mention these Corkis. And now maybe the Desperation Baron coming through, but even that quickly dissuaded. Snake everywhere on the map looking, their play's looking beautiful.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Beast is now in the bottom lane, continuing to counter jungle, but he's going to be able to clear out this wave. And of course, no one's available to start off the Baron. He can be there, and he can also move across the map so incredibly quickly as this Nidalee. Just seems that Snake know exactly what OMG want to be doing this game.
Yeah, exactly right. And he's getting to the point where he'll finish up the Zhonya's Hourglass soon, so he also becomes a split-pushing threat that can maybe even deal with Cool, who, once again, isn't showing up great on this Zed pickup.
Yeah, he's picked up a whole lot of farm. Of course, that's what's going to happen when you are in a free lane, just split-pushing things out. Crystal able to get that Rage passive from the Trinity Force and also use the Valkyrie to get himself to safety from a whole lot of members of OMG. But still, it's only 2 turrets to 4 here this game with an incredibly fed AD carry.
Yeah, and Uzi is still 2,000 gold ahead of everyone. I just really want to be clear. Uzi is absolutely massive. He's a 4-item AD carry at 27 minutes into the game.
Yeah,
He's a complete monster. However, when you've got a Maokai diving on you, followed up by all the damage of Baka, all the spears coming out, he is incredibly squishy and doesn't really have the support of his team. If he's that far ahead, you have to think that's just completely devastating whenever he dies.
Look at this genius coming through from Flandre as well. He knows that he's got a huge lead. He's been able to answer some split pushes here as well as far as being a Maokai is concerned. I mean, it's not necessarily a huge lead, but he's picked up the Locket of the Iron Solari. So great against both this Hurricane damage doing so much AoE, so the shield's going to be really helpful, but also for the equalizer from Going.
Yeah, I really like Locket on top laners at the moment. I think it's a very unselfish pickup that does great things for your team. And as we mentioned, this is a poke comp. This isn't about Flandre. He's there for disengage and picking off the stragglers with all of that CC. And you can see that he's just there to try and set his team up for success. And now, once again, sieging down the middle lane.
Yeah, and he's 11 out of 15 as well as far as that kill participation. His teleports have been fantastic this game. We always talk about Flandre just being excellent in these situations. Descent's going to land onto a minion. Cloud pretty upset about that guy as Loveling looking to create a flank around the side. He's not as tanky as he'd like to be here as Flandre's just going to twisted advance on him. They don't want this Lee Sin doing anything in this fight and Going. He's going to eat a spear. Flandre gets kicked into the team, but he's okay with being there. Ella gets hooked. But no one really minds about that. Right of the Arcane's going to find Cloud. Oh my goodness, the Fate's Call are going to save him here. But that is a crucial ultimate now on cooldown. And Snake, they can continue the siege.
Yeah, all of a sudden that's mid lane turret gone. There's no way they can go in. And Uzi gets nailed as well.
Oh, actually, Cool getting caught by that Solar Flare, but it's more of a zoning tool as the Arcano Pulse is still going to do some work. Uzi taking so much damage, even with the extra magic resist from that QSS. Barker is just a monster on this champion.
Yeah, they're pinged out Baron. They want to get control back over that area. They're recognizing that they can continue to shove in, but they need to pull OMG around the map. So denying vision is completely clear.
That bottom lane is so huge. Going forced to go down there. Does, of course, have the teleport, so not going to be as much of a big deal, but having a member missing here does give Snake an opportunity to do something.
Yeah, so Going, beneficiary of all that CS down there. He's picked himself up a nice 3-item build as well. Is 20 CS up over Flandre, but you have to think overall Flandre being much more useful in this matchup.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and he's also just, you know, wanting to twisted advance on top of Uzi. I mean, he can do that without any items, really. I mean, he's just going to die a little bit quicker. He just has to be this mega tank, but he already has all the items that he needs.
Yeah, it certainly does. And we take a look at the rest of the items. The Death Cap finished up. The Zhonya's Hourglass finished up for both the mid laners. The mid lane and the jungle on Snake's side. Really, the Blade of the Ruined King going into the last Whisper now for Cool. He's still not at a position to be able to 1v1 the very tanky Maokai. So that split push option ran out extremely early in the game. And Flandre, he's just trying to get his wave pushing slowly, build up these waves, go back to mid, help his team siege.
Yeah, Cloud heading around trying to get some wards on this dragon up in 1.5 minutes. Remember, that's the 5th for Snake, and that is a huge 12% statistic boost for the Snake members here as well, and that is massive. And if OMG are going to stand around and get a sort of dragon siege going on, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work out who's going to win that battle.
Yeah, exactly right. And you see Beast, he's got complete control over the area, missing that ward by a little bit of range. So they will have some vision, but he chunks through dragons so quickly. And unless they really set up a team fight right now, they're not going to be in a position to even contest this one. Trying to get vision where they can.
Barker just continuing to clear waves here in this mid lane. Oh, Loveling just takes the tip of that Arcano Pulse. There's Uzi just continuing to try and clear waves, keep this lane pushed, but Barker a little bit better at that one as these souls are going to chase Cloud halfway down the rift. And Cool forced to hang out with his team here as well. If they want to do anything about this dragon that's going to be up in 30 seconds, they're going to need to have all 5 of their teammates. Because Snake have proven that team fights seem to be a thing that they're pretty good at.
Yeah, and look how big Flandre is. Nearly has that level 16 coming into this fight as well. Got all the health he would like with that Righteous Glory. As well as the Locket coming through, and he's just in a position to be a very big nuisance. Blue buff being picked up by the Xerath. He's going to have as much mana as he could possibly want. Level 16, more importantly, has 3 ranks in that ultimate. And they start up the dragon potentially.
Yeah, there is vision available, of course, not just that Sentinel. Few wards here around for OMG. They're going to pull the Dragon out of the pit, and Snake, they're going to start it off. We'll see whether they can lock down this 5th one, but OMG, they don't want to give it up without a fight. And Loveling's looking to come in and get something done. Snake wanting to poke before they commit to anything. Make sure everyone's logo going, getting chunked out just a little bit. Spears not quite finding the marks here from Beast, as they're just clearing out the vision. They're protecting this pink ward very effectively, as now they're doing some damage, but you can see both of these side waves pushing in very heavily as OMG are milling about this Dragon Pit. Snake, they are in no rush to complete this, more than happy to let it reset over and over again. And OMG forced to sort of watch these waves shove into their tower. FLICKR pulls the trigger though. There's Rite of the Arcane to come through. Going just going to get instantly destroyed. Nice Sonya's Hourglass after that. Equalizer does come through as the Scrying Orb to try and give Uzi some vision, but he was unable to get too much done. Primal Surge onto Beast. He's got so much AP. It's doing so much work. Is Loveling now going to have control of this Dragon?
This is very Snake. They're going for the FLICKR teleport. He has the home guards. He's in the mid lane.
He's coming back here as well, teleporting in. Cool actually getting flanked here over the side. Uzi now able to get some free damage. Deathmark onto the tree of all people, as now Barker over the side. Look at the AoE damage, wrecking the members of OMG. The stuns to come down. Uzi's getting chunked down. The flashes left, right, and center as Beast looking for the hero spear to come down. It lands. Barker picks up the kill with a skill shot on a Callista, and that just demonstrates how good this Snake lineup is.
And that is such a Snake play, sending FLICKR back, initiating with the home guard teleport, getting into the middle of the team. They all started hitting him, but he is so tanky, Atlas, and that's the 5th Dragon picked up for Snake.
Yeah, 5th Dragon, 7,000 gold lead. So much gold was not picked up for OMG as these gigantic waves were crashing on these turrets. And Cool now able to protect this inhibitor, but you have to think Baron is going to be the next option, because or they could just siege. They can do whatever they want now with this massive lead in stats.
Yeah, exactly right. They have the huge lead there. You see all of the flat damage coming through. If we just concentrate on Barker for a second, 837 AP coming out of the mid laner for Snake. 8-0-5, nearly 6 items. Still has some more AP to come through. And FLICKR looking for another initiate. Pop that Righteous Glory, nothing happening.
Yep, Righteous Glory, of course, not on a massive cooldown, so not going to worry him too much as Snake just burning up here. Able to do so much damage.
Uzi's on the bottom side of the map.
Look
Baron's
at how
gone.
fast this Baron is dying. This is ridiculous. Nothing that OMG could do. That was one of the fastest Barons I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and now the mid siege is underway with all that AP. Able to chunk through the turrets. Everything else Dragon gets you, you augment it with a Baron buff, and it's just going to be horrible news. And OMG really need to sit back now and think about what does a winning team fight look like? What do they do next game? Because Xerath is just such a strong pick for Barker. They've got so many questions left unanswered, and I don't even know if they can stop this siege.
Yeah, well, I think that banning Xerath is probably a pretty good choice, just for one, but this inhibitor turret, no contest here from OMG. They just have to watch their structures fall.
And they've already sent the Nidalee into the top lane to go grab that lane. He's, of course, the quickest one pouncing across the map. Pick up some creeps along the way.
Yep, 2 abilities. That one's going to die. Even going to take a pink ward for his troubles here as well. They take the inhibitor down. Of course, already a successful Baron here, but we'll see what else Snake can pick up from this one.
5th Dragon only has a quarter left, so they need to maybe even try and start a fight. You see Barker there glowing. He has truly ascended this game, and is having a terrific show coming through, and they're sieging up the top lane turret now. Might even just face tank it here.
Yeah, actually, Equalizer to come through just to try and kill out this wave. Of course, a siege minion still there, and these melee minions are so difficult to kill with a Baron buff. Cool, forced to go back here. Didn't actually expect his structures to be falling this quickly. Half health now on this top lane inhibitor turret. Going takes half of his health from a spell. That's one spell, and that's not an ultimate, ladies and gentlemen. That is just so much damage from Barker.
Yeah, able to get this one going. Loveling still looking for the kick to get this one started up, but FLICKR just tanking up the turret. You see the heal come through. He's not taking any damage.
That was ridiculous. Crystal able to free hit in the backline. Cloud taking a lot of damage from this Corki here as well as Uzi just getting chunked down. The Deathmark actually in on the backside. The exhaust to come through here, though, as Beast getting focused. Does have the Zonyas. There's the Seraphs as well, as the box comes through from Cloud just to try and disengage. And they are going to protect this one. Uzi takes so much damage. The big one, not quite enough. But Barker finishes it off. The double kill now. And Snake, you have to think this is going to be the game. What an incredible performance from this team. 10,000 gold in the lead. The Nexus turret's getting destroyed. And despite a horror early game, Snake turned it all around.
And they did it against a 6-item Uzi at this point in the game. They're going in on going. Might even lose a couple of members.
Yeah, actually, Ella is going to fall down. Flandre is incredibly low, but they do take down the Nexus turret. Super minions in the base. Crystal going 1v3, and the Nexus dies. GG, well played to Snake. That was incredible.
Yeah, so we answered maybe that Uzi is a fantastic carry, can take it to Crystal. The other question that we had was whether Snake would care, and the answer is no. Rolling over the top, 10, 0, and 5. In the mid lane, 5, 1, and 8 on a jungle Nidalee. Not something that we've seen pulled out often, but that was insane.
That was just so beautiful, and you have to hand it to Beast. His early game control, his movements around the map was so beautiful, but going into this next game, you have to assume that we're not going to see a Xerath.
Yeah, Xerath will be banned, but that was game 1 going over to Snake.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. I cannot wait for game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Our third matchup of the night. Let's see if Snake can make it a 2-0 or whether OMG can answer back after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, and this is Spawn, and we're here for Game 2 between Snake and OMG. And Snake, what a beautiful performance after a horror early game in that last one.
Yeah, they certainly had a rough early game. If you think back to the start of the game, a very good invade coming through from OMG was able to make sure that Crystal skilled up the Valkyrie first. And that really set up a fantastic laning phase for both Uzi as well as Cloud. And they really took it to Crystal. In fact, after about the third time Crystal died, he rotated into another part of the map just to avoid that Kalista. But meanwhile, Beast and Flandre were putting on an absolute clinic on how to win other lanes.
Yeah.
Going absolutely off, getting Barker ahead, who got Xerath, and it was such an intelligent way to play the rest of the map. They literally sacrificed their bottom lane and did fantastic.
Yeah, well, that was the thing, and Ella was still able to roam around. Of course, Leona, not too worried about sort of having not very many items and things like that. And you can see, not entirely sure what's going on here. I think there's a little bit of, Uzi struggling a little bit, I believe. Is that Uzi? Not sure.
Yeah, it
Hope
certainly
he's
might
okay.
be. Hope he's okay. He definitely played an impressive laning phase in that last game, but there was just absolutely nothing he could do. Flandre was too big, couldn't take him off the rift, and Barker, every single time with that ultimate, was just completely on point. There was one where he nailed him 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Whilst Uzi was hopping around. He was just playing that fantastically.
Yeah, it was just beautiful. And one thing that we've sort of seen after the sort of the aftermath of this particular match was not sure how Barker is ever getting Xerath.
Yeah, and I completely agree. It's just one of those picks that it doesn't make any sense to give up. He offers too much in terms of wave clear, team fighting. He's just such a fantastic all-round champion. And then you have a master like Barker. Yeah, it is by far his best champion.
Yeah.
Even before the rest of his pool got nerfed, he was picking it up. Now that the Azir changes went through, he relies on it so heavily, just take it off the board.
Well, exactly. And, I mean, they ban away sort of Cool's biggest champions here in LeBlanc and Ari, and Barker gets to just pick up the Xerath in the second round after a first pick Lee Sin comes through because they think that they can ban away Beast, who then has a godlike performance on Nidalee.
Yeah, so he certainly played the Nidalee well. He made a couple of mistakes throughout the map, but in general, he's securing of the Dragon objective was spot on, and that's what we've known Nidalee to do. He was nailing some very clutch spears, and his aggressiveness with the tank downs, it nearly caught him out a couple of times, but Crystal was always there. Crystal was, at one point in that game, a heal bot, just to keep people alive with his heal, and through doing that, really did help, I guess, get him into a position where he was doing all that damage.
Yeah, I'm just thinking Crystal feels useful every 2.5 minutes or something like that. But no, it didn't even really matter, and Crystal was more than happy to pick up stray kills here and there. He knew that he was pushed so far behind. It was based on that early situation that happened, of course, having to skill up that Valkyrie early, as you mentioned. But Snake, they didn't care. They're just like, okay, Crystal, you'll be relevant at about 40 minutes, and we'll just move on from there.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they showed their maturity as a team, being able to band together, completely overcome the odds, which is a very fed AD carry, and I guess catapult themselves into a very impressive mid-game victory. So the question is now, do they really mind about the Kalista, or are they happy to allow Uzi to get it again and play their game style?
Well, that's the thing. And I mean, Crystal has other options as well. He can take that Draven if they want to take that route. But of course, having picked up the Xerath, of course, the synergy of the Snake team comp was just so beautiful. They have those long-range rockets to go along with the spears, the Arcano pulses, even the Rite of the Arcane that comes through just to finish off the members of OMG, as it definitely did in that last game. I want to see the accuracy percentage of Barker's Xerath, because it was insane, the amount of skills that he was hitting.
Yeah, it certainly was, and we keep mentioning Barker. We have to take a look at the other side of the rift where Cool had another terrible game on Zed.
Yeah.
Just didn't offer anything. There was no wave clear on the composition because they had already committed to a Rumble comp. Then they tried to throw a split push in there because they realized a little bit too late that they'd been caught out by a poke comp, and he tried to split push, but it didn't really matter. Across the map, Snake were just dictating pace.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And as soon as that Xerath started to get ahead, as soon as he could clear out a wave instantly, how are you supposed to do anything against that? I mean, they had the rest of the team trying to clear waves, but no one can clear as fast as Xerath.
Yeah, exactly right. And then the Sheen procs kept coming through. Flandre was zoning off turrets. He was so tanky in that top lane. Won a very selfless build with the Righteous Glory and the Locket of the Island Solarity come through. So really, overall, just a top to bottom, even Crystal was impressive from behind. It sounds really silly because you just shouldn't get in that situation in the first place. But he acknowledged that he'd been absolutely smashed and just did his best to pick up the farm.
Yeah, and he sort of got caught overextending a little bit, but his team made sure that as soon as there was more than one person going after Crystal, who wasn't really doing all that much on the map anyway, they were just taking dragons. They were taking all of the buffs of OMG. They were taking the Krugs, for crying out loud, and picking up turrets. Of course, when that bottom lane focus came through, I think they answered with double outer turret and, of course, a buff steal at the same time. It's just crazy stuff coming through from Snake. Capitalization on little mistakes and movements from OMG.
Yeah, and you have to say, in that regard, Snake definitely won the map movements. They looked much more crisp in their play and very decisive. But we are into champion select for Game 2, and we'll see exactly how OMG respond, because was a horrible pick ban phase coming through, to be honest, and they can't let it happen again.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And let's have a look. If there is not a blue Arcane Shurima man banned away right now, I'm going to be very disappointed, OMG. I'm going to be very, very disappointed. But it is going to be LeBlanc taking the bench first here from Snake. Barker, of course, no interest in playing that one, and Rek'Sai is actually going to be going off here first. Of course, they have 3, but Ari's going to be taken off here as well. Cool, getting focused out. And now we'll see what OMG do to mix up this ban phase, because something's going to have to give. And the Nunu going. There's not very many other options here, OMG. Aurelia being taken off the board from Going. That is interesting. Lulu banned. Well, okay, so either Snake first pick it or OMG are going to pick it away, right? So is there...
I'm not commenting on this pick ban phase. They're obviously more scared of the Juggernaut comp than they are anything that Snake will run at them. Potentially they can pick away a component of the last poke comp, but Flandre gets Maokai again.
Yep, so Cool is going to pick up the Xerath here. Right? If it does... I don't know. Loveling does have the option of taking away the Jarvan here from Beast. Of course, is Nidalee still available? They haven't given away the fact that they want to go into any kind of poke comp, but of course, Juggernaut not going to be happening here for Snake. Loveling, considering Brand Jungle, very strong on this patch.
Actually was my first quadra kill of the season.
Okay, actually I was in that game. I watched that happen. That was very, very silly. Going. They're going for the Narvin combo, and that's what OMG have put all of their eggs in here. Loveling still looking like he's considering something right now. He's not entirely sure, but they've locked them in. And
no, I actually like this a lot more out of OMG. They have a very hard engage composition. Means that if they run straight up poke, they're just going to be able to transverse so much terrain and get on top of them. So in response, Alla will be picking up the Janna. We saw this a lot out of Snake when they first came onto the scene. Alla picking up that champion to stop exactly what is happening now. And they're trying to set up for a little bit of poke. Of course, Bucker very good on the champion that just got locked in, but there is the heavy engage this time around to deal with it.
And Barker's just having a giggle. He's wondering why the heck he managed to get his Xerath yet again. Cool now, thinking about what he's going to take in response, and he has to take something that isn't Zed into this matchup, and I don't know whether it's going to be Zilean. Although Zilean has been changed. You're shaking your head there, Spawn.
You can definitely Killian the Zilean this patch, Atlas. It is not that strong of a pick. And we actually see the Thresh locked in for Cloud one more time, and Uzi going for more of a long-range carry this time around, hovering the Jinx. Actually goes to the Grave, so very mid-game focus. Lucian now, very mid-game focus, all the same kind of flavor.
Yeah, look, going back to exactly what he was so incredibly dominant on before, Crystal always going to hover the Draven if he wants to. And now thinking about the Kalista, you can see in his face, he's got that cheeky grin.
He's very brave. If he picks Crystal, there are only so many times you can poke the beast that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Uzi and
Don't
away
poke
with
the
it.
bear. We may not get into this game. As Crystal thinking about actually going for a Kog'Maw here, just more as a late game scaling pick as opposed to that one. But you're shaking your head again, Spawn.
A very good poke composition coming out.
Yeah, actually, the Living Artillery.
Living Artillery, the slow that can come through is what I'm thinking about. Living Artillery won't do that much damage in AD form, but being able to throw that slow out, you still have the Nidalee, you still have the Xerath. Now you have even better disengage because you have a Janna.
Not to mention Primal Surge does give you a steroid at the same time.
Exactly right. So it's nearly like running that Nunu in the jungle position, and it looks like that's what they're going for. On the other side of the rift, OMG has gone all out on hard engage.
Yeah, and this is a combo that we've seen so successful here in the LPL. The Lissandra Na, the ultra lockdown, we are never going to let you move ever, Team Comp.
Yeah, so very much a team fight heavy focus for both sides. No split pushes, standard tanks, junglers into AP mages and AD carry supports. This is going to be two brawl heavy teams running at each other, Atlas.
Yeah, and how do you feel about this top lane though as the dust settles? Of course, Na's so annoying in that mini Na form, but Flandre, he looks very comfortable on this Maokai.
Yeah, he certainly is comfortable, but even skill matchup, it should go in the Na's favor.
Okay, and Beast versus Loveling. We saw this last time. Of course, Loveling now on the relatively nerfed Jarvan. We'll see how that one works out. Barker, I just think will always win a matchup that he gets Xerath, so I think that that's just a wash. Uzi versus Crystal, though. This one's going to be exciting, seeing whether they actually go into standard lanes here.
Yeah, and on their, I guess, signature champions, Crystal very famous for that Juggernaut. Uzi is an absolute genius on Lucian, and I can't wait to see how this game goes.
Yeah, well, let's just see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our second game between Snake and OMG. Snake coming off a pretty decisive victory after a horrible early start, and Barker somehow has Xerath again, and I don't really understand what reality we're living in.
Yeah, and once again, OMG grouping up as 5, going through this bottom lane, looking to see if they can catch someone out with Cloud on Thresh. So might be able to spot Janna. Oh, he actually exited the brush. If he had stayed in until the end, that would have been a face check, probably first blood.
Yeah, they probably could have been able to pick up a kill somewhere out of that one. Standard going to enter into this brush, and I think OMG just want to get some vision down. Of course, they have a ward to Snake around the corner from that tri-brush. Uzi just hanging out in his own. A little bit late to the party here, I think.
Deep wards on the other side of the map go through for Snake, and we see maybe a double recall in the bottom lane coming through, looking to regroup, get that lane swap. Although now they've cancelled, and maybe it will be Uzi and Cloud that dodge the duo.
Yeah, actually, Crystal and Ella still hanging out. Haven't decided to back. Minions have actually spawned now, so if they don't complete these backs, actually it is. It's going to be the Cogmore heading into the top side of the map, and Flandre hanging out with Beast here as well. So they're going to give up that bottom lane, but it looks like we might have some upside-down laning situations going on.
Yeah, yet again, we'll find the duo lane, and the leash will come through from Flandre as soon as he sees the duo lane. Actually, now it is Snake swapping back.
What is going on? Okay, so both of these duo lanes are going to arrive a little bit late into their lanes.
Snake a lot later than OMG, and they're at the point now where they won't be able to get a freeze. It's going to be one-on-one, so they're sending Ella up to join in the top lane battle.
Yeah, Flandre is hanging out, wants to try and get as much CS as he possibly can. Shield coming through onto Beast just to help him out in this jungle. Primal Surge also going to be pretty useful, and smiting that red buff always handy to get some health back. But you can see Ella now moving back down to the bottom side, and Flandre just going to have to weather the storm.
Yeah, so Flandre looking to get a little bit picked on in this lane, but Crystal is doing a good job of pulling out Going, who responds back, and Beast nearly flies through the jungle. It's the reset from that Hunted is just such a strong tool, and you see able to pick that one up. Will go relatively low. Doesn't have the smite available.
Oh my, what? Why did he wait so long to smite?
I think it only just came up. That's how quickly she does the jungle. So
okay.
Look to fly through that one. Able to keep himself topped off with that heal. Has got the double buff, so we'll be completely fine now. And we see Cool a little bit more aggressive in this lane now.
And actually, the Scuttlebug going to be taken here by Beast, launching himself at that one. Of course, Scuttlecrab just takes so much damage from an Italy. Flandre in so much trouble, flashing the wrong direction here, but it might actually get him to safety. Loveling not quite in the right position, and Flandre with some interesting heads-up play. There's actually the heal to come through, and the Death Sentence, it's bound to be there. Flandre One last Light Slinger. He walks back into the Death Sentence and First Blood once again to Uzi.
Yeah, so different laning matchup, same result. Uzi picking up First Blood, and that's great news for OMG. Not able to get anything onto going in that lane, and FLICKR, he's going to have to burn his teleport to potentially get back to lane. Actually looking to just, no, he has used it, so wasn't walking that one out. And a little bit more CS onto going, and a death already onto FLICKR.
Yeah, and we'll see whether sort of having FLICKR as the one behind is going to be as okay here for Snake as it was when it was Crystal. Cool taking a lot of damage here in this mid lane. Barker just celebrating the fact that he has a Xerath.
Yeah, and FLICKR has stopped the back twice now as they send 3 members into the top lane to try and give him a helping hand. Really does need, I guess, a leg up from his team this time around. Was a massive nuisance last game, and OMG looking to shut it down.
Yeah, and FLICKR, or at least the members of Snake, realize the fact that a useful Maokai is pretty dang useful, so making sure that he doesn't fall too far behind is definitely a good thing. Of course, Uzi hasn't gone back to base yet, and Crystal, I mean, he's got a lot of range, so he should be fine. Going, though, with a 2-level advantage.
Yeah, because he's been 1 versus 2 the whole time through and hasn't really been pressured at all, so he's got that 2-level advantage. Now Crystal picks up another one and misses the cannon creep.
Oh, always horrible to see. Does pick up that caster minion, though, that it was about to die, so definitely useful here as going just going to throw houses around, looking upset, and doesn't manage to land the wallet.
Yeah, and Crystal actually missing a lot of CS under this turret, so suffering without his without his support down here.
Yeah, has actually equalized the farm, though, so of course Uzi having to walk around and follow this tree for so long did actually cause him to miss a little bit of that one, and he's headed down to this dragon. OMG not wanting to get shut out like they were before, and no vision available from Snake. This cheeky 5-minute dragon could actually come through.
It's going to be spotted out.
Oh, it's a nice ward to come through from Beast. He can now poke in from around the side. Cool's here, though. Dragon doing a lot of damage. Is the spear going to land? It finds Cloud. Oh my goodness, that was so incredibly close.
They're going to look to fight.
Yeah, the Voidoo's to come through. Crystal off to the side here as well, but Cloud's just going to die. Crystal gets a kill donated to him. And Snake just say, okay, cheers, guys.
Yeah, Cloud was completely caught out of position, and Crystal now with that kill will actually be ahead of Uzi. Uzi went back and was able to pick up a pickaxe for his trouble, and Loveling's been a little bit caught out. Will lose a pink ward as well in his jungle, so Snake getting a little bit more control over the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, you can see Cloud and Ella both a little bit starved out of this experience in this lane swap situation, wanting to make sure that they're in exactly the lanes that they want to be. Ardent Blaze not going to find Crystal here in the bottom side. He's playing very far forward, even though he has an obvious item discrepancy, just because of the fact that Cloud got caught out.
Yeah, and he's, I guess he's got the advantage of knowing that his support is on hand, whereas Cloud was back in base. And we see in the top lane, a Phage has been picked up from going, so going for that aggressive mini-Gnar form where you can definitely use that harass to pick on the Maokai, but FLICKR doing a good job picking up a lot of CS, actually knocking him back into turret for a cheeky turret shot.
Yeah, that was very cute coming through, but of course Mega Gnar Transform going to give going a fair bit of health back. But FLICKR, despite dying in the early game, still, you know, touching distance of that farm.
Yeah, certainly is still doing fairly well. Very hard to deny a Maokai, especially when you spam that boomerang out. Just gives him so much sustain in the lane. Actually misses out on 2 creeps by about 3 health as they crashed into the turret, but he'll do a great job of picking up any CS.
Yeah, beautiful to watch. FLICKR is able to lock that one down. Beast waiting in the wings now, looking to try and get something done. Of course, Mini-Gnar has just been reacquired here for going. There's a twisted advance into the spear. It looks all too easy. The pounce was held onto as Beast just trying to come through. That's actually almost a kill. The fadeaway spear doesn't find it, and going somehow lives.
Yeah, somehow managed to pick it up on the bottom side of the map. The right of the arcane's been used to try and grab the blue buff, but Barker might have been caught.
Yeah, the cleanse is still available here. He uses it to get out. There's the shocking orb, but Barker so low. The last Q, and Cool picks up the kill on the Xerath.
Yeah, and doesn't take kindly to someone trying to snipe that buff away, able to pick it up. That was a little bit of a suicide mission from Barker because he knew his jungler wasn't there to support, and Cloud with the heads up roam, able to pick an assist up for himself. So very nice play across the board this time from OMG, living against a gank that might have otherwise killed going, and able to pick up their blue buff and a kill for their mid lane.
Yeah, definitely holding on here to the plays that are being made around the map here from Snake, as Crystal continuing to put the pressure on this bottom side. Now has a level advantage over Uzi, who's just farming from range here in the backside. Of course, that Eye of the Storm doing a lot of work keeping this Cogmore.
And I love the
healthy.
pickup out of Crystal. He's gone for the Sheen as the first component of the Trinity Force. And you'll see how annoying it is to deal with a Sheen Cogmore. As soon as he hits that W, gets the first huge auto attack. And just the spam ability of the ultimate means that he can weave in autos whenever he wants.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. And the fact that his W is free as well means that he keeps up in that mana and doesn't actually need it in order to proc that Sheen. Beast now with the level advantage is going to find Loveling here. Barker's hanging out. There's the shocking orb. Too easy are the picks for Snake once again. And they might be able to pick up this red buff as well. But actually Barker hanging out, going to be able to clear out this ward. And Flandre just collapsing here as well. And Snake just play the mid game so beautifully with their collapses and roams. But OMG have been capitalizing nicely here as well. Mega Knight is going to be accomplished here from Going, lands the wall up as well, and then decides that his work here is done. Continues throwing
Good
houses.
roam coming through from Cool. Is very far behind. Flandre with the teleport. This will be a fight.
Yeah, Flandre looking for it, and it's just going to be Cool saying, okay, let's get out.
Yeah, so burns a teleport for absolutely nothing in response. So good play out of OMG after a bad miscommunication around the red buff. Looks like they got that one down pat because they knew exactly where the top laner for Snake was.
Yep, Beast is going to be able to hand over this blue buff here as well, as Barker is going to Arcano Pulse that one to death and continue his parade through the jungle. Almost has that Magus enchant completed, and Flandre loops his way back towards this top side, and Beast going to help him by clearing out some of the minions destroyed by this turret. Arcano Pulse not going to find Cool. And we're back to more of a standard laning experience.
Yeah, and this is a very important lesson to learn for junglers. You see, in the top lane, Beast didn't actually go tax any of that because it wasn't a person hitting the turret, and it's not going to fall very quickly to only one minion wave, and it doesn't allow it to reset in a disfavorable position. Now, it's all up to Flandre. He's able to go in there, pick up the remnants of the wave, and it will completely reset in the middle. Might even be able to push in another one to just get the complete reset. So very important there to, I guess, not muck around with your top laner's wave if they don't have to.
Yeah, and especially when your top laner actually knows what they're doing. Of course, solo queue may not work out as well, ladies and gentlemen, just because I know I certainly don't know how to really control the wave all that well.
Yeah, and we see in the bottom lane, Crystal continuing to shove in, actually picked himself up a 16 CS advantage. Flandre continuing to, I guess, try and push around this Gnar, but he's picked up a Shroud as well, and that pink ward is very dangerous to try and sweep out. Flandre actually 2 levels behind.
Yeah, because he's been roaming around this map so much, of course. I mean, does have quite a disadvantage. 25 CS here in this top side. Has died, of course, from that earlier situation. And teleport not necessarily working out earlier on. So not having the experience that he had in the last game. Going has always looked very strong on this. Now has a Spectre's Cowl, and he's not worried about anything in this top side.
3 members strong in the bottom lane. Maybe looking to dive the Void Puppy if he comes in any closer to this turret.
He's going to be able to get that CS with the Living Artillery, but doesn't want to exit this turret. Ella is there, but Cool's moving down as well. There's going to be 4 people in this bottom lane, and this is what happens when OMG want to turn it on.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to pick up a free turret by themselves without a fight by just moving people in there. Uzi with all of that flat AD doing a great job. Loveling actually steals away the Krug as well, so thanks, Crystal, for starting that one up. Now they'll move on to the Dragon.
Yep, Cool being pinged out here as well as Beast is waiting in the wings, but he's nowhere near this Dragon.
Actually pinging on to Gnar again. Last time they weren't successful. This will be the second Dragon they're giving up.
Yep. Second Dragon going to die, and we saw what happened last time Dragons were given away for free. It was Snake picking up one for free. Flandre's actually gone aggressive here as Hyper procs. Beast wants to get the guaranteed lockdown as the slow comes through. Doesn't even go for the spear. There it is. Oh, the pounce reset doesn't come down, but the flash into the takedown, easily going to secure that one. So they kill the top laner, and Ella, he's going to die in response.
Yeah, Ella certainly looks to be very close to going down. Has the ultimate if he wants to use it.
Yeah, but Arcano Pulse going to come through here as well.
Actually, it used the ultimate.
Yeah.
Maybe at the very start of that exchange, and very good rotation through from the OMG lineup, keeping the kills even, but have an early advantage. Will be equalized now in the turrets, but 2 Dragons still the favor of OMG.
Yeah, and Snake really need to start doing some work evening that out because, of course, these dragons have been adding up, and you've seen exactly how useful it is to get to that 30-minute mark with a potential 5th dragon, and Snake utilized it beautifully last time. They are going to be well aware of the fact that OMG are putting them on a very similar timer. Going, he's not too worried about this. Still has a CS advantage, and he's still going to be that mega tank that he needs to be.
Yeah, it certainly is. And he's, I guess, still a little bit further ahead of FLICKR. FLICKR abandoning the roller build as we've seen him do so often now. The mid-game tank build just a lot more beneficial for these Maokai players, especially when you have a tanky jungle like a damage jungle like the Nidalee. So just going to be tanky by himself. You see Cool this time. FLICKR not going for the steal because he has fond memories of what happens last time. And a big roam into the bottom lane. Teleport even coming down from both top laners.
Yeah, there's the flash into the play there as well. Descent doesn't find its mark as Crystal's trying to turn this one around. There's FLICKR actually in there as Going gets exhausted. The Gnar onto LA here as well as Cool looks for Crystal. He's so slow, but there's actually Beast just getting instantly destroyed. Uzi with a double kill already as Snake looking for some kills, but Uzi's going to find the Void Puppy. A Cathian surprise going to come down. Uzi dodging out of the way of these abilities. There's the last one as Going looks for the boomerang and doesn't find it. Right of the arcane. Is it going to find it? Uzi survives just barely, and Barker now going to get sentenced to death. Whoa, that was a really nice flash to come down, but Barker's still in so much trouble. The culling finds it for Uzi.
And all of a sudden, Uzi again, this time on a mid-game carry. 6-0-1 with the Infinity Edge picked up. Has 1,600 gold to go back and shot with on that chair, looking pretty comfy.
Oh, yeah, no worries at all. And OMG, these roams to the bottom lane when there's a hyper carry for any team that they're against just look so brilliant. It's like this is what they do every single time. They just head everyone down there, start a fight, and just always seem to win.
Yeah, so they clean house with that one, able to pick up a massive gold lead off it as well. 2,000 at only the 15-minute mark. Beast will be caught out as well in the jungle here, trying to do some counter jungling, needs to escape.
Yeah, and actually going to pounce back over the wall here as well as the Dark Passage does come down. Knocked up by that flag and drag. And Primal Surge not nearly going to be enough to save this jungler.
And what you just heard was a 16-minute god-like Uzi coming through.
God.
Has the seal, probably going towards that Phantom Dancer, although could be the Static Shiv as well, and sieging down turrets.
Yeah, Barker going to get Descents here as well, and throws out an Arcano Pulse, and they just want to give more kills to Uzi. Legendary now, and I don't think that he's going to be needing anyone to give him any talkings to after this game. He's going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, certainly looks like he's playing with a purpose. Will knock down another outer turret. That will give them the lead in that regard. Going, meanwhile, doing a similar favor in the top lane, although creeps will run out. We'll have to wait till the next one. And they're diving mid lane.
Yeah, there's the Cataclysm to come through. There's the Monsoon as well, but Ella just gets exploded. And there are still creeps on this inner turret. Beast has to be careful. Uzi does get hunted, and Crystal comes around just to try and clear out this wave. And Snake just really need to do some damage control right now because they're losing control.
Yeah, they've lost control. 5,000 gold, 17 minutes in. We were talking about how 3,000 gold was big about a minute ago. And currently 8-0-2. Uzi once again 7,800 gold to 5,800 gold. 2,000 gold ahead of Crystal, who is having a decent series, but Uzi is just attracting kills from everywhere.
Yeah, the thing that I'm frightened about here for OMG, though, is the fact that Crystal, he's still on Cogmore. And he's done absolutely ridiculous things on this champion. But is it all about the Juggernaut comp, or is it just Crystal's ability to position himself on this champion? This is what we're going to find out this game, I guess.
Yeah, we certainly are. I guess it's a little bit unfair to expect this is a level footing because he's going to have the Gnar diving him. He's going to have the J4, who's going a very tanky build, is leveling. Hasn't even gone... He's gone for the Juggernaut enchant. Hasn't gone for the Warrior. Understands exactly what his role is. And from here, Static Shiv picked up. There's just so many strong items coming through right now for OMG. Snake don't have the tools for another 10 minutes to deal with them.
Yeah, it's just looking a little bit frightening here for a Snake fan. And Cool is also having a much better game. He's ahead on farm. 2-1-3 now on this Lissandra. Able to work his insta-kill magic. Almost has that Zhonya's Hourglass completed as well with that Morellonomicon and, of course, the needlessly large rod Amp Tome. And this is not like the Zed that wasn't doing all that much. This is a Lissandra that's just trapping people and destroying priority targets. And against Barker on this immobile Xerath, it just doesn't seem to be anything he can do. And if Cloud keeps hitting the level of death sentence that he's been putting down, there's going to be absolutely nowhere for Snake to go this game.
Yeah, it certainly looks like Snake have their backs against the wall, but Uzi was this big last game. They were just able to CC him up, and you have to say, Crystal's CS advantage is fairly impressive. Is 30 CS ahead. Is lacking the second item, but it looks like it will be that Blade of the Ruined King coming through, and this will be the third dragon picked up by OMG, and Snake are right. They can't contest this one. Let it go. Fight for the late game.
Yeah, that's the thing. And maybe fight for the fifth one, of course, because they know exactly how important that is. But, of course, third dragon does give you a bit of movement speed. It's definitely good. But Snake, they can't face check this OMG lineup, not in any fashion.
Yeah, they certainly can't. Pinkward will be swept out here, and right now it's just all about the stall. The wave clear of Xerath, the wave clear of Cogmore. They definitely have the tools to be able to do it. The gank brush coming through.
Oh, Cloud actually going to get jumped on. They had the opportunity for going on Uzi, but Cloud, he's going to survive somehow. Right as the Arcane comes through, he comes down onto FLICKR. Interesting one. Crystal picks up that one, and Snake, they get a pick, but that's about it.
Yeah, so they get a pick, and that stops the push coming through. So it means that they survive for a little bit longer. So nice play there. They were a little bit impatient.
Secures the Krug here as well for Cool. Very rude. That Void Puppy did a lot of work trying to get that one down. Mean little Lissandra lady, but it's okay. Chris will be able to get a cannon creep for it. He's going to be feeling A-okay. FLICKR here as well, just to lend a helping hand. And Uzi, he didn't actually decide to go back. Just hanging out with Cool, of course, knows that that Frozen Tomb's available. But, of course, the saplings are being very useful here to try and scout out the area.
Yeah, certainly are. And seeing the top lane going, getting all this time by himself is starting to become a bigger and bigger threat. Has finished up the Banshee's Veils, has the Merc Treads, getting all of that CS, and Barker still patiently clearing out this mid wave.
Yep, Arcane Pulse going to be enough to get that one down. Shocking Orb securing the cannon creep as well. Only has that blasting one, wants to be building up towards that Rabbidan's Death Cap for the seriously insta-clear. FLICKR just going to clear out the top lane as well. And Beast hasn't had nearly the same experience that he did in his last one. And man, Loveling is just looking amazing on this. 0, 1, and 9 on this Jarvan. And Clearlove was onto something, man, with that Juggernaut in gen.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case, and just getting tankier and tankier. And we see the 1-3-1 split push actually engaged here by OMG Cool. Now that he's picked up that Zhonya's Hourglass, very hard to solo out. Has a lot of damage to come through. And they keep sending Crystal to the side lane. He's trying to get as much farm as he possibly can. Is nearly finished that Blade of the Ruined King, which gets him to a nice 2-item spike, but needs those upgraded boots, needs to be able to have that third damage item to be really that hyper carry threat.
And Cool looking to set up a little bit of a brush there, but a nice ward from Ella is going to spot him out. He's not going to be finding it. Crystal just more than happy to farm out these waves, of course.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is the one thing about the Snake lineup that you have to compliment. They have fantastic wave clear. Cogmore has one of the best wave clears for an AD carry, being able to throw the slow crosses, of course, with the ultimate and the long range wave clear that comes through from the auto attack. Not to mention the Xerath, the fact that you can't really dive the Janna because of the disengage potential that comes through. So definitely a good stalling composition coming through, but will it be enough? There is a huge advantage on the OMG lineup, and they're really looking to push it.
Yeah, and Barker now able to stop this siege coming through here as well. Sitting on this Xerath, able to clear these waves from very far away. FLICKR even more than happy to stand up further. And this siege tactic, OMG need to work on rotating around this map in a way that Snake cannot predict and get to these turrets before the Xerath can set up shop and just destroy every creep ever.
OMG don't really care. They're just waiting for the 5th dragon to come up. They think that they've got this game on the back of a very strong Uzi at the moment. And yeah, sure, it would be nice to be able to break into the turrets, but right now they're more concerned with the neutral objectives that seem to be coming across.
Beast does manage to secure that blue buff, but it doesn't go to Barker. That is very important. OMG now find themselves towards this mid side. Able to get some free auto attacks here as well, but Going takes a lot from that one. Barker gets hit by a death sentence, but OMG decide not to go in. There's actually the flash into the Shocking Orb. They don't find Cloud. Arcane Pulse is there, right at the Arcane in as well. Cloud is going to die to Barker before the Twisted Advance. And Snake, they pick up another one on the support.
And this was on the back of Crystal going very aggressive under the turret on the top laner, and they're looking to push in. They want to get an advantage. Uzi actually just used his culling to try and clear out some of the wave, tanked up by FLICKR, and they'll get a mid lane turret against the float.
Yeah, and actually Crystal playing so far forward there as well. Now has the Blade of the Ruin King and the Trinity Force. He's got a huge power spike on his hands. And that's actually even items with Uzi, you have to think.
Yeah, but Uzi's sitting on 2,300 gold.
Okay, so he's got a Last Whisper as well in his back pocket as far as the money's concerned. But right now...
He's got a Last Whisper.
Right now he's got a Last Whisper, so don't even worry about it, guys. Yeah, don't even worry about it.
So Uzi sat on a lot of gold there for a very long time, wanted to purchase the outright Last Whisper, and maybe gave away a little bit of map control, you have to say, because they were able to pick up a turret, and the siege really did falter. Now Frozen Heart finished up by FLICKR, so he's in a position to really start tanking up Uzi, and this was always Lucian's problem. These short-range carries don't deal with Maokai well at all, just such a disruptive force on the back line, and you look across the line, the Death Cap nearly finished up. The Sork Boots as well as the Seraphs have come through for Bucker and Beast. And, ooh, their Spear starting to do some damage, even to a very tanky Loveling.
Yeah, Loveling has that Null Magic Mantle and the Juggernaut as well, just giving him so much extra health. But Beast starting to do some work. The Archangels, of course, continuing to stack up. At about this stage, of course, last game did have the makings of that Zhonya's Hourglass as well, so this isn't the same Nidalee that we were experiencing in the last game, but cool. Doing his best Z impression still on this Lissandra, shoving out these waves over and over again.
Yeah, Lissandra is a very good split pusher, and 260 CS to 200 shows how far ahead Cool has been able to get this lane matchup. He really is the second carry this time around, and Uzi looking to solo out the Dragon. This will be Dragon number 4 Atlas at only 25 minutes in. Very bad news for the Snake lineup.
Yeah, and they are going to see when it went down, of course. No vision of actually when that Dragon went, so they're not going to be able to get the exact timer, but they're going to take this Baron as quickly as they possibly can. Cool has to walk all the way up there, of course, with Blade of the Ruin King, and of course...
They even altered it from Seraph.
That is insane. They are committing super hard onto this one. Loveling wants to come round for the steal. Is he going to be able to lock it down? Beast is going to be here with a takedown, but is he going to be able to get it? Loveling steals it, and OMG are picking up kills now as everyone moves in. Uzi now with so much damage. The Frozen Tomb to lock down Flandre, and Snake are just dissipating across this one. Beast gets eliminated, and this is looking too easy. 11-0 and 3. Crystal now trying to fight going, but now everyone else turns up. Uzi gets donated the triple kill, and everything's looking better this game for OMG.
Yeah, 12-0 and 3. Uzi going completely off. You just saw him shred the whole lineup there, and there was completely nothing that Snake could do. They made a very brave call to go for that Baron. It didn't pay off, and now the mid lane turret is under siege.
No, Cool actually going in on his Glacial Path onto Ella, thinking that he might be able to get something done, but of course with the Baron, that Eye of the Storm shield not going to last very long, and Cool just happily split pushing on his own here in the mid lane until the rest of the Snake turn.
Yeah, so have to clear out this wave now, and OMG going back with some pretty big shops. Uzi has another BF sword. Has also a Vamp Scepter. Nearly got his Bloodthirster. He's level 15 at 27 minutes.
That's ridiculous.
Cool picks up a Zhonya's as well as... Oh no, so there was the Abyssal outright and another blasting round. He was sitting on a Null Magic Mantle. And across, Cloud's being caught again.
Oh, Cloud just getting targeted here. Doesn't land the last one. Nice little juke out of the way, but Living Artillery is going to seal the fate of Cloud, and Cloud seems to be the only one getting killed, really, on the OMG lineup, and Snake still managing to capitalize on it.
Yeah, Cloud definitely a little bit of an adventurer this time. He wanted to go for a little bit of a wander, got caught out, and I guess that will hurt his team because that's another 15 seconds where they can't really capitalize on this Baron buff. Still looking to push in, but Flandre soaking waves and experiences in the top lane, and he's starting to get a little bit bigger. Uzi now shoving down this mid lane.
He finished the Bloodthirster, by the way.
Wow.
That is ridiculous.
He's so rich.
That man is making bank.
He's 4,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, okay. Crystal, he's going to get locked down here. Does get forced to use that flash, so next time that Cataclysm's up, Loveling going to have a lot more success with that tool. And Cool going to get spears thrown at him, but he's going to be fine as Snake now trying to defend. Barker now in the bottom side, but super, like the Baroned up minions, it's going to be a different experience here for this Xerath, as these melee ones have so much extra health. Crystal trying to stop Cool from making it to the turret. The rest of the cavalry turns up. Going has to stop the split. Not entirely sure what Uzi's doing up in that top side. He's going to take away some puffies
He
here.
cleared out Wolves, he cleared out Gromp. Now he tanks a spear, but wow!
That culling tearing through these guys. Uzi actually getting caught right at the arcane, destroys him here, but it's going to be traded for Barker. Of course, managed to get a lot of his damage down. Crystal now trying to get something through as Cloud makes his way back here. Cool, going to use that Zhonya's, but Flandre standing on the desk. The Dark Passage doesn't quite manage to make that one work. Oh my goodness, Flandre finishes off Cool somehow. And that's a 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2 exchange, shutting down Uzi, who you have to say was playing a little bit
Recklessly?
I was going to say arrogantly, but recklessly probably works a little bit more politely, and that was just horribly played from the OMG squad. They're still so far ahead. 11,000 gold at 30 minutes. They're going to pick up the 5th dragon probably in 2 minutes when that one spawned, but they need to be careful how they play this one out. We've seen time and time again Snake come back from massive deficits.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and they do still have a Kog'Maw. You have to remember that. I mean, if anyone's going to be a tank buster, it's Kog'Maw. He's the best.
Yeah,
You're not going to get any better than that.
Trust me, Atlas, no one is forgetting that they have a Kog'Maw. It's
Okay.
probably about the 17th time.
Okay, yeah, good point. Good point.
But yeah, no, they're definitely very strong. Flandre going for the flank here with the home guards.
Yep, looking for Loveling here, of course. Doesn't have a whole lot of damage, and the Flag and Drag is going to get him over there. Flandre looking a little bit upset.
Yeah, Flandre just wanted to force the issue, maybe look for a kill on the jungle, because that would have allowed them to get in position for this next dragon coming up. Now that he hasn't been able to kill him,
That
is
is
not
a
going to
big
be
kill.
the case.
And that Rift Scuttler is going to be alive for, I think, about 6 seconds after the Baron survives. So they are going to have vision of when that dragon spawns. That is very important.
Yeah, so they're waiting around in that area, actually sacrificing all map presence. They might lose mid and top, but they want to get a dragon.
Yeah, actually, Snake going for some sort of flank play here, but of course they're going to lose inhibitors and towers, and their base is going to die. And it was a gamble play. Didn't quite make it there, of course. Loveling is still coming from base here. Snake looking to try and get something.
They're being corralled.
Yeah, Flandre looking
The knockup
for
comes
it.
through. They've got the team fight if they want it. Not going in.
Not quite yet. There's the descent onto Beast here as well. That is not the target. Snake one locked down, and Cool's just going to destroy him. There's the Cataclysm once more as Crystal trying to make something happen. Right at the Arcane thrown out for fun here from Barker. Shocking Orb on the go going. Stops a little bit of the engage, but looks like OMG are going to be able to take down this inhib. Of course, with Beast down, going, bouncing super high for some reason. Not going to find any engage, but they take down the inhib. That's exactly what they want. Flandre going very far forward. Doesn't get knocked up there from Loveling. Going takes a lot of damage from Crystal, who's trying to bust through this tank. But with that Randuin's, he's very, very healthy. My goodness, Snake looked like they're trying to go for something. Was that a flash shocking orb? Didn't actually quite land. And Uzi able to do a lot of work on a Flandre. He is stuck in amongst the team. Snake need to make a decision of whether they're going or not, as Uzi dancing forward into this fight. Now trying to get some auto attacks down onto Uzi. Blows his heel here, actually, as Barker completely out of mana. And OMG somehow didn't lose anyone, but it was a very strange engage. There's the Frozen Tomb back up yet again. Cloud's going to fall down. Barker's going to take down Cool here. That actually, the Nard didn't land. Nice kiting to come through from Crystal. It's Uzi. He's going 1v1, and he's easily going to be able to take that one down. 15-1 and 5 on this Lucian. And that was a weird series of events.
That certainly was a very weird team fight. Snake grabbed a turret in the bottom lane off the back of it, but that will be 5th dragon going over to OMG, and Uzi 15-1 and 5, having a brilliant game this time around.
They had a brilliant game last time around as well.
He had a brilliant laning phase last time around. I don't think the end of the game went the way that he would have hoped it. Goes into the bottom lane to try and pick that one up. Has 2,600 gold as well to spend. He's had some pretty big purchases, and expecting maybe the Mercurial Scimitar to come out outright.
Yep, that could be it. Or it could be a Guardian Angel if he wants that. Pick that up if it feels like it. It's going to be a Banshee's Veil, though.
Yeah, Banshee's Veil actually coming up. So they're looking for Baron again. It seems to be the Snake play to throw the Desperation Baron in there whenever they can, but not actually going to start it up this time. Instead, securing the blue buff.
Oh, man, and Going went for the Hammer Time Gnar build as well. He's got the Phage. He's got the Frozen Mallet. He's doing his best Olaf impression. And OMG looking to try and finish off. Of course, Olaf does have axes, ladies and gentlemen, but it looks pretty similar if he was to run around with a Phage and a Frozen Mallet. I've gone too deep on that one. Baron is back up, though. OMG looking to grab that and then solidify a victory.
Yeah, I definitely looking for Cool to make a flank play here. Is on the wrong side of his team, but looking to get in there. And you see, B's still not happy to let this one go. Continuing to fight up. They've got great positioning on the Baron, and now maybe looking to get in there. Cool still looking for a flank, and you have to say, this OMG lineup, they're playing very aggressively in strange areas.
They are, yeah, it's very, very strange. Actually, Cool might get caught out here just a little bit. Right of the Arcane's going to find Cool just slightly, but of course does have that Glacial Path in order to get out of the way of that one.
And the Snake are going for consolation prizes now. Baron has been picked up. They're still hunting down Cool. Baroned up super minions. They're going to push top lane in, and just take a peek on how much attack damage Uzi has. 437.
That is absolutely insane.
He hits things hard.
Yep. He's going to do some damages to anything that he's allowed to auto-attack. Arcano Pulse onto Cloud. Going, though. Happy to tank up this turret. Going to take the Dark Passage to get himself to safety. Living Artillery from Crystal coming through here. Look at how fast these creeps are, and OMG starting to break the rest of Snake's base. Still have a lot of wave clear. It's maybe going for a little bit longer than otherwise expected with a lead of this size. Of course, 16,000 gold for OMG. Uzi actually taking a few auto attacks from Crystal.
Yeah, there's no armor built up really. There's only really Aranduans onto, as that spear chunks out Cool. So there's only, sorry, it wasn't Cool that got chunked out, it was Cloud. So there's only one real tank that can dive in this lineup, and even then, not the tankiest armor-based is Going. So they're finding it hard to break into this base, even with the Baron buff.
Yeah, and the bottom lane's actually pushing here for Snake as well, so not quite having control of the waves as much as they'd otherwise like. Although that might change here, but Snake able to solidify some control over their own area. Still incredibly far behind, but that's an Infinity Edge completed, and, you know, 3 items for Barker as well that make him do relevant damage. It's not over yet, Spawn.
Yeah, it's not over. It's definitely very close to a 6-item versus a 4-item carry, but still, it is a Cogmore, and it's doing very meaningful damage now. And you saw Going. He's getting chunked out. That Frozen Mallet is a very greedy, and I'm going to say questionable pickup here, because it doesn't lend anything to the situation that they're currently in. In open team fights, Frozen Mallet isn't actually a bad item on Mini-Nut, as we see maybe a team fight coming through here.
Yeah, Loveling looking to start something up. Of course, has the Cataclysm available. No flash to make that play. Of course, only going to be covering far too much distance as opposed to ridiculous distance, as Ella now going to charge up one of these ones. But Flandre now in amongst the fight, and this could be the breakout. The culling coming through, tearing apart this tree. Right of the Arcane, not quite finding the targets it wants to. Cool coming in and taking down Flandre with him. That is only going to be the tank that's dead so far. Shocking Orb onto Cool here as well. He takes a huge burst of damage. Nice on his Hourglass into the backside as Going. Going to flash forward and try and grab something. Exhaust onto Uzi. Spear doesn't find him here as well. But OMG, a lot of flashing health bars. Snake, they're going to lose an inhibitor. Barker actually looking to start something up here. Going jumping through Crystal. So far forward, forced to use that flash. Is he going to survive? Uzi picks up the kill, and this could be the end of the game. Barker going to fall. Is he though? Oh my goodness. One more auto attack would have been enough. Doesn't land the boomerang. Barker, how are you alive?
Yeah, and OMG is still quite low. They're sending Going back to base, probably to teleport back in, but after that, they might even just look to go for the 5th dragon again. They're not really going to get anything more from that, so 2 members go down on the side of Snake. No one goes down on OMG, but they're still picking up a lot of farm.
Yep, the game is still going. That is the main thing here. Barker going to be able to pick up all of these creeps. That was satisfying. Don't talk about creep welfare again. And I think we're going to be fine. And again, Snake trying to hold on.
Yeah, they certainly are.
Actually, if there's like some sort of metaphor that we're going to do for this situation, you remember sort of like actually, Beast going to get caught out by Uzi. Doesn't get the last passive proc. Beast would have been dead, but he survives.
Yeah, so Beast survives 21 seconds on another 5th Dragon. You feel that might be the one that tips the game over the edge for OMG. Snake can't really contest. Their base was broken in the mid lane.
They're just sort of waiting for OMG to make a mistake that they probably won't make in this game. Frozen Mallet is still there in the inventory of Going, though, as Scrying Orb's going to spot out Loveling hanging out in the jungle. But you can see oppressive vision control of OMG.
Dragon's up, and they're just giving up 5th Dragon. They really want to stall this one out a little bit longer. You see another needlessly large rod coming through for Barker in the mid lane. And they're sweeping out wards, trying to push out some lanes, but that'll be another 5th Dragon. And
I guess they know that Uzi's never going to get any stronger than this.
well, all the members on OMG really don't get much stronger than this. It's only really Nah who will get slightly tankier. Might pick up a Trinity Force, but even that they're not really concerned about. It really is Cool and Uzi doing a lot of the work here. And they continue to stall out, continue to hold on. Remember, this is a 40-minute Cogmore.
That's a 6,000 gold lead for Uzi.
Yeah, he's disgustingly big.
Yeah, okay, that's a 20,000 gold lead for the whole team, so that doesn't actually mean all that much. But it is definitely a statistic that is frightening if you're a Snake member. I'm going to talk about Snake's position as sort of like in a spy movie when you've got the spy hanging on to the edge of a cliff and the baddie's like trying to stamp on his fingers.
And you're just waiting for EDG to dive in, save them, and pull them back up.
Yeah, it's that sort of situation.
Don't think it's coming as we see the split push coming out of Going. Will be matched by Flandre. You do feel that Flandre is a little bit more important in these team fights than Going. Hasn't really done as much on the Nah. About to get the transform in. Might even take up the turret just to see it go down. Flandre really can't deal with him damage-wise, and Nah might just be able to pick up another down base turret.
Yeah, he's just brute forcing this one through. Of course, there's no Baron left available. The wallop to come down hasn't actually died yet as Flandre is being so annoying. It does finally fall down right at the Arcane to try and pick up Going, but he's pretty quick on his feet. He's only going to take one of those. He's very, very low, though. That's the main tank here for OMG. And Snake might survive.
Yeah, they might actually go against another Baron, potentially, Atlas, just for something new. OMG really treating this game carefully.
Yeah, well, they are now, anyway, after other situations. Going gets so frightened he needs a Guardian Angel now. So he's going to head back to base and pick that one up. He's only 150 CS ahead, Spawn. This is still very close to this top lane.
Certainly is. Doesn't want to go for a logical pickup, say for something like a Thornmail to have to deal with Cogmore. And Cogmore actually going for the Youmuu's Ghostblade.
Interesting. I like it. Of course, being a large amount of magic damage means that you want as much armor penetration as you possibly can.
Youmuu's is a very good attack speed item.
Yeah, I actually quite like it. And it's good for bursting down.
Gives you some movement speed. Has good synergy with Trinity Force and Blade of the Ruined King. I like it in general.
Okay.
Props to Crystal. But Baroned up minions are in the base. This will be the last team fight coming up. Loveling looking to get it started. Instead, just zoning. They're going to win NPC style, it looks.
Yeah, definitely tutorial style coming through. Nice spears to come down. Crystal's going to take down Loveling first off, but Cool. So much damage there in the front line. Crystal, he gets shielded. Finally killed here by Cool, who's still not going to die. A Cathian surprise tries to pick up Cloud, but doesn't do anything as Beast just going to get torn apart by Uzi. Wow! That Light Slinger just tearing a hole in that Nidalee. And finally, OMG completely break apart the base of Snake. And these Nexus turrets are going to fall. And it always looked like it was in the hands of OMG. And right then it most definitely was, as Uzi just tears a hole in Barker, completes the ace, and it's the 1-1 for OMG versus Snake. The zooms on Uzi having a much better time. The Nexus falls. Uzi in the end, 19-1-7. A fairly admirable performance.
Yeah, it certainly was, but OMG struggled to get along over the line. In the end, Trip fell, started on top of Crystal and won the game. But
yeah,
well played out of Snake, but both games really were in OMG's favor. The early game, Uzi looks so much improved on these mid-game carries. Love the Lucian pickup. As you said, 19-1-7, coupling with Cloud, who
You see
played.
his face as well. Uzi just no emotion there at all. He's not celebrating, not happy. He wanted a 2-0 here today.
Yeah, he certainly didn't. Weren't able to pull it off. So 1-1, standings not changing. And Uzi, a man on a mission. Successful second time. First time, not so much.
Yeah, it's true, and you can see the emotion in these players as well. I mean, Uzi, yeah, not happy with the fact that they split one here, and I definitely hand it to him. I mean, he played fantastically in the early game. He was facing a lineup that was going to be oppressive in the first matchup that they had and unable to come through. But of course, the Lucian looking pretty good in that last match, and there just wasn't a whole lot that Snake could do.
Yeah, no, there certainly weren't. Snake put up a fight, weren't able to get there in the end.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, there is still one more match for us in the LPL this evening. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our final game right after this.
I will hold you in my arms.
welcome back everyone to our last game of the evening here for Week 8 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Page-Tomkar. Joining with me is Papa Smoothie, and we are straight into our next series here, LGD versus M3.
Straight up to a big game, Pastry Time. We saw M3 for the first time on patch 5.4 yesterday, and they put an abjectly poor performance in against OMG. This is an M3 that's been on the rise, but still is dangerously close to falling out of the playoff spots. Only 3 points clear of 9th place, a point in front of 8th place. They need wins, but LGD, it's tough opposition.
Yeah, the top 5 team, and I think actually sitting in the top 4 right now. We blitz through their lineup. PYL, of course, their last player, the support, and the big force, the brain behind this team. And honestly, when they look good, they look great. Wayless and Imp have been very strong carries. Akon, a fantastic supporting cast, but I guess their weak spot, probably the jungle. TBQ's been picked on a lot in their losses.
But Wayless has been on form again recently. He's had his ups and downs, but we have to actually call back to the first time these two teams met, LGD versus M3. It was a 2-0 win for LGD, but much more important to that, M3, Dade picked his Zed, was counter-picked by Cassiopeia. Fair enough, that happened, and Cassiopeia and LGD won the game. Then the blind pick Zed came through from Wayless. He's known for a bit of flair, picked away Dade's Zed, and actually won in a counter matchup himself. So Wayless showed so much confidence that day. I think he likes the challenge of these really top mid laners. Having a Korean superstar like Dade in will just make Wayless play that much better.
Speaking of Korean superstars, there's Imp hanging out. He's had a very good run recently, especially on Graves. Had a bit of a rough weekend. Certainly, I believe they played EDG, which did not end well for Imp. There is POL just waving at the camera, being the lovely mascot of China that he is.
Yeah, LGD falling to EDG, as you mentioned. M3, they couldn't handle OMG. So both these teams falling to top opposition. LGD is still in 4th place. 7th place is M3, who we see on the screen. It's going to be the same roster we've seen in the last. Condi continues in the jungle. And Lupa, he's loving the heck of him, but not necessarily finding a lot of success with him.
Yeah, Lupa started playing a bit more meta. His Gnar, especially in the last few weeks, looked fantastic, but Lupa's been a bit hot and cold just in general throughout the LPL, whether it's crazy picks or just very solid games from him. It's a bit weird, but Condi certainly stepped into the support the Korean solo lane role very well.
And when you talk about Lupa, the Gnar is 5-3. The Singed actually 2-0. Haven't seen that for a long time. His favorite counter pick against Maokai. And Dade still looking for his 5.4 champion. The blind pick LeBlanc did fine in lane. That's when his team fell down, but was very poor on the Victor. A strong meta pick, but didn't seem to suit Dade, at least against OMG.
Yeah, and with the Zirgon, like we keep mentioning, Dade just looking for something else. As Candy actually, been one of the best performing members of this team, 4.19 KDA is very strong for an AD carry that wasn't really on anybody's lips when the LPL started.
It fell quite a lot against Uzi's Lucian yesterday. It was 2 Lucian games yesterday. We've all just seen another miraculous performance on the Lucian. Candy struggled, but as you mentioned, we shouldn't really dwell on that too much. Been very impressive apart from that one series against OMG.
Yeah, it's really been almost the main carry for his team in a lot of their wins. And M3 still in playoff contention right now, but need to solidify some points. It's a tough matchup here against LGD for sure. And LGD are definitely looking to try and spring their way up into the top spots when we get towards the back end of the season. But if anyone is going to be around for playoffs, it is that man right there, Dade.
The Prince of Spring, absolutely. He always comes up and performs during Spring, but I think M3 need at minimum a point. Obviously, 3 points would actually push them towards, I believe, 5th spot. So there's actually a lot of parity between 8th, even 9th, and about 5th spot. There's only a few points separating, 2 wins certainly separating those places. So 1 point would at least keep the safety net, but 3 points, that'd be the dream. But against LGD, going to be a very tough ask.
Yeah, it will, but M3 need to pick them up. That's the thing about the best of 2 format. 2 wins is so much better than just 1, and of course, 2 losses is a disaster in a lot of cases. So should be a close matchup here. Imp probably going to look to try and strong-arm Candy a bit, but Candy's certainly held his own in the last few matchups.
Absolutely. You're asking for a lot. Maybe in the first couple of weeks where both the 2-0 wins were more common, actually the 1-to-1 splits, as we've gone on, as teams start to scrim and get used to the LPL format, have become a lot more common. But yes, Candy especially has evolved so much from being questioned as the starting AD carry for M3 at the start of the season to being one of the superstars. I mean, so many top names in the AD carry position we have to mention, but Candy deserves to be uttered in the same breath as the likes of Imp, the likes of Uzi.
Yeah, in the conversation for sure, but like you mentioned, the depth of the AD carry talent in this region's a little bit silly, and it should be a fun matchup here. I mean, the other thing about LGD that we always love to ask ourselves, where's Flame? Not here starting, of course. That's the standard so far, but didn't play yesterday. Maybe he'll be here today.
Absolutely. Maybe in the last game of the week, we have to wait and see, but Akon, it's the cannon I want to see from him. His cannon's been so impressive. Gives him another initiation opportunity. So I love the cannon. The Rumble he actually struggled on for once. But But Acorn, solid in the top lane, great rotationally. That's what LGD are looking for from their starting top laner, and that's what they get from Acorn.
Yeah, so I wonder where the bans are going to go today. LGD versus M3, game 1 begins now. LGD over on the blue side, M3 on the red. Xerath the first ban there for LGD. Corki soon to follow, and M3 actually first ban the Rexa, so pretty set itself with the Corki ban really standing out to me.
But you might find the Xerath ban surprising just because there's been so many prominent Xeraths, for example, Barker in the previous game playing that champion, but Dade's Xerath 4-2 has a very good KDA, about a 4 KDA compared to his normal season 2.2 KDA. It's been a very strong champion for him, and with Azir and Xerath out of the pool, that's 16 games of practice gone completely out the well with just one ban, now that Azir not really seeing much play on patch 5.4.
Yeah, M3 going to ban out Wayless's Ahri as well. Ahri has been so strong in the last few patches, and even though she was toned down a bit in 5.4, still very good, and there are so many good Chinese and Korean Ahri players, it seems like. So respect going to be given there, and LGD last ban Morgana, interestingly enough.
Yeah, Morgana's a very interesting ban. Targeted at Love CD, you have to think. Just a bit of a respect support ban. Of course, Morgana, a very flexible champion, but we haven't seen M3 pull it out in multiple lanes. Maybe it's a scouting report we don't know about, but all we know is that Morgana hits the ban list. I like your respect of Ahri. When you think of Chinese League of Legends players, you think of the likes of Rookie, the likes of Cool, also strong in that champion. Wayless deserves to be uttered in the same conversation because he's also a wonderful Ahri player, even with the small nerfs. Still such a safe, blind pick mid laner. Only a few matchups she has a little bit of trouble navigating and can always get through those. So it's banned away, and the final ban is Vi.
That was exactly... I'm not actually that surprised because that's what I thought the Morgana ban was for. TBQ has played so much Vi. He's one of the few players still left playing it. She's still quite strong. M3 realizing with the Morgana ban, Vi's open, so they ban it.
That's a very smart ban. I don't know if we would have seen a Vi first pick, but 2BQ, as you mentioned, has been playing that champion. Vi definitely fallen away in terms of being competitive picks. Been banned and first picked early, and look who's available. He might have struggled on it yesterday, but Acorn, one of the oldest and most famous Rumble players in the world, I think you have to snap it up when it's available, even over the cannon, which has shown good results. But it's Rumble. It's Acorn's Rumble.
Flashes Poppy for a second there, but should be taking Rumble into this matchup and does indeed pick it up for himself. A lot of players in the LPL started playing Rumble in the early weeks. There were so many Rumble players, it looks like, but really at the end of the day, seems like it's just Acorn left consistently playing.
Exactly. It's not a Rumble player, it's the Rumble player when we're talking about Acorn from LGD, formerly of GSG, and of course Samsung Blue, a wonderful Rumble player. Locked in. There's still a lot of competitive matchups. You know, Hecarim still could be a consideration for Lupa, even though he didn't find success in the champion yesterday. Kalista's going to be the pickup with Morgana and Vi banned. The best support with Kalista against the Vi and the hardest to initiate. Candy's Kalista has been a thing to behold. In fact, this has been the lane matchup they've been running. So the Kalista Thresh has been the completed lane matchup that we remember terrorizing Wei in the Starhorn Royal Club versus M3 matchup. And they get that completed bottom lane, which is definitely been the strongest performing bottom lane for M3.
Yeah, I mean, Candy's other champion is Corki, which was intelligently banned out by LGD, so makes sense to pick up Kalista Thresh here. So a good, strong bottom lane, like you mentioned, something that M3 have been playing quite a bit of recently, and LGD have a couple more choices to make. For me, the big question is definitely on the jungle. What's TBQ's second jungle? Because Vi is absolutely his first.
I mean, Rumble Jarvan has wonderful synergy. TBQ, he's played some Jarvan games, not necessarily been one of his best or worst champions. He's considering also the Rengar for the pick potential. You don't see a lot of synergy between the picks we've got so far. You know, we definitely don't see the pick support or the pick top laner to complement the Rengar, but we've already seen that Rengar can overtake a game with aggression in the mid game. But no, they go for the more tried and true Jarvan. I do like the Jarvan. It's reliable. You know exactly what the interaction will be between Rumble and Jarvan.
Yeah, I like that pick a lot. Just a little, makes a little more sense in the comp, like you mentioned. Jana there for PYL as well, one of his flagship champions. So a good pick up there, complete the top jungle combo, like you mentioned. And M3 can have a look at some other picks. For me, we talked about Lupa. I thought about Isna. Wouldn't be surprised to see that at all here, but still plenty of good champions open.
And the big question to ask is, are we going to see Dade try and blind pick LeBlanc again? He actually had a very good game on LeBlanc in the previous series. They're mulling a couple of interesting picks. We'll wait and see before they're locked in. The LeBlanc bind picks have been pretty common in Week 8. There are champions that work against it, but no, they're going to go very tanky. It is going to be Lupus Hecarim.
Jeez, Imp. Just going in with the Vayne.
Wow.
Yeah, he wants the Vayne. I mean, Hecarim Rengar's great for M3. Lots of pick potential, good initiation, but Imp is on a mission today.
And this would not surprise me. Wayless bringing out the AP Cho'Gath, just because, again, It's such an unknown pick. I don't know how much practice Dade will have against this champion. We don't know what's in the water in China, but it's definitely been AP Cho'Gath all throughout the weekend. Ninja introduced it, didn't get a win, but looked pretty good on it a few weeks ago, but an explosion of picks in 5.4.
Yeah, and Wayless has been leading the charge on AP mid Cho'Gath, and
What's
he'll pick it up.
Dade going to pick? Pastry time. That's the question, because LeBlanc does not have a favorable matchup against Cho'Gath.
In fact, no, we saw Wayless continually pick it into that champion as part of the reason he wanted to play it. So Dade, not too many options available here. Just kind of looking through. Be interesting to see what he wants to go. His Z is not banned, by the way. It was actually banned yesterday, I believe. So there are some champions there. But I'm really curious about Imp's Vayne, though. He insta-locked that champion.
And Vayne versus Kalista. No one has dared opt into this matchup. I don't believe even Uzi has opted into the Vayne versus Kalista matchup. Last few seconds, what does Dade have to show us on 5.4? It's not going to be exciting. Yeah, he's going to do it.
No? Oh my god, he's actually going to... Never mind. He goes full Dade today. Rise in the mid lane against AP Cho'Gath. Welcome to the LPL.
I mouthed a wow, Pastry time. They couldn't decide at the last second. He does bring something new, but this is crazy. Mid lane Rise coming out. He's going to try and make this a farm lane. I can understand that. Just hanging back, trying to power up with the tier Catalyst build. But so risky. We haven't seen Rise in the top lane, let alone the mid lane, in so long. Ever since the World Championships, in fact. And this was a split second, last second call, and it's going to be Dade's Rise in the mid. Not even both summoners. It's actually going to be Flash Ignite the summoners taken. A very aggressive summoner spells. Again, we're going to go through some of the matchups. The mid lane matchup is crazy to me, Cho'Gath versus Rise. But in the top, Akon's got the Rumble.
Yeah, makes sense for Akon. Loop are going to go back to Hecarim. I think this is his 4th time in a row playing that champion in the top side. TBQ here on Jarvan against the Rengar, actually, which is sort of an interesting pick. This is the matchup, though, that we've started to see. Wayless and Dade are butt heads already in the LPL, and they're going to start things off with a very curious matchup. That's the other one we want to check out as well. Imp Kalista sounds good for Imp for Vayne in theory. Imp, of course, playing Vayne, but we haven't seen it in practice yet. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question, and we're going to start with a pause, I believe.
Just kind of hanging out here. As, yeah, everything's going pretty well. This is a great last game to kick off our last best of 2.
It's a massive game, Pastry time. So exciting in the mid lane. You have to worry, though. It's not just the AP Cho'Gath we're talking about. It's Cho'Gath Jarvan. So much gank pressure for just a Rise.
And let's see what happens. We're getting onto the Rift. And welcome onto the Rift here for our last best of 2 of the evening. LGD versus M3. There are some crazy signature champions in this one, so if you're a fan of some old school Korean powerhouses, welcome to Dade's Rise and Imp's Vayne.
But you have to worry, though, Pastry time. Let's think back to Season 3 Worlds, a time Dade doesn't like talking about, understandably. The Rise picks, the Rise overreaches, that was what was leveled against M3 at the time, Samsung White. And criticism of Dade that he would play Rise even though the patches didn't necessarily suit the champion. It kind of feels the same way in 5.4, I have to say. It's a bit of an overreach to go for such a risky champion in the mid lane against so much jungle pressure. Imagine just, at level 2, the Rupture coming through, the EQ combination, Rise very squishy in the early levels. You can see only about 500, 600 health. I don't know if he can navigate this laning phase, but there is theoretically safe far from him under the turret. Anywhere overextended, though, going to be Gank City.
And I'm worried too, because we've seen that Wayless is not afraid to get in, hit you with a CC, and let's jump in and feast you with a flash. So Wayless has definitely played a lot of his mid lanes with AP Cho, surprisingly aggressively. But as I said, the other matchup here has to be Candy versus Imp. We could probably highlight it going in, but this matchup in particular, Vayne versus Kalista.
Yeah, 2 hyper carries, one of them fiercely melee focused, one of them that buys the Hurricane and looks for the Ren set. Of course, the flexibility for Candy to take a different build. We have seen single target builds have some success in the LPL. For Kalista, they're going to actually start at the Grump, so it's going to be some extra experience in coming into lane. The lane swap is on, not surprising. It's actually opted into for Imp. I don't think Vaynes want to face Kalista in a 1v1 lane. Maybe after the Bilge Wars are completed, enough sustain to be able to opt into a 2v2, stop the dragon pressure. But the freeze is on, and very standard lanes, despite the 2v1.
I mean, I'm not completely convinced that the 1v1 matchup is not something you want, but you definitely don't want to take Vayne Janna, one of the most reactive, passive bottom lanes in the game, against Thresh and Candy, especially these two.
That's fair. You always have to complete the matchups, talk about the supports. Not a lot of lane pressure from Imp and PYL on the Vayne Janna, and definitely plenty of kill pressure when you're talking about Love CD on a champion like Thresh, a very practiced bottom lane for M3.
And LGD are one of the teams that continually swap Imp into 1v zeros or 1v1 matchups. This actually makes a lot of sense that he give him a champion that is maybe rewarded by more farm. And the other nice thing is that it frees up POAL to roam.
And that's a great thing because, again, it's worth noting that the same is true for M3. We've got Rengar on the team, so we've already mentioned a significant jungle skirmish advantage for Jarvan over Rengar in the early game. But if it's Rengar Thresh, there's a lot of potential for 3v3 skirmishing coming through from those champions. So maybe that will relieve some pressure for Dade in the mid game. But Dade has to play so careful. And you know that Wayless feels almost a bit disrespected, bringing out Ryze, a champion that's not really considered a viable mid lane pickup against the Cho'Gath. As we notice the jungle follow, it continues.
Yeah, Acorn is on some sort of journey though on the top side of the map. Condi and Lupa sticking together, even going to ward the lane just to see if anyone sneaks by. But we'll take the Krugs away here from LGD. Acorn, I think, is actually jungling.
I mean, Acorn, he's actually started the Cloth Armor 5 potion, so there's a lot of early regen. I mean, of course, you're so flexible with starts with Rumble. If you're going to start in lane, maybe the Doran Shield just to navigate lane. In this case, as you mentioned, doing a lot of jungling, quite slow, but going to pick up the experience nonetheless.
Yeah, helping a little bit out there for TBQ. We might even transfer into a fast push as well. We got 2 in the top lane already with that wave crashing in, but Acorn and TBQ will stick together for now.
And with the reinforcements on turrets, definitely the fast push is just, you know, a speedy push. Definitely not that quick, but the result is going to be M3 going to be looking for the first dragon, as Dade already has multiple threats to worry about in the mid lane.
This is a crazy accelerated game. Dade, though, does get screamed at. Will get silenced briefly. M3 is still juggling this dragon. They should be able to pick it up first, but Candy has done so much damage to the tower on the bottom side. Imp's been working on the top as well. First dragon going to go down at 4.5 minutes here, and this game is out of control already.
Yeah, there was 4 members to juggle aggro, I believe 3, because we still saw Candy in the bottom lane, returns to the bottom lane. Minion waves are now equalized. Doesn't give a lot of stats early to Dade. He's just kind of happily farming in the lane. To be honest, if he goes unpunished, if he doesn't receive any ganks or turret dives, it's still a ticking time bomb. You have to remember that all the nerfs were kind of targeted around the safe laning phase of Ryze, specifically in the top lane as a ranged champion who is so good at bossing around melee champions. It's range versus melee in the mid lane. A short lane, so Dade is able to have flash as a good safety tool. And in the late game, still as strong as ever.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Dade, they actually just ate a W there and took quite a lot of damage from a Rupture there as well. Starting with a Sapphire Crystal is going to accelerate his early damage and mana items, but he's real squishy here, and he has to be careful.
I mean, the other reason why we don't see a lot of Ryze is similar to the reason we don't see a lot of Orianna. They're one-item power spikes, 2-item power spikes. In general, the ramp-up time for Ryze is immense, and games are getting shorter and shorter. Fighting for the early dragons is more and more important. So we just don't see a lot of Ryze. But, you know, 28 minutes, we're talking about a fully stat Rod of Ages and working towards a Seraph's Embrace. Ryze is still going to be very, very teamfight ready. And the front line for M3 will be massively tanky. Hecarim, Rengar, and a tanky Ryze. That's a lot for Imp as a single-target champion to deal with.
Yeah, I actually like the front lines for both. We saw this a little bit when Wayless was playing Cho'Gath in the last LGD games, but they seem to use it to protect a carry surprisingly well.
Absolutely. I mean, Cho'Gath has so much damn health, you have to remember. He gets so much free stats from his ultimate that he's able to do that, as we do see some fighting in the jungle.
Yeah, actually a hook there going to land a flay back there as well. TBQ got ignited, but he'll actually be okay. A good ward there for M3 will get cleared out by the pink that J4 has, and Condi continuing to aggressively invade here.
Love CD's not stopping either, trying to get extra brushes. The second skirmish comes through onto Love CD. Dade's trying to react to it. Not going to be able to do that too easy. In fact, there comes the aggression.
Yeah, Wayless going to feast him as well. Lantern might save him, but he can't click it, and first blood goes to Wayless. Love City force a flash, but TBQ joins in. Lupus here as well. PYL's flashed over. The knockups come in. Wayless chasing for another knockup there. Love City could be in trouble here. Still damage going to come through there. They will complete a good playback. Might save him. Love City actually gets the kill there onto TBQ. PYL going a little too deep. Lupa might turn it around. Wayless has no mana as well, and Lupa has a Lantern out, but he's going deep. He wants the last kill. PYL in trouble, goes down as well. Now Love City will join in onto Wayless. Imp finally makes it to the top side, but M3 win the trade.
Imp at no point looked to rotate towards the fight, and despite it being comically long, unbelievably M3 come out in the advantage. Just nothing that Wayless could do as he was falling down in terms of health and mana. Dade tried to react after Love CD for the second time, was caught in the enemy jungle. Died instantly. Remember, he only had a Sapphire Crystal, no combat stats whatsoever, and died instantly. The burst coming through from Wayless. Have have to respect that Cho'Gath. Has bought the tier. The turret finally falls in top, but Dade can't be doing too much reacting. We can't see too many aggressive invades when Dade just wants to be farming up that tier, farming up the catalyst, and just getting going for the 18 to 28 minute phase, not the 7-minute jungle invades.
Yeah, no, not so good here as Condi stalking PYL as well. Love City also an retro hook, but PYL is going to back away to the mid side. Dade's good news, I guess, is that he's actually well on the way to his early mana items. Tier is done and Catalyst is almost complete. I mean, Rise, like you mentioned, does need a lot to get going as Imp here in the top side. Going to get 3-man ganked. A great bowler and Flay there. Imp pops his ulti, but he's already been hooked. He will know. Yes, go down as Condi. Flash orders for the kill.
Imp did not respect the 3 members coming through, held his flash for far too long and dies. Everything has gone so much better than expected for M3, who waited to the last possible second to pull the trigger on their team comp, but they've picked up the first dragon despite having the Rengar, navigated Rengar to quads level 6 with a kill advantage, with all the skirmish advantages, despite having a severe skirmish disadvantage as Love CD hits another death sentence onto Wayless. As I said, things going better than expected, and all these skirmishes going in M3's advantages buys more time for Dade to farm in the mid.
Yeah, it's really weird that both teams have chosen a different late game carry. I guess here it's Dade and his Rise. Kalista definitely late game focused, but has a reasonable mid game, especially when she gets her early items up. But Vayne is as well the same sort of thing where you just need to get your farm or get your early blade and transition from there. So both teams have an interesting insurance policy, but right now, like you mentioned, M3 getting the better of the first 10 minutes.
And this is something that's actually not spoken about much anymore because Vayne and Rise have both fallen out of favor. But something to consider, Pastry Time, is the fact that one of the hardest counters to Vayne, back when Vayne was popular, was Rise. Rise deals so well with champions that have to do damage in 550 or less range, and we're talking about Vayne in that particular situation, and he's reliable. He has the instant cast on the snare. He builds Frozen Heart and tankiness in general, and he's able to deal with Vayne very, very well. So in terms of that particular interaction, would have been surprised by the Vayne pick, but the surprise Rise pick actually does work in terms of the late game carry matchup we just spoke about.
Yeah, and Dade now has his Catalyst done as well, so continuing to farm up a little bit behind Wayless's Cho'Gath here, but again, nothing too bad. And I guess the nice thing is that Wayless doesn't really have that much effective roam power either on the Cho, so the farm matchup that he wants, unless he gets ganked over and over again, should be okay. Blue buff going to come through now, as they've actually swapped down Akon, level 6 now with his Haunting Eyes in the top lane, and Imp down the bottom with his Bilgewater.
I mean, as we said, Bilgewater completed. Swapping back into the 2v2 makes a lot of sense. This is actually something that I'm going to level at Candy a second time in a row. He always seems to find himself shopping as an answer to the first lane swapping. In fact, showing up into lanes against a Bilgewater Dagger Vayne with no items. He's very late. He's very greedy with his first shot. In this case, buys a completed Hurricane. Looks like he won't be punished too much because, of course, Vayne can't really counter-push the wave too fast. But he needs to be a bit more on point with those shots if he wants to stay competitive in 2v2 skirmishes.
Yeah, but like you mentioned, does have his Hurricane, so the first major item for Kalista, that really transitions and speeds up the next major item, which in this case, probably the Bloodthirster, given what we've seen so far in Kalista games. It's funny, we had a couple of weeks where people were building Infinity Edges, but everyone seems to be firmly on the Hurricane train.
I think when we're talking about 2-3 engaged tanks that are in your face, absolutely go for the single target build. When we saw STYZ doing it in World Elite versus Vici Gaming, it made so much sense. He was against, I believe it was Scion Jarvan, something like that. Jarvan and another super tank, and he needed to be able to kill that diving in, armor stacking Jarvan. Made sense to go the single target build, but when you see Rumble locked in, there's only going to be at most one tanks, arguably Cho'Gath going to be tanky in terms of health, probably not going to have a big armor and magic resist pool. So it makes sense to go the Ren set build. Going to do that happily. With the lanes as they are, they're going to try a second dragon here, M3, and I'm not sure if LGD want to commit. In fact, we're going to see a commit.
Yeah, Lupa's teleporting in. Condi very low. Love City. Hook will go wide. A great equalizer there, and the knockup with the Fate Skull. Keep them safe. Condi, though, goes down to TBQ. Dade now in trouble as he'll go down to Impers. Vayne has found a way in here. The block does get thrown down there as well, but they'll back off. A 2-for-1 trade there. LGD ahead.
Could you ever ask for a better equalizer than what we saw in that previous fight? That is the one spot in the map you cannot fight against the Rumble. It's hard enough at Dragons, but when you're all going to stand on a choke, Dade losing about half his health from the interaction, it's going to be Dragon to LGD. The answering Dragon comes through. You need to watch yourself around terrain when you're against a Rumble, and Akon's Rumble, it's a wonderful thing to watch.
Yeah, misfired a little bit in the last Rumble game we saw him, but right back on point here with the equalizers this particular game. Imp getting a kill's nice for himself as well. He's actually a bit behind in CS, so going to catch up a bit now as well, but Lupa hanging out here. They want to try and gank this Vayne.
The Rod of Ages timing is going to be very much in Cho'Gath's advantage. The hook goes wide, but the Rod of Ages, the rush coming through from Cho'Gath. He's about 700 gold away for, at the moment, Dade, from matching the item timing. So it's definitely going to be a 22-minute 10-stack Rod of Ages to what's optimistically going to be a 26-minute Rod of Ages from Dade.
Yeah, and it's just late here. I mean, like you mentioned, Rise takes so long to get up that being delayed is just a big deal here for the Rise in the mid lane as Imp continues to farm down towards the bottom, working on that blade. Actually, some early Berserker gives. I like that a lot here. Just, you know, giving a bit more dueling power here and a bit more flexibility and mobility. But just in general, a very quiet game. A dragon apiece, a slight lead for LGD, and the tower probably the biggest thing.
Biggest thing for me, though, Paige, it's going to be those late-game team fights. Two hyper carries, Vayne and Kalista, going at it in late-game team fights was something we have not seen in competitive play, let alone in the LPL. I believe in the world we haven't seen this matchup in at least the top league, so it's going to be super interesting to track it. As Dade's going aggressive, that's a risky thing to do against the Cho'Gath.
Wayless eats him there. Flashes fall for the last auto-ignite. Will finish it off. And Wayless, the assassin Cho'Gath here, as PYL does ulti in there. TBQ going to dive in onto Connie. Imp's there as well. Good amount of damage. And now Looper in trouble. Actually, the Fate's Call knocks 3 up there, but Imp is still chasing. Looper almost going to go down the last bolt. Not enough. A good hook there for Love CD, but that's just going to give Imp another kill.
Yeah, 3 kills come through for LGD. Not sure what Dade was thinking. I know he knew he had reinforcements, but it was never going to do well against a Cho'Gath who's feasted so much of their health. A 1v1 duel for Candy is quickly going to turn into a very outnumbered duel.
Yeah, 4v1 now is on. Candy gets knocked up and Wayless just destroys him.
Wayless could have left the kill to Vayne, but she has 3 of her own already. Understandable that he'll take it for himself. Completely out-rotated in that engage with M3 after a questionable fight start by Dade.
And the weirdest thing to me has to be the fact that Wayless just seems so reliable on this Cho'Gath. You know, there's a lot of skill shot CC. We talk a lot about him having good follow-up CC, but not necessarily being a reliable engagement tool. But Wayless just seems to be on top of all aspects of this champion.
And without cooldown reduction, you need to hit that rupture. Otherwise, you have no way to close the distance. Thankfully for Wayless, he did. Dade had no answer. Still has a very low health pool, despite the fact that he has a Catalyst, because, of course, Rise's base stats very low. Belies is excellent scaling. But look, if you're going to opt into a fight early against Cho'Gath, Wayless is perfectly happy to do that.
Yeah, he'll just flash Feast you. Here is Acorn in the top, so they're going to get ganked by Looper and Condi. Bowler goes wide, second will hit for the slow, but they're going to move in there. The Fury gets another bowler down. Acorn pops his ulti though. That's a lot of damage onto poor Condi, but he'll get out of the way, gets the kill, and Looper escapes out from under the turret.
Condi could have been a bit more steadfast with using the bowler. Used it too early. The red buff tick would have probably been enough to force Acorn to flash. They take a bit of extra damage, but no one falls. A successful gank for Rengar.
Yeah, just the kill there coming through as Dade will continue to clean out CS here. Blasting one is up for him, but he really has a long way to go for that Rod of Ages here. 15 minutes in and still not finished.
I think he has the gold for it now. He's going to back away, but doesn't have a lot of lane controls. In the bottom, we're seeing one of the first duels.
Hey, Imp going to pop his ulti there. Love City going to get Fates called out. Imp chasing, but can't go any further. Couple summoners blown, and Imp with the Blade of the Ruin King now really starting to punish this lane.
You have to admit that this lane is very amusing because usually in Thresh lanes, you have to focus the AD. If you focus the AD carry, Thresh will lantern him away. Now if you focus the support, they can Fates call away the support. So who do you focus? Maybe both. You split the aggro, you get a jungle gank. Either ways, M3 get away.
Yeah, I mean, Imp is just aggressive here, though. I mean, hasn't quite shopped since the last few kills that he got. Does, of course, have his blade ready to go. 600 gold in the back pocket. Not a massive amount, but at least at this point, which is almost always the case in Vayne games, once she has her blade, she's not really afraid of any single AD carry.
Yeah, it's a 1v1 build, you know. It's a split push build. You'll complement it with the Yoma's Ghost Blade just to focus on single target damage, whereas the Hurricane build is for lane control, but mostly for team fights. You know, single target versus team fight build. You don't want to opt into any fights, and Candy has to back away, cede more advantage to LGD that do not want to give this blue buff to Dade.
Yeah, but it is going to go over to someone here. Looks like Wayless will be the one to collect it, although taking a lot of damage. Maybe TBQ, yep, we'll just smite it away there. Wayless doesn't really need it, perhaps has one of his own already, but Dragon back in a minute 20. Looper working on M3's first turret of the game here. Might be able to get it. Minion Wave does run out, though. Wayless level 11 now on the Cho'Gath, and he does have a blue buff.
But M3 need to regard the first Dragon as a bonus, you have to think. This is against now the double magic penetration coming through from Acorn. You never really want to opt into a fight around the Dragon against a Rumble, but this is Rumble Cho'Gath. There's even set up CC from range for that Equalize to be layered on top of. There's no items completed on Hecarim, just some intermediate items. So they don't want to be fighting until some big pickups come through. They need to back away and cede some advantages. Look, Teams don't have a lot of success when we use that statement because teams have become so good in the LPL especially at just really snowballing mid-game advantages. But right now, Lupa is not combat ready.
Yeah, and there are towers falling left, right, and center. So a bit of gold there for Lupa, getting the top tower. Bottom tower going to go down to Imp. Wayless already picked up the mid tower there as well. So much mid-game power, like you just mentioned here, for the LGD side. And Imp, he's not going to get a Ghost Blade. He's going for either the Static Shiv or the PD.
You can say that. It's going to be the Zeal, absolutely complete. It's going to be the Static Shiv. No, actually considers Phantom Dance. So it's still a single target build.
It's the Imp build.
It's the most damage possible. As you mentioned, it is the Imp build. So it's going to be a lot of single target damage. M3, they're going in on Wayless, but he's very, very tanky.
He is, and PYL's here. Good three-man Scream actually coming in for a lot of good damage. Wayless actually just eats poor Condi. He goes down to the face. Still fighting in there, just under half health, and the Equalizer gets everyone else out. Lupa now has to run away, but Wayless just destroying people today.
I don't think M3 have a lot of practice against this Cho'Gath. They are not respecting the burst damage coming through. Dade's caught as well. Does have flash up this time. Doesn't fall down, but M3... This is what happens when you have Ryze mid. He's just hoping for a long laning phase just to farm up. And LGD, how do they react? They take every advantage possible in the early game.
Yeah, understandably not going to give him that long landing phase here. Scrying up there will spot out Kalista running away. Sentinel there will go down to Imp as another tower falls, I believe, in the bottom lane this time around. Yeah, minions managed to clean that one out. So M3, 2 for 3 now in turrets. LGD, though, on top of the second dragon, and will pick it up.
At least for the next 10 minutes, there's just not much M3 can do about this until they reach 2 tank items on the Hecarim. At least a Seraph's Embrace, but, working towards the Frozen Heart for Ryze, and then Kalista also adding a Bloodthirst. So they're just not teamfight ready on all their carries. That's kind of the issue, is that Imp has a 1v1 advantage against Kalista just because of the item builds. It's the natural build paths that Vayne and Kalista take. Dade just has no chance of skirmishing against Cho'Gath. That's just the reality of the situation. Even with flash ups, flashing one skill shot, he'll still lose an extended trade to the Cho'Gath, and Hecarim has no completed items. He just can't fight at the moment.
Yeah, and the thing is, M3 haven't been able to get defensive vision up either. They're sort of scrambling around the map, trying to farm up somewhere, but running out of safe places to farm here in this game, and M3 need to find something because, like you mentioned, LGD is going to keep getting stronger, and M3 desperately need farm.
We talk about their late game advantage. Sure, it's there, especially on champions like Ryze, but we're still talking about a very formidable late game carry in Vayne. Cho'Gath still does reliable things in the late game. If he can get to 40% CDR and have that rupture on a 5-second cooldown, does have so much CC to provide to a fight. And Acorn on Rumble, he's already shown with one Equalizer what he can do with this champion. Looks like he's going to be building away from the Leandros towards the Zhonya's just so he can dive the backline and be a threat consistently in a fight.
Yeah, pretty cute to make use of the early cloth armor as well that he helped jungle with, but you're right on Wayless here. He's already got the cooldown boots, possibly moving in for a Marilla Nomicon, maybe the Zhonya's as well, depending on what he wants. Even a death cap if he feels really far ahead, but that CDR is quite high right now. Will reach 40% relatively soon. I think with blue buff is already there as M3, yep. Still, again, looking for spots to farm, but there's no real empty lanes to move them into. Wayless now going to go in, pick up his blue buff, and should have enough CDR now.
See what LG want to focus on as their next objective. They have all 3 outer turrets, because taking inner turrets that much more risky. They haven't moved their vision adequately up into the enemy base and have to respect the pick potential of Rengar. It's going to be the 5 pink wards and just having both wards for flanks and just aggressive wards before they're able to start committing to these inner turrets.
And Imp has also gone back and picked up his Phantom Dancer as well, so ready to go if he wants to keep split pushing, but in a fine spot to fight now as well. Candy still building in towards his Bloodthirster. Not quite there, although does have a BF sword to join the Hurricane. And maybe this is the other issue with Kalista. Hurricane auto pushes your lane, so you don't really have safe places to farm once you start pushing the wave back.
It's a great point, and that's why I like Kalista with strong mid-game champions in the mid lane, because then at least you have implied pressure whenever that champion goes missing. But you know that Dade's not roaming and reacting to gank pressure. He can't afford to do that. Every time he's tried to react to skirmishes, as we saw very early, he's been dying to this Cho'Gath. And look at that, the respect flash from LoveCD. To be honest, 2 spells, he lost 2/3 of his health.
Yeah, if he got eaten there, I think Wayless just would have 3-shot him. So he's going to back away there. M3 will move in to defend the tier 2 turret here. Vayne kind of woefully short range, so going to be a bit of a tricky siege. But at this point, LGD, they advance their vision forward. They might just get Baron and siege that way.
I mean, the wave clear is decent between Dade and Candy, especially when Dade can get his low cooldown ultimate available and have the AoE to clear that waves to supplement the Hurricane bolts coming through from Kalista. There's a lot of strategic holes, unfortunately, and maybe that's just the reality of the very late pick Ryze. It's not like it didn't seem like this was a pre-planned comp. They definitely had to really scratch their head when all the champions were not available. Didn't want to go towards the Victor. Wayless takes takes a lot of damage under turret, but M3, they just can't fight.
Yeah, Wayless has so much health as well. Is actually not too fast about tanking a couple of turret bolts. Condi diving in onto TBQ. Actually popped his ulti for that, but couldn't complete the initiation. Level 10 for the Rengar, so the cooldown even longer than he might like it to be. And Wayless, like you mentioned before, using all the CDR, just poking ruptures out under turrets and zoning people.
Yeah, Akon's level 11. They have to respect all the magic penetration, and AP is built up. Vayne finally able to split push. The reason why we didn't see Imp go down bottom lane earlier is they didn't have any ward coverage to support a 1-3-1 split push. They still don't, but you just have Janna next to him. Going to do just fine.
Ooh, Dade, they're going to flash in. The Rupture though does disengage POL with a great ulti as well, and almost gets eaten, but Candy getting chased in. TVQ finds a knockup. Dade going to go down there to Imp, and they're just tower diving full on now. Looper finally gets his ulti up and gets the kill, but it's not enough there as Imp gets another kill. Condi going to get chased down. This should be the triple there coming to Vayne, but Jarvan takes it instead. 5 kills there for LGD.
Wayless, we talked about the fact that he's going to have a large health pool, not other stats, but that's all you need when you're tanking turret. Actually had armor towards the zone, he's completed as well. And Imp, he turns it on. The Phantom Dancer shows how much single target damage he's doing, changes targets, and M3, they perish.
Yeah, so much mobility there, just moving under the turret. And you know, Wayless does a lot of damage. Not that tanky, but just had the raw health, like you mentioned, to at least soak damage. Did go down. That was the only kill that M3 got. Looper did get the shutdown, though, so he's now completed his Frozen Heart to accompany his Spirit Visage. But M3 need a lot more gold like that if they're going to keep themselves in this game, because they're 8,000 gold behind already.
It's two big pickups for Hecarim, but he doesn't have the Trinity Force. And it's really questionable to me to see a Hecarim go for the Ignite teleport summoners and not have either boots or mobility to go for the very big devastating charge burst trade or Trinity Force. There's just not a lot of burst coming out. What do you need the Ignite for to be combat ready? I mean, at the end of the day, he's just looking to be a frontline tank. The only CC he has at this point is the Onslaught of Shadows. So, look, he can do decent things in a fight, but he needs a lot of help. And at the moment, the Rengar is very far behind, doesn't have his Randuins complete yet. And Rise, the less said about Dade, the better. He's still at least 10 minutes away from farming up the third item. When he gets the Frozen Heart, gets towards 40% CDR to complement the eventual Seraph's Embrace, then Rise is combat ready. But will the game go another 10 minutes before a landslide advantage, already an 8k advantage for LGD? What will it be in those 10 minutes?
I'm not too sure, but it's looking a little dire here for M3 as both of LGD's big carries here, Wayless and Imp, have very impressive scores, both with 5 kills and 1 death. 5 assists there for Wayless, just the 4 there for Imp, who's been farming up some creeps in the meantime while that was happening. Mikhail's already done for POL. We can see how good Janna is at peeling off already. Dragon's back up, and LGD are just going to take it.
This will be their third dragon. This will be the fourth dragon complete. Of course, M3 taking the first one, getting greedy with the second, which started the snowball for LGD, and that's the third dragon down. The movement speed only going to be more helpful when closing down these members of M3.
Yeah, and Imp feels very comfortable right now. BF sword as well, so very aggressive, big damage build coming through early on. Just going to start split pushing. LGD will train towards the right-hand side to protect him, but don't really need to do too much. Dade going to clear some stuff out with his ultimate, but LGD all around this map might even look into a 1-3-1-esque looking push now.
You know, 5 minutes ago we mentioned that Vayne didn't look for the split push. You can see why now. There's so many blue wards on the map. It's so safe for Vayne to split push, and to be honest, Looper has to really check himself with the Blade of the Ruin King active. He still will be able to get away with the Onslaught of Shadows, but just needs to respect the Vayne. But LGD are grouping and clearing out all of M3's vision. They have so little vision outside their map. They can see that Baron isn't being started, but apart from that, not too much.
Yeah, and TBQ going to team up here with Akon, POL, and Wayless going to join the party, and another Tier 2 turret going to fall. That's 5 turrets now for LGD to M3's 2. 14-6 in kills there as well, and LGD is getting more and more ahead in this game.
You can tell how far in front LGD is because we almost always see Vayne split pushing, building up 3 or 4 items, then team fighting. But now, so confident are they, and with the Cho'Gath, Rumble, Jarvan combination, so much mid-game power, I can understand why. They're actually grouping around Imp, and they have to, we worry here, M3. There's so much Baron damage that Baron is a realistic objective from 20 minutes onwards. 6 minutes on from that 20-minute mark, they haven't started yet. They're lucky they have the ward down that they do, but Baron could go down, and it will go down so fast to the damage from LGD.
Yeah, we don't even get to see it that much, but Cho'Gath being able to help take neutral objectives is another nice thing about it. And of course, Imp at this point just does silly damage to neutrals.
And between the W and the Blade of the Ruin King, going to be exploding the Baron. They're responding to the push, so the minion waves are pushing out for M3. Dade at the top. He's finished his Archangel stuff. I'll have a look to see how he's stacking the tier. Very good stacking. Of course, Rise uses his spells on cooldown, basically, so does get a lot of value out of the tiers. About 680 stacks, so we'll have the completed Archangels. Frozen Heart, one more 2,500 gold item. Ryze is suddenly relevant. But until that point, he just does not want to opt into a fight.
No, and LGD have slowed down a little bit here. Seem to be waiting between dragons, which could be a bit dangerous, honestly, given that M3 are looking to just farm up and scale. But the pressure's starting to mount a little bit. They'll reward down here, take over the jungle. And they need to find a plan. I'm very surprised that LGD haven't just tried to brute force the Baron, but they're taking the game pretty deliberately at this point.
And it's interesting, as you mentioned, we just saw Ryze pushing top. Doesn't have teleport. Went for the Ignite Summoner spell, so not a lot of map pressure being exerted by M3. They're just going to be honestly relieved that they have a bit of time to farm. LGD, they want the Baron, but they haven't been able to get exclusive vision of the Baron pit just yet. So the result is 2, 3, 4 minutes of safe farming for M3. Will it make the difference? Maybe not. But at least it's pressure relieved from an M3 perspective.
Yeah, a little odd that LGD's ping wards are as low down on the bottom right-hand corner of the map as they are, though. Kind of surprised that they haven't moved that vision forward a bit. Maybe it's an item efficiency thing as Love City. We'll actually check the ping ward in the Baron. That's a good spot to have, and Baron will get angry as a result, but they should be able to start clearing out some wards. Baron's very angry, though.
I feel like there should be 5 pink wards on the map, given the fact that they're 10,000 gold ahead, given the fact that they've been entrenched in the enemy jungle for so long. There's 1 extra pink ward in the inventory, 2 on the map, maybe 3 at this point. Should be 5 pink wards, should be going for the Baron because they have so much Baron damage, forcing out the Rengar ultimate, which of course will be used to check whether the Baron's being started. And then, they have so many options. Bait it, do it. They have so many options there. But right now, just split pushing. It's been 5 minutes of freedom for M3.
And that's a much needed 5 minutes as well. Dade actually transforming the Seraphs now as well. So a little bit tankier and a good amount of damage boosted up there as well. Imp, though, has finished his next major item. And I love this Vayne build. He's actually got a Bloodthirster third.
And I was going to say, I was so interested, would it be the Infinity Edge or would it be the Bloodthirster? Of course, more damage coming through from the Infinity Edge, but so much risk as Wayless gets hooked. Don't know if that's the person you want to hook.
Bait Skull Day being used as well. Acorn's actually joined as well. Condi so low there, but Dade going to come with decent damage coming in. But Wayless going to move back in. He gets hooked up though. The knockup will come in. There's a massive ulti there from TBQ and Imp flanking around the side. Looper though dives straight onto him. There's a lot of damage coming in. Dade might be able to get it, and Hecarim cleans out the kill. Dade still alive somehow. TBQ now going to get hooked out under the turret. Makes it into the base gate, but Wayless snipes him. Now moves forward. Insane damage from that Cho'Gath W. And Candy still cutting away. The zombies pop fairly late. Candy though still alive. That pops around there. Triple kill for Wayless. Maybe going to make it 4. No, TBQ steals the quadra.
A very long fight. The MVP was the Mikhails coming through from PYL, and it helped Cho'Gath live. There could have been a Renset potentially coming through after the first exit kill. It doesn't. We're going to see the inhibitor fall down. Dade, he had a chance to redeem himself, but the equalizer was on point. Just too tanky, unfortunately, LGD. You can see if there was a few hundred more gold, 1 big item completed on any of the M3 members, that fight would have been totally different.
Yeah, and they picked their spot pretty late to fight there, but pick it well once they do get there. Imp has a Ruby Crystal in his inventory. Also has already upgraded to the Fury enchantment.
Yeah, it might be the Banshee Veil as the pickup. But that's the most likely thing with the Ruby Crystal. It could, of course, be the Phage if he wants to go for the Trinity Force for a bit more burst in his build. Needs to respect Dade is the important thing. Dade is going to start pushing out damage. You can see he's working towards the Glacial Shroud, working towards a bit more cooldown reduction. But M3, they were just an item short, and you could see so many low members of LGD, but either better focus or more items were needed to win that fight for M3, because that was a great opportunity for them with all the aggressive turret diving.
Yeah, and it's reflected in the gold lead here. 14,000 gold or so up for LGD. Next Dragon coming up as well. PYL so confident in the gold that his team has that he's helping Vayne out a little bit more. That's a Zeke's Herald.
Yeah, the Zeke's Herald. That's a luxury pickup if there ever was one. It's such an expensive build. Between the 2 items, we're talking close to 6,000 gold between the Zeke's Herald and the Mikhail's Crucible. But, I mean, Imp had lifesteal before. Right now, he just has an embarrassment of lifesteal. So much lifesteal between those 3 items that he has, including the Mikhail's. The Dragon explodes to add a 6-minute timer onto the game. Last thing M3 want, because again, another 10 minutes, maybe they'll be looking good. But right now, the game's going to be over in 10 minutes.
Looks like it here, and LGD going to move in towards the Baron. Wayless kept his feast there if he does want to maybe try and eat that one up. Scuttlecrab dies almost immediately as both TBQ and PYL are using the upgraded sweepers to get the vision around the Baron. Pinkward's still there sitting in. They'll clean that out as well. Almost level 16 on Akon crucially as well. Wayless is actually already level 16, so massive damage coming through. And Rabadon Death Cap done for this Cho'Gath. I have to say, Papa Smithy, I've been so impressed with how Wayless has played this Cho'Gath. Not just for the laning or the matchups he's been able to find, but he teamfights with his champion unbelievably well.
And we saw Vici using the Cho'Gath in a poke comp. We then saw King bring it out twice to 2 victories, and then Wayless team fighting with the Cho'Gath. The flexibility of the Cho'Gath and the safe laning is making it a very attractive pick, but for M3 fans, you have to start worrying about Dade's champion pool. If he has to resort to the mid-rise after no real big changes to usher it in as Baron explodes.
Yeah. Didn't even get eaten, by the way.
I don't know if it's going to get any better, but the equalizer is slowing down Condi.
Very nice equalizer there, but they can't quite chase in. TBQ thinks about it, but does get bowled very nice. And Imp, he's going in there. He's so fast moving through with the enchantment plus the Janna, and he just cleans out the first kill.
Condi tries to buy time for the rest of the 4 members of his team to back away. With the base broken, I think they might even look to brute force. No, they will take the measured approach. TBQ gets hooked.
Damage coming in. Dada gets knocked up. Wayless going in. Pops the Seraphs and still does plenty of damage. LGD going to break the base wide open now. Mid inhib already down. Bottom inhib should fall soon, and there's just so much damage. Wayless gets hooked there, moving in, but he's got so much help here. PYL taking some damage. Dada's popped his ulti, and LGD just rally off and take the inhibitor, and now the game.
It's very worrying when being hooked under double Nexus Tower. It's almost an initiation, but the fight's on.
Yeah, Imp's still here as well. TBQ pops his ulti. Imp tumbles into the Cataclysm, and he's just firing at will now in the safety of the Java and ulti. Wayless eats poor Condi again. Love CD. Gonna almost go down, but a well-timed Fate Skull keeps the stats a little safer now, but LGD end the game with 20,000 gold ahead and a lot of pep in their step.
And look, I made the comparison to Season 3 Worlds for the Rise pick. Unfortunately, it's a return to those scores. Dade looks a bit bemused, fixing the glasses, definitely doesn't want to have eye contact with his team or the fans, you'd have to think. 0-6-2. The Rise pick didn't offer anything.
I think he just didn't want to look at his screen and see his KDA, because like you mentioned, not a very glamorous one there for Dade. And the last minute Rise pick, it looked very rushed, it seemed like, but this has been the biggest thing. Dade's champion pool, always a question here on 5.4. We had a lot of players here that we thought we'd look at and what are they going to do? Dade had to be the biggest question.
And there were a lot of champions banned. There wasn't a big pick, a lot of champions to pick from. That's why we're excited. We're like, okay, it's going to be something different. But Rise, that's definitely an overreach in terms of champion pool. And you worry, because if Wayless sees an AP Cho'Gath ban, Ari, one of those other champions is going to get through, and Dade's life's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, and Dade has to change something. We'll see what it is after this quick break. Don't go too far. After this, we have Game 2 between LGD and M3. Hello and welcome back everyone to our last game of the evening here for the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I have Julian Pace-Time Card joining with me wonderfully is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. LGD hunting for points here, looking towards the top of the ladder. M3 trying to stay in playoff contention, and unfortunately for them, Dade's Rise was not the answer in Game 1.
Yeah, we always come back to Dade's champion pool. Has there ever been a more discussed topic in about 2 years than Dade's champion pool? When it looks good, it looks great. His champion mastery is always on point. A year ago when he was playing the Yasuo, the Zed, all the meta picks, even the Ziggs he had at the time for a bit of a wave clear champion, he looked wonderful and people were talking him up as the strongest performing player in the world. When he struggles a little bit, as you saw there, with the kind of the mid lane champion pool decimated, he was forced to go to something different. I don't think Rise is the answer.
No, Duo Dade unfortunately coming into effect there, and Dade a little bit there in that particular game. As you say, when he looks good, he looks great, and we're going to be into Champs League. What will Dade do today here? He has banned out Shogath actually, so I like that adaptation against Whalers. Rumble they're banned from Akon. Again, the buy ban there to TBQ. Xerath, Corki, Rexa, we're done with the bans.
Yes, a lot of champions come through here, so Ari is the big one that's come through. I think he's going to be opting into a Lissandra versus Ari matchup, although of course you do have the flexible nature of Lissandra, meaning it could be Lupus Lissandra in the top or Lissandra in the mid lane.
Yeah, Lupus Lissandra very strong as well, so I do like that potential coming through also. LGD now going to consider their next few picks. Imp insta-locked Vayne in the last game. I don't know if he's going to necessarily do that again. Not too sure if that was a plan thing or if Imp just really wanted to play Vayne, but LGD going to consider their options here.
And with Rumble banned, it's still Akon, folks. There's no Flame, so sad days for you Flame fans out there. You have to think Cannon's the next one in the books.
Well, you know, Flame's not here, but he'll be here in spirit, damn it. As we have already had the Cannon locked in for Akon. You actually mentioned that Akon played quite a good Cannon in recent games as well, and there's TBQ going back on Rengar.
I just love the flexibility that Cannon brings to a combo. If he ever gets that flank, you know, after about level 11, you know what he's going to do. He's going to stun up a team. You can run a hyper carry with Cannon. He has such a big locus of control, a massive AoE in the Slicing Maelstrom. He actually functions a lot like a tank, because what does a tank bring? He brings teamfight control, he brings CC. Cannon doesn't necessarily build tank, he might build a Rylai's. I'm a personal fan of that item just to give yourself even more CC. Didn't have enough before with the Slicing Maelstrom apparently. But you know, between the Zhonyas and the Rylai's, you just control so much space as Cannon that as a hyper carry you can get in there and do damage and know that you have a front line that can just make you so safe.
Yeah, and you mentioned the flanks. Akon looked wonderful in the last game. He played M3 though, considering their options. Take away the Janna from PYL, and Condi's going to go with Lee Sin here.
I mean, Condi plays a lot of Lee Sin, so that part's not surprising. LGD, they're putting in some power picks, and we said how great it is with a hyper carry. Akon does a lot of burst on Cannon. You know, once you finish that Zhonya's, that's usually the favored item. The collateral damage being layered on top of it, let alone maybe even the melee range buckshot. Imp has been going off on Graves. His KDA on this champion dwarfs his other champions. I believe it's double his KDA on any other champion that he's played in multiple games. 17-1-17 in one game. Multiple carry performances. He's looking to dominate lane, and Candy, he might be looking rotationally, and you have to worry about the laning matchup.
Yeah, you absolutely hear. As we do have Thresh there coming for PWL, one of his other big champions, that Janna, has been taken away. And like you mentioned, Graves going to be in there as well. I guess it must have been his birthday last game because he got to play Vayne, but no more Vayne this time. Instead going to take the very solid, very successful Graves.
I don't think the Vayne will necessarily, at least on patch 5.4, be a staple for him. 5.5 with all the tanks coming through with the Cinderhawk adaptation in the jungle, perhaps we'll be seeing more Vayne to deal with them. But it looks like they're going to be going... what's Dade going to play? That was the question you asked. This is a champion he struggled with yesterday. Has had one impressive performance on Victor, but the issue with Victor is that he's very gankable. He doesn't offer a lot if he falls behind. And what's a great champion against in a mobile control mage? He's got a lot of options here. The Diana's the one I want to see just to do something a bit different. But what an embarrassment of riches for Whalers to choose from.
I mean, Whalers might be lost here. Ari's open as well, by the way. He can pick that if he wants it also. So plenty of options here for Whalers. We do have the Sivir Victor coming through for the last picks for M3. Like you mentioned, I do actually like the comp as a whole for M3, but I'm not sure if individually they can put together the performances they need to beat LGD. And Whalers might just say, screw it, I'm going to take Ari, and he does.
I mean, Whalers is one of the best Ari players in the world. Definitely the best, definitely one of the best Ari players in China. And it has an excellent matchup against Victor. You can already see the gank pressure from the Thrill of the Hunt, from the Ari charm, even the rotations coming through from Thresh and Akon on Cannon. Victor doesn't deal well with champions getting in melee range, with CC, with being gap closed upon. And there's so many champions that can do that on LGD's side. Then again, they've gone for the Sivir, so they're going to look for rotational play. not a lot of synergy with the Sivir. There was already the gap close available for Looper on the Lissandra. Victor, he'll appreciate the movement speed, but in terms of a cohesive team comp, not really seeing it from M3.
No, we'll have to see as we're going to go through the lineups. I mean, I do definitely like it with the Victor. We talk a lot about him primarily being a short-range mage. It's fine for Looper as well. It gives him a secondary option to get in and out and weave using, again, 2 short-range mages. That does make some sense. This jungle matchup we're seeing a lot of times, so interesting to see how both junglers managed to play. TBQ played quite well, actually, on Rengo here, but that always is the big one. Wayless on the Ahri versus Dade on Victor.
Yeah, I don't like the matchup for Victor. It's a tough one for him to navigate. Of course, he can always pick up the Aftershock augment and try and clear waves and play defensively, but then you cede mid-game advantage to a team with Rengar, with Akon on the cannon, with so many strong mid-game champions. We haven't even mentioned Imp playing the Graves. There's a lot there for LGD.
There is indeed. Let's check it out. We're going to get straight onto the Rift. And welcome back for our last game of the evening here. LGD versus M3. LGD currently up a game after quite a stellar performance all around. Imp even played Vayne just for a bit of fun. And we're back now on Wayless is the man to look for here. His Ahri is fantastic.
His Ahri is very, very impressive. I'm sure the man will show it himself. We don't need to hype it up, but he's an excellent Ahri player. And LGD have a very good team comp. This is a very practiced team comp also we have to mention. Dade going to find Wayless. Probably not going to skill the charm necessarily. And we see he's actually skilled the over deception. Just a bit of love taps between the mid laners. We already mentioned in the intro a lot of history between these two mid laners. Wayless had his tail up in the first meeting, had his tail up in the first game today. He's looking for the 4-0 over Dade and M3.
And LGD managed to get the ward actually out there as well, destroying the first trinket, denying a bit of early vision. And I think POL got some spare gold as well, which is nice. Candy probably fine in the 2v2 in this situation, even with the Janna in his lane. Sivir pretty non-interactive in a lot of her best matchups, and Graves seems just fine.
So my issue here for M3 is that if LGD are able to break the outer rung of towers, if they get a rotational advantage early especially, but something that may happen eventually is we see 4 people actually in the top jungle, so potentially a late invade coming through.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, LGD just have so much good pick potential in this lineup.
Yeah, they have a lot of pick potential, but the big thing for me is that if ever a flank comes through, if ever we see the AoE ultimate coming through onto Dade, there's just so many different engage tools, but the late invade is coming through, as I mentioned. Dade watches. There's no vision for M3 on this side of the jungle, so they don't have to give away their blue buff.
Yeah, they will here. Imp's actually already in the top side of the map, battling Looper there in a 1v1. Sivir down the bottom is going to start off that lane, and looks like we are going to have Condi start on the blue side there. Oh, sorry, the red side. Sorry, so going Krugs into red. But Ken probably is going to walk up towards LGD's blue buff, sorry.
So Victor's the big question mark for me, because Victor, again, he doesn't deal well with gap close, and we've already mentioned Throw of the Hunt is potential gap close. A flank engage from Akon will probably also spell death with the potential of the Slicing Maelstrom stunning him up. There's so many different pick options. We're not even mentioning just the charm specifically from Ahri. With all the different engage targets, if ever the turrets start coming down, any sort of flank engage from a rotational carry like Akon is so good on this cannon. Dade is going to have to show me something different here to convince me that the Victor was the right pickup.
Yeah, just fine in lane here for now, though. So farming up very happily under his turret as well. This has been quite aggressive pushing in. Actually, Dade with a CS lead here right now, but Ahri does have some creeps to catch up on as they do break again.
Yeah, the jungle follow continues as Akon is helping out with the red buff. Sivir's actually pushing very aggressively, so I would think you would want to enter lane quickly, but nope, not opting to do that.
Yeah, not going to teleport quite yet, just going to help out with a couple more camps here. Akon actually, this series, might have a bright future as a jungler. He's been doing quite a lot of it in these first few games here. And Looper, sticking in his lane, actually already been pushed in, so just fine there as well.
Yeah, no cloth armor for Akon, but he clearly wants to hit a certain amount of gold. He has 280, so we'll be able to pick up a ward, potentially help out with the early scouting. And look, he's still not opting to return to the bottom lane.
No, he enjoys his time here. Maybe he just really loves TBQ, wants to stick with him for a little bit. And they're actually going to keep moving in, maybe even look for a dive potentially on the top side.
But a lot of defensive warding already put down from LoveCD. He's definitely ahead of the curve. He knows that Kennen hasn't entered lane in the bottom, so where could M3 possibly find LGD?
Well, they are going to go for it. LoveCity actually gets tapped burst there. Good burst there coming through. Instant stun by Cannon, and PYL gets the kill. Looper's going to go down as well. PYL gets the double.
Wonderful turret juggle. Remember, this is patch 5.4, so those turret hits do always continue, even if you flash away from them. M3 had all the information. They had the wards. They knew that Acorn hadn't entered lane despite the fact that multiple minion waves had crashed into the bottom lane turret. Unfortunately, LGD, they get everything they're looking for, and now M3, they're way behind.
Yeah, and Acorn doing something that I guess is maybe an unsung feature of Cannonall's. Imp in a bit of trouble. Looper getting grabbed, though. Good shield coming in there by Safeguarded. Condi going to move in and try and get the kill. Pilio body blocking nicely, though, and that should get them out of the way. Condi going to keep chasing on the Lee Sin. The red buff has dropped. The blue's still there. Darde's here as well at level 4, but Pilio and Imp are already clear.
Dade with the rum. Not really sure what he was going to provide unless there was the commit to a re-engage coming through from LGD. And now Dade has to respect the charm as he tries to walk aggressively back to lane.
Imp getting a little bit caught out there as Wayless now going to catch Dade. Gravity Field should stop any aggression. Oh, Charm just missing for Wayless.
Yeah, didn't have kill potential. Only level 5 to level 4, so no Spirit Rush to be able to pick up the kill. But Acorn, as you mentioned, level 2 still has availability to have CC if he really uses his abilities on point. He did, stunned up under the turret, and then juggled like a master. This is the reason why LGD loved to play Acorn over Flame. Flame, a wonderful solo laner, don't get me wrong, but Acorn, he's so used to dealing with so few resources. We all remember the Spirit Acorn, jungle roams, jungle follows, their mastery, Samsung Blue as a whole, of the lane swap and of vertical jungling. And they continue to execute it very well, even a year later in 2015.
And that's the thing I like about why LGD do that all the time on this team, because Imp is always the benefactor there. As Dade going to get ganked here actually by TBQ, building up a bit of fury. Does have it, but no baller forthcoming, and Dade continues to farm.
Yeah, Dade, look, he's going to be happily in lane as Love CD's been caught.
Yeah, actually, Love City a bit of trouble there, as we can see, does. Dade actually moving around as well. Wayless moving through. Condi actually does land the Q there, so a playback there for PYL. TBQ, though, is actually moving back. Condi safeguards his way back there as well. And a lot of back and forth here moving in, but no kills forthcoming. PLL going to keep moving through. Acorn considering an aggressive flash over the wall. The hook, though, just wide, and LGD have to leave.
Condi's so aggressive. Actually went in with the Lee Sin Resonating Strike and used the Chilling Smite. Not sure what he was looking for from his teammates. No ultimates gathered. No real indication they'd be able to win a skirmish. I like the confidence, but it felt like a bit of false bravado.
Yes, down the bottom here. Candy keep continuing farm. Left City level 2 only, so might have to be a bit careful. Level 5 Candy, though, actually to level 5 Acorn, so he's going to get stunned there. Good presence of mind from Acorn. Really, again, understands his cannon so well.
Love CD doing his best Sync Dream impression with the roams. Level 2 at 6 minutes. Very impressive play to manage to have navigated away from that much experience, but just going to soak up some experience. Staying next to Candy, who's over-leveled compared to Acorn.
Yeah, Imp again, though, in a solo, and so a place we so often see him, even on Graves, who we've said it so many times, is a perfectly serviceable laner here, even against Lupa's Lysandra coming through. Imp almost going to be level 6, has a pickaxe done already, going to push and lane as best he can, and when he returns for a mid-game fight, he'll be so strong.
But how much different would this have been if those 2 kills that Thresh picked up had gone to Graves? Would have been a very early BF sort of. So we see an engage in top. PYL is looking for the death sentence.
Beautiful hook there coming in there, and Imp finally claims the kill.
There's a reason why people talk about PYL in hushed reverence. He's really respected for his skill shots and his supportability, and the death sentence was on point.
Yeah, it was indeed there as Dade, now level 6. Going to return back to his mid lane. Might get the next blue buff that's coming in as well. But Wayless also level 6 as well. Actually a small CS lead there for Ari, but good harass there for Dade, and they're both looking for their first major shop.
Yeah, Dade, I mean, you have to say that the first augment will be the big thing, just to get the aftershow, just to have the counter wave pushing. If he's pushed in and he gives space for Wayless, a master Ari player, to roam, he's not doing his job, so he needs to shop now and pick up that augment as Acorn's going in aggressively in the bottom lane.
Yeah, blue buff is going to get stolen away there. Acorn actually used his ulti there, wanted to try and make something done. Candy's popped his in response as well, but a couple ultis burnt, no one really harmed.
He was trying to buy time for Wayless, who was halfway down the river, looking to see whether they would nibble on the bait. They didn't, but the flash charm in mid.
Yeah, Dade now going to get aggressive on PWL, lines at the hooker. Good juke there for Dade. Gravity Field going to come in, slow there enough. Wayless goes real aggressive, but Condi going to ride in, actually gets the next kill. PWL has to be careful. The Ignite's down as well, though, and Lee Sin gets out safely.
Much more credit to Dade, though. In yesterday's matchup, M3 against OMG died to a very similar roam gank coming through from Cloud that game. In this game, was able to navigate smooth moves away, the dance moves away from the hook. Lives, they get the answering kill. First small glimmer of hope for M3 in what has been a really poor series.
Yeah, but actually, from all that aggression, been called a little bit here. M3 only 300 gold ahead. Actually 200 now as we look at it. Imp continuing to farm up, but LGD were behind about 700 gold, and it looks like M3 might start to take over, but they've wrestled it back a bit now. Dada's got his first upgrade. Items are starting to come through as well, and LGD just have to look at the next dragon, or the first dragon.
Absolutely, the first dragon. It's been a very late first dragon. We're so used to 25-minute fourth dragons coming through, as has been the way in the LPL today. But it's much earlier. PYL, he's going to group with Imp in the top lane. Lupus hasn't really been involved. He's been a bit of a bystander, even though he's died twice. It's been picked upon, but just waiting for his first big item pull. Akon finds farm on the bottom, and again, we just return to the farming phase.
Yep, so lots of farming still happening. Only the 4 kills here in 9.5 minutes, so fairly slow-paced game apart from the early action that has happened in Dade continuing to farm. Victor surprisingly good at farming under turret, actually. Dade doing a very nice job there, and now with the Augment, have to think that he's going to be able to at least be competitive against Ari and her wave clear.
LGD, despite having such a strong mid-game pick comp, especially once ultimates are available, which they are available across the board, haven't set up a lot of wards around the dragon just yet. They have a lot of dragon pressure just because Victor has to respect Ari when she goes out of lane. Victor can't counter roam against an Ari, so theoretically Ari can leave lane, walk towards the dragon, they can start a dragon and pick it up. But so far, it's only the pink ward just now being placed down. Condi finds it. And LGD not picking up a dragon the first 10 minutes. I think that's just a strategic misplay from the team.
Yeah, a bit slow, actually. I mean, we talk about, again, Imp often gets these solo lane situations as his Graves. Now actually looking very nice for the flat AD with the BF Sword and the pickaxe. Plenty strong right now at level 8, actually. Jeez, he's really been juicing up there in the top lane. So he's ready to go. He can use his ulti. All the flat damage coming through. Nice spell shield there from Candy, but they have to try and make something happen. POA looking for a hook, but does not quite get there.
I mean, M3 have to be so defensive because at this point, the buckshot is just clearing the wave instantly. They do have Condi to relieve a bit of pressure, but the dragon's probably going to come soon. I believe one of the reasons they delayed it is that Akon only just completed his first shop at 10 minutes working towards an Abyssal Scepter. He hadn't purchased any items, was just still sitting on just a Doran Blade at 10 minutes. Finally has his first shop, is able to enter lane against Lupa with a bit of magic resist, and Abyssal Scepter. That'll be a massive pickup for the LGD comp, and Wayless in particular.
Yeah, I mean, just so much good double AP synergy coming through as LGD, again, taking it very slow. It was a pretty deliberate game, the last game between both teams here. No obvious scaling coming through like the Imp Rise shenanigans of game 1, but still plenty of time being bided. Dragon's very late at this point now that we've hit 11.5 minutes, and that might be a bit scary here. Victor does do respectable damage in these mid-game team fights.
Yeah, especially if you're standing in a choke of their setup CC, particularly perhaps an AoE ultimate coming through from Lupa. Absolutely, the Chaos Storm can do massive damage. It's just a fairly slow-moving ability before you finish the perfect hex score. You need to be on point with the timing. There's no obvious AoE CC synergy for M3 to set it up, but we actually see the Sivir ultimate being popped.
Yeah, looks like M3 might try and make the first move. Akon actually going to teleport in towards the bottom side of the map as well. Double teleports coming through now as well as Lupa will follow in. TBQ forced to flash out of the way. Lupa trying to chase down a kill. It's Imp actually caught a little bit out of position there. Akon, though, he's going to pop the ulti. Imp used his as well, but they don't have enough and they just disengage.
And one of the reasons why that we didn't notice is that it is still Love CD on the Janna. Pre-level 6, already able to disengage the cannon. Only going to get worse when the Monsoon is available. M3, Dade's been caught.
Yeah, Dade, though, in the wrong position there, unfortunately, does go down there. Taekwondo. Chaos Storm is out. Wayless going to get exhausted and Spirit Rush out of the way, but he might make his way back in. 1 kill already down. PLL's dead as well. Wayless diving in there as Lupa flashes out of the way, and Imp trying to go off there as Love CD is going to get picked off. Now Candy could be in trouble. Akon lining up some more marks, but doesn't have enough to stun him up now. But Imp doing so much damage. Quick draws forward. Ward's done there with the trinket, but Candy gets away.
It doesn't have Flash available to get the last auto, but you're opting into fights against a very strong mid-game comp. Lupa has health, but absolutely no mana. Looking for the passive to come up for the last possible spell.
Akon, yeah, can't make it happen. Imp's going to collect another kill for himself now. 2-0-3. LGD would like to do Dragon, but everyone's very low on health.
And they have a lot of gold in the coffers as well. 1250 gold, not quite enough for the Infinity Edge complete on Imp, but he's already got so much flat AD. You saw the value. The 80 scaling on Graves makes him so strong at those early dragons, and the Abyssal Scepter wasn't completed before, but that's a big shot for Akon.
And I actually love this by Imp. Not going to get greedy and farm a sidewave here. Just gets his BF Sword to run straight back to the dragon with the Berserker Greaves because he knows that they want to try and get the first one.
And speaking of straight to the dragon, M3 have already started, but it's only Condi soloing down the dragon. Dade's going to come and try and relieve some pressure. LGD, they don't have their ultimates available, so this might actually be a Dragon Force from M3.
Yeah, Condi kind of sneaks it away there, manages to smite it out from under LGD, and that's a good win there for M3. We talk about they need to sort of get some stuff going. I mean, both these teams really are looking for big mid-game fights and objectives. Snowball and M3 got the first big objective.
But the big thing to note is there was a big level 6, post-level 6 team fight. It occurred, but because we're still so early in the game, those ultimate cooldowns are long. They knew none of them would be available. So smart to just try and rush down the Dragon. Very good play from Condi and M3 to understand the length of those cooldowns. They're only just now available, but no neutral to fight over.
Instead, we'll just return to a bit more farming. Dade looking very healthy here as Akon trapped in the top lane, nailed there by the Q, locked up there by Looper, actually gets kicked with the Frozen Tomb on, and Looper gets the kill.
Yeah, while Abyssal Scepter means that Kennen was doing a lot of damage, he had no extra health. Very, very squishy, so falls very quick in that engage. Again, nice jungle pathing. The Dragon straight into that top gank. Condi, he's trying to make something happen for his team, but awkwardly, he does have 2 out of the 3 kills for the team.
Yeah, actually has mobility boots as well, so really trying to affect these lanes. As Dade going to move in, finally gets a blue buff. The last one, I believe, was stolen away by LGD. Candy also farming up, needs that Infinity Edge, does have a bit of gold stacked up potentially there, might have enough to go back and get it. Does not quite have enough, actually. So Candy falling behind a bit in CS here, just needs to find the farm.
So Condi really needs to make these Merc trades pay off, because again, he doesn't have the Juggernaut in chain. He's gone for the Warrior. So he has a lot of combat stats, and he can be ever present across the map. But pastry time, there is so much CC on the side of LGD that he's going to either need to sell those boots or really get all his lanes going, or it's just going to be wasted gold, unfortunately.
Yeah, very squishy with those movies here, but made a couple ganks work. We'll see what he can get done as we do move through. Akon continuing to farm now, very efficient at farming. The Abyssal Scepter helping out on that front as well. We look down as Umbrella Nomicon, done long ago now for Whalers, who's going to move into the next item. Infinity Edge, not quite there for it, but he's probably got the gold for it.
The Berserker's Greaves, and yes, he does have the gold for it. It'll be a big 2-item stack with the Berserker's Greaves already being completed, but no rush to shop. Doesn't need to shop until Dragon's completed, but with the wave pushed in, and a lack of aggressive ward coverage, he backs away.
Yep, finally going to go back there. Level 10 on the Imp there, so not quite rank 2 ulti ready to go, but he'll be up fairly shortly. And again, a very calm, passive game here between objectives. Both teams kind of know that they've got very explosive, volatile mid-game team comps here, and they just don't want to do anything wrong when there's nothing big to fight over.
I mean, it's a big ultimate-reliant comp coming through from LGD. So in the early levels, when we're talking about 120, 150-second cooldowns for those ultimate, understandable that we're not seeing a lot of skirmishing, because they're not strong skirmish champions from LGD, barring perhaps Ari, but they're gated around their ultimates. So until level 11 hits, until those ultimates are on shorter cooldowns, Morellonomicon's big item completions come through from LGD, we're going to see lulls in action during the mid-game.
Makes sense, and there's a lot of farming coming through as a result here. You can see Candy actually a bit behind in gold. They're about 600 to 800 gold, I think, there for Imp, who's now returned with an Infinity Edge, so he's getting more experience. Akon in the top lane wants his level 2 ultimate as well. Even Rengar, if this keeps continuing, just happy to continue farming, just get tankier, and maybe get rank 2 ulti coming through as well.
And Rengar, it's been a successful early game for TBQ. 5 kill involvements out of 6. No kills himself, but he'll be just fine. Not looking for a DPS build. Finds Condi in the jungle though, and might be dissuaded from clearing that ward.
Have to see, no, as Looper also scouting the area, but looks like everyone's sort of grouped up in the mid lane there, trying to poke each other off. And probably the other big thing here is M3 are actually the ones with the first turret of the game, took the bottom side turret there as well, and have that first dragon. So do have some of the small objectives. LGD with a slight gold lead, interestingly, just from the way they've been farming up the map. And again, Nax Dragon's on up for 3-4 minutes. People just staying very safe in their lanes.
And this game will really open up when the outer ring of turrets falls specifically for LGD, because that's when PYL can ward aggressively, get those wards behind, and we can start seeing the flank engages coming through from Akon. We already saw that Akon in skirmishes dies very quickly, but the Slicing Maelstrom, the moment he hits level 11, he has enough bolts with the change to the W to be able to stun up the team instantly. They want those flank engages, but again, we're talking about things that are still a few minutes away. They need to pick up those turrets. That's actually been the thing when Imp's been on Graves. They've been so quick, I believe, 12, 14, 15 minutes, 3 turrets down. Credit to M3. They've been farming very well. Of course, there's a lot of wave clear between Lissandra and Victor, you have to say, from so early in the game. After Shock Enchant, Morellonomicon means consistent wave clear in top and bottom. We're not even talking about Sivir. so much wave clear is delaying the power spikes for LGD.
Yeah, you know, it's almost funny that they don't have someone to help scale into the late game because they've got plenty of ways to buy time here with the wave clear champions. Dragging up in a minute 15, though, LGD are going to get some early vision around. TBQ will start the initiative by killing the Scuttle Crab.
Waiting to see if there's any big timings here. Of course, level 11, the second level of your ultimate gives you so much more damage. Akon doesn't have it yet. Looking at his experience bar, still needs another minion wave or so to pick it up. Importantly, Wayless does have level, and so does Dade, so you have to be so careful. You're going to have to respect both the Chaos Storm and the immense pick power coming out of Wayless.
Imp does as well, and so does Looper. So lots of key rank 2 ultis coming out for our next Dragon fight. That first Dragon was so late that everyone's been farming up, and this again is often the case in very mid-game centric team comps, especially like you mentioned, ones with big impact ultis. Everything just kind of very quiet for the first 20 minutes or so, and then one big team fight happens and the game explodes.
So let's watch the ward coverage. Of course, it was first Dragon to M3 being rushed down after a titanic team fight. The wards around Dragon are pretty even. A ward directly on the pit and the pink ward defending the choke around it. LGD trying to brute force this bottom turret. Are buying enough time for Akon to push towards level 11. He's 1 minion away. You have to think he'll be able. Yep, hits level 11. That's a massive jump about not just the damage, but again, enough bolts to stun up the team. Regular AoE CC coming from a top lane. That's always something you crave.
Yeah, I mean, Akon's pretty good with high impact ultimates, as we've seen from his Rumble
and teleports as well,
yeah,
of course.
Cannon, yeah. So Cannon, no surprise for him in the top lane either here, even if he's playing it a bit more utility-based and less of the 1v1 me bro playing action.
Yeah, and playing it on 5.2, as we mentioned. This is actually his first game on 5.4 with that channel. Actually, second game after yesterday. 5.4 with the Cannon buff.
Wants to try and get the steal and kicks TBQ out. Actually, that's a lot of damage on the POL. He's splashed out Dade in the mix, and Akon's going to jump in. The Dragon goes to Lisi, but a great ulti there for Akon. Gets the first kill onto Dade. They're going to run in, though, and LGD very low on health. Have to be careful. Condi kicks Akon in the face for the kill. TBQ just dodging the next Q there as Condi ward hops towards him. Wayless now backing off with the Q as well. POL gets his hook flashed there. The Q will go wide, though, and just the one kills there for each team.
A 1-for-1 trade, definitely the advantage of M3 picking up the Dragon. Of course, Sivir was actually full health, doesn't have any mana, but still plenty of wave clear. Unfortunately, the AoE layering of CC was very desperately poor for M3, for LGD, and you might wonder why. Remember, this is Janna. She's very good with the disengage. They split their focus, weren't able to get any group CC available, and LGD didn't get much from that engage.
Yeah, I mean, LGD might even have to start trying to bait it in, or even just CC Janna and push her out of the fight. They've got lots of engage tools. They've got basically 4 different ways to go in, with Imp being the only one without a major engage tool. So, you know, pick your fights a little careful. Akon was a bit late to join that fight as well. So, despite all the high impact ultis and the good items, couldn't come up with a win there.
And you can see, and we've seen this consistently when they run the Akon on the cannon. The difference between fights where Akon can get the flank, you know, when there's a ward push deep into enemy territory and he comes unbeknownst from the back, and fights like this where unfortunately he's predictable, the disengage is ready. He's only able to get a one-man ultimate onto Dade. And, okay, picking up Dade is great, but it was after the Dragon had already gone down. So the coordination not on point. Again, without the outer turrets down, and in fact, M3 are the ones to have all 3 outer turrets down. The flank engages are that much harder, so it's going to be a while. They're going to have to start getting those global objectives before you really get the power of the AoE CC coming through from LGD.
Yeah, and again, you mentioned that they love to rotate their graves around. They tried very hard to get the bottom turret and couldn't quite get it done. In thanks mostly to Love Seeders, Janna, and the wave clear of Sivir. So LGD need at least 1 turret, I feel like, so they open up a bit of space. But we see them all the time rotate Ahri into a lane to split push, and then move Graves as a 4-man stack to try and push other turrets. But LGD can't even do that at this point.
There's just so much wave clear. It's disgusting how much wave clear is on M3's side. It feels like Xerath versus Azir battles from previous patches in every lane from a M3 from an M3 perspective, just because LGD, they're trying desperately, as you mentioned, to break 1 turret so they can start rotating people around and looking for global advantages. They're just not finding any.
No, Dade channeling his zigs there on the Victor, just wave clearing so efficiently. Even went for an Abyssal Scepter, so even more wave clear.
And also some magic resist desperately needed, because any sort of pick coming through from Wayless with no magic resist is a dead Victor.
Yeah, nice compliments to Looper there on the top side as well, who's almost got his Zonyas. So M3 actually starting to build up their mid-game tools. It took them a little while. They were slowly, very patiently farming, but 3 outer turrets down, major items and ultis up. M3 might start being a little more active on this map.
And we talked about what the M3 comp did. In terms of team fighting, I feel like they do have split agendas, but the one thing you can say, wave clear for days.
Yeah, they have a lot here, and it makes sense. LGD still without a single turret at all, not even just an outer turret here to their name. The wave clear continues here. Dade They almost instantly die at this point. If he had even more AP, it would be worse. As Wayless might have found a catch. Dade going to go into the gravity field down. Very nice. The Chaos Storm popped as well, but Wayless will pop out. Looper, though, says you can't dodge this. Ulti for the Tomb, and that's an easy kill for Looper.
And the magic resist comes up, trumps just enough magic resist to live. It does Dade. Dade will port back. No, he's staying aggressively in mid lane, not respecting Rengar, but TBQ's actually already used Through the Hunt, so he should be relatively safe.
Yeah, I think might have tried to use the movement speed portion to get in and assist his mid laner, but Wayless died there. Dade did a great job kiting around his gravity field there as well. So very nice positional play against the tricky Aryan. M3 are moving in for a tier 2 turret. They're going to get it here.
And it's weird, but one of the things you can actually suggest is that maybe one of the few ways that LGD can get a flank engage is when M3 are pushing on their inhibitor turret, when they're all grouped up. Unfortunately, it's not the flank engage you want. You want to have all the outer turrets down so you can do the aggressive flank engages around Dragon. But M3 are running this early game. LGD have no answer to the wave clear that M3 are able to put out. 0 turrets for LGD, despite having that Graves that they've been so on point rotating with in previous games at 25 minutes in the game.
And I love the choice from Dade here as well. Going for the Rabadons, it seems, with the need to see Large Rod, plus the Blasting One already in his inventory. Not interested in more defensive items against Wales as Looper. But Mikoto, Acorn has his ulti, but not going to pop. We're going to leave for Rengar maybe, as Condi's coming in as well. Actually, the flash out there comes in. Very weird of Acorn. He might not have had the ulti.
This is a weird engage completely. I believe it might just be the slicing motion coming up. Not 100% on that. The bowler actually cancelled the glacial pass, so it seemed like an obvious engage. They didn't have a ward on Condi, so they couldn't be reacting to the Lee Sin coming in. Maybe the less said about it, the better.
Maybe. I mean, Acorn just not pulling the trigger there. They're continuing to farm level 13, actually, on this cannon. So LGD are playing, again, very patiently here. POL going to roam in, but he's not really had that much success at all, apart from some early top lane pressure. And even Dade now is like level 14. Going to start using that death ray, and POL gets chunked to 2/3 health.
Yeah, that was actually outside the range of the Abyssal Scepter. In the bottom lane, seeing a lot of training between Candy and Imp, but of course that ultimate not providing damage from Candy. With the rotations coming through, though, could be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, a bit of a hilarious one. Well, Candy used the ulti a little too early. Imp goes in very aggressive, but Love City is here just in time. Condi going to join the party. Love City has to be careful, though. PYL actually gets the kill onto Candy in the backside. Love City just flashing the death sentence. Condi joins in to try and save him. Dade's here as well. Acorn, though, has come in the middle. Looper, though, locks him up with the ulti. M3 still moving through. There's the double for Lysandra. TBQ going to be the next target. Acorn's ulti was good, but it wasn't enough.
And it needs to be on time. Unfortunately, the big, consistent damage dealer, Imp, was dead, and the other one, Wayless, hadn't rotated yet. No damage to support the burst coming through from Acorn. Zonya's, importantly, not completed yet to give him the stasis to buy more time. And M3 team fighting very intelligently.
Very well, and they're going to take the third dragon as a result of that one fight here. Wayless can't even really entertain a contest, and Dade's positioning on this Victor is just stellar.
And again, it's night and day compared to his struggles in that game against OMG yesterday. Maybe this is the Dade champion. Maybe it is the replacement for Ziggs with the regular wave clear in mid. Okay, not quite the stalemate champion that Ziggs is, not quite the AoE wave clear. But in terms of instant wave clear, for 1,000 gold, Victor, the backline just dies the moment he looks at them.
Yeah, and Dade now going to go back, probably has the gold for his Rabadons to go back now, so it does indeed, and a bit of change there as well. Picks it up, ready to go. Just get some wards there as well. Dade getting strong here on this picture, despite, again, a pretty underwhelming looking score here, 1, 2, and 7, but has been playing the fights very well with his team.
And one of the things I love about Dade as a player is when he's on form, he's very good at respecting the CC from enemy teams and buying either a quick QSS even before the price changes on his Yasuo is one of his most famous builds. But in this case, Merc tries to respond to all the pick CC coming through. Reducing that first CC will save his life because there's so much consistent CC that only really Flash and Merc Treads can help him from repositioning in a fight. If he eats one of them, he's going to eat multiple, as Candy finds PYL.
Yeah,
PYL's dead.
Very dead there. Wayless actually coming in, forcing the flash out. Love CD roaming in there and just protecting from the potential jump in of the Rengar. And I agree with you on Dade. He buys Merc Treads almost more than any other mid laner. And you know what? It takes a genius to do something like that consistently and understand. It takes a master to build Death Cap after knowing that all I need are the Merc Treads.
And amusingly, Wayless has been a person who has been playing Lysandra and buying those CDR boots and dying, produces that stacking CC CC, but in top, Akon's in trouble.
Goodbye, Akon there. Candy going to snipe it there with a boomerang. Looper didn't even need to, just hit the W there on M3. The rotations are strong in this team.
Yeah, that's their second pick in nearly a minute. They rotate from mid to top and get another kill. Look at their ward coverage in the red side jungle of LGD. They cannot come anywhere near this part of the jungle. You can see them just clearing waves, and Condi wants to continue that pick.
The rotation's moving in, the charm landing in, but Condi's still able to complete the Q, slows him down as well. Imp getting a turret in the bottom side of the map. TBQ will get away with the Lantern, but LGD are running out of space to run.
Imp is not respecting the pressure in mid. He wants to keep pushing just to create a bit of global pressure himself. Dade's back is cancelled by Wayless, just with a cute orb of deception. Graves going to keep pushing, but it's only a first outer turret. It could be a fifth turret for M3.
Yeah, Candy going to move in here, start doing the damage. Looper and Love City able to protect him very easily. In fact, Looper's got his ulti. He might even dive here. PYL probably doesn't want to be standing there. Candy uses the spell shield just in case, but does get the turret.
Candy does so much damage with the Phantom Dancer. Phantom Dancer being opened up as a realistic choice for AD carries is a big buff to Sivir. She has an auto attack reset, the only AD carry to have that. If you get that double crit with the higher crit chance between the Infinity Edge and the Phantom Dancer, you do so much burst damage. It makes her a pseudo tank buster in the late game. And speaking of tank busters, we're seeing it engage.
PYL's been caught up there. Candy gets the first kill. Looper goes in almost instantly though to Graves, and Imp now getting exhausted there as Condi going to chase in. Nails the Q, they're going to follow up there. Akon though in the back, looking for the flank, but Dade with a beautiful looking gravity field to zone him off. Imp though gets sniped now by the Victor, and that's 3-2 in favor of Master 3.
Very, very smart team fighting. So much disengagement in the gravity field and the monsoon that was already used. M3 just stacking advantages. They've taken the early wave clear to excellent rotational play. Not things we necessarily associate with M3 on a regular level, and they should break the base.
They do break it here. The inhibitor might even be under threat as well. Dade clearing out the waves. Akon, no ulti to threaten with here, and Candy gonna walk in, and M3 get an inhib under 30 minutes.
After a scattershot team comp and a late rise pick in the first game, they've just outthought everyone, including myself, with a very smart comp, reacting to the fact that LG, they've run these CC comps so often. They're the only team to regularly be bringing out the cannon. The best ways to deal with a cannon in a team fight AoE CC comp, Janna. They already had that locked in. That's a big pick for them in this situation. But with all this wave clear, there's just never been a chance to get aggressive wards. Flank engages, they just haven't happened the whole game. And M3 looks so confident, one turret down, and that required Graves to be split from this team as people got picked left, right, and center in the red side jungle.
And you know what, Papa Smithy? I heard kind of maybe the questioning tone in your voice when they picked the Sivir in this comp, because you said it, they need to play rotational with this sort of team comp, and we wondered if M3 could do it. They've given us the answer, a resounding yes here in this situation. Just have played circles around LGD on the Rift.
And it's just great to see a team step up their rotations after being so outthought in the first game. They're just playing very smart. They've rotated so well. Sivir actually being paid off as a pick. They dodged the lane phase and then, grouped just fine against what was a very powerful champion for Imp. He's been so on point with the Graves consistently, but we just never seen the team fight that LGD were dreaming of in Champ Select.
Yes, we see now. M3 trying to get some vision, around the Baron area. Dragon back up in just over a minute now. That will be M3's fourth. LGD still without one here in this game, and M3 sitting on the Baron pit. They might just go in, or maybe they're trying to bait Akon. And good ward though spots him off, but Akon pops one of his own that immediately gets cleared away.
They don't have massive Baron damage. There's not a lot of threat for LGD right now in terms of rushing down the Baron. Only really going to be Candy, who's doing a lot of Baron damage now that he's added a Bloodthirster. No armor pickups barring the Zhonya's, and I believe the Warden's Mail that's been completed on Rengar, so can afford to go for the Bloodthirster. As a short-range AD carry, the shield and specifically the lifesteal, when you see that auto, then the ricochet auto counter, it's going to be a burst of about 200, 300 health, and that could be the difference if we finally see the engage that Akon is licking his lips for. He's got teleport available. Distortion boots means the flash cooldown's not a long time, but LGD, they need that big engage.
People insta-flashes there, and they even bait out a couple of other cooldowns there as Wayless throws in an early charm to ward Looper off, but he'll reset now, sit back in the pit again here with his 40% CDR, and a big stuff. This is hilarious. Two different death brushes being stacked up here.
So this time they actually have to fake the Baron. They're going to start doing damage. It's falling down at decent speed. They're rotating slowly. Akon hasn't teleported. They're forcing the teleport now. Will he go through with it? He does.
Yeah, they actually do complete the port
That's
here, so
awful.
everyone in. Oh, Acorn a little low there, actually getting poked up, but Dade flashing in, does 1,000,000 damage out of him, but gets blown up there with a great hook by PYL and damage from him. Acorn, though, very low, will go down second, and Candy moving in there's popped the ulti, gonna keep chasing through. Condi hops forward there for the next kill. It's 2 for 1 already, and they're still chasing. Love CD gonna be the Janna leading him in, and Candy just does so much damage.
He doesn't have the movement speed now with the ultimate down. Condi goes for the flank, but it's going to be
Oh,
caught.
Wayless gets nailed there after the kick, and Condi gets the trade kill. Imp gonna go down to Candy, who is slaying people. Looper locks up TBQ, and the ace is completed by Master 3.
Candy's doing so much damage, as you mentioned. And with that ace, 5 seconds on PYL, 10 seconds on Acorn. They could have looked to try and push in the mid, but of course the inhibitor's already down. No real pressure to do so. Candy, when he gets those orders in, is doing disgusting damage to the low armor members of LGD.
Yeah, so good at chasing, especially with Janna leading the charge there as well with her passive. And they're actually going to start at the Baron. Condi's dead for 10 more seconds, but M3 just don't care.
I mean, the last item for Love CD has to be the Captain's Boost, just to boost that passive, as you mentioned. If Janna's the general in the front of the fight, you're doing so much damage. No smite available, but only PYL's death sentence. This would be a thing of beauty.
I mean, Love City is going to get hooked. PYL going to entertain it, but Candy able to clean it up. Even a tornado there from Love City to keep them out. The Baron down there as well. Dade's even starting to solo the dragon.
I mean, Dade's solo dragon's going to take a while. No Lich Bane completed yet. Went for the perfect Hex Core. You saw that with the Faster Moon and Chaos Storm. I'll check out Dade, see how he's going. Took about 20 seconds to do half the dragon's health, so definitely a fierce battle for Dade, but they'll take it down. I believe that's the 4th dragon already. I lost track of the dragon counter. That's another significant win condition for M3. And LGD, they're just desperately praying they find some way to get those outer turrets down.
Yeah, they want anything here in this game. They're almost 10,000 gold behind to M3, and we talked about it being a quiet game. We expected it to explode. A couple of big team fights for M3, but nothing major looking, and all of a sudden, LGD just have no advantage here as Looper gets hooked. That was amazing by PYL as TBQ going to dive again, but Dade just does so much damage with this Victor. Love CD going to get hooked up, but they're still chasing in. Condi going to move in. Dade moves back in with the death ray, and it's just carnage here. Acorn pops the ulti, going to get 1 kill. Acorn very low there, but pops his zombies, but it's nowhere near enough. Victor gets another kill here, and that's a 4 for 2 trade.
And that was an advantageous trade for M3 before Candy even got to the fight. Eventually got there, popped the ultimate, but Dade, as you mentioned, their Chaos Storm doing so much damage. The Baron buff minions now being grouped upon. It's going to be at least a second inhibitor down, and Wayless, all he can do is watch.
And you know, Dade looks much better on this Victor today, that's for sure. But Candy playing another great game here for M3. But credit to Condi, he has just gone off on Lee Sin today.
And justified, absolutely, the boost in mobility. Even the Alacrity boots, he's wanted to be everywhere. And with 20 out of 23 kill participation, who can argue?
Oh, not me here, as M3 are going to clear out a bit more. Dade even going to sneak away the Wolves. I would say sneak. He's just really going to kind of poke it in LGD's face there. Going to clear out a pink one now as well. Dade, no cares in the world. Casually 2,600 gold in the bank. Probably avoid stuff, maybe a little bit more extra coming through. He's already doing disgusting damage. I don't know what the next level is, but Dade's going to show us.
Maybe even a Zon is just going to be even more aggressive with his positioning. Look for the melee range, Chaos Storm, execute kills. The Void Staff, there's not that much magic resist, to be honest, so I think the Abyssal Scepter makes more sense. With that second Needless Large Rod, that's going to be the pickup. Without a true tank and TBQ not having the best game from the jungle, there's not a lot of resist available across the board for LGD, and they're melting to Candy, let alone Dade.
And I actually really like the Alacrity enchant for Dade as well. We've seen the mobility upgrade with the Fury enchantment to help with the Q movement speed. With the upgrade there as well, makes him very fast. But Alacrity, just a bit more consistent, helps with the rotations that M3 have been looking for. And it is going to be a Zonies here for Dade. Condi gets caught though, just takes a bit of damage. He's quite tanky actually.
Despite being 3 item and then a Seeker's Arm Guard, Wayless doesn't have the damage to burst down Condi, so they have to back away. Condi had the Locket Shield he could have popped, and plenty of magic with both himself and the team. Isn't grouped with the members, but we already mentioned just how much flat move speed he has. Will eventually group as M3 pushing aggressively to get the last outer turret and complete the tutorial victory.
You almost forget the tutorial is about to come to an end here for Master 3. Candy with the QSS now very safe and sound here on this silver. 4 damage items done as well. M3 are just so far ahead.
And look, if it's a 400 armor person, Candy's definitely not a tank buster, but there's only a pseudo tank on LGD's side, and he is absolutely destroying people.
Not a real tank there, unfortunately, coming through for TBQ. Brandywood's not enough, my friend, against all of this damage coming in. I mean, Looper's doing nuts damage. Dade is ascended to some ridiculous level here as far as damage goes. Level 18 in the forefront of the fight, dodging POL hooks all day.
I mean, my Kingdom for an Aegis is ripping out for LGD. The Mikhails is the pickup just to give Imp a bit more freedom as a short-range AD carry. But in that battle, there's only one short-range AD carry in the race, and that's Candy.
Yeah, and Candy's just unleashing right now. Here, Wayleth looks for the flash jump, completely misses on the Candy, who had spell shielded anyway in M3. They'll take the cooldown. Condi taking a bit of damage, but he's so tanky it doesn't really matter.
Super minions pushing in 2 lanes. They'll eventually get this. It's still hard for them to siege because, again, 500 range or less, and that's the on the hunt.
TVQ gets ulted there. Dada gets the first kill. Acorn getting blown to pieces. Candy low, but gets himself out. PYL caught out by Looper, but the kill does go down. Acorn, though, going to get crushed. Dada going to get another kill. No, Candy gets the next one. Wayleth almost gets 2 shot there by the Dada damage. He actually got a triple kill in and amongst all of it. 4 kills for 2, and M3 are going to close out the game. And Candy doesn't get the last one. Going in, though. Dade looking for the snipe. Does go down there finally, but that's done. The game is over.
Wonderful play from M3. It looked like a scattershot pick phase, but all the pushing power meant that LGD, they only got 1 turret that game pastry time at the cost of, I believe, 3 kills on 2 of their own when Graves finally went for a split push. What better way than to deal with a multiple front engage CC comp than just never give them a ward to get a flank engage upon? That was the dream. It was just a wonderful play strategically across the board. The early Moby boots, though, for Condi, it was the MVP. It was either going to be feast or famine, and certainly he had a feast upon all the LGD members.
He did, and I mean, it's weird to talk about M3 and mention strategical play, but they just outplayed LGD in that second game.
And it's something that's been largely absent in the last 3 games. They have looked abjectly poor in all 3 games. That's why we was kind of thinking, all right, this is going to finish off the weekend with another loss. But they claw it back. Again, an extra point keeps them away from 8th place, cements them in 7th place. Still a lot of work to do for Masters 3, but a great way to end the weekend for Dade and
Yeah,
friends.
and a great way for us to end it as well. That will conclude our Week 8 broadcast here, and it's been a blast. Splitsville all day here for our last day of the LPL. But for myself, Papa Smith, the Atlas Spawn, and our entire live production crew, thank you very much for watching. We will see you next week.
What is it I'm after? Searching for disaster. Watching my life flash in front of